I think the quality of competition has been the highest it's ever been the entire year. This tournament is probably one of the hardest tournaments to win that has ever been played in WoW.
We know that those players are the best at their respective classes, and it's always a challenge to face them.
His Avenging Crusader just becomes available, but they dismantle it. They completely dismantled in game 2.
Chance falls and the Gosu crew are 1 game away.
Blizzo 10% health. What is going on? They actually hit it. Range. Temporal shield. Nothing. Wildcard Gaming. Blizzo is undoubtedly the best warrior in World of Warcraft.
Blizzo is an unstoppable force. Literally nothing can stop his roots. Nothing.
Master's gonna fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Blizzo. Massive damage. And they take down Wildcard Gaming in Arcturus 2019. BlizzCon champions. MIM sets up for the kill. 1-star surge. 2-star surge. Let's go.
Now another counter spell comes in though. That's a beautiful counter spell. Is there an execute? There is. And Wildcard Gaming upset the stock and go 1-up, 1 game away from the grand final.
Watson Raikou, they just need a little bit more damage. He saps it, but Looney just can't make it there. Is he gonna stay alive? No! Black tie it up.
Cricket can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadow.
No way.
Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
We have had 2 weeks of exciting matches in the AWC BFA circuit. Now we are on week number 3. Hello, everyone. My name is Aya. I'm joined by Zico, Benruki, and Supatiz for the AWC BFA circuit. How are you guys today? How did you feel about the last week's game, Zico?
I know it was a little long at the end there, that last C9 series, but aside from that, we had some great matches. It was a lot of back and forth, and we just broke past the halfway point, so we're starting to get a look of who might qualify. It's getting exciting.
Yep, certainly exciting indeed. I like your shirt, by the way. I'm glad you wore that one. Went with it. So we can talk about the NA standings currently, where they are here on week number 3 after we've seen those guys play for that region. We've got Cloud9 up the top. No losses on the board for them. Supatiz, any teams you want to talk about here in the NA bracket?
Well, I mean, the pressure is really on for Golden Guardians. I feel like this is a team that a lot of us were expecting to have a better performance overall in the circuit standing. It seems like the problem with this team is that they just can't, what's the word I want to say? I don't want to be harsh here. It's like, damned if you do, you damned if you don't. Like, do we multi-comp? Do we get WizK on the mage and try our Impala? And then on the last game, we switch him back in, and then we did so well. Do we start with the Shadow Priest? It's supposed to be disadvantaged, but it's our best option. They have this really big debate for themselves as to what comps they want to play, what classes they want to utilize if they want to come back in the overall circuit. Right now, today, M2KC could really throw a wrench in the circuit standings, because to my understanding, if Cloud9 wins versus M2KC, they're pretty much guaranteed a spot into the BFA finals. But M2KC, I think, is one of the teams that could best them, so that's going to be a really exciting series for the day to check out.
Yeah, looking forward to that one for sure. We can also take a look at the EU circuit, where those teams currently stand after the first 2 weeks. XSET currently at 3-1, as well as Wildcard Gaming. Those teams are always neck and neck here. Ven, any teams here on the EU board you want to talk about?
Well, I mean, it's kind of, it looks a little bit more clear here. I feel like on the European side of things, the teams in the top 4 right now, those are the teams I would almost expect to make it, but we'll see. There are teams, ABC, nLite, all these teams, they do have a chance to still battle it back, but one thing is for sure, really can't afford to drop any more series. So for ABC, I feel like them in particular, they have the compositions, they have the talent, they have the players, like, they have everything they need. If they come polished and they can play, as well as we know they can, I really think they can make a break into that top 4, but only time will tell. But out of the teams in that lower side, I feel like ABC has the highest chance to actually make a breakthrough.
Yeah, and the pressure is really on for these guys as we get further and further into this round robin format here. These teams are all competing for those top 4 spots in EU and NA. Those are the teams that are going to make it to the finals. So as more games happen, it's just going to get harder and harder to get into those top 4 spots. But let's take a look at the schedule as well. We got a full weekend of games as well for you guys. This is round robin once again. There's not every team is going to play every team. You can find more information about that down below on the YouTube page. ABC versus F2K MyWay. That's going to be the first game of the day here. Looking at the schedule, Zico, I know we mentioned that that Subati's mentioned he was excited about that M2KC series, but what about today's games? Anything you're looking forward to?
Oh, I'm definitely excited for Cloud9 versus Charlotte Phoenix. I think Charlotte Phoenix is one of the teams that could take Cloud9 down in a best of 5. I'm also extremely excited for Wildcard Gaming versus Diabolus. Considering Diabolus actually beat Exet and Exet beat Wildcard, now I want to know, is Wildcard going to beat Diabolus? Is that going to be like the circle of the teams that trade with each other, or maybe Diabolus beats Wildcard and then they beat Exet and Wildcard, and all of a sudden they're looking like one of the top contenders. So I think that match it has a lot on the line, so I'm excited for that one.
Yeah, super cool games for this schedule today. Excited for these. ABC versus F2K MyWay, like I mentioned, is going to be first game of the day. Let's talk about that series while these teams get ready here. Supatees, what can we expect from these two teams? Both of these teams, I think, only have one win currently in a series. ABC MyWay is 1-2. F2K MyWay is 1-3. So these teams are probably not performing to the level that they wanted to for the circuit so far. What do you want to see out of these two teams?
When I was hanging out in Hydra's stream, the healer for F2K MyWay, even though from my point of view of watching the jungle cleaves into the mage warlocks, it looks like a very oppressive matchup where the jungle cleave is basically at the mercy of the mage lock for 15 minutes until they just kind of fall over to damage. He actually thinks that they should be able to win and that they need to play at 100%, and he felt like they were only playing at 90%, but he did feel like they could make improvements and win, even though from my point of view, it looked like a matchup that I would not voluntarily walk into, and it looks like the matchup that they're going to get once again.
I mean, I think it's just one of those situations where it's really nice to have that confidence, right? Like, definitely don't want to be going into a matchup thinking you're going to lose, so bringing that level of confidence, definitely going to be beneficial for F2K, but we've seen this matchup play out. It's definitely going to be uphill. I think the main win condition for F2K is maybe they can get Askarath out of the mana if he doesn't do the greatest job drinking. But other than that, it's going to be about big one-shots, using the Reaping Flames, using the Dress to Gath trinket, and you can tell by the way ABC has kind of geared their characters and the racials that they're using, they're going to be looking to shut that down every step of the way.
Ooh, nice premonition right there by Hydra on the polymorph. Alec was pushing in right there, but decided to kind of abandon the chase. And honestly, if we think about how F2K played their most recent Mage Lock matchup, we're going to expect them to, they can go out, they can hit somebody, but I don't really expect them to commit too hard here. They get the trap, they get the entangling roots, the imp dispels the trap on the 50-50, and now you can expect F2K MyWay, just go back to the pillar, attack whatever comes back there. Right now it's Warwick's. You're going to see Hydra split up from his team, so he doesn't just soak up all that Frozen Orb, Blizzard damage. And for Hydra, it's all about just healing with his Atonement, just healing with damage, casting Smite, casting Penance, casting those shields. That's the most mana effective way to heal with that Discipline Priest. And Hydra did a great job in their last series against Mage Warlock, managing to keep his mana up for a really long time, like 30-40% dampening. But ultimately they did fall off, so we'll see if they do something.
Just want to call it a quick little play. Hydra went for a cheeky mind control on Walrex. He was a bit low. It went for a mind control, and Alec just sheeped him. So removes all the bleeds from the Feral, all the poisons from the Hunter. Super heads up play there by Alec.
Yeah, I mean, right now ABC's main goal is to just drag this fight on, maintain their mana. It's kind of up to F2K MyWay to navigate through all of the defensive capabilities of the Mage and the Warlock, so the Polymorph and the Fear, but most importantly, the Imp pet of the Warlock that is able to remove Freezing Trap. They need to combine Entangling Roots from the Feral Druid Tony with Freezing Trap and roll a 50-50 dice on whether or not the Imp removes Entangling Roots or the Imp removes the Freezing Trap. If they win that 50-50 gamble, a little bit deeper into dampening, then they do have the opportunity to score a kill. But in my mind, they're banking their victory on a coin flip pretty much at that point. The only other option they could have is to somehow prevent Asgarath from drinking, run him out of mana, and then have sustained pressure onto the Mage and Warlock later into the game. These are going to be the two main win conditions for the jungle in my mind. Hydra needs to somehow maintain his mana at a healthy margin for a very long period of time. He's utilizing Mind Control, which is basically just a free spell that stops the target that's mind controlled from doing anything aggressively, and he is utilizing Mind Control quite a lot, more than we've seen in previous matchups, maintaining that Purge the Wicked on multiple targets as well to maximize the Trinity and Atonement healing so that he is able to maintain his mana. But for F2K MyWay, this game really starts about maybe 3 minutes from now. Oh, maybe not. Insane damage onto Walrix. I mean, think about that situation. If it wasn't dampening, I actually do think Walrix would have gone down. I'm just checking the builds to see if there's anything that they might have changed up in terms of getting more burst damage. It doesn't look like it. The Feral Druid running full versatility for extra healing. So maybe they're just going to be more coordinated with their damage. Call out the Ferocious Bite, call it the Mongoose Strike, trying to hit the caster at the exact same second as each other so that they get hit with a huge swell of damage and try and overwhelm them. The downside right now for F2K MyWay was that despite that extraordinary burst, they didn't get an important cooldown from the Warlock, the Unending Resolve. They only got the Life Cocoon, which is more than certainly going to rotate back up and be available.
Yeah, and actually, Hydra had to use his Trinket in that exchange right there because he did get Shadow Fury into a sheep. And I do like what AWC is doing here, you know? They're actually going in and they're starting to try to set something up, maybe get a sheep on Hydra, Mortar Coil on Tony, trying to force out some of those cooldowns because they realize, well, F2K MyWay, they're just waiting for dampening. And in dampening, they might be able to just completely run down Warrix or Alec, seeing how that Life Cocoon is not going to be super effective in deep dampening. All that absorb is going to be, you know, reduced. So they could be banking for something like that. So far, though, it's gone pretty well for F2K MyWay. If they can hold on to it for another minute, they're going to have basically all of their cooldowns. We just set foot into a dampening right there. And again, it's just all about applying the bleeds, having Casu as well at the pillar, just stacking up his poison, stacking up his gushing wounds, and just trying to, you know, be disruptive while not taking damage. Now we see another push here happening. It's actually kind of a split strategy choice here. So we got one person onto Warrix here, Tony, and we got Casu on the Mage. And right now, Tony might get Chaos Bolted. It's going to take a decent amount of damage here. He pops the Berserk. They're actually committing a little bit here. The Vitality Conduits from Hydra should stabilize everybody. And honestly, that Berserk didn't really get too much work done there from Tony, but I guess they got good pressure. Here's the Dressing Gap. They get the stun onto Asgarath. There's the Freezing Trap. Imp dispels it though. And once again, ABC are looking like a brick wall.
Yeah, but I mean, pardon me. At the same time, F2K, I feel like they're doing a really good job. I like the mind controls that Hydra is throwing out. They basically isolate one target. So if they want to go after Alec, Hydra's throwing out a mind control on Walrix. Then all of a sudden, there's no Mortal Coil, there's no fears coming up from Walrix, and it gives Cassio and Tony an opportunity to actually get some damage rolling onto Alec. So if they can repeat that setup, we've seen a big burst opportunity on Alec, we've seen big burst on Walrix. Anything really can happen if you get the right amount of crits. So F2K MyWay definitely not out of this one yet. If we look at mana, I feel like Asgarath, he needs to go for a drink. Like, this is a dangerous spot to play in at around, 60% mana at 10% dampening. Look at Hydra's mana. He's already at like 95%. So doing a great job managing that mana. And in terms of pressure, F2K MyWay, if it continues this trend, I feel like they might actually find themselves in a situation where they could win this game number one.
Alec pushes up, finds a Polymorph on Hydra, setting up damage over onto Tony, but he did manage to get into bear form prior to the stun, reducing a ton of damage, and Hydra opts to use the Gladiator's Medallion to trade with the Dark Soul. I think that's more than a wise decision. I feel like it is unlikely they're going to die to any other threshold of damage other than the Dark Soul. Now utilizing the Mind Control to try and crowd control Walrix even further, soaking a counter spell, but now he'll be able to heal with Atonement, Purge the Wicked, and Penance, so that's going to be way more efficient for him. Hydra, like he was saying on his stream, he said if he plays at 100%, he thinks his team has a shot in this matchup, and right now he's at 100% mana, 15% into dampening. You can tell that they came to play, even though that these matches can be exhausting against the Mage Warlocks. They are definitely playing at their peak here to try and pull off a victory against all odds. There's the freezing trap, but Imp Dispel removes it. Tony unable to get that entangling roots in time, or perhaps just getting unlucky. Kasu and Tony retreat back to the pillar. Hydra rotating through cooldowns, Rapture having now faded. There's still no Dark Soul and no Icy Veins threat for another minute. I would like to see F2K MyWay make a push, and they do immediately. Attack during this downtime of the cooldowns to tax Asgarath's mana even further. That could be the other part of their possible win conditions. And I do like that Hydra, he's consistently healing with Atonement off the pets if the Water Elemental pushes in, or if he sees the Imp in his line of sight. Here's a big push onto Alec. Asgarath getting into position, but his mana isn't looking good. If F2K MyWay can somehow manage to overwhelm ABC in this position and prevent Asgarath from drinking, they've sent the Hyena after Asgarath, the Hunter pet. That's definitely a good tactic. Oh, but they're pulling the Hyena back in onto Alec. I really think they could win this game if they're able to stop drinks. They mind control the Mage, trying to pull him into a bad position when Asgarath wants to go to drink. You can tell that F2K MyWay have considered all the tactics of this matchup, as it's been a matchup that has been just bullying them the entire year. Perhaps today is the day they'll crack the code.
Oh, it's looking pretty good for them so far, but I do think Asgarath is sitting up for a drink right now. I'm not entirely sure. Big connect there with the Drestigath. A lot of damage here. Asgarath is going to pause his drink there. Didn't get any mana really, and he's going to use his big cocoon right there onto Alex. So once again, defensive cooldown being forced. They're fearing the little Hyena right now, and they're trying to stop. It from going after Asgarath. Look at that Hyena. Look how fast it is.
Sprint, dude.
What is it? It has a sprint that you can use? They're going to Ring of Peace and they're just trying to avoid it.
I guess so.
Are they only playing the Hyena for that reason? I feel like they are. Hyena is going to be off Asgarath, and that means he's sitting down for a drink. That means it's go time. They need to get some pressure here. No life cocoon available. Let's see how much of that mana that Asgarath actually just recovered is he going to have to spend to recover Warwick's. Not a whole lot, actually. And he's going to have his life cocoon back up in 20 seconds, so... right now, it's looking like ABC are in a pretty controlling position here, man.
Yeah, one thing I really like about Hydra's build, even just the race he's playing, a lot of the time when we see jungles play, they're always human with Relentless, and I think that's actually a big mistake against Mage Lock, because then all it takes is one crowd control chain on the Priest, he can't trinket, and triple Obsidian Claw, and the game's over. So the fact that Hydra actually has a response to that by being able to trinket the spell gives his teams a lot more freedom. Walrus taking a little bit of damage, but still, it's not enough. The Icy Veins from Alec is really looking for counter pressure here. He gets the Polymorph on Hydra, and Tony is on the run. Now, we have to keep in mind, at 33% dampening, this is where the game gets a little dicey. Hydra's going to be burning through a lot more mana, having to use Shadowmans, and Asgarath was actually able to go and get a little bit of a drink, so mana has kind of equalized, and I feel like it's at this point where ABC starts developing a little bit of a lead, as long as ABC doesn't just get outright one-shot.
Yeah, the double Drestigath's going to be a big threat here. They have pressure in two places, even while they're retreating. Walrick's relaying the Demonic Gateway. They're under pressure at the moment. Alec isn't even in the fight, and he's just dying to dots, trying to pull back to Asgarath. Walrick's is getting mind-controlled into a really bad position. Alec polymorphs him, trying to slow down some of the pressure, but they do ultimately stun lock Walrick's. They're trying to pull him into an even worse position here, but now he goes for a double Mortal Call, and now they've got a Warlock in their face. But a cheeky mind control over on Asgarath is trying to allow them to develop more pressure here. If they can keep up their damage on Walrick's, Asgarath's mana has burned down to about even with Hydra at this point in dampening. This is exactly what they need to be able to find victory. If they can hold this position for maybe another 2 or 3 minutes, I see potential for F2K MyWay. Kasuo trying to jump in, gets Frost Nova, disengages out of it. Asgarath immediately using Life Cocoon along with his Fort Brew to try and make sure it's really beefed up as Life Cocoon is scaled off the Monk's maximum health. Now Walrick is standing in an aggressive position, trying to push Tony Meow over, but not finding any damage. They swap over to Alec. He immediately ice blocks. He was anticipating a huge amount of burst there, but he is now down an ice block. They trade that to drink to full mana, which I think is more than a fair trade, but these mind controls, Alex on hypothermia, he's going into enemy territory with that mind control, but Tony decides to jump on the Warlock instead. I suppose F2K MyWay are still just trying to stall, dampening not at a point where they feel they can win yet against the Mage Warlock.
They're just doing kind of a split-based strategy here. They just have Kasu hitting whoever is in his line of sight. They have Tony just trying to re-stealth and get damage onto whoever he can. Get a rake stun onto Warwick, get it onto Alec right now. And he's just going to juggle those DRs. And then, of course, they're going to go for the mind control. And Tony's going to go for the re-stealth. Now, Alec is going to be on stun DR, so he's probably going to stun Warwick's here. No, actually, Alec is really low, so he's going to go for the DR stun. They get the freezing trap onto Asgrath. Do they win the 50-50? Doesn't look like it. They do win the 50-50 right there. Very slow Imp Spell, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. Instead of chasing Alex here, they are going to mind control Warwick's to the pillar, and then they're going to attack Warwick's instead. And honestly, the problem with the strategy is that Asgard can just drink whenever he wants, but this is a great way for the jungle to survive. If they can really, get that gas pedal onto Warwick's, maybe use that Berserk, use the Hunter cooldowns, and just try to rush him down in one trap through all cooldowns, they definitely have enough dampening to do so. And right now they're looking extremely healthy, and that's the biggest part here for F2K MyWay. If Hydra starts spamming out those Shadowmans, the game is going to be over before you know it. But as long as he can keep spamming out these mind controls, keep spamming out the penance, and purge the wicked, all that good stuff, then he is going to be in a pretty good spot here. And you can see Asgrath burning through his mana extremely quickly right now. This game is going to end at any moment.
I do agree. I think at this point in the game, what's really important for Walrix and Alec is they need to be sitting on their pets to split the Drestagat damage. It's actually a really good tactic. So if Alec is always on his Water Elemental and Walrix is always on his Imp, then the Drestagat damage gets split and you avoid that chance of getting one shot. But right now, Alec is kind of isolated, so that's an opportunity, and that's what I want to see F2K MyWay look for. If they can get the full damage of that Drestagat trinket, that's going to be a great opportunity for them. But ABC is really putting on some pressure now. Hydra forced to use his trinket into a third diminishing return polymorph with the leg sweep on Tony, but the coordinated damage just isn't there for ABC. They're getting a little crowd control, they're getting a little poke damage, but we're not seeing these really, really clean goes from them. And F2K MyWay, they're starting to develop a little bit of pressure. Look at Asgrath, he's almost completely out of mana. He just used the Life Cocoon. Dark Soul's going to get ripped out by Walrick as they look to find some damage in the match and force F2K MyWay once again into a very defensive position.
Oh, 2 Chaos Bolts. Casso going to trade Exhilaration so Hydra doesn't have to spend mana to recover through that. And now that the Dark Soul is gone, F2K MyWay have a free way to just stay on top of the Warlock here. There's no cooldown threats. They didn't save their Icy Veins. F2K MyWay can do whatever they want at this point if they can maintain their momentum. They've definitely got Walrix against the wall here. Freezing Trap lands, Imp dispels it instantly. Walrix trying to support, but now they're stacking up. They can easily cleave both the Mage and the Warlock in this position. Things are starting to unravel for ABC here quite rapidly, so long as Tony can stabilize. He trades out Survival Instincts to stay on target. They know they've got a win condition here. There's no big cooldown threat. If they can just stay in the middle of the map a little bit longer, Hydra's got 30% mana to maintain them. Rotating through the Paint Suppression, rotating through the Rapture, trying to stabilize them and keep them aggressive. F2K MyWay, have they done it? Have they cracked the code? Overwhelming pressure, Casu jumps over, interrupts Asgrath, and snipes out the trap. F2K MyWay looks solid in game one, almost as if jungle counters Mage Warlock.
Man, F2K MyWay securing that first victory against ABC. They have taken it down Mage Lock in game number one. Let's break that down. Let's talk about that setup onto Wally. What exactly were they doing there, Zico, to get them down?
Well, I think at the end there, they just put themselves in a pretty prime position, and they just played to their win condition there. But in order to get to that position, I think that's the interesting thing about this game. They just stood back. Tony just going for restabs, stunning whatever is closest to Hydra, and they were just they were okay with letting Asgraf drink a little bit, but anytime he did, they always went out and tried to pressure one of the DPS, just try to pressure everybody, get as much of a mana, like not lead, but I guess have as high mana as possible into dampening, because typically Priest, when you get to dampening, you're already basically out of mana, but Hydra's able to just look at his damage. He did basically the same damage as the Frost Mage here, just spamming out damage and healing with that damage, and that's why he was able to do it, to keep his team going for so long. So many purges as well, just trying to avoid damage before he even has to heal it, and it worked out beautifully here. They had all their defense at the end. They just charged in. Tony just traded his wall, used the second wall, and they're able to push Warwick's over.
Now it's going to be ABC's map choice here. While they do that draft process for the teams, is that strategy that you're talking about, Zico, here, is that going to be something they can carry out through the rest of this series then, or is ABC going to be able to adjust to that?
Well, I mean, we'll definitely have to see. I feel like if this was Cloud9 in this matchup, for example, they would kind of realize, look, as Mage Lock, yeah, it's scary playing aggressive against jungle, but what's really scary is getting to 50% dampening, 60% dampening. That's where, as Mage Lock, the control you have, sometimes it just spirals out of control and you can't take full advantage of it. I feel like for them, what they need to do is actually play aggressive in the early stages of the match. They need to go in, they need to actually use their offensive cooldown, set up good crowd control chains, and really pressure Hydra to not only use his mana, but actually try to find a win condition early on, because the Mistweaver healing is going to be super effective and he can pull back and get drinks when he wants. But if you let the game go on too long, I mean, at the end of the game, Hydra still had Rapture, Pain Suppression, Power Word Barrier. That's such a long time for a composition like Jungle to push in and attack a Destro Warlock, and you're not going to die through Pain Suppression and Rapture and Power Word Barrier. It's just not going to happen. So if that situation happens again, F2K MyWay can easily pick up game number 2. So for ABC, I feel like they have to play a little bit more aggressive in the match, or they could try to slow it down and go to a map like Tolvaron, maybe pick up a win there. I think in general, the Paladin looks really, really good. Like a lot of Mage Lock players, a lot of Mage Lock teams are actually opting for a Paladin over a Mistweaver Monk. And we do know that Asgrath, he does play the Paladin, so that could be a great option into jungle as well.
Would that be a more aggressive healer on the side of ABC?
Might just be better all around. It's
more. I feel like it's more aggressive. It's more defensive. It's like Paladins are just in my opinion, healer. Paladins are by far the best healer in the game right now. So I think it works really well with Mage Warlock as well. I mean, that's what Diabolus is playing. Even Cloud9, Cubsy playing Paladin. We haven't seen that in such a long time, but he is actually playing a Paladin now, and they have been playing it in their last week of games. So definitely super meta, and I think Asgrath, I hope ABC realizes it. Otherwise, I think F2K MyWay might walk away with this series, which would be big for them.
Yeah, that would be a huge indeed on the side of F2K MyWay, especially considering ABC likes to play that Mage Lock composition, which is what everybody has been trying to figure out how to kill. ABC now about a minute and a half left to choose their composition. We saw ABC, they ran quite a bit of verse, and if we want to see them play a little bit more aggressive on the side of ABC, Asgrath locking in Mistweaver, do we expect them to see maybe switch up their gear a little bit here, Supatees?
Maybe. I feel like now that they've got the map advantage, that this should be all right. I feel like the one mistake they made was having Icy Veins and Dark Soul both on cooldown for a substantial amount of time. Like if it's ever to the point where Dark Soul and Icy Veins aren't available for 2 minutes and you're at 50% dampening, you have no way to say stop. Like if Walrix just sat on his Dark Soul and never used it, F2K MyWay are constantly like, when's he going to do it? If he does it and we push in too far, then we're going to get counter-aggressed and pushed over. And same goes for Icy Veins. I feel like they need to have at least one of those available at all times, deep and dampening, when the jungle is trying to make their push. Otherwise, there's no threat, and then the jungle can walk all over them.
All right, so they do have the map advantage here on the side of ABC, locking in Ashamanes. They've locked in the same composition, both sides here. Do we think that ABC is going to try that same strategy then that we saw in game 1, Zico, or are they going to maybe work something else out?
Well, I think they're going to probably just play a lot more aggressive before dampening. And that was a criticism. Was it Exat that F2K MyWay faced last week with the Mage Lock? That was my criticism of their Mage Lock as well. I was like, they got to push in. They got to play on top of them. Raikou was pushing in, trying to get CCs, which is good to do like a little bit later in the game. But in the very early stages, just try to burn a little bit of Hydra's mana, try to force out some cooldowns, push in, drop the Frozen Orb behind the pillar on one side, Blizzard the other side, have the Warlock on one side, you on the other side, that triangle formation with the Mistweaver in the back, and just try to tax Hydra's mana as much as possible. And to Hydra's credit as well, and this is something Ben already pointed out during the cast, but I really feel like this is a kind of a game changer, and it's something that we criticized, some of the teams for in the past, and that is human relentless. They just pick it like seemingly for no reason. Honestly, I feel like being a Night Elf in this matchup for Hydra is huge because he can avoid one extra crowd control, or he can avoid, if he's crossing the map and he gets feared and they swap to him, he might be able to Trinket and Shadow Meld, a Dark Soul Bolt, or he might be able to just Shadow Meld, depending on when the CC ends. It just gives him a lot of options and also gives him options to drink. So I feel like the Night Elf pick is definitely clever here.
All right, game number 2, F2K MyWay up 1-0 versus ABC.
Well, let's see what ABC ends up doing in this match. We'd like to see them play a little bit more aggressive. I really feel like things get super dicey if you let the game go on too long. As Mage Warlock, and in the early stages, you should theoretically have an advantage with all your crowd control. So let's see what they do. Aggressive start here for F2K. Trap over on Asgrath, but really doesn't net too much. And once again, F2K looking like they want to retreat a little bit. They actually get a Survival Instincts. Nice little crowd control chain there by ABC. The Mortal Coil into the leg sweep with decent amount of burst onto Tony. But it looks like if they let them retreat to the pillar, we're going to get a little bit of a reset here by F2K. And this is where we really want to see ABC kind of continue this aggression and push in. And the question is, are they going to do that?
If F2K MyWay win here on Ashamains, I actually feel like they're going to win the entire series. Like, this is the first test for them. This is an incredibly favored map to the Mage Warlock in a matchup that I think is already favored to the Mage Warlock by quite a lot. So F2K MyWay could make a really big stance here if they're able to pull off victories against what is their hardest composition matchup. They try and get Alec knocked behind the pillar. I really like these strategies of mind controlling. I think he is even playing the explosive. No, he's not playing the explosive trap, but just trying to control them, pull them in. Look at Walrick's in the mind control. Hydra pulls him around the corner. Then Asgrath has to get closer. This one adaptation by Hydra is definitely going to be an improvement for their team. Asgrath's trying to get in position for a stun, but gets intercepted by Kasu, potentially wanting to swap to Hydra in the leg sweep. He goes for the leg sweep, but Tony avoids it. It does at least land under the Priest, so they deny some healing, but I don't think it's long enough. Vitality Conduit, more than enough. Tony goes back to full health, and F2K MyWay look to retreat. I like that Kasu is also saving the Master's Call for Hydra, so that when they are trying to retreat, he doesn't really have a good way to move very fast, so the Hunter can use Master's Call to alleviate some of those slows on the Priest. Once again, the Mind Control on the Frozen Orb, trying to deny all of its damage. Mind Control is free of mana cost, and it's great for repositioning the spellcasters that normally have the position advantage. Icy Veins popped here for Alec. They're just going to trap him on it. They don't really care about landing a freezing trap at this point anyway with an imp on the battlefield, so I kind of like it. Just use it to disrupt some of the cooldown pressure here. It's all just about maintaining Hydra's mana, at least for the first 4 to 5 minutes.
Yeah, and he's doing a great job with that, but I gotta say ABC are, turning up the aggression here a lot. Hydra's going for mind control. He's gonna have to use his Prem right there, trying to avoid Warwick's Sphere. Now he needs to be careful. He could get polyed. Any polys right now, I think Alex might want to try to sheep Caster and then try to swap to Hydra, but should have his premonition coming back up in a couple of seconds, so he should be okay if he can line up side a couple more hits. Oh, double dressed here. Walks overextended, but he was standing next to his imp, so it did soak up those 2 hits right there. That could have been a very dicey situation, otherwise 4 Warwicks, but nice pet control for him. Gonna allow him to escape without a single cooldown used. Hydra tanking a full fear here, and Asgrath is in position to stun. They're gonna get sheeped here onto Hydra out of the fear. Tony in a full leg sweep here. Do they have the damage though? Hydra gets re-sheeped. Warwick is there now, digging in with the Chaos Bolts. He gets a fear onto Hydra, but it's the art, and I don't think they have any more CC. But they forced out Tony's Survival Instinct right there, and that was Warwick's actually using his Dark Soul very late into the chain. So this is an adaptation here from Warwick. He just wants to make his Dark Soul and Hydra's Trinket not in sync. And that's also why Alec popped the early Icy Veins earlier. They want to make it so Hydra can't just Trinket every single Dark Soul, because they want to have that Dark Soul to actually finish the game. So nice adaptations here for both teams. And so far, it's I gotta say, it's going to F2K MyWay's plan.
Yeah, it's looking good. I will say, if we could replay in a Grand Arena, one thing I would have liked to see ABC do, and it's something we see Cloud9 do quite often as well, is when you're in those really scary situations, let's say we do make it to 50-60% dampening again, ABC, instead of trying to counter pressure and go toe-to-toe with the Rapture and the Pain Suppression and the Barrier, that's where you just pause the game. You just spam Fear, you just spam Polymorph. You don't even try to do damage, you just crowd control as much as you can. Then as soon as the Priest has no cooldowns, he basically can't heal anymore, and that's when you kind of push in. So I think ABC, they could have done a little bit better job in the late game, actually just spamming out crowd control and trying to live at all costs, instead of trying to push through Rapture. So if that does happen again, that's what I want to see from ABC. But for now, they're looking to play aggressive and not even bring the game to that kind of risky point. Double Fear coming in from Hydra. Mind Control as well. Good Mind Controls once again. Hydra doing a really good job getting the crowd control out onto Asgrath, but the damage doesn't seem to be there. A little bit of pressure here onto Walrick right now as he gets interrupted. interrupted for a second time, but so far Hydra's been able to pretty much easily heal through this damage, and they managed to force the life cocoon out onto Walrick.
Oh, they're switching back over to the Imp, dispelling. Nice banish on the Shadow Fiend by Walrix. That's an important tool for Hydra to not only do damage, but also regenerate mana. So Walrix definitely wants to look to crowd control it when he can. Asgrath moves back and sits for a drink while F2K MyWay continue to retreat and try and extend this game into a deeper stage of dampen. I think we saw it at least above 50% before they were really able to swarm ABC. Now this is when ABC needs to consider, when do they pop their Icy Veins, when do they pop their Dark Soul, do they save it as a threat, or do they utilize it to try and finish the game? And they are playing the Explosive Trap, so they're trying to knock Walrix into a bad position, utilizing knockbacks and mind controls. I really like that adaptation from F2K MyWay, because one of the major difficulties on a map like this was, how do you stand in the middle of the map to attack the Warlock? Well, now you can just push the Warlock back to your pillar, and then mind control them into a bad position as well, because the Warlock doesn't move very fast. So if you knock them away from the gateway, this could be an excellent strategy for F2K MyWay overall in the series, and potentially the entire circuit, because I feel like aside from this matchup, this is a solid team considering they've only got jungle as an option. Look at this cheeky mind control in Asgrath, trying to really pull him out of the fight there, but now he rotates it around with a Paralyze into Polymorph, and now a double Shadow Fury, double Cataclysm. Good burst damage here. Tony jumping back to Hydra. Hydra trying to reposition with those feathers, but gets feared away. No damage, though, onto anyone at the moment here. Asgrass stunned up, Freezing Trap in the air. Alec moves over to try and soak it, not able to. There's the Entangling Roots down on the Freezing Trap as well. There's no Imp to dispel it, it looks like, so that Freezing Trap lasted for quite a bit as they try to power through. Alec jumps on top of Walrix to try and soak a Drestagas, so the damage is split to himself as well as Walrix. That was a nice reposition on his part, realizing, that Drestagas burst is really the only real way for the jungle to kill them before 50% dampening, so I like his repositioning there. And they are being patient with the Icy Veins and being patient with the Dark Soul. They need a threat, and those two cooldowns are the threat that they need later on in the game.
Yeah, and we're going to see another mind control here by Hydra onto Warwick. So far, his mana is looking great. And here, F2K, ooh, here we go. This is exactly what you need to be doing here on the side of ABC. They're finally pulling the trigger here onto Hydra. A nice stun there onto Warwick, shutting down the Chaos Bolt. During that setup, Master's Call coming out from Kasu. It's going to allow Hydra to just completely escape out of there. But he had to use a pain suppression there, and that's something that he likes to do. He likes to go for those early pain suppressions, but now he gets caught up in a sheep. If they can get another sheep into a fear, they could actually set up onto Hydra here, but nice interrupt there by Tony. Stops the Shame before Warwick can get there, but he does get the full fear. He prems it. Nicely done by Hydra. Double fear here from Hydra to just get a reposition. He knows he's not going to be landing any fears onto Asgrath. If anything is going to land in terms of CC from Hydra, it's going to be a mind control perhaps onto Asgrath. Chaos Bolt gets interrupted. Both teams just out in the open right now, building up their damage. And it looks like Alec is the one who takes the brunt end of this exchange. Now, finally, Warwick's going for the Chaos Bolt. He does get kicked by Tony, and they're going to do a go with it. They get the full stun into the Entangling Root. They win the 50-50, but Asgraf does sneak in a Life Cocoon in between there. What a shame for F2K. They could have had the Unending Resolve there if they were able to land that trap just a split second earlier. I do think Kazu was waiting for the Entangling Roots before he wanted to pull the trigger, so a little unfortunate there on their end, but so far it's looking good for F2K. I do want to see ABC push in and try to AoE down Hydra again, though, if they have the opportunity.
It definitely really pressures his mana and creates kind of a window of opportunity, so we'll see if they can get it done. 23% dampening. Things are going to start spiraling out of control for both of these teams. Almost 10 minutes has elapsed. Both Ice Blocks still available for Alec. Unending Resolve. Maybe they can get something here from Alec. The one thing, if I could criticize anything F2K MyWay is doing, is I feel like they're being a little bit impatient with their Drestagath. I really don't think it's good. Like, the last time they used it, Alec and Walrus was stacked up with the Imp, and it basically did nothing. So I feel like just having it available as like a scary moment for Walrus and Alec, I would rather them not use it than use it ineffectively, because I think at the very least it scares ABC into pushing in, because there is that imminent threat of a one-shot. Whereas if they just kind of throw it away and it doesn't really do anything, then all of a sudden Alec and Walrus can feel a lot more comfortable to actually push in. But F2K MyWay, they have a lot of pressure right now. Stun into trap. And they get it. They do manage to singe it. Unfortunate there for F2K MyWay. If that trap had stuck, I feel like the pressure might have just spiraled out of control for ABC.
Warwick's just trying to counter-aggress, having realized F2K MyWay made a big push here. He activates Dark Soul to try and be a threat, but He's not really even denting anyone. Tony just survival instincts as the Chaos Bolt, then retreats back to the pillar. They land a Polymorph, it looks like it was Premmed. Nice premonition. As soon as that Dark Soul is over, I want to see F2K MyWay push back out again and try and prevent Asgrath from drinking. This is where it's very important that their Drestagath is saved so that they can land that burst damage when Asgrath tries to go to drink. Hydra's trying to heal at the pillar, but he's gonna have to make a choice. Does he cross and take Asgrath's pillar, or does he continue to play this far away from the fight, trying to get some mind control on Alec? Good pressure onto 2 targets here. This is looking solid for F2K MyWay, so long as they can hold this position. Icy Veins is a threat. Hydra prems the poly again. Beautiful timing there. Now there's no Polymorph diminishing return as a threat for Hydra, but Tony gets Mortal Coil. Mortal Coil's not going to be available. I would push 100% right now. Without Mortal Coil to heal, without it to deflect their push, it really seems like it would be a good time. Dark Soul is still a minute away. Infernals are still a minute away, but they're choosing not to fight it out, rather waiting for dampening to be a bit higher, using the Hyena to poke Asgrath and keep him in combat. A mind control on Walrix. Look where Walrix is going. If Walrix gets stunned back here, this could be devastating. Tony's getting into position, not able to get there in time. And now Asgrath is in line of sight. Hydra gets polymorphed. Tony has to run, immediately realizing Asgrath's the threat. Tony needs to avoid Asgrath's leg sweep by playing away from him. Hydra into the full fear. Tony trying to get back to the pillar in line of sight. Asgrath might leg sweep Hydra out in midfield. They polymorph him. I'd love to see a swap to Hydra. But Walrix is not in a good position. Asgrath desperately tries to get back in line of sight and pick him up, but this is going to cost him a lot of mana to heal through this at 40% dampening, opting to use Life Cocoon instead and try and save his mana for later into the fight. But ABC need to focus up on trying to find a drink here. I don't think that Asgrath can win this game with the amount of mana he has. They're desperate. They swap the Hydra. He trades Pain Suppression during the stun and is trying to get back to the pillar. Can Alec close it out here through Pain Suppression? I feel like it's unlikely. Looking for Shadow Mend, activating Desperate Prayer, line of sighting, Counterspell not up, Spell Lock not available with the Imp, but Hydra's scared. He drops the barrier for personal defense as well. Dark Soul and Infernals have just about to be called in, and Asgrath is regenerating mana, and ABC put themselves back in the game.
Yeah, that swap to Hydra right there, that's exactly what we were talking about a little bit earlier. If they can swap to Hydra, they're going to tax his mana so much faster. This is the second time they get a good go onto Hydra. Both times they force out the Pain Suppression, they burn a lot of his mana. This time around, he has to use the barrier as well, because barrier actually increases your healing. So if you're going to be spending a lot of mana, if somebody's already low, you may as well drop a barrier and, you know, save extra mana by just having, you know, stronger heals. So I wouldn't say F2K MyWay are out of it yet, but they are definitely not in the greatest position. They need to get something done right now. If this trap gets singed, it could be bad, but it doesn't, and they do force out the unending result. They might be able to kill through it here. Life Cocoon looks like a powered shield right now. Are they going to stay in, or are they going to retreat? That is the question. This kind of moment, this is where you want us to stay in, trade out the survival instinct, and push the target over. Let's see what they decide to do. They got the Berserk going. They got Warwick to about 50%. Look at Asgrath's mana bar. Look how fast he is chugging through that. They can keep them out here in the open. They can keep them on their toes here. It could be massive. Alec now getting swapped to a little bit. Next trap. They don't get the singe on the trap either. 2 traps in a row here for the jungle. This could just be Warwick's end, dude. They don't have a Life Cocoon. They don't have anything for Warwick's. I do believe he just got a Health Stone right there. And now Asgrath with that statue, and he is out of the trap. Should be fine to keep Warwick's going here, but look at the mana. It is completely equalized. If they can stay out in the open, I think they can win the game here. I think if F2K pulls back, they're basically accepting defeat.
Dude, they are in so much trouble right now. Hydra's mana down to around 30%. And ABC is finding a little bit of pressure, but at the same time, Walrix caught into a stun with a stun on Asgrath. The full trap lands. Can he singe it? It doesn't look like it. Walrix could easily fall. He's trying to kite away. The polymorph spam's coming in. Alec doing a great job with crowd control, but now in mind control, isn't going to be able to get too much done, but that is the push. What a close call there for Walrix. ABC manages to hold on, but look at Walrix's mana. Look at Asgrath's mana. There's literally nothing left. He just used the Life Cocoon. ABC has nothing left. They need to try to find a win, but Hydra's got his trinket. He can trinket this polymorph, and he does. He wants to keep his team alive, and I feel like if F2K MyWay once again can top off, they can just go for one final push and close out this game.
They use the explosive trap to knock the imp out of range of dispelling Asgarath's freezing trap. If they do that again, they're going to win this game. They just need to pull it off and live a little bit longer here. Hydra spamming out mind controls desperately. Alec Blink's out of range. Walrus is out of range, but they're rotting down. There's no mana left. They pop Icy Veins. Alec is desperate to force them away, but they life grip the leg sweep, pulling Tony to safety right as Walrix got stunned. He can't follow up with any Chaos Bolts. Tony going to retreat. Asgarath needs to drink. Where's the Hyena? Is it in combat chasing Asgarath is the question. I think it's polymorphed in midfield, so now attacking Walrix. They need to get damage out right now. They've got pain suppression. They've got aspect of the turtle. It's time to use those cooldowns to make a big push. They just need to land one more freezing trap undispelled. Kasu leaps over, lands the freezing trap. Where's the entangling root? No, he gets Shadow Fury. He was not able to root it up. They kick the Chaos Bolt. They need to stay on target. Kasu's choosing to run away. He uses Exhilaration. I suppose he can just attack from range with the aspect of the Eagle here, so at least he gets some benefit from that cooldown while still being able to line of sight. Walrix resummoning the Imp. Alec gets swapped over to Asgarath Life Cocoons Walrix, but now Alec won't have its defense. They're just trying to maintain bleeds and poisons and slowly whittle down ABC without overcommitting, but now Dark Soul's available. There's no Gladiator's Medallion on the healer or the Feral. The next leg sweep and Dark Soul could win the game. Alec has to trade his Ice Block. Asgarath tries to use Ring of Peace to prevent the retreat. He does. He lands the leg sweep with no trinket. Walrix is going in, but Alec is getting bursted. Dressagath drops in. Mortal Coil intercepts him for a moment. This is coming down to the wire between these teams. Can F2K pull off the miracle?
F2K played pretty much a perfect game so far, but the first mistake comes through. Tony walls and Hydra pain suppressions at the same time. It's going to be at the back end of these mind controls. Can they get something going? They mind control Alec. They're pushing in. Warwick uses the unending resolve. He gets stand up. No life cocoon available. Asgarath has no mana. He's in a full trap. He gets singed, but is it going to be enough? Alec gets kicked, and Warwick gets dropped at 68% dampening. F2K MyWay are showing them the way of the damned.
The way of the damn. I like it. F2K MyWay winning 2 games in a row against Mage Lock. ABC really scared here as they're almost going to go home with a 3-0. Now it's going to be ABC's map choice once again. What is their next move? How are they going to be able to turn this series around here, Zico?
I think it's time to lock in Hook Point. No, I'm not sure. Maybe it's time to bring in Nixie, go for like a little comp swap or something. Or swap Asgarath to the Pally. I think that you either bring in Nixie or you swap Asgarath to the Pally. Those are your 2 options if you're ABC right now.
And we can see the replay on screen here. Any takeaway from that setup on Wally here, Supatees?
I mean, F2K MyWay are just maintaining their mana for the late game, only overlapping those cooldowns in that one instance, but that game wasn't going to go to another Dark Soul, so making sure that they just survived that, I actually don't even think it ended up being that much of a mistake, because Dark Soul, sometimes you can die through one defensive cooldown, so using I think you could. That deep and dampening leg sweep out in the open, if he's getting multiple Chaos Bolts, I do think Dark Soul could kill you. And at that point, he's not gonna, the Warlock isn't gonna live to the next Dark Soul. We're at 70% dampening when Walrix dies and still 1 minute and 15. There's no way that game goes to another Dark Soul. So I think overcommitting the cooldowns in that one instance when they both didn't have a trinket, I don't really blame them for doing it, and it meant that Hydra didn't need to overheal either. If it was only 1 defensive cooldown, maybe he has to spam Shadow Mends, and then he's totally out of mana. But if he uses 2, at that very specific instance, it's normally not a good idea to overlap them, obviously. And maybe you could argue whether or not it's min-maxed to use it like that in that instance, but I think it saved Hydra mana and allowed him to continue to play aggressive at the end of the game and just overwhelm Walrix. So they were able to take away Ashamanes. The only other big map really is Tolvaron, and then they're not going to get their map pick for the rest of the series, which means they'll have to win on Blackrook. If they're losing on Ashamanes, there's no way they're winning on Blackrook. So F2K MyWay, I feel like unless ABC changed their classes to Paladin or changed their comp, maybe Rogue Mage Paladin or even Rogue Lock Paladin, something different on their side, I don't want to see this Mistweaver again.
What do you guys, Ben, what do you want to see them do? Asgarath on the Paladin, maybe bring Nixie in. What do you think is their best move here on the side of ABC?
Oh no. Wait, how?
Muted.
There's no way. Maybe, I don't think he's forgot to unmute. I think his mic is just...
I think it's, all right.
Or maybe it's only to us? Is it only to us, maybe?
I have no idea, but I'm going to pass the question on to Zika, but we can't hear Ben.
What was the question?
What do you want to see ABC do in terms of composition, or what should they do for game number 3 if they want to turn the series around?
Sorry, I got lost in Ben's eyes.
Good, you're good.
Well, I want to see them play the Holy Paladin, I think. I think if Asgarth has it prepared, if they practiced Mage Block Pally, I want to see a big map. I want to see Mage Block Pally. And then maybe if they go to a smaller map, maybe it's time to just blind lock Nixie just to have, you know, a rogue on one of those smaller maps. Yeah, I think those are really the only options that we're going to be seeing from ABC. So Tol'Vir, step number 1 completed. And honestly, on Tol'Vir, Mistweaver isn't that bad. But I do think the main important difference between the Mistweaver and the Holy Paladin is just that ineffable truth in deep dampening. You have like a hard way to stop their damage, and that's what you need on the side of ABC. You know, up until 40-50% dampening, you have a hard stop. You just press Cocoon, like you're chilling. You're not really gonna die. But when you get to 50-60% dampening, Cocoon gets reduced by the dampening healing reduction. Ultimate Sacrifice does not. Ultimate Sacrifice is always, if you take damage, 100% of that damage will be transferred to the Paladin. Doesn't matter if it's a 99% dampening or not. And as a Paladin, you can just bubble yourself and then Ultimate Sack somebody else. And if you do that, you know, in those 60-70% dampening pushes that F2K is doing, you're going to have a great answer there. Plus, not to mention, you obviously have the Ineffable Truth. So you're going to be able to get, you know, a Hand of Sacrifice pretty much all the time, much more often than what you're going to get the Life Cocoon. And we are going to see it, my man.
Yes. Alec on the Fire Mage, Asgrath on the Holy Paladin while he's sticking to that Warlock here, and they're on Tol'Vir Arena. Now that we can see the composition from ABC, they locked in Tol'Vir. What do we think, Subtees? What is their plan here? Are they just going to go super aggressive here for game number 3?
I don't know if it's super aggressive. Alec also is fire instead, so I mean it makes sense with Tol'Vir with Greater Pyro being a lot more threatening based on the positioning here. I feel like Mage Warlock, it doesn't need to be aggressive to be able to win the matchup. And then normally you see the Paladin and you think aggression, but with the Divine Revelations Azerite trait, basically giving them infinite mana, they don't have to. They can kind of just sit back, throw judgments in, maybe make a push for Hammer of Justice, but I do think ABC is a team that plays their matchups more calculated. I would be really surprised to see them just like run in the entire game and play aggressive. I just feel like that isn't how ABC have played. That's not how they got their BlizzCon title. They were just known for running the game in circles into dampening, so it would be surprising if I saw them aggressive in this matchup.
On the side of F2K MyWay, though, Zico, what do you think their strategy is here? Are they going to try and do what they did in game 1 and 2, or is that not going to? Are they not going to be able to do that now that ABC has switched their comp up?
I think it's going to be tough, but I do think so. If it was any other map in the same composition, I would say they can probably kill Asgarth actually on the Pally if he's playing a lot of Ineffables. But on this map, I think even if they do get on top of Asgarth, I think he's just going to run away and get his cooldowns back. I think they're just going to have to do what they did before, try to avoid getting killed behind that pillar, and then make a push in deep dampening onto Warwicks or onto Alec. And Alec is a lot more viable as a target on that Fire Mage because he's just going to be taking more damage than a Frost Mage. He only has 1 Ice Block, less control, etc. But the other thing is, it actually benefits F2K MyWay if ABC doesn't push in, because you see the poke damage that Alec is doing right now. He's hard casting a shitty little Flame Strike with a 20% slow. It doesn't really do any real damage. It doesn't really do much. He's actually playing the Flame Patch too, so when he casts it, he drops a thing on the ground that does a little bit of extra damage. But if you compare that to Frost Mage, Frozen Orb, and all the slows from the Blizzard and everything, that's why you pick the Frost Mage, for that poke damage behind the pillar. So we'll see if this Fire Mage pick backfires. Alex is in the mind control right now. There's an explosive trap right there as well. The Hyper Storm walked him into it and knocked him back, but maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. Still, it's looking good so far for F2K MyWay.
Do we have Vindruki back yet? I'm giving him like 1 second. I don't think we do. Walrick's stunned up here off to the side, and Alec goes for Greater Pyro. Is Alec also playing Haste? A bit curious to see if he's playing expedient or versatile. So he's not. He's playing full versatile. Still trying to be as durable as possible in this specific matchup. I'm curious to see how F2K MyWay play what is their worst map and matchup possible. These explosive traps and mind controls. That's what I really want to see from F2K MyWay. Can they put an explosive trap down right at their box and then mind control the Warlock into it and knock them around the corner into a stun? It would be kind of like a layup in basketball or something. I think it's called that. Card is probably mad at me if I made a mistake on that one, but it's a very similar idea of just kind of like bouncing the Warlock into a good position and then slam dunking them. Hydra gets stunned up here. They're trying to swap to the Priest. That is going to be a big advantage of the Paladin, is that Hammer of Justice and Immortal Coil is going to be available quite frequently. And Hydra Shadow Melds, trying to avoid some casted spells there. That Night Elf ratio getting a lot of value in this specific matchup. And the damage right now is substantial on both Alec and Walrix, but they need to avoid the Dark Soul. So Tony's going in. Bit risky, but he wants to get crowd control on Asgarath and maybe push for an unending resolve. He's getting feared away, unable to land the stun. Avenging Wrath available, but not even needed here. And Alex still just looking for greater pyros. Did he shadow meld that? I don't believe so. So Tony at the pillar, though, is just healing himself with regrowth. Very important that Tony uses some of his mana to heal, so Hydra doesn't have to, as this is a matchup likely going into dampening.
Yeah, absolutely. And wait, let me, Ben?
All right, well, I guess I'll take over. What's up? I'm back. The Flame Strike's coming in from Alec once again, and I do like this pick. I think in general, the Flame Strike kind of serves the same purpose as the Frozen Orb and the Blizzard, is you can kind of just shut down drinks. Walrick actually getting bursted down quite heavily right now. Trap lands onto Asgarath, but it does get singed, so great job there. There's actually a sacrifice that lands from Asgarath, and that's kind of one of the nice things is if F2K MyWay, they sit back a little bit too much in the matchup, Asgarath is, with the inevitable truth, is going to be able to get those sacrifices out really, really frequently, and he can rotate through his trinket, he can rotate through his sacrifice and his divine shield. So it just gives you a lot of immunities, and I think that's part of the reason why the Paladin is so desirable against what F2K MyWay is running, this jungle cleave. And I think ABC, this pick, this map, is probably one of the best things that they could have done. So definitely really happy they went with that, and we'll have to see if it ends up working out.
Wait, did we lose Zico?
No,
I don't know. We
lost Zico. Hammer Justice Polymer, good combo. Crowd control here by AWC, but Tony's not even taking a point of damage here. Stunning up Alec and then looking to dot him with Rip and Rake and then retreat back to the pillar as soon as possible. And just let those dots do the damage and see if they can run the Paladin out of mana. That's going to be a tall order. These Flame Strikes getting some value around the corner. There's the mind control. Oh, they're able to remove it just in time, but if Walrix is mind controlled and knocked around the corner, that could be devastating. They mind control him again as Walrix can go around the corner. There's the knockback. Oh no, not the knockback. They just went for a tar trap. I'm really surprised that wasn't a knockback. That would have put him into such a terrible spot away from Asgarath. But now they're stacked up. Oh, they reposition and avoid the triple Shadow Fury. Nice. Alec blinks in and snipes the Polymorph though. Walrix restabilizes and tries to make a push, gets Scorpion stung, dispelled off by Asgarath. Good dispel in the silence. Alec gets stunned. They stop Poly, but they can't stop Fear at the same time, so Hydra's in a Fear at the moment. It's actually Alec who's a bit behind. Tony takes 2 Chaos Bolts and then ducks recover with Vitality Conduit. F2K MyWay, I mean, they have definitely polished up this matchup substantially. I feel like this is a matchup where Jungle was just losing all of the time, and now that they've got momentum, they've got mana, they feel like they're in total control.
Oh, Hydra gets Hammer of Justice right there as he wanted to go in for the Fear onto Asgarath, and it got a little bit aggressive there. It's going to cost him his pain suppression, but honestly, this early into the match, I don't think it's going to matter too much. He should be able to get that back before the next attack onto him happens. Now, guys, Warwick's getting a Dark Soul Chaos Bolt off here. You need to be a little bit careful, but Dark Soul is going to be running out here, and we are going to be seeing this Kasu doing Kasu things here, applying the latent poison, trying to get up to 10 stacks, trying to apply his Gushing Wounds. Tony going for the Restaff. Hydra going outside of the pillar, Purge the Wicked, inside the pillar, outside the pillar, Penance, back inside, etc. Just spamming out those instants, ducking in and out. And that's one thing Hydra has always been a legend at, is his positioning. His ability to always be at the right place where he needs to be is something that has made him a great healer throughout the years. And this is no different here. He understands exactly how he needs to approach this matchup at almost 10% dampening. He's still got 90% mana. He's using his cooldowns very early on. So if you're playing a priest healer and you find yourself struggling, just look at what this man is doing right here. He's throwing out the mind controls, trying to avoid both wizards, going for a fear right here now. They're going to get aggressive here onto Alec, it seems. He activates the temporal shield. He's not going to be taking too much damage. They're going to go for Warwick's. Greater Power Blast is going to connect onto Tony. He does have a powered shield. Nice premonition there onto the sheep by Hydra. They need to stop this fear. If Warwick gets a fear onto Hydra, they could set up out of it, but he actually goes for a fear onto Tony. So not going to be able to land that one. And now once again, F2K back behind the pillar, just trying to keep their mana, trying to keep everything nice and smooth, and they're going to look to find their next window of opportunity here, man.
Ooh, Alec getting bursted down. Asgrath, his mana isn't looking the best right now. Mind control once again going out onto Walrick. He's not going to be able to get out any peels whatsoever. A stun onto Asgrath, as well as a bash onto Alec. And things are starting to unravel a little bit here, but luckily with that Paladin, there's two Blessing of Protections. Basically, Asgrath has every single cooldown available. And once again, the Greater Power Blast spams come in, interrupts are down, so F2K MyWay, they are forced to retreat. That being said, Asgrath, he's going to have to find a drink at some point in this match. I think Walrix and Alec could probably afford to play a little bit more passive and off the pillar if they wanted to, and try to avoid some of those mind controls. If Hydra can spam out smites on you, he could spam out mind controls. I feel like the positioning isn't necessarily the best. So just slow it down a little bit. We do see actually Asgrath, his mana is looking absolutely fantastic in this match as well. So it seems like most things are working out here for ABC as we approach about 20% dampening.
I'm curious to see how F2K MyWay navigated here. They could just close the series out, which would be devastating for ABC. This was a matchup that I thought they would be able to easily overcome. If they got 3-0'd by F2K MyWay, that's going to be quite an impressive feat of strength for F2K MyWay, definitely increasing their likelihood of qualifying to the BFA finals from this circuit. Greater Pyroblast from downtown, going to connect onto Casio. Hydra picks them up around the corner, but they're stacked. Triple Shadow Fury. Alec trying to get in reposition. We'd like to see Alec move to the right side of the pillar, so at least one spellcaster's in line of sight. Tony's making a push here. Triple crowd control by F2K MyWay. Alec has to disrupt it using the Glidier's Medallion, and they do manage to land the Imp Dispel. As soon as they do, F2K MyWay say, all right, we're back to the pillar, and Alec's trying to make a push on top of them, but he's taking a ton of damage. They use Explosive Trap to knock Alec away. That Explosive Trap, man, just that one change, the mind controls in the Explosive Trap, make this matchup look possible for F2K MyWay. Even using it defensively when the mage blinks in and runs out of mobility is a great option.
Yeah, just having that extra interrupt, having that extra bit of disruption, being able to knock the imp away or knock the target that you're killing behind the pillar after you mind control it. We've seen them do it, and it's been really, really nice stuff so far from F2K MyWay, but they are against a brick wall of composition, and I'm going to be honest, right now I would say ABC are in the lead. We got Hydra down to about 70% or so mana. Not the worst situation by any means. We're at almost 30% dampening, so definitely better situation that you would expect from the Priest, but still, comparatively to the previous games, his mana is not looking great. Their cooldowns are rotated back up, though. They have all their trinkets, they have all their shield walls, and they get a massive hit there onto Warwick, so they force out Asgrath's trinket right there. Not looking all bad, and that was actually the Infernals being called in there from Warwick's as well. So I want to see them as soon as those Infernals land. I want to see, or as soon as those Infernals fade, I want to see the team of F2K push in again onto Warwick's or onto Alex, depending on positioning and who is more exposed. If it's Alec, maybe they can get a mind control and drag him back even further. Otherwise, maybe they can get something going onto Warwick. I do want to see them push in once again and try to maybe utilize the fact that Ultimate Sacrifice is actually down right now and the Trinket is down, because if they do get the 50-50, there's a decent chance that they force Unending Resolve or Bubble, and those are like the big cooldowns that you want to be forcing around this time in the game, because most likely they won't be up before, they need them again.
Yeah, I mean, we can see what ABC is going to be able to get done. Still, Asgrath, his mana is looking okay, and the team of F2K MyWay is kind of pinned back at the pillar. Asgrath right now with his Divine Shield and the Blessing Protection still has some defense, but Walrix is getting bursted down. Blessing Protection will end up coming out. So good job there. Good push there by F2K MyWay, just slowly but surely working through those cooldowns. And I will say the one thing about ABC, I don't know if it's just F2K MyWay playing an absolute insane game. I don't know if it's because Hydra's playing a Night Elf with Trinket, but ABC, they really haven't had many opportunities in the game. Like their coordinated assaults, they haven't been really great, and I don't know if that's just because ABC, is not playing ideal, or if F2K MyWay is just playing such a solid game where they're really denying all of these setups, making it extremely difficult for ABC to actually kind of make a power play and get that control on Hydra and look for that all-in one-shot with a Mortal Coil into a Hammer of Justice. We just haven't seen that happen in the series so far.
Yeah, the aggressive combination of crowd control is just lacking for ABC. F2K MyWay are able to do what they want at every single turn of the fight here. If they can manage to beat a Mage Warlock on Tolver on Arena, I feel like that's literally never been done. Even when we saw Mistweaver jungle, I feel like we've never seen a jungle cleave beat Mage Warlock on Tolveron Arena. This would basically be a world first or a BFA first for F2K MyWay here, and possibly the jungle composition as a whole, as I can imagine nLite are watching this, and as well as Turtle from North America watching this and stealing some of the strategy ideas to try and utilize against other teams in their circuit runs. Perhaps we see an uprising of the jungles as they've just been held back by these Mage Warlocks for so long. They've stalled the 44% dampening, and Hydra still has a significant portion of mana. They stun up Alec, they get dots onto Walrix. Casu is basically playing as if he's a ranged hunter spec, just only getting Serpent Sting up, using kill command from the pet, and just trying to avoid damage. But then that way they know only Tony is going to be the blast target, and if it's only one blast target, there's no swap opportunity. He can just tank damage with pain suppression. He can just tank damage. They knock Walrix into the room and jump onto him immediately, trying to punish that positioning. Asgrath moves in. Alec tries to sneak into Polymorph. Now Asgrath in a stun. There's the Entangling Root Freezing Trap. Do they win the 50-50 on the Imp Dispel? They do win the 50-50. They need to make a push here. Walrix gates back, but he's very low on health at this point. Goes for a Shadow Fury. Asgrath has Avenging Wrath. Goes for a big kill. Gets it. Not too big, though, at 49% dampening. Alec has a Temporal Shield. After that Avenging Wrath is over, I would love to see F2K MyWay make a push here. Asgrath is likely to be able to recover. Maybe not. I mean, Alec didn't top off through Avenging Wrath. F2K MyWay are still in a solid position.
Oh, they open up onto Alec here. They force out his Gladiator's Medallion with that stun there from Tony. Very, very nice exchange here. This was the Berserk of Tony, and they didn't use a single one of Casu's cooldown. So Casu on that next trap is going to be able to really do a lot of damage here onto Warwick, presumably. Let's see if they can get it. And honestly, I don't want to criticize Asgrath because, like, mechanically, he's one of the absolute best healers in this game. But Asgrath, bro, like, I was watching Clyde last week. He was freedoming every single trap attempt. You just freedom yourself, like right there. Your teammates are low. Press freedom. If you freedom yourself, you're not gonna get trapped plus rooted at the same time, and you're not gonna need to rely on your OP mage Alec here to eat the freezing trap for you. You can actually just get dispelled. So that's one thing I want to see Asgrath do more in this match. But right now we are at 55% dampening. This game could end at any moment. They open up onto Alec. Warwick gets kicked on the Chaos Bolt. They have a couple of seconds before they have to retreat here. They get the stun onto Alec, and now Tony has no more shutdown, no more kicks, no more stuns. Flies back to Hydra's safety there behind the pillar with that grip, and Asgrath might need to drink here soon, honestly, and if he does, I'm expecting F2K MyWay to once again push in here. Tony is making his way over and stuff. They're going for Warwick. Let's see, does he have enough combo points to potentially get the Entangling Roots? Alec pops the Combustion. Here we go, big damage, but once again, wait, what? Didn't Hydra just grip him the previous go? Is he what?
He gripped him again.
He probably wild charge. I think wild charge.
Yeah.
There's nothing else that looks like that animation other than wild charge.
Okay.
All right. Well, back to the pillar, and F2K MyWay, they managed to survive through the combustion. Now another trap lands on Asgrath that gets singed, but look, Asgrath, he's struggling, 61% dampening, looking for a big Divine Favor heal, but it literally doesn't do anything. Alex and Walrix are just rotting down lower and lower. F2K MyWay, complete domination in this match. How are they still dead? F2K MyWay is literally just hiding behind the pillar. Just heal them. But 63% dampening makes that really hard. Walrix realizes, okay, you know what? We're losing this range game. We kind of got to get in on top of the jungle, and that's not necessarily the greatest thing. Asgrath's mana is not looking good. They're making all in onto Hydra. Can they take him down? Hydra just has to live a little bit longer. Pain suppression last. Can F2K MyWay hold on? Combustion gets ripped out by Alec once again, looking to burn down the team of F2K MyWay. But Hydra's looking like he might be able to stabilize, and they Need some crowd control on Asgarath. The sacrifice is up onto Walrick, and that's going to keep him alive, but this is a really tense game. At 67% dampening, really anything can happen, but it looks like F2K MyWay, they are falling apart. Hydra forced to use his trinket. He cannot heal Casu. Casu uses the aspect of the turtle. There's still some immunity cooldowns here for the side of ABC, and I feel like ABC, this push might just win them the game.
Yeah, I mean, they've got overwhelming pressure. They still have a bop. Just use the Blessing of Protection, use your Unending Resolve, and just run them over. Full Polymorph, but will that be a mistake? It's healing Hydra back up. Alec is falling behind. Cauterize Trigger's likely having to Ice Block as well, but Castle has nothing on 1% falls. Let's see, can Tony pull this off with Avenging Wrath still up? He charges out in the midfield. If Asgarath lets him die in this position, he still has every answer. Would definitely be a big blunder. Tony's still trying to just find a way to victory here. I mean, you can't blame them for still trying because they made it all the way to 71% dampening, but I feel like it is incredibly unlikely that they can kill through a bop and a sacrifice here. Maybe? I don't know. Greater Pyro? Where's the barrier from Hydra? I feel like he's been sitting on this for a while. He's not running the big barrier, but it could have added at least some damage reduction. They're still trying to play it out. At 73% dampening, anything can happen, but Tony's getting pulled into a really bad position. Chaos Bolt in the sky. They grip him on the Hammer of Justice. They really want a 2v3 here, but I mean, really, I feel like just tap out, go to Blackrock Hold, play the same game, and you'll have a good map at this point. And with that stun lock combo, yeah, I mean, okay, Hydra, desperate for everybody conduit. It's not possible.
There we go.
This is psychological warfare at this point.
I mean, you can't blame him for trying, right? You know.
I don't know. So
Yeah.
I feel like that game. So what I will say for ABC is I feel like their damage felt really low for most of the game. At the end, when they just pushed in and pressed all their buttons, literally just combust whoever with no crowd control, that's when it looked the best for them. Like just getting damage rolling and eventually finding those windows of opportunity. I feel like you can't always go for the perfect one shot. Just getting out pressure in a matchup like this is really, really important. And you can see, I mean, with dampening high enough, things really spiral out of control. And as the Paladin, you're pretty happy. I mean, you have the Blessing of Protection, you have Sacrifice, you have Divine Shield, you have Trinket, a lot of tools to work with. And I think ABC kind of realized if we just sit back and essentially do nothing, we're going to lose this game. So really like that they pushed in, they managed to find the win, big swaps onto Hydra, and eventually when F2K MyWay was too far behind, they just went for crowd control on Hydra, took down Casu, and it was a good push there by ABC. I'd like to see that more often throughout the match, but other than that, I mean, picking up a win for ABC is definitely going to be feels good, but the problem is now they've kind of burned through all their large maps, and it's going to be Casu, Tony, and Hydra picking the maps, and I think it's extremely likely we're going to Blackrock Hold.
All right. Game number 4 here. ABC winning that last game, looking to turn it around, tie it up 2-2. But as Ben was saying, now it's F2K MyWay's map choice here. And I feel like this is just going to be a really difficult game on the side of ABC here, Zico, if they want to turn this around.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, well, it depends. I think if ABC locks in the same comp, they're probably going to be in an okay spot still. It's going to be a lot harder because they can't just utilize the large maps like that. So getting to dampening should be a little bit easier, unless they, just play super aggressive on top of the jungle. But I feel like at the end there, Castle could have just lined. Like, he ran in to kill Alec when his healer was in CC. Like, I feel like he just needed to sit back. There was nobody on the other side of the pillar. He could have just waited there until Hydra was completely out of CC. Hydra had mana, like they had everything. And Hydra had Vitality Conduit, I don't know. I feel like Casu kind of threw there at the end, sadly.
So do we expect to see the Holy Paladin and the Fire Mage then again here for this next game, Supatees?
Well, it's not the Fire Mage, so ABC changed back to Frost on the small map. I think they were worried maybe about the Fire Mage getting overrun with just multiple interrupts on the Greater Pyros, so going back to Frost on Dalaran, stacked up for Frozen Orb and Blizzard, I think makes sense. I think they're also realizing that with the Paladin having those immunity cooldowns allows them a lot more freedom to just like stand on top of F2K MyWay, especially in those deep dampening stages, whereas with the Monk, they don't, and they try and stand on the top of the jungle and then they just die. So switching over to the Paladin is going to be very important for ABC in this series if they want to take it all. I'm surprised that F2K MyWay didn't go to Blackrock Hold. I would imagine that they're opting for Dalaran now because of their explosive trap strategy. They might be able to knock Walrix from the top platform down to the bottom, or even mind control Walrix or the Mage Alec down to the bottom side, and that could actually allow them to win faster than Blackrook would have enabled them to be able to.
If that's F2K's strategy is going here, going to Dalaran on the side of ABC, what can they do in terms of positioning with the comp that they've chosen, Zico, if they want to try and avoid them getting split up like that on the platforms of Dalaran?
Well, it depends on how the matchup is going to play out, but I feel like this matchup is going to be a bit more standard, a little bit more what we usually see from jungle, where they're just going to be going for setups. They're maybe not going to be sitting back the whole time, waiting for dampening to kick in, waiting for, a late game opportunity. I think on a map like this, you can go in, try to force out a trinket, try to force out, a sacrifice, something, get your little trap, and then if it gets dispelled or you force something, you just run back to the pillar and you can just rinse and repeat. And I think the weakness of F2K MyWay is actually if they stack up behind that box, and they get AoE down basically by the Frost Mage, or they go in and Hammer of Justice Hydra and they set up a go on him. And for ABC, if F2K are just chasing them around trying to run them over, it's more beneficial for whoever the target is to run at the bottom side of the map. You always want to run at the opposite side of the enemy healer, so that, for example, let's say you have Tony on you and you're a mage, you can drag him to the opposite side of where Hydra is. If Tony chases, he can get feared, Hydra won't be able to dispel. That's going to force Hydra to either leave his pillar or let Tony eat damage in the fear. He's going to leave the pillar, and then you can kind of open up the game by crowd controlling him or swapping to him.
All right, well, game number 4, ABC trying to tie it up 2-2. It is 1-2, ABC versus F2K MyWay.
Well, I wasn't expecting F2K MyWay to actually be on match point in this series. They've definitely done something remarkable to make it this far, but Askareth's swap over to the Paladin is looking very threatening now for the rest of the series. They just need to win one more game. They have their map selection to be able to do it. Retreating back to the pillars here. Hydra's out in the open. He ducks for cover. Askareth a bit reluctant to chase him down there. Alec blinks right on top, so they are willing to play more aggressive this time around. Hydra pre-barriers the incoming assault, absorbing a ton of AoE damage from that Frozen Orb and Blizzard. Well timed there by Hydra, surviving that push. Now they need to figure out a way to push ABC back if ABC are going to play aggressive. Hydra's moving in, looking for a fear, lands the Psychic Scream. Well timed, good damage onto 2 targets here. Following it up with the Freezing Trap, beautiful combo. Askareth has to use the Gladiator's Medallion and sacrifice, not even a minute into the game, as well as the Avenging Wrath and Holy Avenger. A ton of cooldowns for Askareth, blown out from that push. You really couldn't ask for much better there for F2K MyWay.
That was an amazing start here for F2K MyWay. They already forced out 2 trinkets, they forced out a sacrifice, Infernos, Dark Soul, everything is down. They basically have free reign right now to do whatever they want here. No real threat other than the Icy Veins maybe from Alec. Let's see what they do. They're going for Askareth right now. No, they're going to go for Warwick. Looks like they're trying to set up a trap. Askareth trying to juke out those kicks, but he had Avenging Wrath up for a couple of more seconds, and as the jungle, if you're trying to kill people before dampening, this is basically, swap onto Hydra. We'll pause that for a second. Hydra might need to use his pain suppression here. He's actually going to just activate his trinket for the Icy Veins of Alex. So his trinket and Dark Soul are going to be unsynced now, unless he can maybe survive 1 Dark Soul without using anything or just line of sighting or whatever. But I was going to say, at this point, if you're the jungle, the only thing that you're scared of is counter pressure, and right now there's none on the other side. So you want to just push in, try to get Warwick's big cooldowns here. There's the knock, there's the stun into the full trap. The imp is too far away, but it does get it eventually here. Askareth, he already just popped his wings. He has them back up, so it's gonna look good for ABC. I think F2K MyWay, they need to just dial it back and try to not waste too much mana, try to hold on to their cooldowns, because there's no kill opportunity on the map right now.
Yep, and they're going to play it very passive. Alec going back to the Frost Mage. That's going to allow him to get some snares out, maybe a little bit more cleave damage behind the pillar, and they are going to be making a swap onto Hydra once again. And look at Hydra's mana. I really like that ABC is willing to play more aggressive in the match. You get the Hammer of Justice on Hydra into a Mortal Coil. Look at the pressure they're able to put out. There's multiple pressure points in this match so far, and I think ABC, they're kind of heating up in this matchup, kind of figuring out what they want to do and not making it so easy for F2K to kind of just do their hit and run strategies with no real scary moments. I think it's just so important to just get out your damage as Mage Lock in a lot of ways. Just hit whatever target you can, If they're all playing a little bit too safe, going after Hydra, I think, is a great start. And we've already seen him use his trinket. We've seen him use his pain suppression. And I think if ABC, they can land another Hammer of Justice into Mortal Coil and the damage is there, Hydra's really going to be scared.
Yeah, let's see if they can protect Hydra here for the next coming attack with Dark Soul Mortal Coil. Only a 10-second window to go for it. They're right on top of Hydra. They go for that Hammer of Justice at any time, but they're just waiting, and that Glider's Medallion is now 3 seconds away from being off cooldown. They use knockback to stall the assault. These knockbacks and mind controls are definitely going to be what was the most important factor for F2K MyWay's victory if they ultimately win here. There's the Hammer of Justice, but now they have the Glider's Medallion if they need to use it. There's likely a Mortal Coil. They interrupt Walrus. He can't Mortal Coil, but Hydra was scared and used Glider's Medallion anyways, activating Vitality Conduit to try and heal for free and save mana for later on in the fight. Triple Shadow Fury, nice snipe. Blizzard hitting 3 targets as well. Scorpion Sting instantly dispelled by Asgrath. Alec blinking, pulling Kasu out into the open. Tony getting feared, but still not line of sighting just yet. They're splitting their damage, wildfire grenades, as well as Serpent Stings on multiple targets. Tony goes for a bash. Kasu lobs out the freezing trap. Oh, but the Imp singes it immediately with a Mortal Coil and Polymorph. There's no way Kasu and Tony connect any amount of damage here. Good disruption by ABC. Now they're pushing forward, looking for the Hammer of Justice. Mortal Coil not available, but they could go for Dark Soul. Choosing to hold on to it. Icy Veins is available as well. Maybe just trying to bait a cooldown here. Hydra goes for Vitality Conduit. Definitely not the major objective they were looking for here. Maybe something like a Rapture or a Barrier. Vitality Conduit not going to be what ABC wanted to pull. Polymorph landing on the Hydra. Swap over to Tony. He activates his Survival Instincts, anticipating a Hammer of Justice. So Asgard switches the Hammer of Justice to the Hunter instead. But they're not finding too much damage. A bit of a mistake here by Tony and Kasu. They use their interrupts at the same time. This could give an opportunity for ABC. Hydra jumps in for a Psychic Scream. Lands that onto Asgarath. Big opportunity for a counter assault here. Walrus goes for Mortal Coil, healing himself back up. Polymorph Spheres, Mortal Coils, way too much disruption. F2K MyWay unable to capitalize on Hydra's play at that moment, and both teams stabilize as dampening begins.
Yeah, we are at only 3% in dampening. Infernal's already called out. Icy Veins gets active, nicely placed barrier there by Hydra right before this attack, and it is going to help out all 3 members. You can see here, no one really taking too much damage because of that damage reduction, and it's going to pair it with the Vitality Conduit. They're knocking Warwicks away. They're still playing basically the pillar game at this point. Hydra getting actually sheeped, prems it, gets re-sheeped. Do they have a Hammer of Justice though? Doesn't look like Asgrath is going to be able to get one in time. Warwick's too far away here to do anything about this, and this is kind of the situation we were talking about a little bit in the pre-game. If you are on F2K MyWay, this is not the situation you want to be in. You don't want to get, overwhelmed behind the pillar. Oh, Asgrath trinket sacrifice right there. Hydra was going to fear, so they do get a little trade back, but again, Asgrath with that Paladin, with those Ineffables, is just going to be extremely tough to deal with. He might have that sacrifice up, in 20, 30 seconds from now. Just depends if he gets those procs. And for F2K MyWay, sadly, I think at this point they need to try to commit to just playing it out, trying to stall it out a little bit more here. Just keep doing what they've been doing in the other games, because I don't think they have forced enough cooldowns to actually push somebody over at this point.
Yeah, and Alec actually changed up his build a little bit. Let's see if he can actually live here. There is a stun on Asgrath. Alec getting a little bit low temporal shield, doing okay. But Alex stacking up with Asgrath and his water elemental. No real threat of a big Drestigath. But now a full trap lands once again, so it does get singed. So Alex should be able to survive. But now they're going after Walrick. Multiple pressure points here for F2K MyWay. And they are doing a good job in terms of offense. I was going to say, Alec, he actually changed up his build, so no longer playing Comet Storm, but he opted to go for Freezing Ringing. So it's going to increase the radius of his Blizzard, to actually increase the damage of his Blizzard, and also make it so Frozen Orb gives you a free Blizzard. So really wanting to get that poke damage when they are behind the pillar, just increase their overall pressure in the game. But Hydra's been, look at his mana. Hydra's doing such a great job on Dowrin, maintaining his mana at 16% dampening. And when ABC gets the most pressure in this match, it's when they go after Hydra. So I kind of want to continue to see that. Just get damage out. Don't necessarily go for too much crowd control. I mean, Tony's taking a little bit of damage right now, but I really feel like for ABC, they just need to pressure Hydra and pressure his mana a lot in this matchup. As going for like these extended crowd control changes, it doesn't seem to be something that's being effective for them at any point in this entire series.
All right, coordinated assaults getting crowd controlled here. They do disrupt the fear, but they use Blessing of Protection. Hydra gets polyed, he premonitions it. Mind controlling Alec, gets counterspell. Tony on the run, Casso on the run, trying to line of sight the incoming cast of damage here as Dark Soul subsides. I actually think Diamond Ice Trap with a Paladin matchup would be better than the normal Freezing Trap. The downside of the Diamond Ice with Mistweaver is that Mistweaver can heal even while they're crowd controlled, but Paladin can't heal at all while they're crowd controlled. So even if it's a shorter duration, I think you can kill in the shorter duration against a Paladin, whereas these Freezing Traps that they're landing, just constantly getting singed off. They could also use the Diamond Ice aggressively. If there's a Dark Soul, they can just use Diamond Ice on the Warlock to stop the damage. I actually think that Diamond Soul or Diamond Ice Trap would be a better option with the Paladin matchup specifically. I don't know if we're going to see that here. They might not need it. They are ahead on mana at this point. They forced quite a lot of cooldowns. They're in a solid position. They pre-barrier the Hammer of Justice. Nobody can hit Hydra other than a Blizzard and a Frozen Orb. No way he dies to that. Tony tries to reset, gets stunned up. Hydra instantly dispels. Casu maintaining Serpent Sting. I'd love to see them attack Asgrath here as he's pushed up. They do. They stun him up, looking to get that Divine Shield. I don't think they're going to find it through the Divine Protection, though, and they're pulling back to the pillar once again. Hydra still maintaining mana, just using Shadow Mend not very frequently to try and save mana. Triple Shadow Fury, Blizzard, Rain of Fire. That poke damage is going to start to add up now that we're getting close to that 30% dampening mark.
Yeah, and we're going to see Casu kind of playing like an OG Hunter here, playing it from range for the most part. Right now, Tony in a Mortal Coil gets dispelled. He swaps over to Bear form. He's going to have his Frenzied Regen to top himself up. And now he's going to recover behind the pillar. Infernals gets called in. Asgrath's moving in for the Hammer of Justice. They get it onto Hydra. Immediately trinkets this time around because it is Dark Soul as well as Icy Veins. Big offensive overlap there from AWC. Let's see what they can get done here on the side of MyWay. No defensive cooldowns whatsoever used. They just traded Hydra's Trinket and Rapture. Actually, not even Rapture, just Hydra's Trinket for the basically entire offensive cooldown arsenal of ABC. Asgrath now, though, is sitting down for a drink, most likely, and they need to try to get something down about that. They do stop the drink. Hydra does get polyed, and this is a really nice poly that Alec did. So Hydra wanted to line of sight this poly, but you can tell by the Nova from the pet that Alec probably pet Nova him right before he could get out of line, and then he just probably didn't prem it because he was focusing on just line of sighting it. So nice little play there by Alex, just the min-max mage moves. But now a setup happening onto Warwick. Let's see it. Do they have the trap? They actually do force out the Divine Shield as well as the Trinket. They force out the Trinket and the Ultimate Sacrifice. They still have the Divine Shield. Warwick's no Trinket though, so that next setup should be the Unending Resolve or the Divine Shield if they can pounce within the next 45 seconds or so here, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is just such an important series in general, though. I mean, ABC and F2K MyWay definitely off to a slow start in this round robin, and winning this series would be massive for either one of these teams. Losing also very detrimental. So this series could come down to their qualification or not, just with how these teams are lining up right now. And we'll have to see how it plays out. I mean, right now, F2K MyWay, they're on the small map. They're up 2-1. But I would say ABC, with their composition with the Paladin, should have the edge in this matchup. Let's see. Asgrath once again. It looks like Singe will be a little bit lucky there for Warwick, who will Singe the trap. And I have to agree with you, Zico. I feel like when we see Tony and Casu push in and get damage rolling, Asgrath needs to just pre-freedom himself. I don't know if he's doing it. I haven't seen it, I don't think, once since he's been on Paladin, but I think it would be extremely good. You take away that 50-50 chance, and all of a sudden it becomes an absolute nightmare for Casu and Tony. And at the very least, they have to wait out that freedom duration, which allows Alec and Warwick to actually get out a lot more pressure in the match. Once again, there's going to be no pre-freedom, but Alec eats the trap. So great job there by Alec. Warwick still taking quite a bit of damage with the Blessing of Protection, more than enough to keep Warwick alive. Now for F2K MyWay, they need to retreat. I really want to see a big swap on Hydra. They do it. He immediately trinkets, and burning through mana once again, caught into the snares. Great job by Alec, by Warwick, by Asgrath, really punishing that push.
I almost wonder if they should have gone for Dark Soul there. They had multiple targets out in the open for a really long time. Basically didn't want a Dark Soul into possibly Survival Instincts. They already got the Glider's Medallion. They do have that poke damage with Blizzard to rely on now to hold their pressure for another push. I can't help but feel that ABC could play a little bit more aggressively, though, in this given matchup. With Hammer of Justice, Blessing of Protection, just getting on top of Hydra, pop Dark Soul with Bop. I mean, you can't be kicked or stopped, and just run him over like a freight train when he's got no Gladiator's Medallion. I feel like they're playing very cautiously when they don't need to. They've got Dark Soul, they got Icy Veins right now, they've got no Trinket Priest. Like, just push on top of Hydra. They get pain suppression with this. and that is going to thwart the assault for now. They're trying to combo with the Shadow Fury, but Mortal Coil not going to be used on this assault. But they got what they wanted, the paint suppression. Now there's no Glaire's Medallion and no paint suppression for the next Hammer of Justice into a full Mortal Coil. You can cleave down the whole team with Blizzard and Frozen Orb as well. It seems like when this next push is up, they should commit to this push with a sacrifice at least, or a Blessing of Protection if it's available from that Ineffable Truth. Right now, Tony's trying to push out, but that's pretty risky here. They go for Freeze the Trap. Imp singes it. Asgarath pre-freedom that attempt, guaranteeing that the Singe dispelled the trap. So nice play by Asgarath. Tony and Kazuo look a bit hesitant, but now charging forward over onto Walrix, trying to protect Hydra for 30 seconds. They basically have to bait them to go on Tony in this position so they don't stun Hydra, but they're desperate. They have to run away from the Frozen Orb. Infernal proc there with the Vision of Perfection. That's going to AoE them down even harder behind the box. Tony repositions away from it. They mind control Alec. They're trying to pull him into a bad position, but not able to. They jump back in on top of Alec and Walrix. The map is working out here. They've got Asgarath completely out of mana. They just need to avoid the Dark Soul for another 7 seconds. Walrix gets bopped, but they're not in a position to do anything with it. They dispel the bop off immediately. This is dire straits right now for ABC. They're charging forward to try and close it up, but they get intercepted. They have to break out with the Singe. Hydra's into the stun. He pre-barriers the stun. Walrix is getting blasted. Double Drestigat drop. Walrix down to 20%. Mortal Coil's away with the sacrifice. They're trying to gun down Hydra, but now he has that Gladiator's Medallion. They swap over to Tony out in midfield here. Blasting him with a couple of Chaos Bolts. He's stampeding Roars, trying to sprint back to the pillar in line of sight, but he's caught in a Ray of Frost, slowing his defensive positioning. Walrix is repositioned on top of them. Basically no mana for either side, but there is quite a lot of defense available for ABC, unlike that of F2K MyWay. ABC, as long as they can get back to full health, are in a good position to just overwhelm. Asgarath charges in, Hammer of Justice. Hydra breaks out. He knows that he needs to keep his team at a healthy margin this deep into dampening. He can't be greedy with any cooldowns. It's time to go. Can they overwhelm ABC? Asgarath Divine Shields, it may not be enough. Walrix uses Unending Resolve. He gets knocked back and stunned on his Unending Resolve. They could switch over to Alec while he's way out of position. Beautiful knockback. Walrix can't get back into the fight to try and counter-aggress, and they got basically every cooldown that they needed to find a win here onto Walrix. If they can get back onto Walrix without Asgarath stabilizing, he has no mana to stabilize. Goes for Divine Favor, not too big and dampening. Alec has to Ice Block. F2K MyWay are looking good here on match point. Likely that they'll be able to overwhelm, but Sacrifice comes up. They swap over to Alec. He's on Hypothermia. A double Shadow Fury to try to counter-aggress. Kazuo can't afford to throw this deep into dampening. Aspects of the Turtle at 50% health. They need to find a way to get in on top of ABC and close out the game, but Hydra is a bit reluctant. He's playing at max range, and his teammates are getting baited into a bad position. Hydra tries to reposition. He gets clotheslined by a Polymorph. This has got a cross kill potentially written all over it. They drop the Dressagats onto Asgarath. Kazuo retreats away with the disengage. Tony's trying to charge in here, but Avenging Wrath is up, and Asgarath managed to get some mana back, like the Obsidian Claw on a pet or something there, but that little tiny bit of mana that he regened has been critical to their survival at this point. They land a Psychic Scream, but Kazuo is way too low on health. He's just avoiding the fight. Tony soaks the hit. He gets stunned up. He has to trinket out immediately. Hydra's in a full fear, and now things are starting to spiral out of control for F2K MyWay. Triple Infernal. This should not be recoverable for F2K. If Walrix finds any damage here, it's going to be it. Frozen Orb ticking away. Kazuo jumps into his death, and Walrix stabilizes. Tony falls second. Maybe Walrix goes down. Tony's on 1%. No way. Walrix is just holding on by a thread. Chaos Bolt closes it out. We're going to a game 5. It's impossible, Hydra. Yeah. Game 5 here.
They're so sad. I really feel like F2K MyWay, they played that so well. They got it so deep and everything. I don't even know how they managed to recover in that situation, but the Icy Veins came up for Alec in the nick of time. They were able to play it calm, cool, collected. Everyone was sub 20% health, but they managed to recover at about 66% dampening. And with that Icy Veins, with the Infernal, we're able to seal the deal and basically force F2K MyWay to play a little bit defensive. But that game, yeah, I mean, it really couldn't have been closer.
You have ABC managing to tie it up here 2-2. Now we're going to game 5 in this series. Not really how I expected us to get here, though. F2K MyWay now to lock in their map choice here pretty quickly here as these teams start their draft process. We can see in the end here how they managed to get F2K MyWay down. Anything about that game you want to mention, Zigo, in terms of setups or anything you want to say before we move on to game 5 here for either of these teams?
Well, I think that deep into dampening, if you can't hit the lock, you shouldn't. You should hit the mage. But if you can hit the mage and the lock, you should hit the lock. They were hitting the mage at the end there, and I think that is actually a reason to why they did lose that game. On the side, it's a hard matchup, but I think they could have won it on the side of F2K MyWay if they just focused the lock there at the end. And I don't know. I feel like Asgrath on the pally, just like, dude, if your teammates are low and the enemy team is leaving the pillar, just freedom yourself. Like I feel like if he does that, there's not even a window of opportunity for for the other team to do anything.
So now we go into game 5 here, like I already said, F2K MyWay. It's going to be their map choice going into this next game, which is going to put them in a position, in a map, of course, that's going to be advantageous to them. What do we have left here in terms of map spend? What do we want to see maybe either of these teams do for game number 5?
Well, I think we're going to go to a small map again. I think Alec was looking a little bit more comfortable on the Frost Mage in this matchup, so I did like he went for the Instant Blizzard. Seemed like it kind of worked out for him, had that poke damage when they did hide. I really like the fact that they were going after Hydra, and I think if we do go to a small map, that's exactly what we're going to have to see. And I would anticipate something like Blackrock Hold for the jungle cleave, but I think the fact that it is kind of like a singular pillar on Blackrock Hold, if Hydra's playing that position, he can be punished. And I want to see Alec build up full icicles with his Frozen Orb, then push in. They're actually going for Ruins of Lordaeron, and I think Ruins of Lordaeron is actually a little risky. I don't actually like Ruins of Lordaeron at all for the jungle cleave. I think Hydra's not going to have really great positioning.
Why not just Blackrock Hold?
I did not expect this. I did not expect this map pick.
Blackrock Hold, they can mind control people in the room, knock people in the room. They can always line of sight. Why would they go here? I mean, Hydra's just going to die. What? This is the throw.
You think? What could
this
we
is
be
the
thinking
first
here? Do we want
time
to take a guess?
ever in the history of AWC where we get to game 5 on Ruins of Lordaeron and Super Tease is disappointed. Like I think it's actually achievement unlocked here by F2K.
It's not a fitting final resting place. It's a bad choice of a final resting place. Would that be accurate?
I guess they wanted to choose where they were going to be buried.
So you think F2K MyWay loses game 5?
Yeah.
Well, I just don't think this is the ideal map. Like they can win, but it just doesn't play into this. Like every time we've seen F2K MyWay do a great job in basically all of these games, they've had a pillar that Hydra's been able to rotate through. And same with Casu and Tony, they've had a pillar that they can kind of maneuver around. Ruins of Lordaeron, those same type of pillars don't exist. I mean, sure, there's the center tomb and there is places where you can LOS, but it's not as effective. So we'll see. I also think if ABC want to, they can just kind of sit back and play in the room. And I think if Asgrath just uses freedom on himself, F2K MyWay is going to have a really difficult time pushing in and getting anything done without severely exposing their positioning.
All right, well, we'll find out shortly here. It's game number 5, ABC versus F2K MyWay.
All right, Ruins of Lordaeron. It would be a fitting final resting place as it is a cemetery. Let's see if F2K MyWay have decided to bury themselves here with this map selection. I'd love to see Diamond Ice Trap from Casu. I actually think that it is better with the Paladin matchup because the Paladin does 0 healing while crowd controlled, and it would guarantee them at least half of a Freezing Trap's duration of time to kill a target, which I think is more than enough time to kill a Warlock or a Mage in this matchup. So let's see, is he playing the Diamond Ice? Stun. Oh no, Asgrath trinkets and avoids the trap. They mind control the sacrifice. They pull, I love these polymorphs by Alec. Polymorph with the mind control, so Walrus heals to full. They swap over to Hydra. The downside of Ruins of Lordaeron is that Hydra will be an exposed target with so much open field. They're trying to gun him down. They get the Master's Call to freedom him out of the Frozen Orb. He's back at a good position at the side of the Tombstone. Alec and Walrus tag teaming here, pushing forward on top of Casu. Big exhilaration heal. I like that they just use their cooldowns rather than taxing Hydra's mana to stabilize, so that they realize that Hydra needs to have full mana. It's much better trade just use exhilaration there, which normally you would want to save for a situation to survive, but it is better mana efficiency wise to just trade it right now. Walrus on the left, Alec down in the center, dropping Blizzard on the Tombstone, and that Blizzard almost swallows the entire thing. So we'll have to wait and see if this map ultimately ends up working out. We haven't seen if it's a Diamond Ice Trap just yet because Casu has not landed one, so I am curious to see if he is. Asgrath's charging in, Hammer of Justice. Alec, Frozen Orb down. Walrus, Cataclysm the whole team. Immolates up, hitting multiple targets. Hydra looks at least stable, though, as he repositions out of the frozen orb, and they're just going to be running laps around that center tombstone. Walrus is going to move right on top of it to try and clothesline them, but he will be exposed to mind control and a lot of damage. There's the trap. Is it Diamond Ice? Nope, playing normal trap. Where's the Singe? They get the entangling roots on top of it. No Singe? Why are they not going for the Dispel here? Is he not playing the Imp? Either way, a full freezing trap lands there. That could have been risky. Walrus down at half. Hydra not able to get a fear, unfortunately. Alec gets bursted down. Hydra looks like he may want to push out. No, back onto the tombstone. We see Kasu a line of sighting on the side here. Tony trying to stay on the Warlock. Asgrath charges in. Hydra pre-barriers the Hammer of Justice. Nice read. His whole team's going to get a lot of defense. They try and counter-engage onto the Warlock and stun Alec. I love that they're saving these stuns for when Hydra is in a stun so that they can't do any damage. But Ineffable Truth here, getting another Hammer of Justice onto Tony. He gets blasted. Ducks around the corner of the tombstone. Alec blinks in aggressively, but Hydra sees him coming. Premonitions the polymorph. Kazuo playing at max range, trying not to stack up, utilizing the cart to the side so that Blizzard and Rain of Fire doesn't hit all three team members here. So I love the positioning, at least from F2K MyWay so far, but you can tell that the map is a lot more taxing. Hydra's mana, it's in a decent spot, but not nearly as healthy as it has been in other matches.
Yeah, but they have also forced out, well, they haven't actually forced out much, just one ice block, but they've had pretty good pressure so far. They just forced out the Hand of Sacrifice again. Asgrath is moving in. Hammer of Justice has been popped. Warwick gets silenced there, but he does get dispelled right away. Hydra going to take a decent chunk of damage here, but he does get the Vitality Conduit before the Mortal Coil, so he should be able to stabilize decently in that situation, but once again, it just, I gotta agree with you guys. I feel like the map is not really doing F2K a lot of favors right now. Let's see what they can get done here as they prepare for the next push. I think Tony probably gonna go for it now, and he does get the stun here. Let's see, do they get the trap? They get the root. The trap is going to be eaten by Alec, and Warwick almost still dies there. Alec, if he didn't eat that trap, I do think that would have been a Divine Shield or a Trinket or something. Warwick's almost just straight up dead there. Big damage from F2K MyWay.
I'm telling you, I've said it a few times in this matchup, but being on your Water Elemental and being on your Imp is actually really important. If Drestigath is available, you need to be splitting that damage. It's one of the only ways you can get bursted down early in the game. And if you are diligent about just soaking that damage by stacking on your pet, or splitting that damage by stacking on your pet, it's actually really important, and it's something we do see teams like Cloud9 implement over and over and over. We do see a trap now, or actually a stun onto Asgrath. Walrick's potentially taking a little bit of damage, but with a few Chaos Bolts blasting F2K MyWay back to the pillar. Hydra doing a great job managing his mana once again. Not add dampening just yet, but basically there, 10 seconds away, we're going to start seeing dampening ramp up. And that's where these things start getting a little bit spicy for both of these teams. Bash down onto Asgrath. Walrus getting rotted down. Is he going to go down? Blessing of Protection does land. Can Hydra dispel it? Maybe F2K MyWay is going to be able to continue the push. I don't think so just yet. Alec throwing in some damage. The Blizzard, the Frozen Orb. And it looks like F2K MyWay, they are completely stable. And in the last couple of exchanges, I'd say F2K MyWay has come out way ahead.
Let's see if they can keep it up here. They're doing solid into dampening. Still looking good in the matchup. Dark Soul's available, Icy Vein as well. So Alec and Walrix are a big threat right now, and Tony is just boldly going where no Kitty has gone before, out in midfield against Mage Warlock. Infernal called in into double Shadow Fury. Beautiful combo. Huge pressure potentially. Frozen Orb is now down, pinning them. Kasu disengages out, but Tony is still leading the charge. They silence Alec. Asgrath dispels it. They decide to retreat. The damage was done on that assault. Hydra's locked down in a stun. No reason to continue pushing forward. Still the threat of Dark Soul. Divine Favor, big heal from Asgrath. He goes back to full health. Walrick's resummoning the Imp in a better position and at max health. Hydra gets counterspelled, looking for cheeky mind controls, pulling Alec into a really weird position off to the side, just trying to drag him completely out of the fight. Trap him over there, Tar Trap. Hydra line of sighting the polymorph from the tomb with the feather. Full freezing trap. Where's the Singe magic? Oh, it gets the entangling root. Asgrath has to use the Gladiator's Medallion. And this is where I was saying that wasn't even the full duration of the trap, and they force Asgrath to trinket. I would have liked to have seen a Diamond Ice swap here, but Hydra's now locked down in a stun. All three members of ABC can freely attack Hydra. He trades Pain Suppression to reduce the hit, and is now able to line of sight. This last game is all about Hydra's ability to readjust to being the target. Huge damage in on Walrick's massive double dress drop. Asgrath has the Divine Shield. F2K MyWay are doing everything they need to aggressively to win this game, trying to deny F2K, or trying to deny ABC the reverse sweep.
But look at Asgraf's cooldown. Ineffable just procced, so he is chilling. That bubble is going to go back to about 3 minutes, but one more proc and it's going to be off CD. So Asgraf looking pretty good in terms of cooldowns. He just used his sacrifice. He's going to get that back in a minute. He literally, his wings just came back, so he's going to have some answers. The one thing that he won't have is a breaker. So if he does get, trapped with a root, the only thing that can take him out is the imp right now. He doesn't have any of his own personal cooldowns to break out of that. However, Warwick's would still be unlikely to die if they were to land that trap within the next 40 seconds because he has unending resolve. But they could still force out that, which would be a win in of itself. Let's see what F2K MyWay decides to do right now. They're just mind controlling Alec, just trying to stall it out a little bit. Hydra actually gets feared, but they break it at the same time. Tony now getting up there, applying his bleeds, using that little tombstone on the side to just line of sight Warwick. Warwick setting up a defensive gateway, and here we go. Full trap. Alec is on top of it. Do they get the singe? They do get the singe, and that was the only kill window. And there it is. Ineffable just procced as well for Asgraf, so he's going to have his trinket coming back up in 10 seconds. He has his sacrifice ready, and he's going to have his bubble. So in terms of cooldowns, AWC are just straight chilling, but F2K MyWay's mana and defensives as well is not in a bad place. So far, could be anybody's game here, Rookie.
It definitely could be. I mean, these guys have been battling it out for almost 2 hours in this series. Definitely gets a little bit mentally exhausting for these players, and we'll see if anyone does slip up and make any mistakes. This is the final game and where it counts the most. And like I said earlier, this is a very important series for both of these teams, both of them with sort of a negative win-loss, and winning this would definitely put them in a better spot to make it into that top 4. Big explosive damage onto Walrix. Is he going to go down? Sacrifice coming in clutch once again for Asgraf. And these Paladin cooldowns rotating up so quickly, definitely paying dividends here for ABC. Switching to the Paladin over the Mistweaver Monk has been a blessing for them. Hammer of Justice now onto Hydra. A little bit of damage, but unfortunately not able to find too much. Rapture trades out, and F2K MyWay stabilize.
Asgraf definitely has the power of N'Zoth with him in this series for the Paladin. These Ineffable Truths granting him tons of major defensive cooldowns on that Paladin, but the double stun lock combo comes in. Freezing Trap is landed. Where's the Singe? They get the Singe. Now Hydra's in a Polymorph. They're trying to turn it around. Dark Soul's available. They're not finding any damage though. Hydra into the full fear. Walrus lobbing out a couple Chaos Bolts. They retreat away from the Blessing of Protection, but Hydra got left behind a bit here, caught in the Hammer of Justice. Has to use Pain Suppression. Still massive damage incoming. Hammer into Hammer. Another Ineffable Truth proc. Getting a huge stun combo for Asgraf. He is having the most fun ever with that corruption in this series at the moment. If this keeps up, it's going to be difficult for F2K MyWay to pull this off.
Yeah, but they don't have too much time here on the side of ABC. The mana is not looking good for Asgraf. He needs to maybe go for a drink here, potentially. He actually does use the freedom. Look at that. Asgraf, his teammates are low. The enemy team is pushing in. Freedom. You can't be trapped. Now they have to go for the trap. Let's see. Will they get it? Alec, he with the blink. Nice Infernal Stun. And there it is. That's going to buy Asgraf the time he needs to get that freedom out. And honestly, ABC are just playing better and better here. You can tell Asgraf, he was still playing the Mistweaver there, a little bit in that whole Veer game. But right now, he is looking great on his Paladin. And they're setting up another push here onto Hydra. Hydra deflecting it beautifully with the Pain Suppression and the barrier. We are at that point in the game where you might need to stagger some of those weaker cooldowns together, and Hydra does it fantastically right there. He's going to have a good mana lead still, and they do have a cooldown advantage as well a little bit if they could get something going. Honestly, I want to see them stun trap Asgraf right now. Can they get it? They do force out the Divine Shield and the Hand of Sacrifice, and now if Asgraf trinkets the next trap, there's a very real possibility that they can just kill him 100-0. So that could be something to look in for. Warwick's as well. He's going to have his unending resolve. So if they force out Asgraf's trinket and not Warwick's unending resolve, I would actually want them to set up after that to force out or to try to go for Asgraf. But let's see if that's what they decide to do here. Asgraf is inside the room, no sacrifice. He tries to get a preemptive Blessing of Protection. They're trying to move into a defensive spot here. And we're at that point where the jungle is out damaging the Mage Lock with range damage. And we're going to see exactly Hydra here. Maybe get sheeped here. No Prem here from Hydra. Full Hammer of Justice onto Tony, but a nice preemptive wall there by Tony. Look at his HP. Doesn't move at all, just from that survival instinct. One of those super strong cooldowns. And it's going to be enough here for Tony, but now he's not going to have any of those moving forward in the match. And Hydra still in crowd control, does get the Vitality Conduit, so he should be okay for now. Nice kick there on the Shadow Fury. Still a lot of damage coming out though, and you can tell Hydra is really struggling here at 43% dampening. They get the trap, they kick the Imp Summon, and here we go. F2K are looking to push out. They're looking to get some damage done. Asgraf does use his Trinket. No Divine Shield for 30 seconds, no Blessing of Protection. Here, they could maybe even swap to Asgraf and just try to take him down, but they're going to be playing it safe. They have the mana lead. I can't really blame them too much here, Ben.
Oh, definitely not. Pulling back just a little bit. They don't want things to spiral out of control like we did see in the last game. I mean, they're in such a dominating position, but overstaying their welcome. You can't really blame them. The problem is, AWC, they have so many defensive cooldowns that they can rotate through, and it's really hard to tell the timing of when the Paladin is going to have his Trinket, his Bubble, his Blessing of Protection. His Sacrifice as Ineffable Truth is just so strong. So the timing for F2K MyWay, it has to be perfect, but it's really difficult to set up. Bash now over onto Asgarath. They're getting in a lot of damage. Alex actually finds a full Polymorph, and there's a big hit here onto F2K. They need to be careful. Full Fear now into Hydra. He's not trinketing out. Finally, doesn't want to fall too far behind. And ABC, now they're in such a good spot. Hydra has no Trinket. There's no Survival Instincts for Tony. And ABC still has so many cooldowns. Like I said, the Divine Shield. But, I mean, here's the thing. It's just a matter of time before Asgard gets all those cooldowns back if he can get the Ineffable Truth proc. So F2K MyWay, I feel like it's almost do or die. They need to make a push.
I kind of feel like Alec and Walrus made a mistake using Dark Soul and Icy Veins together. Now they don't have it, and they're deep in dampening. There's no real threat. I feel like if I'm F2K, I just attack right now and unrelentingly push over Walrix. Divine Shield already out of the way during this push. If they can get a crowd control on this Avenging Wrath, they get Sacrifice out of the way. Just put your foot down on the gas pedal all the way. If you don't kill before this next Dark Soul, I don't know if you'll be able to as F2K MyWay. Avenging Wrath still up for Asgarath. They need to wait for that to subside before finding a kill. Hydra pre-raptures, but he's caught in the Hammer of Justice. Is there anything to protect him? Walrix gets stunned up, but it's not enough. Alec is more than enough to finish Hydra off in game number 5, and ABC close it out.
And unfortunate way to end that for F2K MyWay. Well done by ABC, turning that around in a reverse sweep, winning that series 3-2. What was the major difference there on the side of ABC between game 1 and that last game that we saw, Ben?
What they played Paladin. Like, that's the difference. Like, they literally, Paladins are really strong right now. I said it earlier on in the series. The Ineffable Truth, just being able to rotate through your Divine Shield, Blessing of Sacrifice, the Ultimate Sacrifice, Avenging Wrath. You just have so many powerful cooldowns. For the side of F2K MyWay, it's so difficult to read. And I mean, if they get unlucky, or we see ABC get lucky with procs, it becomes really difficult to manage a situation like that. And I feel like there was it's sort of a jungle kingdom earlier on in the season, but it definitely fell when Paladin sort of rised up. The Paladin is a very strong counter into jungle, and I think that's why we're seeing so many teams implement that Paladin. And I think it's also one of the reasons why it's been so difficult for F2K as well as nLite, because you could see in game number 1, game number 2, they had a really, really fair shot. And I honestly feel like F2K played this series really, really well, but ABC showing the flexibility of Asgarath being able to play that Paladin, they were able to kind of rise up and turn the series on its head.
For the other jungles that we're seeing compete in the circuit, do you think that there's any takeaways from this series here on the side of F2K and their strategy, or is it really just as simple as, oh, let's just bring a Paladin and there's nothing they can do?
You never really want to say that, but Paladins are really good into jungle. Like, it's just, I mean, it's very obvious from watching the series. The Paladin is significantly better than the Mistweaver, but it's just, you can see Hydra with no Trinket, no Pain Suppression. I'm pretty sure Asgarath and Alec both had their claws, so this is just a Frozen Orb, double Obsidian Claw, some Icicles. Walrix didn't contribute to this kill basically at all. But ABC, they just managed to capitalize on the positioning, and F2K MyWay playing, you know, as aggressive as they need to. I mean, for F2K MyWay, they can't just sit back forever, because the problem is, if you wait too long, you know, 30 seconds, a minute, all of a sudden, there's all these immunity cooldowns back available for the Mage Lock Paladin, and it becomes almost impossible to close out the game. So you almost are forced to play aggressive, and that's where the really difficult part of the matchup comes in for F2K.
Why do we think that they didn't start off then with the Holy Paladin on the side of ABC? They had Asgrath on the Mistweaver for game 1 ago.
I'm not sure. It looked like Asgraf was making his keybinds during that game, so getting his freedom down and everything. So maybe they were just setting up the first 2 games on the Mistweaver, or I actually have no idea. Maybe they thought they were just going to win anyway because it's Mage Lock into jungle. I think they were maybe a bit surprised. I was a bit surprised with how F2K played the matchup and what they were actually able to do during those 2 first games. So I can definitely see ABC being surprised about that as well.
Yeah, they were looking super strong for a couple of games. Well, really for the whole series on the side of F2K MyWay. ABC, however, going to be the winner of that series, so they're going to have another win under their belt. I believe that puts them at 2-2 right now, 2 wins and 2 losses for the circuit currently. But we are going to go to a break. Before we do go to that break, this next match is Bergen Boys versus Coffin Dance. Coffin Dance looking pretty strong. Bergen Boys maybe struggling a little bit. And yes, in last weekend's game here, Supatees, when we talk about these 2 teams for this upcoming series, anything we can expect to see after this break?
Coffin Dance are just a melee cleave specialist. They got Joe and the Warrior, although I don't know if we're going to see him. Maybe if we were, this would be a matchup we would, as the Bergen Boys are likely running that Windwalker Warlock. The big downside for the Bergen Boys is that Windwalker Death Knight is just not in the meta, and that's kind of what their bread and butter has been for a while. So they're readjusting to getting Infernion utilized a lot more, whereas Coffin Dance have just surprisingly been doing really well with such a limited option. I think they've only played 1 comp the entire tournament, the Windwalker Demon Hunter. So I'm curious to see this matchup, because it's 2 compositions we don't see very often go head-to-head.
Yeah, it should be super interesting. So for those of you in chat excited for this next series, stick around. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll go to Bergen Boys versus Coffin Dance.
control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Adamaster's gonna fall. Adamaster's gonna fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Blitzo. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive diffuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadows down. The kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Welcome back from that break, everyone. We are now on our second series of the day. That's going to be Bergen Boys versus Coffin Dance. Neither of these teams have played against each other in a broadcast. So for this series here, Ven, what do we want to see out of these two teams? Who do we think the favorite to win is here?
Well, I would say on paper, I would probably give the edge to Coffin Dance. I feel like their cleave setups have been looking really, really strong, and I feel like this could be a series where we do see Joe implemented. I would love to see it personally, Joe on the Arms Warrior against the Bergen Boys if they lock in a Destruction Warlock. Something like a Demon Hunter Warrior could actually be really, really solid. As solid as Demon Hunter Windwalker, not completely sold on that, but I would say going into this one, into the blind pick, I would give Coffin Dance an edge with sort of being the melee cleave specialist. The Bergen Boys, I'm curious to see what they do come up with, though.
And on the side of Coffin Dance, we haven't seen Joe yet come out during the circuit. Why do we think that is, Supertease? Is Warrior just not very good right now, or does it not work with the composition pool on the side of Coffin Dance? Do you have any reasoning for that?
Well, I know Joe will refuse to play in any game where there's thorns available. It's part of his agreement with his teammates that if the other team can use thorns, he's not going to play. So this is a matchup where there isn't any thorns. So maybe there's a chance we see Joe come out to play. BlizzCon champion, good old Jojo Fernandez. Would like to see him in a game or two at least in this circuit play. It would be a bit sad to see him on the bench the entire time, but maybe he's earned that spot, you know, to be able to be on the bench on the team every once in a while. But let's see if he comes out in the Grand Arena.
All right, well, game number 1 here starting off shortly. It's Bergen Boys versus Coffin Dance.
Well, I'm hoping at least if we don't see Joe, that they have his little player camera set up, and we are going to be seeing a Windwalker DK Shaman main comp of Bergen Boys versus the main comp of Coffin Dance here, man.
Yeah, Cleave versus Cleave. This should be an interesting game. We'll see all 4 of these melee just kind of battling it out in the middle of the map. Joel's actually playing a Frost Death Knight, so curious to see what target they do go after. That Heartstop Aura and Delirium is going to be really, really effective against Rezus and his mobility, and Trent and his mobility as well. So I will say, if Bergen Boys, they can make their setups nice, I feel like the Frost Death Knight is really, really strong in the Cleave matchups.
We'll see if they can utilize it. The Windwalker and the Demon Hunter can split, though, and they're high mobility, so I would like to see them not stack up nearly as much as they are at the moment. That could be devastating if they're caught here in a double leg sweep together. Interesting, Lone Star's actually playing Crucible of Flame, I believe, Major, which is something that I swear only he plays, especially with this composition. He likes the extra bit of damage it gives, but he's giving up Vitality Conduit or Conflict and Strife. Beautiful crowd control engagement, though, from Coffin Dance so far. They've been really pumping out a lot of damage between Tren and Rezus. Safiri deflected some of the assaults here from Joel and Munkarn. Touch of Death currently rolling on to Munkarn. Rezus going for a big push here. They're going to activate the Fortifying Brew and just hope that it's enough. Burley actually is playing the Flame as well. I'm trying to double check. I think both Shamans? Yeah, both Shamans are playing Crucible of Flame Major. Very aggressive Shaman builds coming out from Coffin Dance and Bergen Boys.
And we're going to see some aggression now in the midfield. Munkarn with the double leg sweep here onto Rezus and Tran. Let's see the damage. Nice ring. Oh my god! What was that?
Oh man, someone call the janitor.
Tren looks so disappointing.
Like, what?
Did you see
got
that?
a mess
He just like
on
breathed out as he died. Oh man. All right, game number 1
Yeah,
going to
everything.
Bergen Boys. Let's break down that kill there, Ben.
I mean, we're going to be able to see a replay of it, but I mean, we've seen this happen a few times to Demon Hunters. Normally Demon Hunters, I mean, especially Demon Hunter like Tren, he has his Trinket, he has Buller, He has darkness. They have pretty much everything you need to survive, but unfortunately the damage was a bit surprising, and we can see exactly how it did play out when we do get that replay up. But definitely going to be a disappointing start here for Coffin Dance. We take we can take a look at a few moments of this game. Trend, he uses rain from above, goes up into the sky, and let's see exactly where all that damage comes from. Is it just a chill streak?
It's just
see what
dressed
happens.
again. Leg sweep, dressed again. Wait,
I think it was chill
Look
streak
at
as well.
Joel. Look at Joel.
Yeah,
he
it's
knocks
chill
him out
streak.
of
Chill streak is
earthen.
bouncing.
He knocked him out of earthen wall and
the
exploded him
flame.
with dressed. Oh my god, that was insane.
I'm actually curious. I'm actually curious if we can, if our admins can tell us how much damage that chill streak did, because those things, if you're playing Mastery, and I'm not sure if he is or not, but let's see what Joel is playing in this matchup. They're actually playing Gushing, which is interesting. So maybe the chill streak wasn't that much, but I think it's just a really surprising amount of damage. A lot of the time when you play with a Shaman and Earthen Wall drops down, you're very, very comfortable. But last moment he gets knocked out, the Drestagath lands, and unfortunately for Coffin Dance, they go down 0-1 in the match. But you have to give credit to the Bergen boys. They set that up nicely.
Yeah, very good first game for Bergen boys. Now it's going to be Coffin Dance map choice here. Going into game number 2, what can they maybe do to hold off that pressure on the side of Bergen boys just a little bit longer, Zico, to avoid those setups?
Well, just use their cooldowns. I think at that point, try and maybe use Trinka and maybe use the blur or something. Or I think one thing that we always give Coffin Dance credit for is that defensive rotation between Lontar and Tren. They're never really overlapping their cooldowns. They're never really overusing those cooldowns, and that's why they've had so much success. So I think that was just a blunder on their part, and I'm sure they're gonna realize what happened and try to fix that mistake. But I actually don't even know how these comps are going to match up. I feel like maybe Coffin Dance themselves don't really know, like, do we want to bring in Joe here or like what's up? Because when the game starts and you just instantly die like that, you don't really actually get to feel out how the comp does.
If Bergen boys locks in Windwalker DK again, and then we see Joe brought out on Coffin Dance, what kind of setups do you think they would be looking for against Bergen boys here, Super T's?
I feel like we're not going to see Joe.
I don't think so either.
I feel like Warrior would just have no fun into Chains of Ice and constantly having to just not be stacked up the whole time. Whereas the Windwalker can kind of come in for fist damage, then maybe pour it away while fist is on cooldown. I think their targeting is what needs to be readjusted. I feel like they should split DPS, depending on who the Bergen boys attack. So if Bergen boys go on Rezus, then Tren should attack Burley. And then if Bergen boys go on Trend, then Rezus should attack Burley. I think if they split and they make it really difficult to stack for double leg sweep and stack for double chill streak, I think that's going to be a better option, because basically the way they played that last game is they just kind of slugged it out on top of each other, which is exactly what the Frost Death Knight wants. They want that exact situation so they can maximize their damage and land double stuns and burst somebody down. So I would like to see Coffin Dance constantly switching their targeting so that Rezus and Tren are never standing close to each other, or at least as much as they possibly can not standing close to each other.
Okay, so I've got confirmation from our admins from game 1. Chill streak was 74,000 damage for game number 1. 2 times the amount of damage from Rising Sun Kick.
Yeah, so I mean that ability can hit really hard, so that's why you want to be separated, but I mean it's a lot easier said than done. Chains of Ice is very oppressive, and the Frost Death Knight in general is just a very oppressive class, especially if you're a class that has high mobility. So it really adds a long cooldown to your roll, your Fel Rush. Just the Chains of Ice in general is just such a good snare. So the split strategy could maybe work, but I feel like it's really difficult. Like, I don't know if Rezus is really going to be able to put out too much pressure onto Burley by himself, especially in the early game with how powerful Ghost Wolf is. I'm not sure if that would actually work out, and I actually think the more I think about this matchup, then the fact that Bergen boys do have a Death Knight and they do have a Frost Death Knight, I think they're going to be looking really, really good in this matchup. The Frost Death Knight, I would say, is normally a pretty effective counter to 2 melee, and I think if the Coffin Dance aren't careful, the Bergen boys could walk away with the series.
All right, we'll find out shortly enough here. Game number 2, Bergen boys up 1-0 against Coffin Dance.
Also, I wonder if...
Coffin Dance.
Sorry.
What do you want to say?
I'm wondering if Tren's going to switch his build, because he's played full Gushing. So he was like as fragile as he could possibly be to die to heavy burst damage. So I wonder if Trent's going to flip on maybe a bit more versatility, drop some of the gushing wounds. So far, Earthen Wall Totem already down for Burley, so Coffin Dance are just avoiding them for now, using Capacitator Totem, stalling, hexing the DPS, waiting for Earthen Wall Totem to fade before then leading the charge, cleaving down Joel and Monkarn. But just going head-to-head against a Frost Death Knight in a cleave mirror is a really risky thing to do. They grip in Lone Tar, but they don't time it in time, so Lone Tar escapes, gets the Earthen Wall down. Do they get Ring of Peace out of the Earthen Wall? They're actually just pushing through the Earthen Wall. They don't even seem to care. Going for the Chill Streak and just trying to do maximum damage. Lone Tar dumping in a bit of support there with the Ascendance off to the side, stabilizing through that first Chill Streak assault. But Lone Tar still has to bomb in healing waves. There's crowd control, good engagement here by Coffin Dance. Not finding any damage. That blinding sleet of Joel just totally intercepted Coffin Dance.
Very nice blind there by Joel, and so far Bergen boys are the team with the most amount of pressure, I would say. Lone Tar had to already use his Ascendance, and he is going to be getting that back most likely at some point during this match, but so far they've had to expend a little bit more defensive cooldowns. Ring of Peace, Touch of Death, there it is, big dress connect, but Tran all over the place, just dashing and ducking and using dances and everything to avoid everybody's damage, and he's going to be going back onto Monkarn, going to fell Eruption on that Fist of Fury to stop the damage, to stop the parry, and now Rezus is looking to get aggressive here. No, nice grip, triple leg sweep. Trent is going to trinket, use darkness, but he's taking so much damage from the Chill Streak, it's still bouncing, might kill him through the darkness. Looks like he is going to stabilize there, but that was another massive cooldown, and so far Bergen boys are farming this game, man.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job, but it is, once again, kind of the nature of this matchup. The double stun does come in. Monkarn getting bursted down just a little bit. I feel like if the Bergen boys, they play it safe and they don't mess up their defensive cooldowns, they should walk out with a victory here. There's no trinket available for Trent. If he gets caught into another stun, it's going to be an absolute disaster. Lone Tar is going to have to save that trinket Spirit Link, or Rezus is going to have to do a great job peeling Rain from Above from Trent just to get out as much damage as possible. 3 of the Fell Lances did get grounded, so nicely done by Burley, shutting down some of that damage. And now as soon as Trent lands from orbit, they are going to be going after him. And once again, just going after that Demon Hunter, as he is the best target. And not only that, I'm pretty sure that Trent is playing Gushing Wounds, so really lacking in the versatility department makes him a great target for the Bergen boys.
I think Trent's about to explode. He's got no trinket for the stun. He pre-blurs. Nice pre-blur by Trent, but he's still dying even through blur. Lone Tar finally recovering. We see Burley repositioning to midfield. Paralyzed on Lone Tar, still potential for a big push. They grip Lone Tar in for a double stun. They reverse double stun by Rezus. Joel breaks out to try and go for the Chill Streak, I would imagine, in the near future. Earthen Wall was down though for Lone Tar. They're still waiting for the Earthen Wall to fade before making a push here onto Trent. Still a 30-second window here with not much defense if Lone Tar's not in position. Trent instantly interrupted on his I-beam. Nice disruption by Joel, denying quite a bit of damage from the Demon Hunter. Just trying to blast him down with the Cindergosa. Going for that Chill Streak, but looks like they've recovered. It's actually Joel and Monkarn a bit on the back foot. Triple stun into Hex. Beautiful crowd control by Coffin Dance. They're going after Joel. Anti-magic shield trades for him. Should be more than enough mitigation of the magic damage to stabilize. Now that it's faded though, maybe not. Burley has Earthen Wall. He has to consider when he wants to use it. Ring of Peace was just used, so he would get the full value. And he does drop it down immediately, knowing Ring of Peace isn't available to knock them out. And I would imagine that Tren and Rezus want to try and bait them out of the Earthen Wall. So Monkarn and Joel are just playing at the edge of the totem here, trying to get the maximum value of its defense. Double leg sweep engagement by the Bergen boys. Really trying to push hard here. Into a double cap totem with a paralyze. Love that. Tren flies up, gets gripped back down into a Drestagath. And Tren is just getting bullied in this matchup. If that happens again in the future, he's probably not going to survive. This team is threatening.
You could almost say that Joel just picked up the sky right there. We're going to see a little bit more damage here onto Tran. And Sid probably didn't get that, but it's all good. Fist of Fury coming out here. Big damage onto who is the question. Touch of Death is rolling from Rezus. Do they have the damage from Monkarn here? He needs to be a little bit careful. No Touch of Karma. No nothing. He gets triple leg sweep. Rezus is looking to get some pressure here. They force out the Trinket and the Spirit Link totem here from Burley. And the Ascendance as well. So Coffin Dance, you know, looking to maybe dance their way back into this fight here after having a pretty close call there on Tran. But now Tran is going to have his trinket back up. He's going to get his darkness rotated back up. Lontar has all of his cooldowns. Mana's looking okay. Here's the grip. Here is the damage potential. Let's see. Can they get the chill streak? There it is. Double leg sweep. There's the Ring of Peace. Where's the dressed? Monkarn with the fist. Counter Ring of Peace. Looks like Tran is going to survive without having to use a single cooldown here then.
I mean, definitely looks that way, and he will be putting out a little bit of damage here out onto Joel. 4% dampening. Both these shamans are burning through their mana, and I mean, this is one of those matchups. We see 20% dampening. That's when we see things really spiral out of control, and that is going to be the chill streak as well. Joel kind of just throws it out. YOLO. Unfortunately, not really getting too much done there. Trent didn't even have to use his blur, so still looking good here for Coffin Dance as this game marches forward deeper and deeper into dampening. I'm curious to see if either one of these shamans are ever going to be able to really go for a drink. I don't think that is going to be the case, so it's going to be do or die for both of these teams. Blinding Sleep comes in. Monkarn, does he have the leg sweep? Unfortunately, no. They could have been a little bit more patient. I feel like if they just had the leg sweep, they could have easily forced out some trinkets, so I would say the Bergen boys kind of messed up that go.
All right, let's see. Between the Bergen boys and the Coffin Dance, we've seen nothing but paladins really throughout the circuit. This is the first time we'll see shaman head-to-head. Who's the best in Europe? We'll be deciding it here and now in this series. Trading out cooldowns throughout that assault will be exposed in the future. They stun up Burley. They're trying to push Joel over now as we've gotten into dampening. Those death strikes are going to be a lot less effective. Burley now in a paralyzed. Triple stun follow-up by Tren. Big pressure. Hex out of it. Will the Fortifying Brew be enough here? Monkarn barely holding on. No Spirit Link. They drop Earthen Wall as well. He's just dying through all of the defense. Is he going to be able to hold on here? They grip on the rain from above, denying a lot of Fell Lance damage there. Trent really trying to lay in, but now his defense has cracked. They need a Spirit Link or a Darkness. They pre-Darkness. Is there a Ring of Peace to knock him out of the darkness? No, and they stabilize. Good reaction by Trent in that situation. Trading out. It's now Monkarn on the back foot. The next Imprison onto Burley. I think he's going to have to respect and use his Gladiator's Medallion. The mana is almost exactly even between these teams 7 minutes in.
Yeah, and so is the Earthen Wall cooldown for the Shamans. So we're going to see who gets ahead first. Rezus with a nice touch of depth. He's going to trinket, counter Karma Monkarn. Monkarn is about to take a fat hit right here. Needs to be careful. Rezus is not afraid to just throw his Karma to do more damage to other monks. But Tran is taking the brunt end of this exchange. This could be Lontar Spirit Link Totem. The Dressed doesn't, I don't think it actually hit Tran there. Didn't really see his HP move. Maybe Blade Dance did. But Monkarn now in a stun, taking some damage. Double Earthen Wall Totem is down there on the ground. And we have 5 players just standing there. The only exception being Lontar, of course. He doesn't want to get gripped into a blinding sleet from that Frost DK. So he needs to keep his distance. Burley now in the paralyzed. Do they have any follow-up CC? Trend's going for the Feller option. And there it is. Chaos Nova comes out. There is the damage. They force out Monkarn's Karma, but Rezus has no defensives himself. He needs to be extremely careful here. They're actually swapping over to him for now, but it seems like Rezus might be able to survive long enough to get his Fortified Brew back. He's kiting for one more second. He rolls, and now he's going to have it. He's going to probably pre-pop it, right? He's not using it. Rezus, he might just go down. Not the trinkets, but it's too late. And I don't know if that's a UI bug because of the Heartstop aura or something, but I'm pretty sure he would have lived if he just Fort Brewed. So he must have not had it.
All right, Bergen boys taking game number 2 then. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, it is a really bad feeling as a Windwalker monk when you go up against a Windwalker plus the Frost Death Knight. It is really difficult to live because if you become the target, I mean, such a big part of the Windwalker kit to survive is your mobility. And if your mobility is just getting absolutely gutted, you become a punching bag, and it becomes really, really difficult for Rezus to survive. I think he did have the Fort Brew up, but maybe just kind of a panic moment, trying to kite away, but unfortunately you can see the mobility runs out. Chains of Ice is there, Monkarn is all over him, and there is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and that double leg sweep will close out the game. Wildcard, he did have his trinket, but unfortunately there was no follow-up heal, so no emergency cooldowns. That does mean that the Bergen boys will go up 2-0 in the series. I forgot about this when I was predicting this matchup, this series at the beginning. I kind of forgot that Bergen boys had this composition available. I don't think they've run the Windwalker Death Knight for a little while, but I definitely shouldn't have forgot because they are making this matchup look pretty one-sided.
Is that really where they're struggling on the side of Coffin Dance here? Is just the Chains of Ice from the Frost DK?
Well, it's Delirium, it's Heartstop Aura, and it's Chains of Ice. So those three things. I mean, Windwalkers, Demon Hunters, they really rely on their mobility a lot. They really rely on their defensive cooldowns, kind of rotating back up. But Heartstop Aura, Delirium, and Chains of Ice really make it difficult for them to get full utilization out of their class. And that is where kind of the benefit of that Frost Death Knight comes in.
Yeah, good choice on the side of Bergen boys. Coffin Dance now down 2 games here. This is a best of 5 series. Bergen boys here on match point. Now it's going to be Coffin Dance choice to pick the next map. What can they really do here, Zico? What do you think Coffin Dance's next move is here going into game 3?
I think they bring in Joe and they walk out of here like champions.
What? I think they're gonna walk out like losers if they bring in a warrior in this matchup.
If you're the only team that played a warrior, are you really a loser though?
Oh, okay, I see.
On a more serious note, I really don't know what they actually can do, because I mean they have a warrior and a warrior is not going to be that much better, so I don't think they're going to swap off their comp. Maybe they swap healer, get Lontar off of the shaman to like maybe a paladin or something. I feel like the only thing they can really do is maybe swap healer.
What do you think about that, Subatees? What would you like to see Coffin Dance do here for game number 3?
I mean, I feel like the healer isn't the problem. The problem is that you're playing a melee cleave into a Frost DK and you don't have a Frost DK. That's just
but if you have like a paladin, if you get, oh my god, we get Joe.
We are getting
Joe. If you have a paladin, you can at least remove the Chains of Ice and reduce the uptime a bit, and maybe set up.
Does
some
Lontar play paladin?
I would just run it Lontar if you played paladin. I think.
Yeah, no, maybe it's bad in the matchup. I'm just saying they're losing with the shaman.
The problem with the paladin too is you're very susceptible to purge, right? So you do get freedom and stuff, which is nice, but if it just gets purged off, then you become kind of a vulnerability. But I'm not sure. One thing's for sure, I really don't think they're favored in this match. I think the Frost Death Knight Windwalker is advantaged, and I will say that I feel like they're playing it really well. Also, Bergen boys playing a solid game. They've been a really good Windwalker Death Knight for quite some time, and yeah, pulling out a win here. We do see Joe actually getting tagged in, so we have a bit of a stat card here for Joe, BlizzCon champion, and yeah, he's been a phenomenal warrior for quite some time, a household name in Europe, and he's going to be tagged in. Unfortunately, right now, warriors haven't been the most meta class, I would say, but if there's any warrior that's going to make it work, Joe is certainly one of them, and we'll see if him coming in instead of Rezus can help find their team victory.
Joe, definitely one of the top players, and especially one of the top warriors here. Looks like we're going to be going into game number 3 here. We'll see if taking Joe off of the bench was the right choice here. It is Coffin Dance versus Bergen boys in game number 3.
All right, Joe Fernandez stepping into the fray for his team in their most dire hour. They would be setting themselves up to be in a good position if they could reverse sweep this series, but trying to beat a Frost Death Knight as a melee cleave without a Frost Death Knight is probably one of the most difficult things you could possibly try to achieve in Arena at the moment. So we'll be able to pull it off. Joel grips them in, but Joe pre-Blade Storms the stun. Nice read by Joe. Now intercepting with an intimidating shot, but Burley instantly tremors Joel and Munkarn out. Trend's going to go for a split. I do like that. Trend just run at Burley, Mana Rift, avoid being cleaved. Joe gets sweeping strikes on 2 targets. Try and maximize your damage output and land Mana Rifts. This is the strategy I wanted to see with the Windwalker. Let's see if the Warrior can pull it off better. Storm Bolts are great for disrupting the Windwalker. You're going to be able to utilize that and stop a lot of Fists of Fury. There could be potential for Joe in the matchup, but that Chill Streak is still in the back pocket of Joel, and they need to be ready for it.
All right, let's see. Joe is actually doing a decent amount of damage right now with the late portion of his damage cooldown right there. Now you can see Munkarn rolling in towards Lontar over there, maybe looking for a paralyze, maybe looking for a setup here, but I don't think Joe was ready for it, so they're gonna wait a little bit longer. Trying to blade dance, get some cleave pressure out, try to avoid some stuns. Lontar's going for the Hex, doesn't go for it, actually ends up fake casting it, and Joel is actually taking a lot of damage here from that warrior pressure, and we're gonna see the first darkness activated right now by Mr. Trend there in that setup, and it's not looking great so far for Coffin Dance, but still I would say they have more pressure in the previous game, so I don't know, maybe it's looking a little bit better than with the Windwalker at least.
Yeah, I mean, Joe in defensive stance is going to be very durable, and he actually made an interesting decision. I think it's the first time we've seen it in a long time. Joe Fernandez is actually playing a Troll Warrior for the Voodoo Shuffle, which is like a reduction on snares. So it does mean that Joel's going to have to spend more runes and more time keeping Chains of Ice onto Joe, which I think it might end up working out for them. Touch of Karma already gets traded out by Monkarn and Coffin Dancer. Looking good. Joe on the Warrior. The pressure has been very high, but with no trinket on Tren, no trinket on Joe, the next chill streak is going to be an absolute nightmare for the Coffin Dance, and they could be dancing to their own grave. So Lone Tar is definitely going to have to play it careful, have the trinket, the Spirit Link, because this next setup for Bergen Boys is going to be deadly.
Stun Mana Rift secured. Stormbolt on Joel. Massive damage, still holding him at 50% health here. If they can keep this up, this could be a winning strategy. Joe keeps landing these pre-Blade Storms to avoid stuns, but right there, Monkarn held on to it. Big counter assault here. Ring of Peace to try and knock them in. Huge hit out of nowhere. Huge hit from that Touch of Death. Just absolutely erasing him. You know, things were looking good. Things were looking nice. But Bergen Boys had enough, and that's going to be it. Quick 3-0.
Man, super unfortunate for Coffin Dance. I think now they have 4 losses, which is not going to put them in a good position here for the AWC BFA circuit. But well done by Bergen Boys, 3-0 in that series. I guess that Warrior just wasn't the right choice, Ben.
Honestly, I think it was the right choice. It was okay, it's a difficult matchup.
It just didn't work.
Look at how fast Tren died. I think it was a chill, he had Chill Streak going, so I think it was a Chill Streak bounce and then a double Drustagath, maybe a Touch of Death going for Monkarn. So you can see
knock, boom.
It was everything. Everything just hit at the same time. It was 3. I mean, Lone Star, the only thing he could have done is preemptively dropped a Spirit Link there. The damage was just out of control. And I mean, Burley, Joel, Monkarn, they're showing, yeah, we are extremely good at Windwalker Death Knight. We know our win conditions. You can tell they have fantastic synergy, and they really stepped it up in this series, showing that they are just as good at cleaving as Coffin Dance is, and that was a nice 3-0 from them.
Do you think then, Ben, if Coffin Dance had started off that series with Joe on the Warrior, that maybe that series would have ended a little bit differently for them, Zico?
Well, the thing is, when you add in the Warrior, you actually have a kill condition to kill the DK. The problem is, you're gonna, like with the Windwalker, they were actually able to survive a pretty decent amount of time, but they were never really like, okay, this is a checkmate situation, they can win here. But with the Warrior, you actually can kill the DK. So I think it's a better pick, but I mean, at the end of the day, you're losing with the Windwalker DH and you're losing with the Warrior DH. I think at least when you're down 0-2, swap to the Warrior, because you're most likely going to lose the third game anyway, and maybe Joe can make some huge plays and you can win a game. But regardless, I think they were just counter-comped here in this matchup.
Moving forward on the side of Coffin Dance for the rest of the series that they have to play in the circuit here, Super Tees, do you think that we'll see the Warrior again? Is there anything that they maybe learned from this series? What do you want to see from Coffin Dance in upcoming games?
I mean, who else plays? I mean, maybe some of the jungle matchups, but yeah, I mean, maybe into some of the jungle cleaves. I think Joe might be a bit more useful. Into the spellcasters, I feel like the monk's mobility and self-sustainability is going to get more value, so not likely to see him there. I think it would have been better for them to have Joe from the start, or at least the strategy that they used with Joe from the start, where Tren just switches to Burley and Mana Rifts, and then they could have even had Rezus just doing damage and trying to run Burley out of mana, focus on surviving. If they had done that strategy, even on the Tolvaron game, and lived as long as they did, I think they would have ran Burley out of mana at that point. So I think it was more of a strategy issue. The Warrior probably plays that strategy better, but they didn't switch to the right strategy in time, and then they got just Drustagath dropped. They had 2 losses like that in the series. So the trinket crits, you die, sometimes it happens.
Yeah. Well, super unfortunate for them. But on the side of Bergen Boys, I feel like they're shaping up really nicely. We saw them kind of struggle a little bit. I think now they're currently 2 wins and 3 losses after that last series, and they're looking really solid as a team, so hopefully they can continue that success. However, now the next series that we go on to is Wildcard Gaming versus Diabolus. Ben, what do we think about these 2 teams? What can we expect from this next series?
Well, I mean, this is a really interesting game for multiple reasons. There's a composition that both of them run. and that is the Elemental Shaman, Fire Mage, Paladin. So both of them have that available. Diabolus has been on an absolute tear so far with the Fire Mage. Basically, they have a bunch of different wizard setups. They play Fire Mage Ellie, they play Fire Mage Destro, and Destro Elemental. So Diabolus, they can kind of pick what they want to run in game number 1 for Wildcard Gaming. Obviously, having the added benefit of some melee on their team gives them some flexibility. But what I would personally love to see in this matchup is an Elemental Shaman, Fire Mage, Paladin mirror matchup. I think that would be really fun. If we're going to get it, it's just a matter of time, I guess, to see.
Okay, well, we're going to go to a break. Stick around. We'll come back to that series of Wildcard Gaming versus Diabolus for our 3rd series of the day. Hello everyone, welcome back. We are almost all the way through with our European series of the day. It's now Wildcard Gaming versus Diabolus, our third series. Zico, I feel like these teams are pretty evenly matched. How likely is it that we're going to see a Game 5 in this series? Oh, Zico's muted. Buddy.
Well, I think it could depend a little bit on what comps we see. I think either this is going to be a 3-0 stomp or we're going to Game 5. I think there's no in between here.
No in between. 3-0 or Game 5.
The 3-1 is
Zico
completely
says.
off the table.
What do you think, Ben?
That's the prediction.
Well, I think it could be a 3-0, a 3-1, a 3-2. You know, really anything is on the table here. But I do think right now, I would say the three kind of front-runner teams, not exactly true. Well, I think Diabolus, Wildcard Gaming, as well as, Waz's team, they are looking like the front-runners right now in Europe. And I think if Diabolus can manage to take down Wildcard Gaming, they're going to be looking like the #1 contender, which would be kind of an upset in the European region in general. So I'm looking to see what Diabolus can get done. If they can win this series, I feel like they're going to be looking extremely good to make it to that top 4 and potentially win the whole thing.
Yeah, certainly looking forward to seeing how Diabolus will perform in this series. It's game #1 of Wildcard Gaming versus Diabolus.
What is this comp from Wildcard Gaming? What were they expecting to come out of the gates? Looney Mistweaver? I thought this was going to be Paladin Mirror. I was actually curious to see if they would lead off with Blizzo and Windwalker or not, but I guess they will. Good crowd control engagement here from Diabolus, but it's disrupted and shut down by Wildcard. They're still trying to continue it with double Mortal Coil, double Infernal. Great combo, but that Temporal of Morrow was so perfect, healing him right back to full health instantaneously. Still Greater Pyros coming in from Gelu. They stun him up with a Poly onto Clyde. Big turnaround, huge hit onto Gelu. He has to block off the first crowd control of the fight. Wildcard Gaming look impressive in game 1.
Yep, that is Wildcard Gaming, and you love to see it. They stop Gelu's polymorph attempt, and then they turn it back onto him. They get Clyde's trinket in that process, but Morrow is in danger situation here. Looney's in a full fear. No trinket's playing that Relentless, and Morrow, he's going to ice block before his cauterized procs. Now they're swapping over to Looney here. Nice spear and strike here by Blizzo. You're going to get a sheep trying to get a careful out of the ice block here. Mercy is going to land it, but Looney is out of crowd control and able to heal up. Clyde gets polymorphed, but I don't know if it broke or if it got singed there. Yeah, it did get singed, so Mercy is playing that imp this battle. And now Blizzo might be able to get a nice double leg sweep here. He doesn't have it for another 10 seconds, but they do force out the Divine Shield here with their raw damage, and they have forced out all of Clyde's cooldowns and all of Gelu's cooldowns, and this is a checkmate situation. Clyde could go down, Gelu could go down, and even Morrow could go down here, Ben.
Definitely. Gelu is actually, I don't know if you've noticed, but Gelu has insanely quick Greater Power Blast, Polymorphs, and Ring of Frost, so he is playing an outrageous amount of haste, and that's probably why we're seeing this game go so fast. Cauterize has already been burned through, his Ice Block not available, Clyde has no cooldowns left, so Gelu's going to be very susceptible, but also extremely scary. Polymorph does go out onto Looney, and Marlon Blizzo forced to retreat just a little bit. Big Combustion going to get ripped out. Doesn't look like Morrow does have the Kleptomania available just yet, so not going to be able to remove that combustion. Unfortunately, not able to get too much done either. Gelu looking for a Greater Power Blast, one in the sky, potentially a second. Gets interrupted, nicely done there by Morrow, and this game is going by really quickly, but I will say it feels like Wildcard Gaming is slightly ahead right now.
Clyde praying to N'Zoth right now to get that sacrifice off cooldown and Avenging Wrath here. The next crowd control could close the game out here. 5 seconds away from that medallion. They're closing in on top of Gelu. Polymorphs over onto Mercy. Looking to rotate that over. There's the Paralyze. They're going to swap to the Paladin. There's the leg sweep. Beautiful timing. They're still going after Gelu. Clyde breaks out, but into a Polymorph. Oh no, it ends up being broken early. Did it get the spell by an imp? Gelu's still in a lot of trouble. That Divine Favor sitting up for quite some time. Slips through and stabilizes Gelu. They make it out of that situation with the Gladiator's Medallion of Clyde. Dark Soul and Combustion available. Gelu and Mercy are a big threat right now. Wildcard Gaming getting ready. Looney behind the pillar, waiting for the push, but Gelu instantly blinks Dragon's Breath, Polymorph. Beautiful timing. Morrow's locked down. Morrow could absolutely get annihilated here. Everybody in crowd control. Cauterize triggers. Cauterize looking like it's going to get shredded through with 1 second left on the Polymorph. Oh! Where is the Life Cocoon? Oh my... What? He waited so long. He waited so long. but Morrow survives, and now Gello on the back foot. Clyde barely able to get the sacrifice, slipped out there in between the crowd control effect, stabilizing Gello. I mean, this could go either way.
That was a really good push there from Diabolus, and this game is wide open, but not for much longer. Clyde's going to be stringing in about a minute. After that, a few Fs later, he probably is going to have his bubble as well, or sacrifice. There it is, double leg sweep from Blizzo. He engages, but Clyde using that Blessing of Protection. Morrow with a beautiful blink counter spell. Can they get the damage they need, though? It doesn't look like it. Morrow's just going to sheep up Gello here. Nova's him on the dispel, and now Blizzo is going to just tank a little bit of damage here. No Blessing of Protection on the other side, so he should be completely fine here. Gello's looking for a polymorph onto Looney. Looney knows it, and if Morrow drops too low before, while Looney gets polymorphed, that is going to be game over. But right now, Looney's doing a great job just positioning defensively. They push away Gello from that dangerous, threatening positioning, and Morrow is going for the full sheep now. Counterspells Gello, and Clyde once again breaks out with the Singe, but there it is. Combustion rolls out. Morrow dispels the Kleptomania. He gets the Dragon's Breath off, but I don't think they have enough crowd control here. That Singe from Mercy's Imp once again saving the day here for Diabolus.
Yeah, definitely. Gello going for Dragon's Breath Sheep. Can he get it? If he can get the Sheep, it's going to be massive. Unfortunately, the Ring of Peace denies. Good play there by Blizzo, but the Polymorph does land. Now Morrow in a lot of trouble. He's got 4 seconds left on his Ice Block. Can he hold on just a little bit longer? Temporal Shield will be enough for him to survive. He gets topped off. Now with Ice Block back and available for both of these mages, things might slow down just a little bit, but Gello does get interrupted. Blizzo's all over him. Still, with that haste, going to be very vulnerable, but Gello's been doing a good job setting up his team. Justigath does land, and he gets absolutely taken down. Justigath from Blizzo, a huge hit of damage. Gello falls. Unfortunately, that Ice Block not going to be found. Wildcard Gaming claims game number 1.
Pretty swift game number 1 victory for Wildcard Gaming here. We should see the replay shortly. Let's talk about that setup from the side of Wildcard, Zico.
I want to talk about when Morrow should have died, and like he
can talk about that too. Go ahead.
he counterspelled. So Morrow was literally like on the brink of death. He counterspells Gello, then he blinks on top of him, Dragon's Breath him to stop the follow-up CC and to stop the damage, and then Looney comes out of the, and then he temporal. Looney comes out of the polymorph with Cocoon ready. His mage is on 1% with no CDs. And this guy is trying to greed the Cocoon, dude. And actually, he might have been able to. He got a couple of heals off, but then he just went for it anyway. And I think that was the right line of play there. And then, of course, in the end there, able to get that nice setup and take the game. I feel like Wildcard, the way they play the setup, it's so nice to watch. Like, the way they played that opener as well. Gello just blinked in with a billion haze, trying to land the CC, trying to, get his team ahead. They just counterspell him. Blizzo paralyzed him. He trinketed, then he Ring of Peace him to interrupt him. And yeah, it's just really nice how they played that matchup. And here's the final setup. They get a Sheep and a Nova to try to dispel the Singe, and they get another Sheep here, and then they just line it up with all that damage here. Big hits coming in. You got Dragon's Breath as well, and that's it.
Well, what a better person also to have as your healer on that Mistweaver. I feel like even when it wasn't being played quite as often, we still saw Looney playing that Mistweaver, and I feel like his comfortability on that class really shows through Supties.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he was using it even at the BlizzCon finals when everybody didn't think that it was necessarily the meta. He's been using it for a long time now. I feel like, how long ago has it been? His BlizzCon win was on Shaman, and that's when he was known as a Shaman for a really long time. Then he had to switch over to Druid for a really long time, and then he's just kind of picked up Mistweaver and still playing it, even though right now I think in at least the wide consideration or the wide opinion of the PvP community is that Mistweaver has fallen down a level or taken down a peg from where Holy Paladin currently is, and he's still making Mistweaver work. So nice to see. However, 12 Run Arena is a pretty big map. I wonder if Wildcard Gaming will blind lock a Fire Mage Ellie on this map, or if they'll continue to play the comp that they played in the first game.
I think my favorite part about Looney is his Twitter handles, like, literally, isn't like Looney BlizzCon champ or something?
Econ champ.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ben.
I was just going to say, I
get a point.
Yeah, they switched it up. So on this map, I wonder if we're seeing a mirror match. Like, I would be happy to see a mirror match. That's what I want to see from game number 1, honestly. I'm kind of surprised that Wildcard Gaming locked this in. However, I mean, Diabolus, maybe they go with the Mage Warlock. I feel like it wouldn't necessarily... Them locking it in blind, I don't think they really anticipated the Windwalker Mage Mistweaver. I could be wrong about that. They probably anticipated Wildcard Gaming to run this, so the fact that they locked in the Paladin, Warlock, Mage blind makes me think that they think it's a good matchup, so maybe they end up going with that. And I wonder if Gelu is going to go with the Haste. One thing's for sure, I mean, the Haste Fire Mage is probably, for me, one of the most fun things to play in the game, but quite often it's better to just go with versatility. I feel like if Gelu had the versatility, the game, it would have been slowed down quite a bit, but he wouldn't be as susceptible to those one-shots, and they just give their team more opportunities to eventually find that slow win condition. But definitely curious to see if Gelu once again goes with that really, really high haste build. And in wizard matchups, it's not too bad. So I think when you are playing against the LA Shaman Fire Mage, going with that really, really high haste can put you ahead. You get faster polymorphs, faster greater pyroblast, and typically you can avoid the damage anyways just by having really, really good positioning. And it also allows you to find polymorphs a lot easier. So I think Gelu might stick with that haste, but if we do see it against a melee again, I feel like it would probably be good for Gelu to put on a little bit more versatility.
All right, Looney is in fact... Go.
Tell me.
Gelu is not a dampener, okay? Gelu is one of the bangers on EU. He's not going to go Versa. He's going to go damage. He's going to go either Racing Pulse or he's going to go Max Haste, and he's going to fat damage.
I really like that narrative you're trying to paint right now, but there's been far too many times where I've seen Gelu, Mechanome, Netherwind Armor, 80% versatility. So
I'm not sure what
I
you're
mean, it's nice
talking
that you say that, but dude, I've inspected him many times, and he plays the versatility more often than not, I would say.
He's got chocolate milk
right now. Tell him, bro,
he's here to win.
They're calling you a dampener. I'm gonna message him and let him know.
If you guys go, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
All right, I was just gonna say, if you guys want to see that the gear that Gelu or anybody else in this series is running, it's awc.gcd.tv. But we can talk about Gelu's build for this series. What do we think? What is he running in terms of gears, Zico?
Mechanome, full dam, full haste.
All right.
That's what I think.
Okay. Yeah. Gelu, what about on the other side here for Diabolus? Or Wildcard Gaming, excuse me.
Mara is going to be a dampener playing Versa 100%. He's on the same team as Looney now, man. Let's be honest here. I think Looney would let him get away with it.
He actually did.
You
Wait,
can,
he played haste last game?
No, not in the last game, but do you remember when they played against Waz and Raikou? What happened in that series? He actually did play full haste, and they lost, and it was the fastest series you've ever seen between them.
All right, well, we will find out shortly how it will work out for them in game number 2 here. Wildcard Gaming, 83% win rate on Tolvaran. This is going to be a difficult game for Diabolus here coming up for game number 2. It is Wildcard Gaming versus Diabolus.
Wizard dominance in Tolvaran Arena here, so neither team going to be heavily advantaged in terms of the map advantage, which I think it was wise for Wildcard Gaming to swap off their Windwalker, get the melee DPS out of there when you know that this is going to be a wizard war. I'm curious to see who's going to cross the center field line first. Is Gelu going to be that aggressive player that Zico believes he is, or is he going to ultimately be a dampener, as Mage Warlocks in their deepest parts of their souls are? You don't think so? You really don't think he's going to dampen?
I think it's actually likely he
maybe
plays
it's just
haste.
wishful thinking.
I think he will play haste in a wizard matchup, but I think against a melee, it's risky. It's super, super risky.
Also looks like Wildcard Gaming has 3-0'd Diabolus in European Cup number 4, so they have faced each other before. Maybe Diabolus learned something from that last series here, but what do we think are the odds that they are able to turn this series around, Supatis?
This is going to be really volatile. I feel like this game in particular could be really volatile in terms of it turning around. If Zipai plays Gushing Moons, which I feel like he should, just poke Flame Shocks, Instant Lava Burst, and let Maro tank damage as versatility. If both teams play Haste, this is going to be insane. I don't think it's Morrow. How fast is that fireball? I feel like that wasn't a haste
That
fireball.
that was a for sure Versa fireball.
Okay. Yalu, let's see how fast his poly is. They're
Oh,
both
that's a haste
Versa.
poly.
What? It seems
The
so
haste
slow.
volley. It's a quick.
That's a haste poly.
No, it was quick. Super quick. Gelu definitely, I think he's playing haste, yeah. So we'll see. I mean, Zeepai right now getting interrupted. Gelu going for polymorph. Is he going to manage to find? He's actually playing Dark Iron Dwarf. Ooh, Mercy getting bursted down very, very quickly. That Warlock's going to be really susceptible to the damage incoming from Morrow and Zeepai. So definitely have to look out. And it seems so far like Wildcard Gaming, they're just all over Diabolus. Diabolus does manage to recover off the back of the Avenging Wrath from Clyde. It looks like both these teams are going to stabilize in the early stages of the match.
Stabilize? That
Guess
doesn't
not.
look
Guess not. They were stable. Come on, when I said it, they were stable.
I was saying this is going to be the most volatile match we've seen. They're swapping to Clyde. They're playing right on top of Diabolus here. Looney into the polymorph. They need to turn it around with this crowd control, but they're not finding damage just yet. Hammer of Justice on Morrow. He's able to escape. Clyde is rotting down to pressure right now. Zeepai is bullying him. He's trying to line a sight at the pillar and recover. Needs to be careful. Zeepai could wrap around to the other side. Now a Hex on Gelu, a swap over to the Warlock. Wildcard Gaming are hitting every single target, building a lead in multiple places. This is going to be an absolute nightmare for Diabolus to come back in. Hammer of Justice has to be Divine Shielded. Mercy now into a Lightning Lasso. Gelu into a Dragon's Breath. Crowd control onto the entire unit of Diabolus. This is the Wildcard Gaming that we know and love.
Yeah, so Wildcard Gaming are running, Morrow's running a mix of Versa and Gushing, so that's why his cast is slow. And Gelu is actually running full Versa, so...
yeah, we were wrong, both of us.
He's running a lot of Surging Vitality. So yeah, we were definitely wrong. Mercy is going to summon his Imp here, going to singe his healer out of crowd control. And now Morrow overextended, Hammer of Justice coming in, but look at Looney. He's going to duck in on the opposite end there, get a nice fat heal, and now Big Damn Judge coming in here on Mercy. Zeepai looking to get some Gushing procs here onto the enemy team. And now they're going after, they're going to go after Mercy to get a full Hammer of Justice onto Clyde into a full sheep here. And he's going to summon the Imp, so that should get dispelled. He does get Dragon's Breath, potentially into a DR sheep, and Morrow finds it. Morrow doing a great job so far controlling the match. Looney, though, is also caught up in a sheep, so Morrow needs to be a little bit careful with his positioning. Clyde's out of the sheep now with those wings active, so now Zeepai and Morrow are on the back foot. They need to run, make sure that nobody goes down here. Morrow doing a great job just polymorphing Gelu. Zeepai throwing in a Hex as well. Looney should have no problem stabilizing here. He's going to have his wings coming back up pretty soon as well. And it looks like Wildcard Gaming are stable and looking to push in. They get a full sheep here. No Singe available. Let's see what they can get done here, Sid.
Oh, he's in position to Hammer of Justice immediately. Mercy's in a lot of trouble. Huge damage coming in from Zeepai. Clyde trinkets, uses sacrifice, redirects. Now Zeepai on the back foot, Looney in a polymorph. Zeepai is trying to disrupt crowd control, but I don't think he can stay out in the open much longer. Healing Surgery himself back up. Mercy goes for fear. Tremor down. They break Looney out. Vitality Conduit right before the Hammer of Justice. That Hammer of Justice was 1 second faster. I think Zeepai would be alive right now, but he's going to stabilize with the Astral Shift. Diabolus showing signs of life, but Clyde's in a full polymorph. No way to escape. Mercy's on the run. Zeepai is hunting him down. If Zeepai makes it over here, Mercy is going to get crushed. Zeepai's wrapping around the right. Looney on the left. Mercy is getting closed in. He's trying to line of sight the Elemental, get to Clyde in time, but Clyde's now into another polymorph. Lightning Lasso connects with a full duration. Huge Earthshot. Clyde barely sneaks in a heal, and the Hellstone of Mercy clutches it out. I actually can't believe he greeted the Hellstone that long, but it will stabilize him. Close call, but Mercy keeps it in with calm, cool, and collected decision-making.
All right.
I guess Gelu, he's going to be able to hold on. The haste comes in. Full polymorph does land. It's going to be a trinket sacrifice to keep Zeepai alive. Gelu once again looking for a greater power blast, but it is really difficult as a fire mage in this matchup. If you are not playing haste, having to deal with counterspell, Dragon's Breath, Grounding Totem, basically everything. Clyde actually getting swamped too and might just get absolutely dropped. He manages to hold on the the Hellstone out of the stun. Does keep him alive, but so far, I mean, Wildcard Gaming, their pressure has looked so good. They're going after Morrow. They're going after Gelu. They're going after Mercy. They're going after Clyde in this matchup. It seems like all three members are such a good target, but a full polymorph snuck onto Looney. Morrow could be in a little bit of trouble, but Zeepai just going for hexes, shuts down Gelu, and Wildcard Gaming just seem like they're fully in control, but this might be the Divine Shield. Big hit on Looney. He's actually playing the Safeguard trinket. Safeguard manages to keep him alive, realizing he's going to be vulnerable in those stuns, but That Safeguard Trinket allows him to hold on to the Divine Shield. And Wildcard Gaming are looking good and very prepared for this matchup.
Oh, a sheep snuck in onto Clyde. They dispelled the full one. They do get a read though. Gelu loading up a greater pyroblast here. Let's see what they can get done. Maru's looking for some polymorphs, looking for some damage. He has his combustion, so Maru just wants to land a DR sheep basically and just go for the kill. He actually pops the combustion right now. This rotational combustion here, I do like to see that. And Maru is going to get peeled on most of it, sadly. He's not going to be able to find too much damage, but he did generate some pressure. Gelu now blinking forward. It looks like they want to go for Zeepai here. Hammer of Justice is ready. They go for Looney, actually, with the Hammer of Justice. But look at Zeepai. Nice lightning lasso. They're trying to shut down some of the damage. But Looney forced into the Divine Shield. Very nice go here from Diabolus. And now Clyde, he has all of his cooldowns back. Gelu has all of his cooldowns. Mercy has all of his cooldowns. And it's Wildcard Gaming on the back foot.
Swapping to the Paladin has paid off excellently here for Diabolus. The defensive cooldowns they used earlier on have rotated. They're back available. They're looking to be in a solid position if they can continue swapping targets. Looney is in a good position, though, to completely avoid that with Clyde across the map. They're just tossing lots of damage into Gelu, disrupting him with wind shears and stuns. And Hex is really just slowing down Gelu's greater powers as much as possible. Gelu's blinking in. Dragon's Breath, where's the Polymorph? He's trying to fake out the interrupts. He gets Shadow Fury, but he is able to secure the Polymorph nonetheless. Hammer of Justice, Mortal Quill, trying to hit the trinket of Zeepai. Zeepai refusing to trade the Gladiator's Medallion, runs into a Ring of Frost. Looney's still locked down in crowd control, trying to wait for that sacrifice potentially, and they do buy time. Sacrifice is up. Zeepai won't die. He's pushing back out. Gelu trying to greater Pyro Maro while he's feared up. Lightning Lasso disrupts it. Mana about even between both Paladins. 6 minutes, 46 seconds into this game. Dampening continues to mount. Can Diabolus set up that swap to Looney that they were able to earlier on? Right now, Looney is playing a lot more passively, praying to the ineffable truth gods to get that Divine Shield back off cooldown. In the meantime, Maro is playing more aggressively, landing a Polymorph onto Clyde. Gelu getting blasted, Mercy getting cleaved down, multiple targets low on health. Can they keep him crowd controlled on his Avenging Wrath? Here they do. Looney sneaks in for a Hammer of Justice, lobbing out a Judgment onto Mercy. Huge pressure on the 2 targets still. Clyde goes for Divine Favor, gets it. His team's still not totally topped off, and his Avenging Wrath just ended. If Wildcard Gaming can keep that momentum, but they're pushing in on top of Looney.
Ooh, Looney here in a lot of trouble, but he does get the preemptive Vitality Conduit actually, so he's not going to take any damage. Pops the wings, Clyde in the sheep, gets singed out by Mr. Mercy, but he does get read. Maru looking for the 3rd DR sheep, he gets counterspell, there's Dragon's Breath, no more crowd control, sadly. I think they need to either go for Clyde or maybe have a Hammer of Justice to try to extend the chain there, because every time Maru goes for those polymorphs, he just gets singed by Mercy, but Zeepai's positioning is fantastic. There it is, Looney with the Hammer of Justice. They're going to swap over to Clyde, and they're going to get the Divine Shield immediately. Zeepai is taking a lot of damage, though, as a result of that push. He's going to go for the Hex onto Mercy, shutting down the Fear before it happens. There's a full sheep onto Clyde. Where's the Singe, though? The Imp is right there in the middle of the map, but Mercy not going to be able to use it right now. Maybe he already did earlier on a Frost Snow or something, but it looks like Gelu is going to take a Lightning Lasso here. Maru's looking to maybe push the issue here on that next Sheep DR with his Combustion. It could be a big push coming up here. They lock Clyde. Here we go. Combustion most likely to be ripped. It gets dispelled immediately here by Gelu. Nice reflex there by him. And now he's looking for a Ring of Frost. He's trying to isolate Looney and Zeepai. And honestly, the way Wildcard is playing this positional game is just perfect. They're buying themselves so much time to get Looney's Divine Shield back up, and it will be right now here, man.
Yeah, definitely will. Having that defensive cooldown is going to be really nice for him. Mercy getting swapped to big Lightning Lasso. Clyde forced to trinket. There's no sacrifice, but it looks like Mercy should be able to survive. The gushing wounds really just ripping into Mercy right now. Big heal coming in from Clyde. And now stable. Diabolus looking to make a push. Hammer of Justice out onto Looney. Do they have the damage? Divine Shield. Looney just going for the Divine Shield right away. Once you get that rotated back, Mercy actually getting hit. Clyde with no Divine Shield, no Trinket. If he gets caught in crowd control, Mercy could easily fall. Yellow just looking for greater Pyroblast. He gets grounded. He gets hexed. And still, Wildcard Gaming continue to push Mercy, forced to use the Unending Resolve. A full Polymorph lands onto Clyde. Great crowd control by Maro. The Polymorph ends. And now actually Maro just trying to shut it down, realizing, you know what? We got what we wanted. We got the Unending Resolve. We need to just play it safe. Throwing out Polymorphs on Mercy. But that was definitely a great push there by Wildcard Gaming.
Diabolus and Wildcard Gaming are looking evenly matched in the Wizard War. Neither Paladin has a Divine Shield to save themselves or get out of crowd control. Mercy in a lot of trouble here. Nether Ward gets stripped off. Lightning Lasso connects. Huge damage out by Wildcard Gaming. And they're going to move to match point.
Now 2-0, Wildcard Gaming versus Diabolus here. They are really struggling in this series on the side of Diabolus. Wildcard Gaming just looking so clean as a team, Ben.
I mean, they definitely are. Wildcard Gaming, I'm really surprised what they locked in game number 1, to be honest with you. Ended up working out for them. Game number 2, their Elemental Shaman Fire Mage, it looks phenomenal. I think all 3 of them are stepping up in a big way. Maro had great crowd control. Zipai, really good interrupts onto Gelu throughout the match, also helping set Maro up with these really nice lightning lassos. And Wildcard Gaming just look like they're firing on all cylinders with a well-deserved 2-0 lead in the series.
Do you think that we'll see Jamie come out on the Ellie Shaman, Zico?
No
Or
chance.
do you
they're
want to
gonna
see
mirror
Ellie?
them.
No
I mean,
chance?
I'm always down to watch some mirror games. Don't get me wrong. I just feel like that's not going to happen. Like, it's too risky. I feel like if you're on the side of Diabolus, you want a comp that you feel confident can win, and then on maybe a map where you're going in blind, maybe there you can try to go for the mirror. But when you have the double advantage, I think you have to try to go for a counter. I don't know about like the Warlock Ellie or something.
I just wanted to say, look at the scoreboard. I mean, Gelu, I feel like Gelu kind of had it backwards in these 2 games. Against the melee, the Windwalker Monk, I think he should have played the more versatile build and more versatility. But against casters, you need the haste. I mean, look at how shut down he was. I mean, outside of his big combustion goes, Greater Power Blast, they're just getting shut down over and over. He's getting Thunderstorm, he's getting Ground, he's getting Wind Shear, he's getting Hex, he's getting Counterspell, he's getting Polymorph. There's just so many stops that Maro and Zipa have available. It's a nightmare to try to get off those 3.5 second Greater Power Blasts. I feel like you need the haste, I don't know. I feel like if he's not playing haste, this is just a losing matchup for them.
Maro actually got CC'd more than Gelu as well, but he still doubled his damage.
So then what do we want to see from Diabolus if they want to try and turn them around? We don't want to see Ellie come off onto that Jamie come onto that Ellie Shaman, it sounds like. What then is the next move here on the side of Diabolus Super Tees?
I mean, they could do the same thing again on Asha mains, or they could do Rogue Mage Pally. I feel like Rogue Mage Pally, if you've got a good map for it, like you should be able to even just run down Looney. So maybe they bring in Jamie on Rogue for 1 win, like set up a really good RM Pala map. So it doesn't even really matter if you're running an alt Rogue for that specific matchup, and then they have to lock blind Ellie Mage for the rest of the series, or Ellie Warlock for the rest of the series. I'm trying to think if there's anything Wildcard Gaming would have that immediately punishes something like Ellie Warlock.
So you'd rather see
Mage.
Jamie on Rogue than a mirror match?
For this particular game, I don't think they're going to do it with this map. There's no way. They're going to do the same thing, I think. They're either mirroring or they're doing the same thing. Okay, I guess there's 3 outcomes. They could Ellie Warlock, get Jamie in, or Mage Warlock mirror, or just run the same comp that they ran. Maybe they felt they played too passively, because there was one point where they were getting everything from Looney, and then they just decided to chill and not really push the issue and close the game. I think if they just pushed it and closed it, they might have been able to win by killing Looney earlier.
Wildcard Gaming locking in their composition here. A couple of speculations from you guys on what we think Diabolus is going to play. Let's say that they do play the same comp that they've been running with for game 1 and 2 here, Ven. What would you want to see them maybe change up in terms of setup or focus target against Wildcard?
I want to see Paladin goes.
I think Paladin goes are good. I really think haste is necessary, and so I'd really like to see Gelu play more haste if it is a wizard matchup. Otherwise, I think he's just going to struggle too much to get out damage, and the damage is going to be really predictable. But going after Looney felt like definitely solid options. Him playing the safeguard kind of shows you that Looney is afraid of that. The Paladins that are running Ineffable Truth, it makes you really susceptible to those big all-ins. So got to be scared of those. And I think Diabolus might be able to capitalize a little bit more on that.
Zico, it sounds like you want them to go off after Looney?
Well, I don't want them to have Looney as like the only target, but look to swap to Looney again. If he's ever out in the open, try to hammer of justice him, just dump your instant damage on him, see what happens. Zipa and Maro did a really good job, peeling with hexes, off heals, grounding, and everything like that. But I really feel like Diabolus, the only time they were ahead in the previous match, if we're seeing Mage Warlock again, was when they went after Looney. They have a lot of lockdown, so I think if they can push in, get an Infernal Stun, double Mortal Coil, Hammer of Justice, they could easily set up a kill like that onto Looney. And if they can do it a couple of times, they could definitely win like that.
Is this a good map for that then here on Ashmain Spa?
Really?
I think you can swap to the healer on any map. It's all about having pressure. If, let's say Maro pushes in and you do a bunch of damage to Maro, Looney's going to have to follow him. And when he does, if you swap to him, it doesn't matter if it's on Dalaran Sewers or if it's here. I would say it's harder to be in range of swaps on a large map, so it's going to make it a little bit harder. But as long as you're not just tunneling the healer and running after him, they're not really going to benefit that much from the map. As long as it's you're hitting somebody and then swapping to him rather than chasing him around.
Did you say something, Suptis? You said you don't like this map?
I said I feel like it's not that great for going on healers. If Looney wants to stand as far away as he can, he can. I just feel like Wildcard Gaming, their Wizard Cleave with the build they're running with that mix of gushing, they just have more instant damage ticking the whole time. Whereas if Gelu and Mercy aren't getting cast off, they're just passively falling behind in terms of DPS. And then you can create this window where Gushing Wounds get somebody down lower health and you go for Lightning Lasso and you've just suddenly got a kill off of it. So I like that Wildcard Gaming are kind of experimenting. So it's not really an experiment for Zipai so much since Elemental Shamans commonly run gushing, but Maro, instead of running just full haste, has some gushing mixed in. And I think having that double dot proc is actually allowing them a lot more consistent pressure overall in this specific matchup. So I'm wondering if Gelu wants to opt for different. You definitely don't think he should be going the versatile build this time around, but maybe even he should mix in some gushing to get a little bit of instant cast damage. I guess I wouldn't synergize that well with the Warlock. Maybe the haste is just the better option. I just want to see the Fire Mage Warlock more aggressive. It felt like when they were going toe-to-toe at that one pillar, they were getting ahead on Looney. And then when they were playing the space game, they were actually falling behind, which is really weird because you would think that the casting wizards want to be in the open, but the way that it looked was that they were winning when they were just standing on top of Looney.
All right, well, match is starting. The gates will be opening soon here. Diabolus, 67% win rate on this map. We'll see if it's their lucky ticket. It is Wildcard Gaming 2-0 against Diabolus.
All right, game number 3 here is underway. This is the match point here for Diabolus. And Diabolus have been that I would say, the third dark horse of the tournament. Ooh, Maro gets immediate blinking away there because Gelu does land a sheep. Zipa in a lot of trouble here to get the Ring of Frost as well. Zipa taking massive damage, and Looney is going to trinket, use that sacrifice right there. Zipa also used his dwarf ratio right there, so a very, very minor overlap coming through. And now Looney looking for the double blind, and he is playing the blind now. Maybe a potential sheep or a Ring of Frost coming out here. They get the sheep onto Clyde, and Clyde is going to trinket out of that one, use his sacrifice. So both teams trading evenly here in the opening stages, but Zipa randomly have to use his Astral Shift in the midst of that exchange as well. So they're definitely pressuring Zipa extremely hard in this matchup, and the positioning of Diabolus is really good right now. I think they need to push Gelu away from their side. They need to line of sight Mercy and just hit Gelu until he actually leaves that area. They get a full sheep onto Looney, Hammer of Justice onto Zipa. Gelu is the one taking the damage right now though. Do they have anything to follow up? Zipa is going to trinket the Mortal Coil and just line of sight here. Going to be topping himself up. And I think he grounds the Greater Pyro there onto Looney as well. So a really nice defensive play there from Zipa, but he has no cooldowns. The next sheep... Wait, Looney has no bubble. They're literally going to win on the next go here. And they just forced out the Ice Block there on Gelu.
Yeah, and Gelu is playing full haste, and it is looking a lot better for him in this matchup, able to get out those Greater Power Blasts and those really, really fast Polymorphs as well. Let's see what they can get done. Gelu finds a full Polymorph, Gallo now looking for a Greater Power Blast, potentially on Zeepai. Maybe actually going to be going after Looney as well if he can. Greater Power Blast in the sky. Who's it going to hit? Gets grounded once again. Zeepai with great denial in the match. Now Gelu could be in some trouble. Temporal Shield is rolling. That should be enough to keep him alive. Spamming out the polymorphs as well. Lightning Lasso on Mercy. Gelu blinking in, getting an interrupt on Zeepai, looking for a Greater Power Blast. Can he find it? And it is very obvious at this point that they do want to go after Looney. Looney repositioning and running away, trying to avoid any damage that comes his way. But one thing is for sure, Wildcard Gaming is a little bit scared in this position.
All right, let's see if they can buy time. 3 more seconds to that Gliders medallion. Looks like Maro has bought them enough time out in midfield. They're still trying to push for it. Looney's trying to avoid it with that freedom. Gelu is a bit falling behind. If Clyde gets caught in crowd control, it could be devastating. Triple Dragon's Breath out from Gelu. Clyde into a half dimension trim polymorph. Looney into a Hammer of Justice. Another swap to Looney. He immediately uses the Gliders medallion. Coiled on the trinket. Mercy nailing him with a Chaos Bolt there, but not able to find a follow-up. Zeepai falling behind out all of a sudden. Big swap over to Zeepai. Astral Shift. He ducks for cover at the pillar. Looney out of polymorph, looking to reconnect with his elemental shaman. Getting line of sighted on the divine favor a bit here. Looney goes for the big heal, finally getting it. Mana not really a problem, I think, for both these teams, at least for a long time. Mercy getting blasted. Gushing Wounds, I think, is just killing him around the corner. Lightning Lasso over onto Gelu here. Maro trying to help as well. Temporal Shield's going, but he only has Cauterized. Clyde sneaks in a big kill with that Avenging Wrath. Looney polymorphed out in midfield. They're going after Zeepai. They Frost Nova Zeepai. They're really trying to hold him back here. Gelu gets blasted though. Sacrifice Trinket has to trade on the side of Clyde. Mercy has Dark Soul. This has been back and forth. But do remember, this is match point. No Divine Shield for 10 more seconds. Greater Pyro is in the sky. Gelu drops a Meteor, but Looney survives the stun. Vitality Conduit's up, redirecting a ton of healing onto himself for free. Gelu now in a Lightning Lasso. Because Looney survived, I think Gelu's going to be in a lot of trouble. Clyde needs to get ready here.
Oh, what can he do here? He gets out of the crowd control. Clyde looking to stabilize his teammates here. And now he gets caught up in DR sheep. He does get singed out of it though. Looney now in a full sheep. Maro, what are you going to do? He has the Cauterize and he might trigger here. Activates the Temporal Shield. He blinks out of line of sight of Mercy and he does survive without having that Cauterize trigger. Looney used his sacrifice. He might be looking to swamp the Looney. Getter gets 1 Greater Pyroblast, 2 Greater Pyroblasts. Big damage here onto Looney, but the big Divine Fave is going to save Looney today, and now we are going to see Zeepai load up the Stormkeeper. You got Gelu dropping the Ring of Frost around the corner. They're cornering all of Wildcard Gaming. They're looking for Maro, and I don't know if he's going to survive this. His Cauterize is the only defense left, but Zeepai is throwing out a lot of heals there, saving the situation. And of course, that Vitality Conduit now double blind comes out. Do they have follow-up? Maro's going for the sheep. He gets feared on it. Mercy just doing anything he can to shut him down. He gets the Hammer of Justice though, and now Maro's going to go for the sheep, but it's going to get singed by the imp. No, he actually bubbles it, and that means it's time to run away. If you are on Wildcard Gaming, they're looking to stop the Maro. Procs his Cauterize, blinks behind the pillar, might just die. Okay.
Wow. That matchup looks so much better for Diabolus. Honestly, just that haste adaptation coming in from Gelu allowed them to get out so many polymorphs. It made Diabolus a lot more unpredictable in the matchup as well, which I really liked. So really well played by them. And now that they're able to pick up that victory, we get to go to a situation where Wildcard Gaming gets to pick their composition as well as their map. And I'm really curious to see what they try to set up.
Small map,
Do we think
Windwalker Mage.
Small map Windwalker Mage, is that what you said, Sid?
I think that's what they'll go for after winning the first game. I just like that Diabolus played that matchup more aggressively, and they were able to win playing aggressively because they felt like they were in a winning position in the last game doing that, and then they just played more passively, and it slowly fell apart. So now that they've got this aggressive strategy, I think Wildcard Gaming should consider changing their composition. And they'll have a couple of maps to work with, so it's not like it'll be the end of the world if it doesn't.
With that adjustment on the side of Diabolus, is Wildcard Gaming just going to be able to easily adjust to that, though? Or is that something that they can maybe carry to a Game 5 on the side of Diabolus, Eco?
Well, you remember the prophecy? It's either a 3-0 or a Game 5, so we're definitely going to Game 5.
True.
Seeing how Diabolus won that one. All jokes aside, though.
And you're never wrong.
I mean, drip, right? I do think on the side of Diabolus, they have some really good comps. I think if I was Diabolus, keep blind locking the Mage Warlock and just try to play to your advantage. If you see a small map blind locked, gonna be a little bit tricky because you're probably going against Fire Mage Windwalker, but I think on the side of Diabolus, this is their comp, and it's all about mid-game adaptations. Mage Lock is just one of those comps that stands a pretty solid chance against most comps in the game.
And now, since Wildcard Gaming did lose that last one, it is their map choice. Sid, you think that they're going to go to a small map. What do you think that means in terms of composition for them? Are they going to swap it up here?
I want to see the Windwalker Mage again. I'm just trying to think what would be the best small map. I don't think Hook Point would be that great. Probably Dalaran. Like Dalaran and then Windwalker Mage. They could even play Mistweaver again. Surprisingly, I liked the Mistweaver. Just crowd control that can't be dispelled by the Imp with the Paralyze, I think was looking really good for them. And if they play their setups like they did in game 1, I don't see why they wouldn't be able to pull it off again. What would Diabolus play if they saw Windwalker Mage though? Because they don't have to play the same thing. They could play Destro Ellie instead and try and be really tanky. Gelu could also just play Versatility. Maybe it's like a bait. Maybe Gelu played Haste in that game to bait them into thinking they can win that matchup, and then he's going to play Verse in the next time, and it's not going to work. That's like
what about you,
Superman
Ben? You want to
game.
make any predictions for this upcoming game?
I think it's hard to say. I mean, for Wildcard Gaming, I think both of the compositions that they could potentially lock in could win, but I think for Diabolus, I don't know if
Mage
I really
Warrior?
like this, to be honest with you.
Are they gonna?
Maybe. I feel like, honestly, as a Mage Lock Paladin, you don't mind this map. Like, this map is actually really, really good. It's going to allow Gelu and Mercy to get out lots of crowd control, lots of damage. Wildcard Gaming, maybe they want to set up some sort of like trampoline cleave.
Yeah, it's definitely double
They do
monk.
play the double Ring of Peace.
Definitely
So we could see double
monk.
Ring of Peace here, and that would give kind of a positional advantage to Wildcard Gaming, but I don't really mind this map. I do think, though, what I would love to see, if we see Wildcard Gaming lock in Windwalker, Mage, Mistweaver, or Paladin, whatever they're going to play, I think Gelu, if it's not against Wizards, he has to play full versatility, and I think that's really going to limit the options that Wildcard Gaming has in the match to actually close it out. And I would actually predict that Diabolus might actually end up winning this one if Wildcard Gaming isn't careful.
And if Wildcard Gaming, they do lock in a sort of trampoline cleave, what sort of difficulties is Diabolus going to face here? Are they going to have any difficulties here in terms of positioning on Blade's Edge? Zico?
Well, they're gonna just abuse the knocks. I think the goal, if you lock in like a Ellie Shaman, is just you want to have like, let's say if you're looking at the bridge right now, in the middle of the bridge is Zipai. To the left side you got Gelu, and on the right side you got Clyde. Gelu is pushing in, trying to get crowd control. In a situation like that, if you can knock Gelu towards like the starting room, for example, he is going to be so far away from Clyde that you can set up a big burst, or you can knock away Clyde to a similar position, and then you can set up a big burst on the DPS. It's all about basically making it so that the healer gets knocked super far away behind the DPS gets knocked away from his own healer and into a position where your team can still hit him. That's basically the goal of those knocks, and they are going to be playing Fire Mage, Windwalker, Mistweaver, so they're going to be having those monk ports that can jump down and then teleport back up, and they're going to have 2 Rings of Peace as well to knock people down with.
Is Diabolus... Is this their best comp then? If that's what Wildcard Gaming's strat is, was this a good response once we saw that they locked in Blade's Edge here, Supatis?
I mean, I think that they wanted to set up some sort of Mistweaver Windwalker, so Blade's Edge is where they like to go against double caster because you can stack them up more easily into like the narrow quarters on top of the bridge. Usually the spell cleaves end up having to run along the outside of the map. This map is really good for monks. If they want to play Spellcleave on the bottom, then use Portal up top. So it's a really good monk map. I'm curious to see how they execute on the double Ring of Peace. If they have solid crowd control like game 1 and Gelu's not playing versatility, I feel like they're going to take this pretty easily. If Gelu is playing versatility and they're able to navigate the outside of the map, I could see potential here for Diabolus to go to a game 5.
Yeah, we can also see here Wildcard Gaming, their current stats for all of the compositions here, 83% win rate, 100% win rate with the Warrior, Enhanced Shaman, Holy Paladin. It's been a while since we've seen Enhanced Shaman too with Seedby there, Venriki.
It definitely is. I mean, that was one of the compositions that they run to exclusively counter jungle cleave. I think it was a pleasant surprise for them even. I remember Looney tweeting out he was so excited that they could finally play jungle and it was turbo time and all that good stuff, but unfortunately outside of just against the jungle and even against the jungle they haven't been opting to run it. So maybe not feeling super confident in the enhancement shaman, but it just kind of shows you that Wildcard Gaming, I mean, they're such a flexible team. They have so many different comp options. They're opting to actually lock in the Windwalker, Fire Mage, and Mistweaver like we saw in game number 1 against the Mage Lock Paladin, and we'll have to see what Diabolus is going to be able to get done.
Big start here on Gelu. Paralyzed on Clyde, Poly on Mercy, 3 versus 1. He Temporal Shields, Fist of Fury still going at it. Not enough time. Gelu's Temporal Shield immediately healing himself back to full. Greater Pyro number 1. Greater Pyro number 2 gets counterspelled, knocked off the side. Definitely good value on that Ring of Peace, knocking both Mercy and Gelu. Clyde tries to reposition to help them out, but now he's out in the open for Polymorph. Maro tries to slip it through, doesn't find it. Clyde repositions back upstairs, waiting for Mercy to get there as well, but now they're stacked up for a double leg sweep. This is a beautiful use of the map here. Looney rolls up as well to try and support, but Gelu was able to escape. Stabilized by Clyde, but it did cost the Gliders Medallion and the Sacrifice a major set of cooldowns out of the way. Diabolus are trying to turn it around. They stun up Maro out in midfield. They polymorph up Looney. Great crowd control onto Looney. Temporal Shield activates. They knock Gelu off the side to stop the follow-up polymorph. This is a great map so far for Wildcard Gaming. I love that they're abusing it like this.
Yeah, I think on the side of Diabolus, they should maybe look to try to take down Looney at some point. But right now, it's not the easiest thing here. They're going for a setup here. Big damage with the combustion. Mario's going for the DRC. Can he get it in time? And they will. And it does get singed, but it doesn't matter. They force out the ice block. They got the objective. They already forced out Clyde's trinket. And now they're hitting Mercy. Dark Soul is active. Mercy's looking to get aggressive here. Fears out Blizzo. Can he get something on Looney? Gets another fear onto Blizzo, looking for some Chaos Bolt soon here. There it is. 1's going to go out. 2's going to go out. Big damage here onto Maro, but he is going to get healed like it's nothing by Looney on that Mistweaver, just channeling out the renewing mist and everything. And now we are going to see them once again look to push in aggressively here. Blizzo gets Polymorph, Maro gets Ring of Frosted, and they are trying to set up another Greater Pyroblast here. They do get the full sheep here, and the Paladin is out of line of sight of the Imp, so he can't get singed. He has to bubble. They force out the Cauterize as well. This game is in checkmate right now, then, for Wildcard Gaming.
Yeah, Wildcard Gaming is doing a fantastic job. Diabolus is going to be in a lot of trouble. Go throwing in some polymorphs as he gets interrupted on the Greater Pyroblast, but super vulnerable on that mage right now. Combustion almost available for Maro. There's almost nowhere to run and hide. One Dragon's Breath does land from Maro onto Gelu to shut down the Greater Pyroblast spam. And now Blizzo and Maro are looking to get aggressive. If they can get a polymorph onto Clyde, and it doesn't get singed, it's going to be danger time here for Gelu. Maro just throwing out a combustion, just doing as much damage in the matchup as he possibly can. Gelu going to be interrupted now. Full polymorph land. It does get singed. Touch of Death's rolling though. They might be able to just kill Gelu through everything. This Touch of Death is going to hit so very hard. Blizzo, does he have the damage? It looks like Gelu should be able to survive. Sacrifice coming in from Clyde. And Diabolus do manage to hold on a little bit longer.
They almost knocked Clyde off the side of the bridge before he could use that Trinket Sacrifice. They're trying to set up here onto Blizzo, 3 versus 1. Huge setup. They really need to get something big here, but they're not. Blizzo just ports back. Great use of the map here by Wildcard Gaming on match point. Polymorph, is there an Imp Singe? There is. They need another Polymorph. They get it. They need more than this. They have a leg sweep. Looney's rolling up here. They leg sweep Clyde on the bop. Can they get the bop removed and canceled? No, they switch targets. They go after Mercy out of nowhere, swapping to the Warlock. Clyde barely recovering here with the Avenging Wrath. Dark Soul's up. 1 Chaos Bolt, 2 Chaos Bolts. Slapped over to Maro. Mercy still a bit on the back foot, though. Blizzo gets feared. Mercy trying to take control. Mercy gets knocked off the side. Clyde, you have to wait for him to get back up, but no hurry. Maro blinks the Greater Pyro. Gelu blinks in for the Poly. Looney's locked down in crowd control. Mortal Coil connects, Chaos Bolt follow-up. Gelu can't get another polymorph, though. Looney now stabilizing the team. Full poly on Clyde, singed away into another poly. Love that timing. Combustion pop from Maro. Really trying to push in here onto Gelu. Dragon's Breath on the follow-up. Is there anything out of the Dragon's Breath? No, but it's not even needed. Wildcard Gaming absolutely explode Gelu in game number 4.
That is going to be a 3-1 victory for Wildcard Gaming here in this series. That's going to add another win for Wildcard Gaming in the round robin format for this tournament. Let's talk about those final moments there, Ben. What was Wildcard doing?
Well, I mean, they just kind of exploited the fact that Singe can't continuously remove Polymorph. Gelu didn't have an interrupt. And then, of course, Mercy doesn't have an interrupt if he's playing Imp. So basically what we saw Maro do, he got a Polymorph onto Clyde. It got singed, and then he just repolymorphed into another Polymorph into Dragon's Breath. And in that short crowd control chain that Maro was able to put out with the combustion, they had more than enough damage to take down Gelu. Gelu was playing the full haste build once again, so really susceptible to this burst damage. You can see Maro gets the Polymorph into a Dragon's Breath, and just in the DR Polymorph Dragon's Breath, 100-0 Gelu, and that's going to be a win for Wildcard Gaming. Really well played series.
Yeah, Wildcard Gaming looking absolutely on fire. Nothing short of what you would expect from that team. That's why they're in the position that they're in currently. But well played by Diabolus as well. I mean, that map choice against that comp on the side of Diabolus was going to be a difficult game from the start, Zico.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, they brought it back. I think for them the big story was they brought it back in the Mage Lock matchup. First they lost, but then they actually figured out a way to win, and it was a convincing win. Made Wildcard want to just swap their comp completely, and I think that's the big takeaway for Diabolus here. Next time, lock in the Mage Warlock right away, and if you face off against this comp, you kind of know a little bit better how to deal with it. If you face off against Mage Ellie, you know what to do. Focus the Ellie, try to CC the Pally a bit more compared to that Tolver game, and that's about all you can do really.
You lose a point, by the way. It's 31.
It's fine. I have more points than anybody else. You can shave off 2 points if you want.
All right. Well played by.
Minus 10 every mute.
True.
I don't know if I can afford that.
Away when you're muted.
I don't know if I agree to that.
Ooh.
Of course you wouldn't.
Next series.
All right. Yeah. Anyways, on to the next series is going to be our last European matchup of the day. That's Xset versus nLite. Ben, it sounds like you're excited about this one.
Yeah, I think this could be a repeat of what we saw in game number 1 today. Xset going to be playing that Mage Lock, potentially the Paladin, maybe the Mistweaver Monk against nLite on that jungle. So could be similar story where we see nLite barely holding on and pulling out victories and dampening. Maybe Xset will have kind of seen how it went in that first series and say, you know what, we're just playing the Paladin, it's a lot safer. And that's what they're going to be locking in game number 1. But definitely going to be an interesting one. If Xset can win this, it's going to be massive for them in making that or securing that top 4.
All right, excited for this one. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll see Xset versus nLite.
I think the quality of competition has been the highest it's ever been the entire year. This tournament is probably one of the hardest tournaments to win that has ever been played in WoW.
We know that those players are the best at their respective classes, and it's always a challenge to face them.
Is a Benji Crusader just becomes available, but they dismantle it. They completely dismantle in game 2.
Chance falls and the Gosu crew are 1 game away.
Blizzo 10% out. What is going on? They actually hit it. Mid-range. Temporal shield knocking out. And Wildcard gaming. Blizzo is undoubtedly the best warrior in World of Warcraft.
Blizzo is an unstoppable force. Literally nothing can stop his roots. Nothing.
Battlemaster's gonna fall. Bomb drops. Candy shot on Blizzo. Massive damage. And they take down Wildcard gaming in our Jordan 2019 BlizzCon champions. MIM sets up for the kill. 1-star surge, 2-star surge. Let's go.
Now another counter spell comes in though. That's a beautiful counter spell. Is there an execute? There is. And Wildcard Gaming upset the stock and go 1-up, 1 game away from the grand final.
Watson Raikou, they just need a little bit more damage. He saps it, but Looney just can't make it there. Is he gonna stay alive? No! Black tie it up.
Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadow.
No way.
Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Hello everyone, welcome back. We are now on our last European series of the day. That's going to be Xset versus nLite. We talked about it a little bit before we went to a break here. Zico, what do we think we can see we're going to see from these two teams? We have Xset, super strong contender here on the European side, and nLite, one of the best jungle teams in the game currently. What do you want to see from these two teams?
1 sec. I'm having a vision. Mage Lock, Paladin versus Disc Jungle. 2 points on the line. Let's go.
All right, 2 point. Like you get 2 points? Is that what you're saying?
That's right. I either get 2 points or I lose 2 points.
Are you trying
like
to
asking-
rig this right now for nLite? You
It's
got
like
Copper
asking
there?
Zico, yeah, what? Hey Zico, quickly, can you please give us your expert analysis? What color is the sky? I think that's about the difficulty of the question.
Well, the sky can be red, the sky can be blue, the sky can be all cloudy and it's technically white, so it's not, everything's not black
Sky's
and
color
white.
doesn't
man.
change though. It's just the lens on the sky. Does the sky's
Well,
color
maybe the
actually
lens-
change? What is
well,
the
maybe the
actual
lens-
color of the sky if it's just a lens?
Nobody
What
knows.
are you talking
This is a deep
about?
question. What if the sky
I
is
don't know,
actually
but
just
then-
one color and there's like a filter that we can't see through to see what the actual color of the sky is?
Do you
Getting
think
a
they
little
patched
too
the sky
I'm 14 and
from
this is
10,000 years ago?
Maybe.
You have the same
All
one?
right.
Updated the graphics.
Okay, let's
New skybox.
Let's talk about the series here. We've got Xset's compositions here. Current win rate 70%, average dampening of 23%. Looking at their compositions here, Ben, any takeaways from this, or maybe what we can expect from this next series? What comp, if it's not obvious? I guess.
Well, I think the main takeaway is Xset is a mixed bag of tricks. So they have a
Right.
mixed bag of tricks. I think of this matchup, with Zico's expert analysis in mind, I think we are going to be seeing the Mage Warlock and probably the Frost Mage on Raikou. So I think he's probably going to be right about that. For nLite, are we going to see a Mistweaver? Don't think so. Are we going to see a Rep Pally? Don't think so. So I think it's going to be the Discipline Priest jungle. And we've seen this matchup play out far too many times, and I feel like this is going to be really difficult for nLite, but they need this win. They need this win really bad, so if they could ever pull a miracle out of their hat, this would be the series to do it.
I feel like you're copying my homework a little bit right now, Van. But here's some additional analysis. Xset 70% win rate. We're going to be playing a best of 5. I think that's at least like a 3-1, like a 3-2 at worst for them.
I feel like this is important to note also. It's a -2 points for Zico. There was no Paladin locked in by Xset.
Why would that
Just
be
wanted to
minus
point
2
that out.
points though? That's minus. Oh, actually, yeah, that is minus 2 points. All right, well, Ted.
Okay, double Mistweaver Monk has been interesting. Zuniaki caught a polymorph. Raikou playing very aggressively here. Xset likely wanting to try and close this game up before it gets to those deep dampening stages that Zuniaki's looking to secure with the Mistweaver over the Disciplined Priest. I must say I'm a bit surprised Xset didn't go with Paladin, having seen this matchup play out earlier today with that Ineffable Truth Holy Paladin. It felt pretty bulletproof, and you get even more offense, so I'm a bit surprised that they stuck to the Mistweaver, but I guess if it's not broke, don't fix it. They might change it if they end up losing, but they haven't lost just yet. Double Shadow Fury out in midfield. Raikou really tearing in at the moment here. He's got 5 Icicles ready to go. Cassidy going to interrupt him, try and slow him down on the assault. Facile pushing back into midfield, but that was a huge hit. He's going to have to disengage back for a moment, wait for Zuniaki to stabilize. Zuniaki has to deal with a counterspell in about 2 seconds. He gets polymorphed before it. That could be devastating for Cassidy. Chaz does not have a stun. He's actually putting his port in midfield so he can port in and land a stun. That's pretty cheeky by Chaz. Curious to see if he can pull it off.
Yeah, let's see if he can right now. Chaz is actually in a freezing trap, but he does get singed on the 50-50. Swapsy can thank his lucky star for that one, and we're not trying to bring it back to the sky. We are here in this game. Facile is going to take a few Chaos Bolts to the face. Cassidy now getting feared up, and a lot of good aggression here from the side of Xset. And I got to say, nLite playing this out with a Mistweaver has given them a mana advantage so far, but Cassidy now forced to run. Very early running there from Cassidy is going to allow him to get to the pillar, so he won't be a target. Instead, they're going to go after Zuniaki here. He's going to Trinket and use the Life Cocoon. Excellent push right there from Xset, but also excellent choice from Zuniaki to be playing a Trinket. You love to see it. I don't ever want to see these human relentless healers. I'm so happy about these changes that the jungles are making.
Yeah, they're figuring it out. Zuniaki, that was just such a sad moment. He was just sitting at the pillar for the entirety of the game. One time he tried to roll out and Raikou just shimmered over, polymorphed him, and Zuniaki couldn't get back to the pillar. And then it was an immediate swap out of that leg sweep that led to him using the Trinket and the Life Cocoon. So, I mean, these swaps from the Mage Warlock are devastating. Xset, they look like they're firing on all cylinders right now. Good coordination. Swapsy gets bursted down a little bit, but a Life Cocoon easily recovers him. If you look at mana, Chaz is falling behind. He needs to find a drink. He's looking very thirsty. 50% mana just 3 minutes into the game. And right now, Xset, they're looking to push the pace, but at some point, I mean, I feel like Chaz has to go for a drink. Look at his Transcendence. He just put it. They're trying to close out the game. I guess they found a win condition potentially. Paralyzed on Zuniaki. They're really playing aggressive, but this could easily backfire here for Xset.
You know, in the past, nLite has been able to win this matchup with the Mistweaver Monk. Some recent changes, though, might have readjusted that outcome. Zuniaki sitting through crowd control, triple Infernal. They're making a big push here. No Trinket for Zuniaki. Huge damage coming out here. And that's not enough. Oh! The Mortal Coil was too soon. Too soon, Executus. Zuniaki would have easily gone down.
Cassidy Trinket dispelled it.
Oh, the Havoc Mortal Coil? He should have targeted Zuniaki. That was a big throw by Swapsy. I feel like that was... Did he think maybe he had a human... He's not... Is he human? I have to double check. So maybe he thought he had every man for himself? So he wanted to kind of like pre-Mortal Coil to every man for himself? That's the only thing that would have made sense to Mortal Coil that soon. Man, they just... That was a kill for sure right there. And it's going to slip through Xset's fingers. Although in the meantime, they did get Chaz a lot of mana back. So they do have the late game still in their pocket.
Yeah, that was a really nice push though from Xset, and this is exactly what you want to be doing when you're playing that Mage Warlock. You're playing against the jungle, and they're being a little bit passive because, let's be honest, they have to. They're not really going to land a kill. They need to get the 50-50 like 4 times in a row going their way for that to even be possible. So the jungle definitely doing what they have to do in this matchup. And now Cassidy in bear form, seeing that the CC is landed onto Zuni, he realizes he's going to be in trouble, but he doesn't have Trinket. He used it to save Zuni earlier. They don't have Life Cocoon for like 2 seconds, so Zuni should be able to get it. And actually, he's going to save it. Cassidy instead just trades out. His survival instinct just came back for him. So I do like what both of these teams are doing right now. They're both playing into their win conditions. Xset going after the healer as often as possible. Raikou's doing a great job so far in this game. When he can't go after the healer, he goes for crowd control to try to kill Cassidy. Xset definitely playing it right, but there the Singe actually dispels the entangling roots onto Chaz, so Swapsy could be in a little bit of trouble here, man.
Ooh, nicely done by Zuniaki. He used his Thunder Focus T and was going to get polymorphed on it, so he just throws out the Life Cocoon. So Cassidy is completely fine. He has no survival instincts and no trinket, but because of Zuniaki's heads-up play, he should be completely fine. And now nLite can look to get aggressive. Xset doing a good job maintaining their mana. Chaz rolling in right now. Big Drastic At's going to land, and Life Cocoon trades. Good trade there by Chaz, allowing Swapsy to continue to play aggressive. And Raikou, the entire team of Xset actually just pushing in. They're making a swap on Zuniaki once again. He might just get absolutely deleted. But it looks like he will be able to hold on the Life Cocoon, the Vitality Conduit and the Trinket trade out. I really like these setups, though, by Xset. They are playing a really, really clean game of Mage Lock.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up here. They've been time and time again getting Zuniaki dangerously low, switching back, pressure across the board, 7% dampening, mana lead. Definitely this game is in their control. Zuniaki's got the passive buff by setting up his jungle behind himself on screen there. So let's see if that's enough to carry his team to victory. He's currently in a polymorph. Cassidy has to run. They might set up on Zuniaki out of the polymorph, even just with a bit of damage and no stun lock, try and bait out a cocoon before they go in for the stun, which is available in 15 seconds. All of the offense revolves around Chaz with his leg sweep, which is coming up in 9 seconds. You see that box below his health, 7 seconds, 5 seconds until it's available, 4 seconds. They want to use that leg sweep on Zuniaki, and they're in a position where they could. Chaz is sneaking in.
They're in a checkmate position.
He's got his port down. If they can get on top of Zuni, he pre-Ring of Pieces. Oh, but Chaz Ring of Pieces him into the leg sweep. If they have any damage, they stop Swapsy. He's not able to connect any pressure, and what should have been a check-bait situation, they end up just walking off.
Yeah, so basically the goal for Xset is to have Zuniaki without Trinket and have Cassidy without Trinket at the same time, the way it is right now, and then try to set up either a CC on Zuniaki and a stun onto Cassidy and burst Cassidy down, or they just stun, coil Zuniaki, and they try to take him down the way they have been doing throughout the match. But the problem is, they kind of botched the setup. It's a lot easier to actually land the setup if you do it out of a crowd control. So you want to get pressure onto Cassidy like they do now, and then Raikou gets time to move in. He can blink, he can sheep Zuni, and then after this sheep right here, they could set up with a leg sweep and kill Zuni. But since they don't have the leg sweep now, they're going to go after after Cassidy instead. He might use that survival instinct here, but it doesn't even look like they're going to force it. They get a full fear onto Zuniaki. If they can continue to chain, maybe, but I doubt it. Chaz's going to be stunned very shortly. I think Chaz actually wants to stun Zuniaki here, and they could swap to him. That's how they get his trinket. Let's see if they can do it. Zuni's actually moving into Chaz to stun him first, and they're gonna go after Swapsy. Big push here coming out of nLite. Let's see, Swapsy, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna use the unending resolve? Chaz gets lucky on the Singe Dispel right there. He does get dispelled on the freezing trap, so Swapsy is going to be able to survive. And nice counter pressure here. Raikou landing a beautiful CC chain onto Zuniaki. They continue with the fear as well. But Cassidy, being a slippery cat, already out of line of sight, just ducking and healing himself up. And now there's a leg sweep onto Zuni, but this time around they don't get the trinket. So both of these attempts right here from Xset have not yielded any result. And actually, I would say nLite are holding on very nicely.
Yeah, right now, nLite doing a pretty good job. But, I mean, the polymorphs, the crowd control from Xset just makes me feel like this matchup is going in Xset's favor right now. But nLite definitely have opportunities in the match. Swapsy actually using his trinket, getting bursted down. Chaz has to respond, and looks like that trap will get singed, and the Life Cocoon landing will be more than enough. A nice interrupt snuck in there by Raikou, stopping some of the heals from Zuniaki. But Cassidy and Facile going to be full health as they continue this push onto Swapsy. And with no trinket available and no Life Cocoon, there's a small window for them to actually get some burst out. We're at 26% dampening right now. Let's see what they can do. Raikou's job, try to get some pressure, try to go for polymorphs if he can. And unfortunately for Zuniaki, he doesn't have premonition to defend himself from that crowd control. Like the Swapsy might just get dropped. It is the unending resolve. Can they just take him down through unending resolve? It might have been too late, but he somehow holds on. nLite must be so sad. They were so close. Look at Cassidy.
Cassidy doesn't even have his hands on the keyboard.
He can't believe what just happened. Now, Xset, are they going to be able to turn it around? That is the question. nLite, they need to stay calm, cool, and collected. If they don't, I think this game is going to slip out of their hands.
Cassidy's recovering in Bear. Facile's still in a polymorph. Leaves Skull Bash on Chaos Bolt. Big flurry Ice Lance dumped there from Raikou straight onto Cassidy, who's going for the Berserk. I mean, he's kind of just popping that rotationally, maybe to try and run Chaz out of mana with the cooldown pressure, but he's not going to have that lined up with crowd control. Perhaps winning on mana is their ultimate condition. They just want to always have chest pressure to drink, and then they try and go for a kill when he goes to drink, as the freezing traps are so easily countered. Swapsy is still on the back foot. Huge damage. Beautiful dressing out drop. Exactly timed with the stun, and Cassidy went from the most sad player ever to the most happy in a matter of 20 seconds. nLite have done it. Besting Mage Lock on the blind pick is the most important game in the series if you want to take it all the way.
Well done by nLite there in game number 1, and just looking super solid right now for that first game, Ben.
I gotta say, I'm a little bit disappointed that they didn't lock in the Paladin. I feel like Paladin Mage Lock it's a solid answer into Jungle Cleave, but nLite, they're going to be able to capitalize on the Mistweaver pick. They had massive, I mean, there's multiple opportunities there. It's very rare where you see a jungle be able to push in, get the unending resolve, and then just moments later be able to push in and actually close out the game. So really great job for Cassidy and Facile getting that necessary crowd control and pressure out in the match. And I'm very surprised they were able to win game number 1, but definitely showing that they are true contenders.
Okay, real quick, match results on the screen here. Any takeaways from this, Supatis?
I mean, Facile does a lot of damage. I feel like we've seen the survival hunters with the strategy, just maintaining Serpent Sting, kill command. Cassidy's pressure was on par as well, keeping up with the Destruction Warlock. Good healing support, 7 million healing done. Cassidy had 0 dispel, so you thought that he dispelled Havoc in that game, but it says 0 dispel, so I feel like he didn't. I feel like Swapsy actually just mortal called the wrong target.
Maybe Trinket and just like gave him a quick heal or something, because he did Trinket during that go.
Maybe he must have trinketed into it. Must have been every man for himself on the leg sweep then, and then he got mortal coiled like at the same second. So Swapsy was trying to pre-mortal coil his Trinket in that situation. I feel like Swapsy would have mortal coiled otherwise, but
maybe Swapsy just made a mistake. It's who knows, honestly. It felt like that goal was the game-changing goal for Xset. Like they should have won the game there.
So I do want to cover something. Every time we see Zuni's camera, chat starts to argue about why is there a washing machine in Zuni's kitchen. Zico, that's really common in Europe, right? Like, I just want to cover this before we move on. No?
Never, ever in a Swedish home seen a washing machine in the kitchen.
It's efficient.
I have seen it.
That's efficient.
I have seen it.
There's one other person that has it.
Yeah.
Chanimal, and they both live in, I think they both live in France. So maybe it's a
No,
French thing.
they're both in Australia, actually.
Suniaki's in Australia right now?
Wait, Zuni's in Australia?
I think so, yeah.
I don't think that's right.
He's all tanned up. Look behind him. It looks like Australia.
There's no way he's in Australia. You can get. I feel like you can get it.
Well,
Can you not get
so.
a tan in France? All right.
Yeah, wait, you can get a tan
Well,
anywhere.
I thought that Europe had smaller kitchens, and that's why we saw
No.
or like
Our
I don't
kitchens
know.
are amazing. We invented IKEA. What are you talking about?
It's true. Well, Sweden, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I feel like it's hard to just. Sometimes
get
it's
the
hard to just say
IKEA every
Europe.
time I
I feel like there's a lot of countries in Europe, and they're different in some ways.
Other countries are taking credit.
I thought we would cover it since there's always like
Europe is my favorite
Japanese
country.
people in the
It's my
chat.
favorite country.
Europeans are my favorite people, just the whole continent. All right. Anyways, game number 2. What do we want to see here from nLite going into game 2, or what do we want to see from Xset if they want to turn it around here? We've locked in Ashmane's Fall. Now nLite's going to lock in their composition. Probably know what they're going to pick here, though. What do we want to see from them, Supatis?
nLite should do the same thing, I think. Just do the Mistweaver. It worked. I mean, it looked really good. Zuniaki's just got to play a solid game of survival, or like the every man for himself and Trinket, like Zico is pointing out, get rid of this relentless when the healer is like the target in 80% of the situations before deep dampening. So Zuniaki switching that build up, I think it looked really good. Xset should do the same combo with a Paladin. I feel like if Xset play Paladin Mage Lock on this map, they should be able to. I feel like they could just actually stand on top of Zuniaki the entire game as Paladin Mage Lock. If he picks Mistweaver. Maybe we do actually see Zuniaki switch. They only have 10 seconds to do it. they don't have to win the Ashamane's Fall or the Tolvaron. They only need to win their map picks because they won the Grand. So Xset really, they need to get the Paladin out. I'm tired of seeing these Mistweavers, at least with the Mage locks now. It seems like Paladin is better aggressively, better defensively, better on mana, just all around more fun because you just got this Avenging Wrath going the entire time, lobbing out hammers. I don't know why you would want to be a Mistweaver over a Paladin right now. It just doesn't, even just logically thinking like, well, the Mistweaver will be a better dampener. Is it? I really don't think it is. So I would like to see them just play the Paladin Mage lock.
All right, I just got confirmation. Chan is in France.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Good job.
I know.
I don't know where Zuni is, but Chan is in France.
Well, then Zuni's got to be in
lives-
France as well.
I would
He's in
assume
France.
he's
He is.
in France.
I-
Yeah.
They got to
I
be in
just
the
wanna-
same
I've-
place if they both have a laundry machine in the kitchen.
Well, I've been reading, I'm going to be honest, I've been reading chat, and I feel like a lot of people are saying it's very common in particularly the UK and France to have that setup, Zico.
Wait.
I wouldn't mind
How
that.
do I
You-
know more
is
about
UK
European kitchens than you, Zico?
Wait. Is UK EU though? I thought. What about the Brexit?
Okay, all right. We should get into politics here.
Okay.
Um,
I'm just saying, in that that geographical location, it is common, apparently. Maybe not in
We're gonna
Sweden,
get to the
but,
bottom of this later. We're gonna
We
get to the
will, we
bottom
will.
of this later. But I haven't only been in Sweden.
one in
I've
chat
never
if you're
seen it,
European and you have a washing machine in your kitchen. We really want to know. That's really the ultimate question of
you-
today.
I feel like, Zico, you just made up a story that Zuniaki's living, in Australia.
No, you know where I got it from? I remember when we were on the Cloud9 thing on the show. Chan said he and Zuni were in the same place, so I assumed that Zuni was in Australia.
No, Chan is in
Well, how-
Paris,
Wait,
I
are they
think.
going to the same university or something, or just same country?
What is
They're
the
just in the
ping? I
same
want to be
country.
okay. If Zuniaki was in Australia, what would be the ping to the European servers? I feel like it would be outrageous, like
Wouldn't it be
completely
better
unplayable.
between
Yeah, but it's Zuni. Have you seen how good
Australia
this guy
and,
is?
and NA though?
No, I don't think so.
Because they're further. All right. Yeah, I don't know. That'd be crazy. All right. Anyways, Xset
We got the
locked in their
Paladin.
composition. Yet Shaz here on the Holy Paladin. Zico, what do you have to say about that?
I mean, this is the same criticism we had of ABC. We said we wanted to see the Pally. We got to see the Pally, and then they started owning. I think this is really good for Xset. I would be surprised if they lost. I feel like the only way they could lose, maybe not actually. I feel like in dampening, Xset's comp is better. Maybe before dampening, if nLite gets like nah, they don't have a I would say Xset is definitely they have all the advantages in this matchup.
Okay. Ashamane's Fall. Do we like this map? Who do you think is more advantageous here in terms of composition, Supatis?
Thank you for the easy questions. Yes.
Am I giving hard questions?
I feel like, well, sometimes you make me have to think, and then I don't like thinking. I like to use very short sentences. That one is the answer to that question is yes. Mage Warlock loves Ashamane's Fall and Tolvaron Arena. These are the best maps if you're playing with two spellcasters, especially if the other team has two melee DPS, which a Feral and Survival Hunter are. You have lots of space to just spread out, expose somebody out in the open, and then just blow them up. So this is the best situation you could ask for as Xset and as is expected in this best of 5 format, taking full advantage of the map and the comp. I love that they went back to the Paladin. I really wish that they just played the Paladin in game 1. I think it's just apparent that it is superior now in this particular composition than the Mistweaver Monk. Now, we didn't see Hydra's team play Mistweaver in the matchup, though. Maybe Zuniaki playing Mistweaver will be a difference that allows them to find victory, even despite the Paladin now from Chaz.
Okay, so Supatis, when you give me those really short answers, is that because I asked you a question that made you think? Is that why?
I was completely hung up on that. She's like, wait, do I really ask hard questions?
I want to know.
I was honestly just kind of making a joke. I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
But yes, the big maps are favored to the spellcasters.
All right. Okay. What do we think about this game in terms of length? We haven't really seen incredibly long games in this series. Can we predict maybe dampening for this next game here, Zico? Is that an easy question?
No, it's a tricky one. But yeah, I would say we're going to the deep end. If I had to make a blind guess like that,
How deep's the pool?
Exactly. When you're standing, you're standing.
They haven't measured it.
You're standing like on the little rock. You're about to jump in, and you don't really know the temperature, but you're just like, it should be like this. That's basically where we're at. I feel like they could win very quickly, but they could like the mage lock. They could kill Zuni pretty quickly. No.
Maybe.
But I also feel like most likely we're going to dampening. So I'm gonna say.
I feel like the
53%
win early condition. I feel like the win early condition gets taken away when the healer's not playing Relentless, because I feel like the only way you really overwhelm is with the claw, with the Obsidian Claw. And if the healer can just Trinket Dispel those, or Trinket Life Cocoon, then I think you're going to be able to survive. So you definitely are right. You can win. Anything can happen, but I feel like we're likely going deep. We're going deep.
How deep though? 53%.
No, wait. When you're camping?
Okay.
When you're
All right.
camping?
54.
53, 54. Super, what about you?
Well,
I'm writing it down.
It's like when you go camping and like everybody's doing that, like you jump off the mountain into the water, but you're a little bit worried about how deep it is. You don't know. If you see anywhere on the water that it's Mage Warlock versus Mistweaver Jungle, written anywhere, you're fine. It's good.
I gotta stop you right here.
Deep.
How many people are jumping off mountains into water without knowing that it's deep? Like, I feel like,
I did
where
that
are you
in
going
high school
camping?
too many times.
I mean,
what? How are you alive?
There were times before,
I got a concussion once.
like way back when, when things hadn't been figured out and some people wanted to experiment, and then those people probably regretted those experiments. Okay. Now we've learned from those experiences, but in the past, I'm sure that there were cases.
It was a lovely analogy. I really liked it. I think it helped myself as well as chat really visualize how deep into dampening we're gonna go for this next game. Okay, we've got 53% from Zico, 54% from Ben. Super C's, you want to make a guess? I'm gonna make you make a guess. What's your guess? And we're not changing it either this time.
No edits. Price is Right rules.
50,
no edits.
55.
No Price is
Right. Henry instantly knew what I was going to say. 55. Yeah, 55%.
That's your guess. Okay,
Yeah.
we're right down.
Listen,
It's on my notebook. It's official now. It's not okay.
This is the
Go
way
ahead.
to do it. Whoever is the closest to the actual number wins. Okay? There's no, without going over, there's no, it was 52, but I guess 51. So Ben wins because he gets 70. There's none of that, okay?
But how do you break the tie? What if it's plus 10 and minus 10?
Well, look what
so
you guessed
upset about
first
these
of all.
rules.
Well, look what you get. Look what you guessed first of all. Like, what if it happens in the middle now? Like, well,
What's the
no,
middle?
actually, I think it's fine. Well, I was thinking because we're 3 people, but I guess the middle guy just wins. You're the middle guy then, anyway.
The only way I win is if it's exactly 52,
Yeah.
I think, or 53. But, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Let's see what they can get done. Raikou going to get opened up on right away. And, I mean, I think we were all a little bit surprised here on the virtual desk that Xset didn't just lock in the Paladin instantly, because it seems like the Paladin is pretty bulletproof in this matchup. You bring a lot of defense, you bring a lot of offense, and there's not those same sort of vulnerabilities you find with the Mistweaver Monk. You don't fall behind on healing necessarily, and if you get enough ineffable truth procs, you're going to be feeling really good as Chaz, just being able to spam out the Avenging Wrath and sacrifices and bops to keep your team alive and aggressive.
Let's see if they can be aggressive here in the matchup. Facile out in midfield trying to get back to the pillar. Feign Death to interrupt some casts. Topped off immediately by Zuniaki. The major difference here for nLite is the Mistweaver of Zuniaki, but they're immediately exploiting that by going after him. Infernal Stun into Hammer of Justice. Swapsy wants to attack, but Cassidy is totally shutting him down. Beautiful shutdown by Cassidy, but Swapsy has follow-up. Mortal Coil Chaos Bolt. Huge hit. Zuniaki's trying to fake out the counter spell of Raikou. He still hasn't faked out Raikou. He's still very low. He's rolling up for crowd control. A very disrespectful position here, but he's got Vitality Conduit. That should be enough to stabilize. They're still trying to push Swapsy over, but Swapsy just took control of Cassidy with fears. Both of these teams shutting each other down so extraordinarily.
Yeah, and so far both teams just having kind of a slugfest so far, but now we see the Hammer of Justice here onto Zuniaki. Raiku's going to follow it up with a sheep. They get another Hammer of Justice onto Cassidy here. And do they have the burst? Do they have the Mortal Coil? That is the question. They don't have the Mortal Coil. A couple of more seconds. Swapsy, though, getting in position here for the Fear. He gets kicked there by Cassidy, breaking up the chain. Does he have an Infernal on there? Is there anything to continue the chain? It doesn't look like it. He does get the Fear finally. And Cassidy is going to tank a fat bolt to the face. He gets Counterspell on cast. Raiku's there, looking to load up a little bit more damage with the Flurry procs. But there it is. Zuniaki comes in, saving the day there with that Vitality Conduit. Now Facile looking to get aggressive, but once again, we see a full sheep here onto Zuniaki. Yeah, Hodge onto Cassidy, but this time around, Zuni does get the beautiful life cocoon there onto Cassidy. He's going to be completely fine. And now nLite are looking to turn the pressure back onto Swapsy then.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. This matchup is looking really good for Xset. I would say the Paladin is even better into the Mistweaver jungle than the Discipline Priest jungle, just because all of a sudden, Zuniaki, they have literally no answer for Blessing and Protection. Blessing and Protection is Divine Shield, and it's not going to get dispelled. Neither is the Freedom. Oh, Swapsy! Almost gets absolutely destroyed. Big Dress to Gas landing. I really want to see the imp positioning.
Cassidy is so upset about that not killing him. Cassidy is so angry about that not killing him.
I swear, what I want to see from Raikou and Swapsy is I really want them to just play on top of their pets, because I feel like those situations where you just get one shot from Dress to Gas don't happen if you're stacked with your pet. I think it's really important. I mentioned it once, and I think that moment wouldn't have been nearly as scary if that had happened. So we'll see if Xset is going to do that, or if nLite might find those big Dress to Gas one-shots once again.
Oh, trap. No trap. Stun into stun. Paralyze? I do like the paralyze from the Mistweaver as opposed to landing the freezing traps. Big heal didn't really connect too well there on Swapsy. Chaz just bombing a Flash of Light. I mean, they're overwhelming Swapsy a bit here if they can keep him at low health. Long enough for another stun lock. Mortal Coil should be enough to recover Swapsy, I would imagine. Chaz pulling him back up. Chaz just needs to get more Ineffable Truth procs, honestly, if he wants to keep his team stabilized in the matchup. Nice fear on Zuniaki. Hammers down on Cassidy. Frozen Orb as well. Cassidy trinkets out to the line of sight. I'm not sure if it was 100% needed. There was no Dark Soul, no Icy Veins, so you won't have that as an answer later. They're setting up a swap on a Zuniaki. Another Hammer of Justice. Zuniaki in trouble. Huge pressure flying through. He's running Safeguard. Do they have a Spell Steal? They Spell Steal. Zuniaki immediately life cocoons, but more importantly holds on to the Gladiator's Medallion so that he can save himself or Cassidy on the next crowd control attempt, because otherwise it would have been very dangerous. Dark Soul's available. Hammer of Justice is down. Dark Soul activates. Swapsy, can he find a Chaos Bolt on the Cassidy? Finds one. Bashed on the second. Trinkets to try and find a Chaos Bolt. He's not getting it. No crowd control on Zuniaki. Zuniaki trying to deal with Polymorph and Counterspell. Raikou slips through. Finds the Polymorph. Cassidy has to trade on Ending Resolve number 2 here. Stuns up the Chaos Bolt. Raiku's having free reign. Now they stun up Chaz on the Divine Favor. No way, unfortunately, to remove it. So this Divine Favor eventually is going to get maximum value. Zuniaki finally out of crowd control. Goes for a Paralyze. Ends up breaking. Chaz standing on top of Swapsy, so they can't use Dress to Gath. I feel like Chaz has realized that if they can't Dress to Gath, Swapsy's not going to die. So if he stands on the Warlock, they either just can't use Dress to Gath or they'll break any crowd control. Interesting little mid-adaptation there by him. Nice blink counterspell by Raikou. Cassidy in a lot of trouble with no defense. That might have just been game-winning. Hammer of Justice is down. This is what Zuniaki was basically saving his Gladiator's Medallion for, was this situation. Is he going to get away with not using it? Very greedy. Cassidy's trying to heal up with regrowth. Raikou goes for another Polymorph. Cassidy is somehow self-sustained through that extended crowd control chain. Now Chaz stunned up. Swapsy the target. Dress to Gath number 1 drops, but Facile's in a poly. He can't go for the second one just yet. Cassidy has to retreat away. Zuniaki's still in a fear. Cassidy trying to sprint around the corner, managing to line of sight. Facile still playing out in midfield, trying to keep the damage going on Swapsy. Bring a piece to try and position Swapsy as well into a better position here. Chaz may opt to go for a drink. Nice wild charge Skull Bash into a stun. Good combo by nLite. Can they keep up the pressure? Raiku's got Icy Veins though, and he just polymorphs Zuniaki. Facile has to run. Cassidy manages to re-stealth across off screen. They can't actually attack him, and he gets a free stun from stealth to try and help out here while Zuniaki is in a Hammer of Justice. He pre-Fort Brew, so unlikely that he's actually the target here. They want to go after Facile. Facile line of sighting, interrupting Frost, getting back to Zuni. Zuni now getting Chaos Bolted in midfield, but he looks okay, rolling over. Probably has a Paralyze, full bash, Divine Shield. Are they going to go for the Divine Shield here? Instead, the Unending Resolve. A major cooldown forced out by Xset. nLite, I would say this is looking good considering the matchup on this map.
nLite definitely in a pretty okay position, but Zuni once again caught up in a caught up in a sheep. He dodges the Infernal there by Swapsy, and now he ducks back out of line of sight. And now they're swapping to Zuni here in that Hammer of Justice. And Cassidy already soaking up the counterspell, trying to heal him up during that go. And Zuni is taking massive damage. He porch out of line of sight. He's able to survive without using his cocoon. And I just gotta say, Cassidy has been an absolute rock star this entire game. When Zuni had only his trinket left, and Cassidy was so low on HP, he basically just got away on his own, managed to stabilize himself, managed to keep Zuni from being in that situation where he doesn't have his trinket, he doesn't have his life cocoon, and Cassidy doesn't have his trinket, that checkmate position. So very, very nice kite so far by Cassidy, but it looks like he might have to run a few more laps, but they're going for Facile. They've had enough of this kitty cat, and Facile actually going around the pillar now as well, making his best Cassidy impression, resummoning his pet, and now Swapsy actually doesn't have his imp. They're going for a big push here. Nice preemptive sacrifice by Chaz, but Raikou also ate the trap. So both members of Exet there doing a nice heads-up play. It's going to waste Chaz's sacrifice, but I mean, let's be honest, he's playing an ineffable paladin. He's probably going to have it back again in 5 seconds.
Maybe not 5 seconds, but 10 for sure. Swapsy right now down to a little bit low, but it gets topped off. It should be just fine. And right now, Chaz just working through those cooldowns, 20% dampening. There's been close calls for both sides. I mean, at this point, it really is anyone's game. Full Polymorph snuck in. Nicely done there by Raikou. But anytime those Polymorphs lands, it's Facile behind the pillar. If they're after him, if they're after for Cassidy, it's Cassidy behind the pillar. And they've been doing a really good job rotating in and out of combat and making sure that they stay alive while Zuniaki is caught in crowd control. Facile now generating a little bit of pressure here onto Swapsy. At the same time, Cassidy pressuring Raikou. Chaz is going to have to catch up just a little bit, but it seems like right now nLite, they're going to opt to kind of play near the pillar until they can find some crowd control on Chaz. But a full fear lands, and now it's time for Exet to get really, really aggressive here. But the counter stuns come in, a full trap on Chaz as nLite is looking to reverse the pressure. Who's going to come out ahead? Temporal Shield from Raikou, that full polymorph onto Zuniaki. Raikou just playing really aggressive here, using both of his shimmers to continue the damage onto Facile, but out of line of sight once again, nLite holds on.
Oh, full Hammer of Justice on Zuniaki. Chaos Bolt in the sky. He's trying to be greedy. Holding on to the Gladiator's Medallion. Repositioning, but an Infernal stun catches him. No follow-up. Life Cocoon trades for the Infernal. More than a fair trade for Zuniaki as he survives another stun attempt. Fortunately for Exet, they have lived long enough that Swapsy's Unending Resolve is available again. Although they're looking to try and get it here and now. Zuniaki rolls up. Oh, not able to find any crowd control there. Looked like he wanted to go for a leg sweep, but the freezing trap actually sat the full duration. Chaz had to use Gladiator's Medallion and sacrifice. Cassidy needs to try and get out of the fight here. He's snared up in midfield. Perhaps they just want the Feral Druid to be like a damage sponge. Facile is running away while Cassidy stays out in midfield. And Zuniaki needs to reposition, switch that Jade statue over to Cassidy. Double Shadow Fury, double Cataclysm. Good value here by Swapsy. Cassidy's still very low. Nice Ring of Peace on the Blink Polymorph by Zuniaki, but ultimately it doesn't matter. Polymorph has been landed. Dark Soul is active. Facile stuns Swapsy. Cassidy in position potentially to follow up with another one. They need to stop Chaos Bolt at all costs during Dark Soul. They kick Fear. Chaos Bolt 1, Chaos Bolt 2. Big pressure into Cassidy. Barely staying alive with the survival instincts. Zuniaki's into Fear. Cassidy's on the run, but it gets Mortal Coil away. He has to use Gladiator's Medallion and use another charge of Survival Instincts. These Chaos Bolts have been devastating, potentially game-winning as Cassidy runs around the corner.
What is this greed?
Big heals coming in. No, a full polymorph. Cassidy still needs to run. Line of sighting, regrowthing, waiting for Zuniaki. Chaz is hunting him down. Swapsy's trying to catch him. Run, kitty, run. Cassidy, Zuniaki is still crowd controlled. Cassidy still has to run away. Finally, no, full fear. It's not over.
I can't believe it. This is what I was talking about a little bit earlier. Cassidy is our rock star. He goes in on Zuni. He had Trinket that whole time, when Cassidy was on like 10% HP. He just wasn't using it because he didn't have his Life Cocoon anyway to pair it with. He didn't want to just Trinket and throw out like a 1 second heal, just a quick something, and then get re-CC'd. So that's all Cassidy, man. Goes for the kick, he runs laps, dodges the hammer from Chaz, stops Swapsy with his main stun. This guy is definitely playing a really great game so far, and they are doing another swap to Zuni here, but I don't think they have the damage here. Swapsy is very far away, and I actually kind of like this positioning. Zuni is going to be on his own on one side, and both the DPS on the other side, and here we go, big push coming in. Chaz going to be trinketing that crowd control, that leg sweep from Zuniaki, and use his sacrifice right there. And with that, that means the jungle of nLite are going to go back to the pillar and look at Chaz mana. This is, I think, the only way that nLite can actually win this game is by just running Chaz out of mana. And I think in late dampening, Chaz has better cooldowns than Zuni, but Zuni has more mana to get there.
Yeah, and I mean, let's see what goes on. Xset right now. Mana's not looking too good, but Zuniaki's falling a little bit further behind. Let's see, he's pressured back to the pillar right now. The Mame stun over onto Chaz. The Swapsy is getting bursted down. Has to be really, really careful. There's no sacrifice. There's no blessing of protection, and this is an opportunity for nLite. They may have found their win. We're going to have to see some big heals coming in from Chaz. Big Divine Favor, Avenging Wrath. Swapsy with his Unending Resolve. nLite can taste victory. I mean, they really are so close. If Chaz doesn't get Ineffable Truth procs, there's actually a window where they could take down Swapsy, but we'll see if they can make that push. We're at 46% dampening right now, and nLite, they have to hold on. They have to realize their win condition, but look at Swapsy's positioning. He is not making it easy. Xset does not want to throw away this game. Divine Shield is available for Chaz, and Blessing of Protection is almost rotated back up. Chaz really has to not play greedy during this next push, and I think if they do that, Xset is going to be primed to win this game.
Oh, but they just used Dark Soul. They're not getting any value. Raku blinks in, dropping a Comet Storm, Kona Cold, trying to combo the whole team, maybe get a triple kill here and develop a ton of momentum while they're bunkered at the pillar. 50% dampening. We saw it go, what, upwards 70% with Hydra on Discipline Priest, so this is getting close to the end of the road here for either side. Zuniaki's now behind on mana. Thanks to Chaz sitting down for a drink. There's a Paralyze, though. No Unending Resolve. Chaz immediately Divine Shield sacrifices, anticipating the Drestagath, totally countering them. Now Cassidy pre-walls the incoming stun lock, but regardless, uses Glidier's Medallion to try and run away from the Icy Vein. Zuniaki in a full fear. Cassidy once again trying to pull off a miracle, but Zuniaki slips in with a Vitality Conduit. Cassidy stabilizes. They swap to Zuni. Zuni portals away. Chaz is chasing him down on the left side. They may look to overwhelm Zuni, but he has some answers. I would say that nLite are in a good position at this point in the game. Bash over onto Chaz. He's got one more bop left, but Cassidy's getting blasted. Life Cocoon has to trade out here. Cassidy's trying to stay on target with the Berserk, but he's just not able to. That Berserk is going to go totally wasted by Cassidy. Now Facile getting swapped to in a Hammer of Justice. He has to use the turtle. Immediately immuning damage here, but Zuniaki is still crowd controlled. How is Zuniaki going to get away without using the Glidier's Medallion here? A full Polymorph. The only mistake really is they overlapped it with Hammer of Justice. There's no way, Zuniaki. There's no way you can't not trade here. Into a fear, though. Beautiful punish by Swapsy. Infernal triple into another fear. That Infernal is going to close the game out. Punching Facile into the ground. Xset tied up 1-1.
56% dampening? What was
I
your
said
guess?
55.
55?
I said
Wow,
55.
that's insane. That's actually insane.
He just went
Well,
one over me.
That was actually a really good game. Both teams played phenomenally back and forth. It looked like nLite was actually winning there, but I think what changed everything was the drink. I think the fact that Chaz got to actually get that drink, it was the only win condition I could really see for nLite. They had a big mana lead, but I think they needed to force the issue and not let that happen.
Yeah,
Yep,
definitely
well
a really
done.
difficult spot to be in, for sure. I mean, we can see the last few moments of the game here. Zuniaki, he trinkets, but the problem is, Zuniaki on the Mistweaver Monk, you trinket, and what do? You don't have Life Cocoon, you don't have Revival. There's really not too much instant healing you can have, and they end up just killing him through the Gladiator's Medallion. Anyways, I think one thing is certain after today. Play Paladin into jungle, 100%. It just seems really strong. I mean, Zico kind of talked about a win condition, maybe where Chaz went out of mana, but that can happen, and sometimes we see these jungles, they end up, finding a mana lead in the match, but there's just a moment where they have to run away and they can't continue the aggression, and they get forced back to the pillar, and that's when the Mage Lock healer can sit down, sip on some water and get some of their mana back, and then it just becomes a really, really difficult spot to be in.
Now that we've seen a victory on Game 2 from Xset, is that kind of how we expect the rest of this series to go? Supatis, is this going to be a 3-1 on the side of Xset, or is nLite going to be able to turn this around again for them?
I mean, that game looked good for nLite, considering that's like one of their worst maps. So, I feel like if this matchup keeps playing like this, nLite are going to win their maps. They're going to win their Blackrock holds. They're going to win their Dalorans, and because they won the Grand, they'll probably win this whole thing 3-2. Unless
so?
Xset have a curveball for a small map. I actually would like to see Xset play a different comp on a small map, I think. Like, we saw Turbo as like the counter to the jungles. was utilized in the cup stages. I actually think that they should consider it on one of the small maps over the Mage Lock right now, the way that game felt in particular.
Zika, you were like snarling there, or Ven, either or.
I'm going to disagree with that.
I think Mage Lock Pally, the rest of the series, you can't lose.
Okay.
I think Zuniaki's going to
Ben?
upset that.
He might. The only reason why I say he might is because it's nLite and it's because it's Zuni. Like these guys, Cassidy last game was like, was playing insane. But even despite that, it looked kind of rough.
All right. Also,
they're powering up right now.
speaking of Cassidy, I have an update on the washing machine question. Cassidy's girlfriend messaged me and said that they have 2 washing machines in their kitchen.
That's efficient. There's no arguments about it. Yeah. There's
Why
no
do you need
arguments. You want to do
I don't know,
like
that's
your
just-
colors?
Does
in
she mean
one,
like?
and then
Maybe she
A
means like
laundry
she has
machine?
like a dishwasher and a laundry machine.
Yeah.
Oh, she said I also have. Never mind. She's saying I also have my washing machine. Okay, so she has her washing
Okay.
machine in the
If
kitchen.
she had, if anyone has 2 washing machines in their kitchen, I'm gonna seriously question the design of that house. So that apartment, that's super questionable. But we are gonna be seeing nLite lock in Blade's Edge Arena. I don't
Yeah,
like
what do
this
we-
map. I don't like this map
Okay.
at all.
mind control? They can
Yeah,
go
because
back
we saw
freeze?
the last series get the last time we saw a jungle on Blade's Edge, that did not go well for them, right? Am I remembering wrong?
I don't
Uh,
remember
Either
the last
way.
time we saw jungle on Blade's Edge, to be honest. But
What do
yeah.
we think? What do you think then, Zika? What do you think we're gonna see on the side of nLite? This is their map choice here. Xset locking in that same composition, the Holy Paladin, Frost Mage, and the Warlock as well. nLite to lock in their composition here shortly. Zika, where are we gonna see them struggle then if we don't like this map choice from them?
I feel like my brain is telling me they're gonna play Priest because of the map. But my brain is also telling me they should play Mistweaver because they won with it, and the second game was like kind of close. But I don't know if the Mistweaver is going to be good on this map. So maybe it's like maybe you have to go Priest. Like I think we're gonna see Priest. I think we're gonna see Zuni on his Priest.
Okay, all right. CPTs, what do you think?
I don't think the map pick makes sense for anything other than a priest. I think mind control could be abused really hard. I guess maybe Ring of Peace too. I don't know, because their Mistweaver jungle looks so good, so it would be really weird that they, when they have their map pick, that they would pick a map that wouldn't just be suited to the monk. I'm surprised by it, so they're running the clock here. I know that there can't be any other curveballs, right? Like there's no, it has to be Mistweaver jungle or priest jungle. There's nothing.
Imagine he shows up with a Holy Pala.
I feel like Izuni would die on a Holy Paladin, unless he got really lucky with Ineffable Truth and somehow got Divine Shield on the same cooldown as Cocoon over and over. I feel like
Ret Paladin.
Oh yeah, he wants to do mind controls. I think maybe they want to use explosive trap mind control, abuse the knockback scope for like really early win. I'm not sure if I'm curious to see it play because this map is so chaotic. Maybe it can work for the late game. I'm just thinking aggressively, it's pretty nice, but maybe there's a way for them to navigate it and get a late game kill too with mana.
My prediction
about you
is
guys?
if they play on top of the bridge, it's not going to go deep dampening. I think the game will end before that. I don't think we're going past 30% dampening. That's very modest dampening in a matchup like this, but I think just the nature of this map, Raiku's going to be able to get a lot of crowd control, and if that happens and Xset can kind of just dogpile nLite, maybe even go after Zuniaki, I feel like it's going to be difficult. The only exception would be if nLite just decides to play at the bottom of the map. But I don't know if the mind controls are going to work out for them. It definitely could, because the thing is, for Swapsy, if he is playing an imp, then they only have one stop for the mind control. And if Raikou isn't on point with that, then they're definitely going to get abused. But the thing is, you can deny mind control quite a bit as well. Swapsy's going to have roots. Raikou's going to have roots. They have polymorph to shut it down. And I think it might end up just wasting a lot of time for nLite. But I'm curious to see how it plays out. But typically, I feel like this isn't the map you'd want as a jungle.
So are you favoring then this next game going to Xset, Ben?
Yeah, I feel like Xset shouldn't lose as Mage Lock Paladin. I feel like Mage Lock Paladin is one of the best comps in the game against jungle. So if they lose, I would be very surprised.
Well, game should be starting shortly here while the teams get grouped up, ready to go for this next game here on Blade's Edge. What map would we have rather seen then on the side of nLite? What were you kind of expecting them to play, Sixties?
BlackRock, the one that they usually always go to, and Mistweaver again. Blade's Edge with Priest is like, maybe they know something we don't, and they're trying to like throw Xset off. Maybe it's because it's not a fire mage. Like greater pyro on this map would be really bad news for them, but this seems like a curveball more than anything, and they already won the blind pick, so I feel like they don't need curveballs. I feel like they could have just gone safe and played Monk the whole time on Dalaran and Blackrook, and then even if they didn't win on Culveron, which is likely the game after this if they win. So I don't know. Maybe they'll show us up and they'll just be like, yeah, this is why we picked Blade's Edge. And I'm like, oh, okay, now jungle just always goes to Blade's Edge. And it's a free win for them now. Maybe they'll prove it. It's just that we haven't seen it, so I'm questioning it.
I mean, from your guys' point of view, now with Blade's Edge on the side of nLite, does this comp even make the most sense for this map? Would there have been something, once you saw Blade's Edge locked in, that you thought they would have locked in as opposed to the comp they're playing here, Zigo?
I mean, diversity is not really their strongest suit, so I don't think so. I think their diversity is literally, are we going to bring in the red? Absolutely not. Are we going to play the Mistweaver? The map suggested that it wouldn't, so that's why I said Priest. No, I think that Xset was kind of expecting this as well, so I would be surprised to see Xset lose here. I don't think this is a shocker for them. They've had plenty of time to predict what they're up against and to set up their characters for the ideal amount of corruption and everything like that. So we will see what they end up doing here. The gates are open right now. Swapsy's getting open on. They're gonna kick Raikou right here, and the beautiful Zuniaki and his laundry machine, which has caused a rift in the chat today, is also here.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the nice things about the Priest in this matchup, at least, and you can see the explosive trap already being utilized as Raikou is isolated. So that explosive trap doing work, but Raikou getting back to the top side of the bridge, and Chaz should be able to keep him alive. There's a nice temporal shield, and it looks like the sacrifice will trade for the double Drestagath. So big damage coming from Facile and Cassidy. Already off to a good start, but just talking a little bit about the Discipline Priest, having that Dispel for Blessing of Protection, as well as Blessing of Freedom, is going to be massive for the offense of nLite. That's why I personally like the Discipline Priest a lot more. Still a really difficult matchup for them, but I think this is going to go better than if Zuniaki was on a Mistweaver Monk.
Ooh, Raikou trying to sneak in a Polymer. Zuniaki jumps off. Oh, but the Blink snipes him around the corner. Raikou overextended though on that Blink, and they have to trade out a Blessing of Protection. I don't really even mind it though, as they'll get more polymorphs. They use Hammer of Justice onto the Hunter, trying to burst him down, but not enough damage. Infernal called in by Swapsy. Fear onto Zuniaki. Prims the Fear. Nice premonition. Huge counter pressure on Swapsy at the moment though here, and that Discipline Priest is going to be doing a lot more damage than the Mistweaver obviously in the matchup. Let's see if they get some mind controls. I'd love to see a mind control right now, and he is going for it. Pull him off the side here. Raikou Blink counterspells it, realizing how threatening that mind control actually was. And Zuniaki, I'm not sure if he meant to fell off the side there. Maybe he was trying to avoid Polymorph, but Cassidy stunned Raikou up anyway. Zuniaki looking for another mind control, pulling Raikou off the side. Zuniaki gets sniped by Shadow Fury, but Raikou's not there to poly, Swapsy isn't there to fear, so they're fine with that. Nice explosive trap, pushing Swapsy off the side of the bridge, and this could work wonders for nLite, but the mana of Zuniaki isn't looking too good, so they definitely need to win this quickly.
I think that was actually a shining force by Zuniaki.
It is,
so, yeah. I think they're actually playing Explosive Trap, Shining Force, and Mind Control. So they're trying to really knock people off here. And speaking of people being knocked off, right now Facile is downstairs, ducking for cover. Dark Soul is active. Cassidy needs to be extremely careful here. A big Chaos Bolt is gonna chunk him down. Zuni now caught up in the Hammer of Justice, but no Raikou, no Swapsy to follow that up. The wings are timing out for Chaz as well, but he does have his trinket once again back up, and Zuni's mana is not looking great. They're playing this matchup a lot more aggressively than we saw F2K do in the first series today against AWC, but it's not exactly the exact same matchup. You see Zuni actually premming a poly and then mind controlling the next poly, and now he's going to get feared into a sheep. He did his best to avoid that situation, but he could not, and now they're going to swap to Zuni. Big damage coming in here. Frozen Orb, they got the fear, but it gets kicked, and now you see Facile, Cassidy going for a trap attempt. Swapsy's on top of him, Riker's on top of him. Then they spread them out with the Shining Force. They stun Chaz on the big heal. Can they get any crowd control? They get a freezing trap, but it does get singed by the imp of Swapsy, and it looks like Xset once again are going to kind of reset the situation.
Yeah, and it looks like Zuniaki will get locked out, and this game is going a lot faster. Both these healers are already down to around 50% mana. Just the nature of this map. A nice mind control from Zuniaki once again. We'll put Raikou in the bottom side of the bridge. Double Shadow Fury coming in from Swapsy. No damage to back it up, though. Unfortunately, Zuniaki is not in crowd control and able to basically spam out heals. Divine Favor. Flash of Light going out onto Raikou. Tops him out as Chaz looking like he might want to push in and try to find a Hammer of Justice, but great positioning from Zuniaki. Does seem to deny that for now. And it's going to be Raikou who is the one that kind of pushes in. Nice trap once again onto Chaz. And this makes it really difficult for the Imp to actually dispel. As you can see, Chaz is forced to trinket and trade out that sacrifice. So if you can knock Chaz down and the Imp is parked up on the bridge, then all of a sudden it's a lot more difficult for him to actually get off that Singe. So nLite really capitalizing on this map.
Nicely done aggressively, but mana's not looking too great here for nLite. Close it out. 38 seconds until unending resolve. They've got a window of time here to close it, but Icy Veins and Dark Soul is available. The most threatening cooldowns of Xset could be pulled at any moment, while nLite need to push for the win. Will they be able to find the damage in time here? They need crowd control. They need a knockback right now. That Avenging Wrath is going to deny all pressure. They might choose to just retreat at the moment. Cassidy pre-bear forms the incoming attack here. Trying to get some value with this Berserk. Zuniaki Hammer Justice. There's a stun onto Chaz. Where's the knockback? They need to remove that Imp from play. Entangling Roots with Freezing Trap. No Cinch Magic. Big push onto Raikou. Where's the Master Spell? Master Spell out by Zuniaki. Big Psychic Scream. Divine Shield on top of it. Chaz immediately responding to that Master Spell. Good reaction by Chaz, but a block and a shield in one assault is definitely some high value. Swapsy has Dark Soul rolling during that whole assault and didn't get any pressure out. Cassidy on the run, line of sighting. Facile jumped off onto the bottom. Zuniaki's the only one that could really hit in this position. Gonna drop a Frozen Orb. Cassidy's charging in. Chaz is also charging in. Aggression from both sides. Zuni into the Hammer of Justice. Double Shadow Fury onto Facile and Cassidy. Swapsy fears the Hunter. You see Rapture Powered Shields coming in. Big absorb effects on the Cassidy and Facile. They're trying to get them aggressive onto Swapsy here. Bash has been landed. Big dress to get hit. Swapsy Mortal Coils it back, sustaining himself. Another Freezing Trap, Entangling Root. They do get the Singe this time around. Chaz is out of crowd control. He's got Avenging Wrath up. He's a big threat. Zuni's in a poly, into another poly. Stun up on Cassidy. He saw the Hammer of Justice coming, though, and pre-walled it. Nice read by Cassidy. Zuniaki prems the Fear into another Fear. Mana evening out on both sides, only at about 7% dampening. Cassidy very low on health, though. They go for triple crowd control. They're trying to make a push. Triple Psychic Scream. Good positioning by Zuniaki. Nice punish, knocking Raikou off the side. Cassidy charges him. Raikou blinks back up. Flurry to slow his reconnect. Cassidy can't make it back to target. Zuniaki's desperate. He's trying to get mind controls, but Frozen Orb is pinning him. Cassidy charges out to midfield once again. Xset reposition to center bridge. Getting ready for the next attack here. Chaz has a lot of options still with Sacrifice and Blessing Protection. Raikou has Icy Veins. He's popping it. He's trying to counter-aggress. He's into Fear. Great time to go for the Icy Veins. Cassidy's on the run here. Line of sighting. Facile jumps in. Stops the Frostbolt, but now can't stop the Polymorphs. Cassidy does manage to heal himself back up into the fight. Chaz, he's out in midfield still, not even looking to try and set up a drink. This one could be over much quicker than the last couple. Raikou with only one Ice Block remaining and at about half health. Standing right on top of Chaz. I'd almost like to see Cassidy and Facile start cleaving Chaz a bit if they're going to stack up this much.
Yeah, we're going to see if they can do that. But right now, they're pushing in onto Zuni once again here. It looks like Xset wants to make a push. They fear up Cassidy. Raiku's moving in for the position to Sheep. But once again now, they're actually trapping up Chaz. Raikou realizing he's getting overextended. He's the main target right now. So he blinks back. They get the Singe once again on the trap. And got to give Chaz the same criticism I gave to Asgarath earlier. Where is the freedoms on the trap attempts? It could be, the difference between winning or losing as a paladin. Nobody else needs it really. So I feel like you should definitely try to utilize that a little bit better if you are playing a Holy Paladin in this matchup. But either way, Chaz now getting kicked, and this is how they usually do their deadliest combos. Now we're going to see a stun onto Chaz if Cassidy has it. There it is. Full main stun, and there is the knock but they don't get the trap. And look at Chaz, gets the pre-freedom right there on the attempt. Very, very nice there by him. Gonna be avoiding the setup completely, because obviously if you have freedom, you can't be rooted, and then that means there's no 50-50 for the imp to dispel the root or the trap. It just dispels the trap. And now Facile taking massive damage. Gonna use his acceleration here. Zuni caught up in a fear. Actually gets broken out there. I don't know if he premmed it. No, he prems the sheep there actually, and they are gonna maybe get a swap. No, he went for the Shining Force, but he was rooted. Oh, that is so unlucky. He was about to knock Chaz so far away there and potentially get a bunch of pressure there. I would say right now, Xset are definitely in the driver's seat, and nLite, they need to pick up Facile, they need to pick up Cassidy, and Zuni barely has any mana left to do it with, Ben.
No, they're going after Chaz. They get the Divine Shield. Nicely done there by Cassidy. Great job. 23% dampening. They managed to get that big defensive cooldown out of the way, but there is still a Blessing of Protection. Chaz still has his trinket as well. Oh! But Raikou, he's kicked on Frost. He might get taken down. Blessing of Protection keeps him alive. A nice mind control from Zuniaki. He's going to take him off. Potentially, no, it does not. Nice fear from Swapsy, saving the day. What a close call. Raikou definitely... That was such a scary moment. Got kicked on a Frostbolt and almost bursted down before he could Ice Block. But look at Zuniaki's mana. There's nothing left. Facile, if he has to use the aspect of the turtle, there's no real defense. Chaz, every moment that goes by, can proc an Ineffable Truth, get every one of his defensive cooldowns back. He has Trinket Sacrifice again, and now for nLite, it is not feeling too good. Raiku's got his Ice Block, Swapsy's got his Unending Resolve, Zuniaki's in a fear, and things are spiraling out of control here for nLite. But Zuniaki manages to hold on a little bit longer. Chaz gets knocked away. Divine Steed back onto the top side of the bridge, trying to top off the rest of his team. Raikou almost has 2 Ice Blocks left. I feel like unless Xset just throw this away, like going down without using their cooldowns, they're looking primed to win this game.
Oh, sacrifice forced out there. Chaz's mana not looking too great either. Zuniaki could hide an Obsidian Claw and a Water Elemental and regen some mana. Could put his team back in the fight. Polymorph gets premmed. Raikou gets interrupted. Chaz goes for Avenging Wrath to stabilize the team and get them aggressive here. They know they've got nLite on the ropes. They could take the swing match away from nLite and guarantee a Topher on Game 5, which is most certainly going to be victory for them. A very important game in the series for Xset to relieve the pressure here. Rapture's up. They're pushing onto Raikou. They do get a block. No mass to spell, though. There's no mana, and Zuniaki's crowd control. They're going for Zuni, maybe with this blasted damage from Swapsy. Actually, Cassidy and Facile both getting cleaved down at this moment. Icy Veins about to subside, mind control, but a triple Shadow Fury interrupts it. Zuni's still fishing for mind controls, but he doesn't have the mana to stand out in midfield, taking 2 Chaos Bolts. He has to use Pain Suppression just out of thin air to try and stabilize here, but they're all just getting overwhelmed. This could be a triple kill for Xset in the immediate future. They have everything going for them, everything in the cards. What is their option at this point? Really nothing. A Miracle Drestagath, a huge throw. I mean, that's basically it. Facile's just going to die to dots below the bridge. Zuniaki jumps down to try and help with Vitality Conduit, but that's distributing 0 basically, as they're all still at 30% health. Cassidy trinkets out a stun, but he gets blasted. 1 Chaos Bolt, ducks for cover. Big frenzied regen with that Battle Master. Cassidy doing what he can to hold on to any sort of miracle. Zuniaki trinkets, goes for the fear. This is it. Do or die. Take them out. He Ice Blocks. He buffs. They panic. There's a miracle opportunity here due to that panic attack. They could switch over to Swapsy. They get everything on that push. If they can somehow keep overwhelming them and stabilize, they pull out of the fight for now. They're going to try and take that victory and stay alive for another push. How on earth is nLite doing this?
I have no idea how nLite is going to do this. They have one final push left in the tank. Zuni in a Hammer of Justice, and Cassidy is in a full fear. He has no mana to even dispel that fear onto Cassidy. This is the final attempt. The dress connects, but Raikou blinks it. The trap gets dispelled by the imp. And now it's looking like nLite are in just dire straits. Massive Chaos Ball connecting onto Cassidy. And it looks like at any point here, they might just die. But they actually knock Swapsy off. They have an opportunity onto Raikou. They stun him up. I can't believe it. He's actually taking damage. Do they have a fear? Do they have something? Let's see it. Zuni's in position. I don't think he has enough mana to use it. He gets enough mana, but Chaz uses his bubble. And now he's going to spam heal for his dear life here. Raikou is going to recover to full HP. The Infernals have been called. And I think this game is GG, man.
It's not looking good. Zuniaki got into the full stun. They're just going after this poor Disciplined Priest. nLite, they're trying to hold on. Maybe they can find one more opportunity, but the Avenging Wrath is looking to deny. But Xset actually has no cooldowns. if nLite can hold on to just a little bit longer. There's just no mana, though. There's no mana left, and Raikou and Swapsy, they do not want to let them recover. Now we're going to be pushing in. Water Elemental will be called out once again. Zuniaki somehow still keeping his team alive, pulling out every miracle he can, and Shadow Fury does land. Swapsy and Raikou, they need to try to close out this game, but keep in mind, Chaz almost has his trinket. There's almost a Blessing of Protection available. Swapsy could go down, though. Cassidy, Zuniaki, Facile, they're trying to go for the miracle push onto Swapsy, but the Blessing of Protection preemptively, and Cassidy is so sad. Another Blessing of Protection. Sacrifice going to be rotating up here soon. Raikou has his Icy Veins, and this could easily be the game. Zuniaki will fall. Will he fall? He does. He does manage to fall.
Wait.
What? Close. There's no way.
I mean,
there's no way. This game is over.
I mean, it's over, yeah, but I want to see if Raikou would go down, but...
the look at Cassidy's face when Raikou looked like, unbelievable.
You always are
really
surprised.
See their disappointment.
I mean, when you play against... The thing is, it is so hard to track and deal with an Ineffable Truth Paladin. Their cooldowns rotate up so quickly, and if they get enough procs, they're just going to always have an answer. They're always going to have Bubble, they're always going to have Bop, they're always going to have, Hammer of Justice to deny you, an Ultimate Sacrifice to trade, and it's just... nLite, I mean, you've got to feel for them. I feel like they played a really, really good game going to Blade's Edge Arena, but you just get to this point in the game where every moment you're running away and trying to recover is just 20 seconds that are coming off the cooldowns of everything Chaz has available, and there's just always an immunity cooldown, and if Chaz just throws them out kind of preemptively, you just can never get anything going. And nLite, unfortunately, falling in game number 2, Exet showing that the Paladin with the Mage Warlock into jungle is really strong, and they're going to go up 2-1 in this series.
Now, before that last game, we were kind of discussing why they decided to choose Blade's Edge after we've seen a full game on that map. Do we maybe have more of an idea, or did we learn anything from nLite's choice on Blade's Edge here, Zico?
Well, they obviously don't believe in their Mistweaver to win on the smaller maps, and I guess they want their Mistweaver. I really don't know. I guess they want to play the matchup on small maps, and like. They rather play the matchup with a disc on a small map than play with a Mistweaver on a big map. But I feel like, I don't know. What about a medium-sized map? Like, what if you go Tigers and you lock in a Mistweaver?
What do you guys think about that, Ben, Supa? Do you think they should go something more in the middle and lock in their Mistweaver?
I think they would have won on Blackrook with Mistweaver jungle.
Mm-hmm.
If they played as well as
jungle.
they did. You don't like it?
No, I don't like Mistweaver jungle.
What? Why?
Especially into the Paladin. Because Bop is Divine Shield, and Blessing of Freedom can never be dispelled, and you lose out on a lot of damage. Like, I mean, nLite had a close call on Ashbane's Fall, but I feel like that's the best the game. Like, that game is the best that it could have gone for them. I'm not trying to be, pessimistic or anything like that, but I just don't see it. I don't know if the Mistweaver... What does the Mistweaver bring besides just healing?
Mana.
Like,
Mana, yeah.
Boom at 70% dampening.
I think you out mana. Well, yeah, at 70% dampening, you're probably gonna lose with the Mistweaver. But I feel like up until like 30-40% dampening, you're gonna have a mana lead. Maybe you can win.
So the problem is, in my experience, the Mistweaver Monk they're great. You're on cruise control, you're having fun, your statue's healing, you got Renewing Mist, but as dampening gets higher, you have to expose your tree a lot more, and you're susceptible to those blink CSs from Raikou, and that's when the game gets really, really dicey. I mean, we even saw, I don't know what it was, 50% dampening. We saw Zuniaki actually use his medallion, but he doesn't have the same sort of defensive cooldowns that would rotate through as sort of a paladin or a priest in that matchup. And even though he had mana, he just didn't have his cocoon. And then even though he trinketed, he couldn't really keep his team alive, unfortunately. So that's the one thing I don't like about the Mistweaver is, sure, you have mana and dampening, but in dampening, you're also susceptible to just getting counterspelled and instantly losing the game.
Right, nLite locking in Blackrook Hold, something that Sid has wanted them to lock in for several games now. What do you is this a better choice here on the side of nLite, Sid?
I mean, I feel like that's where nLite has had success in the past. So, and their games with Mistweaver, I think, looked really good considering everything. even though the priest has the counter to the bop and stuff, that stuff isn't free. Like, if you Mass Dispel Ice Block, you're not guaranteed to win, and that just costs you mana that you're probably never seeing again. So, like, banking on winning with a Dispel on those means you're gonna run out of mana even faster. So I don't know if the priest is like 100% the answer. I mean, earlier we saw Hydra play pretty much like close to perfect you could with the priest, and it wasn't able to make it work. So I think the monk that won game 1, the monk that almost won game 2 on the worst map possible, was better for nLite overall. Maybe even using Ring of Peace and using Explosive Trap, like knock one of the casters in the room and then use Ring of Peace to lock everybody else out, utilizing the knockbacks for the team. That seemed very important to F2K's success in the games that they were able to win. But they're taking their time locking in, so they obviously want to consider it. I think their only choice is Mistweaver or Priest at this point. And that map with Priest where they could abuse Mind Control, abuse the Z-axis, it didn't work out. Maybe you can Mind Control into the rooms again on this one, but it's just one of those, it's like the most defeating thing when you're just out of mana at that point. Like, if they had mana, they could push and win right now. They just got everything, but they don't have mana. So I don't know. I'm more of a fan of the Mistweaver, at least when Zuniaki's playing it.
Okay, I know we're not. I know we can probably guess what nLite's gonna lock in here, but I am curious. In what situation, or if ever, Zico, do you think we'll see Kara come off of the bench?
Never.
If they try a prot comp.
Does Kara play
if they try a prot comp?
Yeah, if they play like a prot-based comp, I could see my boy Kara come in. Will I see him on the ret against this team?
This entire circuit?
Not in a billion years. No chance.
He plays DK too, doesn't he?
Kara? No, he plays.
Yeah, I thought I saw him play DK like with AWC. Oh no! That wasn't him. Never mind.
No, that was Nixie. Nixie plays the DK.
Yeah, that was Nixie.
He played Warrior and Hunter, but I don't think I'm not 100%, so I don't want to misspeak here. But I'm pretty sure he hasn't kept up with them in BFA. But in Legion he did play both, and he was really good at them too. So maybe, I don't know. I feel like we would have seen it though by now.
Hopefully someday still see Kara play. But looks like they are going to be locking in jungle once again. Here's Zuni on that disc crease on the side of Xset. We have Chaz continuing to play on that Holy Paladin alongside Raikou and Swapsy. Black Root Cold, that's the map we're going to be going to. Who do we think this matchup is favored towards, Ven? Can we even guess?
Who is this matchup favored towards? Well, I would say Xset. I think Xset should win this 100%. If nLite wins, it's because they did something really, really insane, or they got like really lucky crits, or Xset kind of fumbles. But I think if this matchup plays out the way it's supposed to, Xset will ultimately win with the Mage Lock Paladin. Paladins are just so strong, especially in this matchup with the Mage and the Warlock. You have all the answers. You have the immunity cooldowns to keep Raikou and Swapsy alive when you need to. When Chaz is in crowd control, you can just singe it. You have freedom to deny the root traps. It's just everything you could ever want in a composition against jungle you have. So I think Xset is looking good to walk away with the series. If we do see nLite pull out a victory, I would be very impressed, but also incredibly surprised. And that's nothing against them. They're an absolutely phenomenal team. I just think this is one of the hardest matchups they could ever play against a really good team.
Yeah, in terms of jungle teams, nLite is definitely at the top there. They've looked pretty solid in the AWC season so far, but like you're saying, Ben, this is going to be for sure a difficult game for them. Xset also looking strong here. My question though is, do we think Xset's going to get the early kill before dampening, or is this going to be another deep one on the what was the Zico pool reference?
Deep end?
Deep end of the What if we think?
This is probably like the high diving board. Like you're gonna go pretty deep in this match. I feel like if both teams are on point, it's gonna take Zuniaki being completely out of mana, which is at least 30 or 40% dampening for Xset to win, and then for nLite to win, they honestly I feel like they're gonna win on mana. If there's ever a point where Chaz runs out of mana, they can actually stop him from drinking deeper into dampening. They might be able to overwhelm 2 targets and cut through the cooldowns twice as fast. But other than that situation, which is like a miracle situation, I almost feel like Xset have to volunteer that situation to nLite where they can't drink, because if Swapsy has Dark Soul, Chaz should just drink. And then if they want to stop it, oh, I'm popping Dark Soul, you're dead. Like, that should just be immediately where the trade is if that's ever becoming a problem for Chaz. And then other than that, unless Chaz gets really unlucky and Ineffable Truth doesn't proc or something for maybe 2 minutes in dampening straight, then maybe he can lose. But what is the likelihood of that, where Ineffable doesn't proc for that long? He's going to be getting sacrificed, he's going to be getting Bop, Divine Shield back to break all these chains, immune pressure. I mean, Chaz would have to get really unlucky, I think, for this matchup to look even somewhat even for the jungle.
Mm-hmm. And then in terms, we've talked quite a bit about gear here across the board on both teams. Is everybody kind of running sort of the standard build from what we would expect in these compositions here then, or is there anything that we could mention in particular about either of these teams?
Well, I mean, for the side of Xset, they basically want to be playing as tanky as they possibly can outside of Chaz, who's going to be playing Ineffable Truth. So he wants to reset his cooldowns to make Raikou and Swapsy immune. Swapsy and Raikou want to just be as durable as they possibly can, so they're stacking full versatility. Already with a big start onto Zuniaki, a Hammer of Justice. He actually preemptively, I cannot believe it, he preemptively used the Power Word Barrier there. Zuniaki, a very heads-up play. I'm surprised that he did that, but it ended up working out very well. Now going after Swapsy, Trinket Sacrifice coming in from Chaz. A very explosive start here for both these teams.
Well, let's see if they can keep it up here. Definitely an aggressive stance. Are they looking to maybe even switch to Chaz on that redirected damage? I don't think so. Cassidy's on the run. Zuniaki's in a polymorph on his Rapture. Chaz is moving in. Likely with a Hammer of Justice. Hammers down onto Zuniaki. Chaz is actually getting attacked a lot more here in game number 4. That might actually be a major weak point to exploit. There's no greater Pyroblast threat. If they can consistently punish Chaz and go after him, it could be a great way to get Divine Shield and then Mass Dispel and just gun for a kill. I mean, attacking a Paladin is definitely, if there was a weakness to Paladin at the moment, attacking them would definitely be it. So I like this cheeky decision by nLite. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Chaz's Ineffable just proc. They literally just forced Divine Protection, which is like the Paladin version of Barkskin, and it's literally up again. So even if they want to go Chaz, they can't, because he won't die in a stun right now. And after that, he's going to have Trinket again. So at this point, you have to commit to Swapsy, and they do get unlucky with the Singe there as well. Dispels the Freezing Trap and not the Entangling Root. Now, Zuni is in a full sheep. Didn't prem that one, and now Facile in trouble. Facile's going to use his human ratio right there. And Zuni is going to be able to escape that crack control chain. Cassidy breaks it up with that kick. Very nice. Wait, is Swapsy making a soul well right now? I swear I just saw him cast a soul well. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'm going to see what Swapsy decides to do here. It looks like he might be trying to set up a fear for Zuni, but he fakes out a kick, going for a little bit of damage, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to net any real pressure out of that. They go for the trap. Chaz, where's the freedom? I guess he doesn't have it right now, or yeah, there it is. Ooh, Inferno's called in here. Big damage onto Cassidy. Most likely they don't have the grip here either. He's going to tank one bolt to the face there at least. That's going to cost like quite a decent amount of Zuni's mana, who's going to Hammer of Justice. Raikou getting swapped to here, but nice Temporal Shield, Vitality Conduit should be enough to stabilize him. And so far, it's just looking like Xset are slowly but surely owning this game, man.
Yeah, they're looking better and better as these games goes on. Here's the Rapture Shields from Zuniaki. Look at the pressure on Zuniaki's mana. I don't know if it's just because Xset is doing so much more damage or if nLite is just trying to play more aggressive, but Zuniaki way behind at this point in the game. Hammer of Justice does land on Cassidy. Unfortunately, Zuniaki's not going to be able to dispel that. He gets interrupted on Penance, being forced to Shadow Man. That's going to burn through even more mana. Cassidy's still just getting completely owned in the midfield, and Xset is really heating up in this match. Now Facile, that was a Hammer of Justice into another Hammer of Justice coming in from Chaz, and really just utilizing, and showcasing how strong that Ineffable Truth is on Paladin. And you can basically just throw him out, force dispels, force Zuniaki to use mana. Raikou sneaks into Sheep, and now Facile's in so much trouble. This is such a nightmare situation. Zuniaki, he has no trinket. Keep in mind, he's playing Relentless, and he could get absolutely punished for it. But Cassidy just throwing in Regrowth, acting as a second healer for the team, manages to keep nLite in the fight.
Well, Swapsy fakes out the Premonition, lands a full fear. Can Chaz get in position? Looks like he wants to go for Hammer on Cassidy, but Zuni can just dispel that. Survival Instincts, he'll be fine. Chaz in a stun. They're going for the trap. 50-50. They win the 50-50. This has been the moment they've been waiting for, but Chaz just immediately trinkets and uses Sacrifice. They could swap to Chaz, try and get Divine Shield out of the push, but they are definitely taking a lot of damage for trying to go after him. Facile has to run for cover. Cassidy is on a solo mission. Chaz says, I don't care, Avenging Wrath, I'm full health. Cassidy's not going to be too happy about that. He's still attacking Chaz by himself. Facile's making his way over with the Harpoon, really trying to push for Divine Shield, but Divine Protection, that wall effect is up, so Chaz not going to take any damage there. Facile trying to disengage out of the Frozen Orb, but getting snared up multiple times in it. Nice placement there. Sunyaki was patient, held onto his Leap of Faith, pulls Facile back to the pillar. Sunyaki tries to prem the poly. Raikou fakes out the prem. Raikou trying to go for another poly, blinks in, lands it. Facile's isolated. Raikou ice lances in, but there's no icicles here, no Frozen Orbs, so Facile's fine. They switch to Cassidy instead. Cassidy runs for cover. Raikou getting pushed back by Facile. Facile jumps down to line of sight Fear. Mana not good for Zuniaki in this position. Is it possible for him to try and go for a drink right now? Swapsy drops his Demonic Gateway. They harpoon root him, but Raikou blinks in to stop the drink. Zuniaki's not going to get any, maybe a little bit of mana in that exchange. Infernals have been called in. Swapsy could go for Dark Soul here. Chaz in a stun. Raikou to Mind Control. It's 3 versus 1. Beautiful setup by nLite here, but Swapsy positions to eat the incoming crowd control, securing that freezing trap away from Chaz. Now double Mortal Coil, counter engagement. Hammer of Justice down. Big pressure potentially. Full polymorph, but prem by Zuni. Followed up by another one into a full Fear. Chaos Bolts in the sky, but that Vitality Conduit's ticking, soaking a few of those Chaos Bolts onto Facile. Zuniaki stabilizing the team quite effectively. Cassidy into the stun. Zuni rolls over, dispels it. Cassidy trying to get his bleeds up, being the damage sponge at the moment for the team. Stunning Chaz. Facile tries to get in there, but he gets feared on his way towards that freezing trap. Nice intercept by Swapsy. Facile still trying to gun forward, but they don't have entangling roots now. Chaz is standing on top of Swapsy, denying Drestagath and denying freezing trap here. I'd love to see them just cleave Swapsy and Chaz when they're positioned so close to each other. I think that could be an opportunity to punish if they look for it. Raikou standing close to Zuniaki, looking to try and get a polymorph in the near future. Cassidy runs for cover. Facile got left behind in the starting room over there in the far distance. Hammer of Justice in the room. Swapsy gets in line of sight. No soul shards, though. Trying to find a Chaos Bolt a little bit late into the chain. Facile feign death, damage reduction. Nice play. Repositioning to the ramp on the right side. Zuniaki's working with very little mana, trying to somehow even it out with Chaz, which surprisingly is evening out at least a bit at this point. If they can stop Chaz from drinking. The Hyena is out in midfield. Chaz is running to drink. They have to stop this drink if they still want that to be a win condition, but Chaz is so far away. Cassidy's in stealth. He could sneak over and stop him, but looks like they don't care about the drink. Chaz got a huge tick of mana back in the fight, and I feel like that should be more than enough mana to close out this game.
Yeah, let's see if he has enough mana. It definitely looks like it. Zuni trying to get a drink of his own, but let's be honest, Zuni, that's not going to happen. You got a water elemental right next to you. You got 2 wizards teeing off on your teammates. You got to move in. You got to get aggressive, and you got to try to win this game fast. Zuni is in the middle of the map behind the pillar, and he's ready to charge in, to fear, to assist with damage, assist with dispels, whatever his team needs, but they need to go soon. And there it is. They get the stun. Entangling Roots by Cassidy gets interrupted, which means they're going to be able to get the Singe. And that means, unfortunately, for the jungle, the sacrifice has been used. I believe 6th Avenging Crusader of the game was just used there by Chaz as well. And now they're looking to push in and get aggressive here. Who is their target? Zuni already repositioning far away. He knows if he takes a single point of damage, it's going to be annoying for his mana bar. And Cassidy getting hodged behind the pillar. Chaz is about to hodge somebody else. Okay, there is a hodge on Zuni as well. Chaz doing his best Neelio impression right now, just stunning everything. And he gets a nice double Mortal Coil here by Swapsy onto Cassidy as well as Zuni into a full Fear onto Cassidy. And they're going after Zuni. He's taking a lot of damage. Beautiful counterspell there, Unholy by Raikou. That's going to force Zuni potentially to heal with his Shadow School, which is his expensive school in terms of mana. And now they're just going to keep swapping it around. Raikou trying to fake out the Prem, but Zuni is not budging right now. I don't think actually Zuni would even mind getting sheep there because he was so low on HP and it would actually heal him. And he's just struggling so much on that Discipline Priest. And right now, Exile has all of their cooldowns. Dark Soul is active and Cassidy's in a Hammer of Justice. It's not looking great here, Ben.
It's looking not great at all. I think you took the words right out of my mouth. 22% damage at this point of the game. Yeah. He's going to need a bit of a miracle in this matchup so far. And are they going for it? They get the stun onto Chaz. Who are they going after? It looks like it is Swapsy. Fear comes in. Swapsy, he uses the Dark Iron Dwarf Rachel, the Fire Blood, to remove all of those bleeds. A bit of a soft counter to the Jungle Cleave, and that will keep them alive in the fight, just rotating through more and more defensive cooldowns. Sacrifice almost available for Chaz once again. And this is just looking so dire for nLite. Where is the opening? Raikou with both ice blocks. Swapsy with unending resolve. Divine Shield, Blessing and Protection. Sacrifice Trinket from Chaz. And nLite, they're burning through their mana. Hammer of Justice does land. Zuniaki actually sitting down for a drink. They might trade the aspect of the turtle. Nice fear there by Zuniaki. Facile looking to get back to his healer, and Zuniaki does reconnect. Facile actually just going for it. A bit reckless there, but looking to get the crowd control and maybe some defensive cooldowns. Maybe there's an opening. It doesn't look like it just yet. Mind control gets interrupted. Nicely done there by Raikou, backing up Chaz. And it looks like Chaz should be able to stabilize, landing the full Hammer of Justice once again into the Infernals. Polymorph on Zuniaki. Cassidy is on the run. And Xset is looking good in this one.
Oh man, Cassidy and Facile both low on health. Zuniaki trying to get back to his Hunter to stabilize, gripping him back into the starting room. How are they going to hold on to this? Only, what, 15% remaining mana for Zuniaki. Dark Soul comes up in 23 seconds. I'm wondering if we have like an uptime counter for Chaz's Avenging Wrath. How long has it been up the total duration of this game? I feel like it's probably higher than 60%. He's just been powering through on this Holy Paladin. Definitely a strong healer in the current patch. Cassidy has to retreat on his Berserk. That's so dire. He's going to lose all that extra damage. He's in the barrier, but I don't think he can afford to stay out in midfield. He has to leave the defense, try and heal back up with a couple of regrowths. They could switch to Zuniaki out of the fear if they want to. If there's a Hammer of Justice, Cassidy's running around the center pillar trying to heal up. They stun Zuniaki. He has not left crowd control for a very long time. Opting to use the every man for himself there on that Hammer of Justice. Dark Soul's up. Cassidy's in trouble. They have cooldowns. They need to trade. They're trying to push Swapsy over, but there's more than enough answers as long as they don't throw here. Almost would have liked to have seen a Blessing Protection on that Dark Soul to try and counter-aggress. Zuniaki into a Polymorph. Facile the target. Chaos Bolt, Frostbolt. Huge pressure. Feign Death. Trying to duck for cover with those Wildfire grenades. Trying to still get pressure out, dots out, maintain any semblance of damage. Raikou blinks in, counterspells Zuniaki. You can tell that Raikou does not care. He's 2 ice blocks up in this. He's got a bit of a mana lead. He's going to start getting a bit aggressive at this point. Zuniaki's trying to drink. Raikou blinks in really aggressively. Can they punish the blink? Eventually Wrath up for Chaz again. I don't think they're going to be able to punish him through that. Raikou's going to go back to full health even before the Temporal Shield has time to trigger. Facile down to half health. Zuniaki has worked miracles, though, to get this much mana back. He is working miracles right now to keep his team in the fight here. 41% dampening. Maybe Cassidy needs to make another prayer here because it's looking like they might be able to pull off a miracle. Full Psychic Scream. Chaz has a Divine Shield. Nice. Cassidy and Facile retreat back to the room. That was the hit. Now it's time to run. Zuniaki prems a poly into another one. Frost Nova. He dispels himself, but now he can't dispel claws. If they decide to go for an Obsidian Claw play here, it could be scary. Cassidy wraps around the corner. Facile's feared. He's not able to do anything. All of Xset are at full health. Zuniaki in the Hammer of Justice. Pain Suppression has to trade. Now Cassidy could be a target. Facile is getting rotted down as well. This could be a triple kill for Xset. They still have more than enough answers. Avenging Wrath is up again for Chaz. He gets stunned on it, but they overlap with a fear. Oh no, a bit of an overlap on that crowd control. If there was ever a shot, it was going to be that one, but now it's over. Facile aspects of the turtle. Oh my goodness, look at this frozen orb on the whole team. Zuniaki and a Hammer of Justice. Everybody is just dead. He's got no mana. Desperate prayers here into the Mortal Coil. Any damage is going to close it. Fearing on the Shadow Man. Chaz in the stun. nLite are working with sub 30% health to try and pull off a victory. Chaz gets removed out of the freezing trap by the Singe Magic. Zuniaki's tanking Chaos Bolts to go for a fear. Can he tank a third one? He penances through the third Chaos Bolt. Shadow Men's with the depths of shadows. You can tell that Cassidy, he knows this is dire. No. Dark Soul's up. Zuniaki. There's no way. There's no way. How is he alive? There's no way. They're trying to pressure Swapsy, but Sacrifice is up again. Zuniaki's living on a sliver of health at this point. How is he not dead? Raikou eats the freezing trap. They're going after Chaz. Chaz has no Divine Shield for 10 seconds, but it's 10 seconds. No, there's no way, man. There's no way. How are you even still alive at this point?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but he won't be... he's not going to be alive. Yeah, but, what? Oh, no, he actually pre-vitality conduit. He drops the barrier. He goes for Shadow Man. Let's see, Zuni. He's trying to fake the blink counter spell. Riker gets kicked on Arcane, or Frost actually. He goes for the pan, and Zuni is still alive at 53% dampening. Looking death straight into the eye, but Facile is going to get destroyed in that last Hammer of Justice. And I don't know what our wings counters ended at there. I'm pretty sure
Do we have an uptime tracker?
I think it was 11. I think it was 11 wings this game, or 10. What's the uptime on it? Is it 30 seconds or 20?
If you talent, I think it's even longer. Avenging Wrath lasts 25% longer. You have a Sanctified Wrath. So I feel like it's at least 30 seconds, but I'm pretty sure it's longer with the talent. I'm pretty sure it has close to 100% uptime. Like,
well, it had 330 seconds of uptime in that case.
I just asked our producer, anyone have a counter on wings? He says, a lot.
yeah.
That was his answer for that one. And Starship saying the same thing. Thank you guys for that. Well done by Xset. Here's the replay on our screen here, Sid.
I mean, this is just Zuniaki flexing, basically, like showing I do not die towards the final seconds, having to deal with a counter spell up while his team is just all dead. That fear on Facile out into the open was more than enough to seal the deal, but oh man, Xset, they're gonna close it 3-1, as you would expect. Xset, a phenomenal team with multiple compositions. They're gonna take full advantage of every advantage they have, and they have once again here. The Xset look dominating so far. Yeah, super clean series by them, and on the side of nLite as well. I mean, they're an amazing team. They play jungle so well and cleanly, and obviously have a ton of synergy as a team. But this is just going to be a really difficult matchup for them from the beginning here, Supties. Yeah, I personally liked the Mistweaver. I felt like Mistweaver it actually won a game, and then it also almost won a game on the hardest map. I personally like Zuni's Mistweaver.
To be completely fair,
he wasn't a pally in the game
when the Mistweaver won. Today, the Mage Lock Mistweaver has lost every game. It doesn't matter if they played against the Priest or they played against the Mistweaver, even if we look at the first series from today. So I don't know if it was necessarily the Mistweaver that made it. Well, it was a Mistweaver problem, but I think the problem was mostly that we did see these Mage Locks play with a Mistweaver, because with the Paladin, it looks like it's really hard to lose.
Zico, did you have a comment on that?
I mean, on one hand, you have a healer that doesn't go home. And on the other hand, you have a healer that doesn't go home, nobody on your team can die, and he can't die. I feel like you pick what's in door number 2 in this case. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like closing thoughts, Mage Lock Pally. It just feels like first it's Mage Lock Druid, and then Druids get nerfed, and then it's Mage Lock Mistweaver, and Mistweaver gets nerfed, and then it's Mistweaver, and then it's Pally.
All right, well,
everyone that's not a Mage Lock is probably so sad.
Even the Mage Lock's honestly sad. Like I like to play the aggressive
really
stuff, Yeah.
Paladin is aggressive. I've played a lot of Mage Lock, and I'll tell you, playing with the Paladin is my favorite, and having Hodge is awesome.
Oh, really?
You can't die. You have Hammer of Justice. Yeah, it's great.
Playing with your Pally is your favorite.
You had a good time
playing
Mage Lock.
Winning is fun.
So weird. Well played by both teams. Xset is going to come out of that series as the victor, though. We are going to go to a break. That is the rest of our European series for the day. Now we're moving over to North America. That first series is going to be Golden Guardians versus Turtle. We've seen them have recent success, absolutely ramping up as a team. Golden Guardians, historically a team that is absolutely just dominating as a team. Super exciting to watch both of these teams play. So we're going to go to a break, then we'll come up to Golden Guardians versus Turtle up next.
control on Looney. Then Method Black will close out this game.
Battlemaster's gonna
Blizzo
fall.
barely holding on.
Battlemaster's gonna fall.
Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Blizzo. Massive damage and Method Black has it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadow Stone. The Tornado. And Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Welcome back, everyone. We are halfway through the day. Now we're on to our North American series. That's going to be Golden Guardians versus Turtle. We talked about these teams a little bit before we went to this break. However, let's talk about them before we start this game here. Subtees, what do you expect out of these two teams from either side?
Turtle's going to play jungle. No doubt in my mind. I actually think Golden Guardians... I actually think their best comp would be Ellie Destro with Jelly Beans. Jelly Ellie. And WizK Destro, Holy Paladin. I feel like a Destro Ellie Holy Paladin Wizard Cleave would be a really good way to beat jungle. But they'll probably just play Shadow Priest Rogue. That's what I'm guessing. I would like to see Ellie Destro, but I think they'll just play Shadow Priest Rogue.
Do either of you have a comment on that? What comp do you think we're going to see from the move?
I think we're going to see Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman from the move, the Golden Guardians. And we're going to see Disc Jungle. Okay, we're going to see Holy Paladin. Shadow Priest Rogue.
It's going to be Shadow Priest,
Guardians.
Rogue, Holy Paladin would be my guess.
So I do have a question about
my guy.
I do have a question about both of these teams. If we take a look at the standings here, both of these teams are... Turtle is good. But I think for Golden Guardians, if they lose here, they can't qualify anymore. I'm pretty sure.
They're finished, I think.
Yeah, I think
they're already finished.
Every game.
I think right now they can win. They can win everything, right? Still.
If they win every game for the rest of the circuit, I think they're in top 4. So I don't think they have any room to lose here.
Yeah. So that's a really important thing about today's game here for them. They have to win.
Yes. So if you are a Golden Guardians fan, you are a member of the move, this is your last chance to cheer them on. If they don't win here, unfortunately, I think their run is over. So Turtle's going to be looking to shut them down, and it will be the Golden Guardians locking in WizK on the Shadow Priest, Peekaboo on the Assassination Rogue, and Absurge on the Paladin going up against Turtle. I think this is one of those matchups that the Golden Guardians is looking good in. We'll see if they can pull it off.
All right, here we go. Game number 1. Everything on the line here for the Golden Guardians as Turtle look to not allow them to make it to the water. That would be the BFA circuit finals. Mind Bomb already on the Gex. Cyfox the target for now. Split pressure on Peekaboo and WizK. Swaps to Peekaboo are going to be very threatening for the Golden Guardians. They're currently just attacking the Shadow Priest, but a full freezing trap lands. Master Spell snipes it instantly by WizK. Good recovery by WizK in that assault. However, no Gladiator's Medallion to synergize with the Void Shift if it's necessary. Gex pulls the kidney shot, anticipating a smoke bomb. Nice attempt by Gex, but Hammer's Justice has landed. The pre-Vitality conduits Dilly. They go for the blind anyway. It's a relentless Priest. Blind Sap is going to sit full unless Dilly flares it. Oh, but the Repentance from downtown. Absurge with the follow-up. Beautiful chain here. Cyfoxy tanks the hit, though, with the Frenzied Regeneration. And between the teamwork of Dilly and Cyfoxy, they have survived a long time while Gex was crowd controlled. Smoke Bomb gets barriered. The entire team has rotted down, though, as a result of the continuous crowd control. Gex is trying to still recover from it. I mean, WizK's damage is really sinking in right now. Gex still not able to pull Dilly back up. Has to use Exhilaration. Dilly jumps in for the freezing trap. No, Gladiator's Medallion. Huge resting ass. Oh, they're going to kill through Dispersion. Huge damage. WizK repositions and recovers. Close call. Both sides stabilize.
I was getting flashbacks to that last Golden Guardian series where WizK just died from 90% like that. But this time around, he is going to get that dispersion off. And now he is looking to counter pressure here. He does go for a little bit of dots here onto everyone. Absurge is going to stabilize his teammates here with the Vitality Conduit. Kidney into Mind Bomb. Kidney with the Silence Repentance. Dilly, what are you going to do here? He needs to pop the turtle ASAP. Gex going to be a Hammer of Justice here as well, and Dilly is going to be forced into aspect of the turtle, and they're not even going to continue the chain here. They're just going to keep going for Cyfoxy, try to force more cooldowns. They force out the survival instincts here, and it's looking great for the Golden Guardians. Dilly super low, shadow step kick from Peekaboo. Do they have anything to follow it up? He follows up with the Vanish Garrote, into the Regarrote, into the Kidney, with the mind control up on top as well there from Whiskey. If they have a silence, they have a Hammer of Justice, Repent. I'm pretty sure they're winning here. They got the Mind Bomb. Anything to follow it up? Doesn't look like it right now. Peekaboo is in massive trouble here. He needs to be careful. Absolute gets trapped here on the Divine Favor. He gets Master Spell immediately. Pre-buffs Whiskey, so he can't get interrupted on the Master Spell. These guys are just working like a well-oiled machine, and Peekaboo does recover with that sacrifice, and now Abster's pushing in. He might need to go for the rep here. Let's see if he can find it. No, Cyfoxy shuts it down, but there's the full blind. No premonition. Dilly is on the run. He's trying to deny the sap here with the flare, but Absterge once again with the MVP rep, and I think Dilly might just go down here. I'm not sure how he's still alive here. He does get the Feign Death Dispel. Full kidney shot onto Dilly. Still a lot of damage here, but I do think he's going to recover with that Vitality Conduit. I don't know how long Turtle can survive though here, man.
I don't know either, but Peekaboo may be a little bit vulnerable here. He's got no trinket, so if he gets caught into a stun and we see big Drestagath, we've seen people from Golden Guardians go down very quick. It was unfortunate in their last series, last weekend, what happened to them, and it looks like it could happen again. There's big damage coming in from Turtle. Turtle definitely not out of this one yet. All three members of the Golden Guardians are falling further and further behind. Absterge needs to get some procs. He needs to get those wings rolling to top everyone off. It looks like they will be able to stabilize. Damage now onto Dilly. Gets silence onto Gex. Gex, what is he going to be able to do? Can he use the pain suppression? Doesn't look like he's going to opt to do it just yet. Dilly seems to be A-okay. And Gex keeps them all nice and healthy. And Turtle, they're not doing too bad. Gex is winning on mana at this point in the game. Exhilaration is almost back up for Dilly. And Peekaboo's going to be very scared without that Gladiator's Medallion.
Smoke Bomb is up in a second too, and they just used Barrier, so Smoke Bomb could be a major win condition here for Peekaboo. Mind Control and Cyfoxy at low health. Whiskey holding him in an awkward position. Dilly trying to land the trap. Absterge preemptively sacrifices, goes for Hammer of Justice to try and turn this game around and close out a win in game one. Repentance out of the Hammer. Mind Control into Kidney onto Dilly. Dilly playing the Machimba's bandage, a pre-Machimba bandage on that Kidney, absorbing a huge amount of damage. It's half the cooldown of the Battle Master, so it's huge value here. Cyfoxy though gets swapped to. Cyfiend's down. Cyfoxy gonna pop with the Rapture Power Shields from Gex, trying to recover through the consistent onslaught that is the Golden Guardians in game one. Peekaboo lands the Kidney shot, not going for the Smoke Bomb, trying to bait the Gladiator's Medallion. Cyfoxy doesn't fall for the bait. Dilly reconnecting here, jumping over for a kick maybe potentially. Lands the Freezing Trap, they stun up Whiskey. Whiskey trinkets to go for the Master Spell. Gets stunned on the trinket. Beautiful punish there by Cyfoxy. Absterge is finally out of crowd control. Avenging Wrath is up. Peekaboo crowd controls Gex with the sap. Dilly's Flare not in position to hit him. Now Peekaboo moves forward, getting it back. Those bleeds onto Dilly and Cyfoxy. Stun lock on Dilly. No Smoke Bomb pulled from the pocket just yet here. Absterge laying in some damage as well. Gex deflects it with the Vitality Conduit, still establishing mana dominance over the Golden Guardians here. If they can stabilize. Silence Mind Bomb. No Mind Bomb. Dilly and Cyfoxy are still very low on health though. Cyfoxy is sitting in bear form, getting ready for the attack. They grip Absterge in to go for the Hammer of Justice. He gets intercepted into a Freezing Trap. Cyfoxy's in trouble. And it looks like the Freezing Trap was Master Spelled into a Psychic Scream. Nice punish by Gex. Huge damage! Unbelievable pressure! Whiskey gets dropped in a Skull Bash. Turtle take game one.
Man, I love Dilly's player cam is probably my favorite of all the player cams. Dude is always just so hyped to be here. Game number one victory on the side of Turtle Golden Guardians. Unfortunately, losing the first game of this series, certainly not a place that they want to start off with here against Turtle if they want to stay in the running for top four in the NA region here. Let's talk about that first game here. Jungle, not really sure, I guess, on the side of Golden Guardians what their answer would be just yet. Is this something that they're going to stick with here, Zico, or are they going to have to switch something up?
I think the Golden Guardians are going to keep playing this comp for the rest of the series. I think they had a good game, but again, maybe a commentator cursed them at the start, but I was talking about their last weekend's loss, where basically Whiskey got kicked on 90% and he got one shot, and now the same thing happened again.
Should have the replay here shortly for that last game. Here it is.
All right, so let's have a look at exactly. Okay, no, you take it away, man.
Okay, well, you can see kind of what happens here. Things are looking good for the Golden Guardians. They're getting the cross crowd control out. You can see Cyfox is getting low, Dilly's getting low. They're burning through cooldowns, and then WizK gets interrupted and taken from 80%, quite literally 80% to 0 in a single interrupt. And I mean, if there's one thing Turtle has been doing really, really well so far in this round robin is they are really good at using their Drastic Gas Trinkets and finding those crits and the Reaping Flames. And I feel like I'm actually going to double check to see what Dilly was playing as a major. He is playing Breath of the Dying. Foxy playing Breath of the... Actually, he's not. So it's just Dilly playing Breath of the Dying, but Breath of the Dying plus double Drastic Gas at the same time. I mean, if those crit, you can take someone out very quickly, which is exactly what we saw. And I mean, for the Golden Guardians, it's got to be heartbreaking because it felt like if that game kind of just played out, it was looking like their game to lose, honestly.
Golden Guardians?
Yeah, it was looking like Golden Guardians was going to win that game if that didn't happen.
Okay.
I think anyways. I mean, they still had the Void Shift, the Life Swap, they still had the Dispersion, so still lots of tools to live, and once the Drastic Gas are down, if they had lived that, it becomes a situation where the Golden Guardians can play really aggressive.
All right, Golden Guardians locking in Ashmane's Fall. Turtle playing jungle again. Now Golden Guardians about 1.5 minutes left to choose their composition. Let's assume, going with the same one from game 2 here. Absurge on that Holy Paladin. Zico, I mean, if they were playing everything right for game number 2, for game number 1 here, do they just continue doing what they did on Nagrand if they want to try and secure a game 2 victory and tie it up against Turtle?
I think they just, when you're competing in that situation, you just got to shake it off and focus on the next game. You can't really change the past. You had a good game. Like, I got to agree with Van. The Golden Guardians, they had Dilly low, they had Cyfoxy low, and the longer that game goes, the better it is. They're going to the Priest. The Priest is going to struggle with healing through the pressure. And the main kill target in the Golden Guardians comp is Peekaboo. When he doesn't have his trinket and Absurge doesn't have his sack, they want to double dress him in a stun usually. WizK is kind of just like the filler target that you just hit to kind of not fall too far behind on the side of Turtle. I mean, you can do some goes on WizK as well, but I feel like when you're trying to randomly one-shot, it's usually the rogue that's on the receiving end. So I think you just focus up, do the same thing you were doing. Absturge had a phenomenal game. He was landing so many reps. Just keep going for that. Hammer of Justice, get the rep, get the Mind Bomb, and eventually they're going to find a kill like that.
Yeah, I mean, individually, this has got to be a rough place to be mentally on the side of Golden Guardians. We talked about it in Game 1. They cannot win this series or lose this series if they want to stay in the running to be in top 4 here. So the pressure is really on for these guys. Individually, these are all amazing players. The Move historically has been an absolutely explosive team, but let's not count them out just yet. Now it's up to them to tie it up and turn this series around. Sounds like the gates have opened here. It is Golden Guardians versus Turtle in game number 2.
I mean, aside from Turtle getting that really surprise kill, Golden Guardians can definitely still close this out. So on Golden Guardians map pick here, Ashmane's Fall, going to be a lot of open field to position around, try and get the jungle into a bad spot. Peekaboo and Cyfoxy right next to each other and not seeing each other in stealth. Mindseer, it hit Cyfoxy. Didn't pull him out. I guess the powered shield absorbed it. WizK just trying to get out as much pressure and dots while he's waiting for Cyfoxy to get found with one of these Mindseers. Absurge just stacking up Light's Grace, damage reduction from that Holy Light onto WizK as he's likely to be the target. Cheap Shot onto Gex, Silence onto Dilly, Mind Bomb out of Cheap Shot, good combo, Dilly in the Kidney Shot, but he line of sights WizK on the Kidney Shot stun. That was great positioning by Dilly. Feign Death to remove some of the magic dots, Aspect of the Cheetah to get back to Gex, just in time to get that Vitality Conduit. Still not totally comfortable, goes for the Exhilaration, still not really safe here. Blind, Absurge in a trap, no follow-up. Nice denial of the follow-up. Dilly's recovering. Master Spell gets Absurge out of crowd control. Both teams equalize after about the first minute of the game. However, getting Peekaboo's Gladiator's Medallion and getting WizK's Gladiator's Medallion, I would give an advantage to Turtle.
Yeah, we're going to see if Turtle can keep that advantage. Dilly has his last couple of seconds there on his cooldowns active. They're going to run out now. He still has his Aspect of the Eagle if he wants to stay at the pillar and just kind of do damage from range. Cyfox is in a kidney right now, taking a decent amount of damage. Nice answer here from Gex. Gex is actually playing the big barrier, so that barrier is going to be a massive damage reduction to anybody who stands in it, and he's going to do increased healing. So we're going to see now Gex get caught up in the Mind Bomb. Let's see if they have any follow-up crowd control. Doesn't look like they do. Gex should be able to kind of recover everyone. Oh, here we go. Here's a kick on the Whiskey. You know what can happen here. Oh, but they're actually going for Peekaboo. They mind control Whiskey. There he is. Big damage. Oh. And Peekaboo is going to barely survive, but they overlap the evasion, the Cloak of Shadows, and Absturge's bubble plus sacrifice. So at least they still have the Void Shift. Actually, they don't. They have nothing.
No, they still have the Void Shift, I believe.
Oh,
so
yeah, they do.
At least they have that for Whiskey. Yeah, but a big smoke ball on Dilly. He gets cheap shot. Oh, they might be able to actually take him down. The mind control keeping him locked down. Do they have any more crowd control? Gex gets a dispel, and Dilly will be able to hold on. That was such a nice push there by Turtle, but the Golden Guardians are looking to reverse the pressure. Repentance goes out. They get the aspect of the Turtle getting huge cooldowns here from Dilly. Dilly's still trying to line of sight, trying to get away. It looks like he might be able to, but Peekaboo with a beautiful Shadow Step Kidney could close it out with that silence. Do they need just a little bit more damage? Hammer of Justice does land. Cyfoxy throwing in some heals. Great crowd control, great aggression here by the Golden Guardians, but Turtle manages to hold on.
Freezing Trap, full bash. Peekaboo pre-feints it. Nice pre-feint by Peekaboo, knowing he'd be the target here. Master Spell hits the trap. Whiskey gets mind controlled. A little bit of an annoyance for him. He's now out trying to ramp up the damage. Dilly disengaging away from the fight, trying to reset. He doesn't have anything really. He needs to avoid this next kidney shot at all costs, but that's a full blind with the Relentless Priest. How does Dilly stay alive during this assault? A Repentance gets denied for a moment. Beautiful stop by Cyfoxy. Gex gets the Vitality Conduit. Dilly stays alive to pressure Peekaboo back. His feint about to subside. If they can crowd control Absurge here on the Avenging Wrath, they could push for a win. Whiskey has no trinket if they stun lock Peekaboo. Dilly lands the Freezing Trap. Who are they going after? Whiskey pre-fades the swap. They go after Peekaboo. Peekaboo gets gripped away. They mind control Cyfoxy into the distance, waiting for the Freezing Traps to subside. Great defense there by Whiskey, totally shutting down the entirety of Turtle. But now he's interrupted again. You remember what happened in game 1? Vitality Conduit from Absurge stabilizes. Absurge moves into stun, but gets intercepted by a stun as well. Whiskey into the bash, really trying to slow the assault here towards Gex. Gex avoids the follow-up crowd control. Now silence, maybe not. Mind Bomb out. Good combo. Dilly trades Exhilaration right before the stun. He's going to need a little bit more than that. Nice Moonfire on that Cyfiend, instantly killed by Cyfoxy. And now Dilly stays alive, jumping in for a Freezing Trap, disengaging back to Peekaboo. Pre-feints, pre-evasions. Again, good read by Peekaboo, anticipating the attack. They're trying to get over onto Whiskey, but Whiskey's in a good position, dragging him out in the open. It would be risky for them to push that far out. Gex is out in midfield. He's trying to reposition so he can line of sight Repentance off to the side here. Repentance could be game-winning if Absurge finds one in this moment in time. Shadow Fiend is up. Big damage onto Dilly. And Whiskey is getting closer and closer to that silence. 6 seconds for that. I feel like they could win with that silence into Mind Bomb. 3 seconds away from it. Is Dilly ready for it? He pre-mending bandages. He jumps in for crowd control to try and go for the kill. They stun up Peekaboo. Beautiful cross. Peekaboo has to trinket. He's still on the ropes. Whiskey pre-fades to try and avoid crowd control so that he can use Void Shift. They grip Dilly on the kidney shots. Beautiful grip there. Absurge is charging in. He could get Psychic Screamed, though. Absurge needs to be careful. Gex is trying to reposition. Silence Mind Bomb likely here. Absurge needs to get in position for Repentance. They need Repentance or Sap. Which one are they going to go for here? Neither. A Hammer of Justice instead. And I think that... Oh, this could be scary for Cyfoxy.
Oh, Cyfoxy needs to run right now. But they do the kidney. Dilly, they get a nice Master Spell onto the trap there by Whiskey as well. But a beautiful fear. Oh my goodness, what was that dress? Peekaboo barely survives by the skin of his teeth. Absurge again had to use his bubble and Divine Shield. Whiskey had to use his dispersion, and that was the Void Shift as well. So they used the entire spellbook of every member on the Golden Guardians. The next trap is pretty much guaranteed to seal the game here. But one more attempt here from the Golden Guardians. Kidney Shot comes out. Gex responds with the barrier for the smoke bomb. Very nice trade. But if he gets crowd control, Dilly could still be in trouble. He has his turtle. He might need to use it, but here we go. Peekaboo very low. They're going for the trap. They're waiting for it. Absurge pre-bops. They're waiting with the trap, and Peekaboo actually eats it. Very, very nice there. But that could have been the game-winning trap, and now it's Golden Guardians on the aggressive. They get the Mind Bomb. Absurge is in position. He's going to get the Hammer of Justice. He's going for the Repentance. He needs to fake Cyfoxy. He needs to do it right now. He gets stunned there by Dilly. Unfortunately for him, Peekaboo goes for the dress play. Big damage coming out onto Dilly, but now Gex is out of crowd control, and Peekaboo needs to run for his life right now.
Oh, he definitely does. He actually gets a big heal Absurge manages to top him off with the Avenging Wrath, but Peekaboo's still in a little bit of trouble here. Absurge with no emergency cooldowns. Golden Guardians trying to reverse the pressure here on Dilly. Rapture comes out from Gex to keep Dilly in the fight nice and healthy, and it is still Peekaboo who is in a lot of trouble, but with his cooldown with his trinket rotating back up with the evasion, he should be able to hold on. I mean, there is big burst damage available. Mind Control comes in from Gex, locking down Peekaboo. That gets dispelled. Nicely done there by WizK. 10% dampening evasion trades out by Peekaboo. Slowly but surely, Golden Guardians are getting back in this fight. A blind onto Gex. Peekaboo looking for a potential sap, and they might be able to actually take down Dilly, but the problem is Dilly with the Feigned Death dispels off all the Shadow Priest dots. Off heals by Cyfoxy. I like the play by Peekaboo, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to net much. Maybe it will. The Hammer of Justice out of the sap. Can Dilly hold on? He needs to get back in range of Gex, and I think he should be able to. The silence comes out as well. Golden Guardians going all in. That was the blind. That was the sap. That was the Mind Bomb. That was the Hodge. That was the silence. Everything, and still Dilly manages to survive without even trading out his aspect of the turtle. Very unfortunate, and now it's going to be Peekaboo on the run.
I don't know how Peekaboo's going to stay alive here. There's no sacrifice, no bop. He's got a pre-feint and a vanish maybe in his back pocket. Aspect of the turtle, pain suppression. The other thing really is mana. Just win with pressure. Just try and stabilize here. Feint is used. They go for Vendetta. Avenging Wrath is up. Absurge needs to top Peekaboo during this Avenging Wrath before the next incoming stun. Otherwise, it could be dire straits. WizK's in void form. He's trying to max out his damage here and totally tap out Gex on mana. Peekaboo retreats back to the pillar to line of sight the atonement healing. And Golden Guardians are pinned at the pillar right now. If they run in line of sight of the Discipline Priest, they're going to take a lot of damage. To go for the silence. Where's the Mind Bomb? Kidney Shot. Good combo here. Absurge is in position, though, to get follow-up. Peekaboo moves over for a sap. He gets the sap out of the Mind Bomb. Aspect of the Turtle. Immediately, Aspect of the Turtle has to be used here. Dilly needs to push in for a Freezing Trap during this time. He disengages on top of Absurge. Snipes the Freezing Trap. He pre-bops it, but Mass Dispel off to the side will remove it regardless. And that one play by the Golden Guardians may have put themselves back into the game. No Aspect of the Turtle for Dilly to immune damage for 3 minutes. He's going to have to be scared. He's still just dying to WizK. WizK just owning him here in the distance. The full repentance. Dilly gets step kidneyed. Beautiful play. Dilly breaks out, goes for the exhilaration. Feigned Death to remove dots. Gex is still in crowd control. Is there another sap out of the Mind Bomb by Peekaboo? They go for Hammer of Justice. Every man for himself. Gex gets out, but into a silence, and Dilly is getting killed. But Peekaboo at the same time. Peekaboo at 1%. Divine Shield sacrifice. Peekaboo stays alive. Pain suppression on Dilly. Dilly barely stays alive. Both these teams just going the absolute limit in game number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are at 25% dampening and no player has any cooldown. Who is going to win this game? Gex just uses barrier. Dilly is trying to retreat, trying to recover, trying to just get a little bit of HP back, but the Golden Guardians are unrelenting right now. WizK getting stunned up. He has his dispersion. The only player with a cooldown, full blind, gets prammed by Gex, or it broke, I'm not sure, but he gets full rep anyway. But he does have the Vitality Conduit ticking, and Peekaboo is the one who could be in big trouble here. Absurge is going in to lay down the law with the Hammer of Justice. Dilly, what are you going to do? No cooldowns left. Gex is in a full silence. They have the smoke bomb. Peekaboo just needs to press it. Do they have the damage kidney? There's the bomb. Big damage. He kicks Cyfoxy, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be the game if they can stop any more healing. Gex, I don't know how he's doing it. He's keeping him alive. Exhilaration just came back from Dilly, and now Dilly's going to get aggressive. He's going to go for the trap, and I don't know who's going to win this game, man.
Oh, I don't know either. Golden Guardians have all the pressure, but Turtle has that one-shot opportunity. Kidney shot onto Dilly as Peekaboo just trying to finish this game. Cheap shot onto both members, and now it's going to be Dilly in kind of a 3v1 situation. Mind Bomb on Gex into a full repentance. There's no way Dilly can survive. Mending Bandage comes in. Do they have any more damage? He just has to hold on a little bit longer. Dilly, can he do it? But at the same time, Peekaboo taking damage. He trades the evasion and goes for the kill. Finds it on Dilly, and Golden Guardians tie up this series.
Well played by Peekaboo and the Golden Guardians, tying it up now 1-1 in game number 2 there. What is it that they were able to pull off in game 2, Subities, that they didn't do for game number 1?
I mean, they just didn't get ghosted in a 1 second kick.
True.
They almost did twice. They almost did. They played better defensively too. They just pulled away and said, you know what? We don't have Silence Mind Bomb. Let's just pull away from the fight for a moment. It's a priest. We have Ineffable Truth Pally. We can just win on mana, chill out a little bit, and just rotate through cooldowns during those Drestigath windows. And that's how they're able to pull it off in game 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well played by Golden Guardians. Now we're tied up 1-1. Best of 5 here is the replays we go.
Yeah, this was right at the end here. I gotta say, Absturge, man, the repentances, this game is what brought them back. They finally landed out of the Mind Bomb right there. Peekaboo's in range. And here he actually gets dressed, but Absturge used his Vitality Conduit to save Peekaboo. And he followed up with the DR Hammer of Justice. Had enough damage, barely, to win that match. And I mean, let's have a look here at the scoreboard. Dilly and Scythe. Look at Scythe-Foxy's damage. That's got to be some of the highest feral damage we've seen. Like when we looked at like Tony's damage, well, I guess it's different matchup as well. In this matchup, it's like, very fast paced. All the other ferals played against Mage Locks. I guess it's not fair.
Don't do Tony like that, man. Come on.
Yeah, no. Tony played a clean game, man. He almost beat Mage Lock. I was really impressed. But Scythe-Foxy as well, he's played a great game as well here.
Yeah, and on that subject of Absurge as well, Holy Paladin, he's not always known to have played that, but it seems like in this series, in that last game especially, then he looked so clean and so comfortable on that class.
There was a few close calls, there's no question about it. I mean, Golden Guardians, I think Peekaboo had like 2 times in the match where he lived on 1% health, so a little bit more damage would have been the end of it. But definitely, I'd say Absurge is doing a great job on that Paladin. And I mean, for a really long time, we kind of, gave him a little bit of criticism that he wasn't playing anything but Shaman. He really stepped up in a big way. I think the Paladin is super important. I don't think they would be getting these wins if he wasn't on a Paladin. So definitely really important for his team. I think Golden Guardians have a great composition into what Turtle is running. Turtle, on the flip side, is doing a great job. They're finding those moments, those opportunities to go for those big one-shots, and it's really keeping Golden Guardians on the back foot in some situations. But I think on Ashamains, the Golden Guardians did a really good job kind of pushing their advantage, pushing the pace, and keeping Turtle a lot more on the back foot.
And now for this draft process, it's going to be Turtle's map choice here. They did just lose that last game. Zico, do we expect either of these teams to change anything with their strategy or composition or even gear for this next game, or are they just going to do what we saw in game 1 and 2?
I think we're going to see similar stuff in terms of gearing. And I was going to say, I wonder what kind of map they actually want to go for here. So they picked a neutral map. And I actually think it's pretty smart choice here by Turtle, because if you go too big map, I feel like your priest is going to go out of mana if the other team plays too defensive. And if you play on a small map, the rogue is always going to be in range of annoying your priest with like Shadow Step Kick and Blind and just being able to poison knife him and slow him. And also the paladin is not really going to have to cross a large distance to Hammer of Justice and go for those repentances that were super game winning for Golden Guardians. So I think if you go medium-sized map, or maybe Ashamains if you're Turtle, I think those are your best options. And I'm expecting Golden Guardians to maybe go to like a hook point or something on their map picks.
So it seems like Tiger's Peak is Goldilocks approved, you'd say?
Yes, absolutely. What was it last time? Like huffing and puffing, what would we say?
You mixed up Goldilocks with the 3 little...
Yeah, we were... what was the one that you mentioned, Sid? It was like another
Wait, I mentioned something?
childhood story, but it was... Wasn't it?
No,
No.
I think it was Zico.
Was it Zico?
I was saying it's not too big, not too small. It was just right.
And they said huffing and puffing.
Huffing and puffing.
This animal is huffing and puffing.
All right, well, we've got Turtle locking in the same composition here. Same with Golden Guardians. We are going to Tiger's Peak. Now that we know both compositions here, Super T's, which team here is going to be more advantageous on this map here in Tiger's Peak, or is it just kind of a neutral map and that's not really going to be a determining factor?
I feel like if Golden Guardians play well, they'll win the matchup. It could just come down to literally just Dressagat double crit, because if it does, you might not be able to respond in time and then die. But if Dressagat doesn't crit, then I feel like Golden Guardians have a really good shot here. The Priest will run out of mana if they want to drag the game on. They have these really good crowd control chains with Silence, Mind Bomb, Sap. With Peekaboo playing Night Elf, it means he can sap 2 Mind Bombs, one with Vanish and one with Shadow Meld. So I feel like their comp, it's set up so that they should have a good shot at staying alive in the circuit play.
All right, game should be starting soon here. Do we want to take a guess as to maybe the length of this next game? It's not really, I mean, we've definitely seen longer games, but do we think this is going to go early dampening, late dampening? Zico, do you want to take a guess?
I think we're gonna be, when you're walking in on the beach and you're getting your feet wet, and it's like it reaches like your knees, the water, but it's like a little chilly, so you don't want to jump in. I think that's where we're going. So I would say that would translate to roughly 28% dampening.
28% exactly.
Wow. I feel like a
Okay.
day at the beach with the water up to your knees is not nearly as stressful as 28% dampening for both these teams.
I feel like every time I ask a dampening question, you guys make these like crazy analogies.
Both these teams is like you're jumping into a river that's running at full speed and you're trying to
Oh,
stay
yeah.
above water while
There's
it's
another
going.
one.
Yeah, I mean,
All right,
that's how the
Turtle,
players fail.
25, true. The
I'm just enjoying the
25%
games.
win rate on Tiger Speak. That's all I was going to say on the side of Turtle Golden Guardians. 50% win rate here. Sounds like the game has started. It's 1-1 on Tiger's Peak. Golden Guardians versus Turtle.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if the Golden Guardians can do it or if Turtle is going to be able to stay alive. I mean, for both these teams, this is a really important match. Both of them not in the top 4 right now. Getting a win for Golden Guardians, it's absolutely necessary. For Turtle, it would be really, really nice if they could pick up that win, pick up that point for their standings. Let's see if they're going to be able to get it done. Whiskey appears to be the target early on in the match. Peekaboo's going to be opening up with a kidney shot on Foxy. And maybe actually going after Foxy a little bit more in the match. I feel like that might be a viable option for them. Dilly, with his feigned death, with his exhilaration, he has a lot of self-healing and ways to keep him alive with the mending bandage. He's been very, very durable. So maybe they're going to mix it up, actually just going after Dilly. Big shields coming in. Gex getting caught into a hammer of justice. Good crowd control early on by the Golden Guardians. Foxy and Dilly both rotting down. And finally, Gex can connect some heals. Stun now onto Absurge. Who are they going after? Kidney shot on Dilly. The pressure from Golden Guardians is unrelenting.
Let's see if they can keep it up, though, here. Remember those Dressigas sitting in the back pocket. Absurge gets interrupted. That could be the start of a chain. Absurge is actually just standing right on top of his entire team. I'm curious if they actually attack Absurge, try and punish that positioning, so that they can try and eat the freezing trap and try and soak the Dressigath. So if they can soak the Dressigath, that's basically half of its damage gone. Dilly gets intercepted. Silence. Beautiful timing on that silence. This is going to be devastating for Turtle in game 3. Survival Instincts trades. Dilly is still down below half. No follow-up, though, unfortunately. Just a Garrode silence. Not nearly long enough crowd control there to secure a kill. Gex should be able to start to stabilize his team here in a moment. Dilly charges in, looking for a grappling hook. Freezing trap. Absurge reads it. Activates sacrifice. Dilly was patient. Held onto the trap, waiting for the sacrifice to fade before going for it. Interrupt onto WizK. Smoke bomb onto Dilly. Back and forth between these two teams, all tied up 1-1. Which one's going to break the tie here? We'll find out soon.
Yeah, and Absurge has used his sacrifice here, so the next stun trap onto Peekaboo is going to be scary, and here it is. They're actually going for WizK, but nice counter kidney shot here by Peekaboo. This looks like one of their little mid-game adaptations here. Just kidney Foxy whenever Absurge is in crowd control, and then just hit everybody. And it seems to be working out pretty well. Absurge moving forward, gets the Hammer of Justice, go for the Repentance. Peekaboo edges the dress, and he actually lands it, almost taking Dilly down before Exhilaration, before Aspect of the Turtle. Dilly, what are you doing? Where's the Turtle? It's literally your team name, bro.
Unfortunately, not making it to the water.
Oh.
He had so much time to use that.
Oh, you look disappointed. All right, well, for those that missed it, where was the mistake there?
It was like one of those seagulls in the minigame flying down and just catching him by surprise, unfortunately.
The words today are just so good. So good. I think you just broke Zico, man.
Well, happy to do it.
Golden Guardians now ahead 2-1. They are closer and closer to staying in the running to potentially getting up to that top 4 spot here on the side of Golden Guardians. Any takeaways for match results, Supatees?
I mean, Peekaboo and WizK do a lot of damage. WizK got a lot more purges that game, so maybe like stripping off those power word shields a little bit more frequently, making it difficult to recover. It's coming down to just unresponsiveness. Like, there's some matchups and some classes and comps that just are so durable that you get in this position where like, yeah, this game's gonna go long, and then there's other matchups where it's like, oh, anything could happen at any moment, and you've got to like constantly readjust the frame of mind you're in so that in any given situation you're ready for what could happen, and you don't overcommit in one and then you don't undercommit in one. So I mean, we saw Wizkid go down in the 1 second interrupt. We see Dilly go down without turtling. I just feel like that's the nature of the matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, it was a really short game. I don't even think that was 3 minutes long now. How can Turtle move on from that loss here going into game number 4? Do you think that they can recover here, Zico, or is Golden Guardians going to finish this up with a 3-1?
Cold day at the beach for the Turtles. I think they can bring it back. Like, I feel like they could get some nice one-shots on Peekaboo. I feel like the game that Golden Guardians won, before this one, obviously, there were so many, like, if the dress just, if it did a little bit more damage, something that didn't crit would have crit, I think Peekaboo would have just died without using any of his cooldowns, or without his teammates using any of their cooldowns. So I think this is it could be a 3-1, it could be a 3-2. I could see Turtle winning, I could see Golden Guardians winning. It really is a toss-up. I think it's going to come down to just how these teams adapt in the next couple of matches.
And before those final moments on the side of Turtle when they went down, Ben, was there a team that was maybe looking a little bit healthier on either side?
Golden Guardians, I would say. Golden Guardians on Tiger's Peak, they looked like they were in the driver's seat from start to finish. They had constant crowd control, constant damage, and it just felt like Turtle really was struggling to get anything going. And that's kind of how I thought this matchup would play out. I feel like Turtle did a really good job in the first 2 games, kind of getting those surprise one-shot kills. But I think if this matchup plays out the way it's supposed to, Golden Guardians will be pulling out a win. And it seems to me that Golden Guardians is kind of heating up in the match. It just seems like every game that goes by, they're getting more comfortable. They're kind of playing to their win condition, and it's definitely going to be a struggle here for Turtle. But you can't count them out. We've seen the outrageous damage they've been able to put out. It's just not going to be easy.
Yeah, both of these teams are super strong contenders. Could for sure see this one going to a game 5. Turtle locking in Dollar and Cirrus here. Based on what we saw from that last game, Golden Guardians looking super strong throughout the last game here. Supersies, do we think that we're going to see a repeat in that performance on the side of Golden Guardians now that we know the map here for Dollar and Cirrus?
I feel like Turtle realized that they need to win before they run out of mana, and they probably need to be able to enable Gex more. I'm not sure, because that last game, I felt like Gex wasn't able to really participate too much until everything just spiraled out of control. So maybe going Dalaran here, they can be more aggressive. It's a lot smaller. Get Gex into the play to try and get Psychic Screams. Maybe it's just not part of the matchup for him to go for Psychic Screams. It's better to just max damage, stay away from the Paladin. That's probably what the case is, and then fear if the Paladin comes closer. Curious to see how they play it out here. Golden Guardians still not locking in their comp, but I feel like why wouldn't you play the same thing? Seems like when they're all together. I almost want to say that first loss might have just been a bit of a fluke too, right? Like they just got double crit right at that 1 second, and they were still already in control of the game. So yeah, I don't imagine Golden Guardians would change. It's Turtle that really either need to pray to N'Zoth for a crit or figure out how to get through all the defense on the Golden Guardians faster.
Is that who we pray to when we want crits now? N'Zoth?
Yeah. Why not?
Definitely when you want gushing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure,
So who do you pray to when you want a crit? What's the crit god in WoW?
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
I don't think it's N'Zoth, though.
There has to be a crit god.
Well, then... Yeah, I don't know.
We're not going down this slippery slope again. So they're going to play jungle. One thing I'm surprised by is actually the map. I feel like Abster's gonna have a pretty. I think okay. You know what? I want to see Absterge go blinding light on this map. I think he's gonna be able to pull it off on cooldown on multiple members. Just run in, Hodge, blinding light, go back. I don't think he's ever landing a rep on this map. He's always gonna be in kick range. He's gonna be somebody that they could swap to potentially as well. So I want to see the blinding light.
Okay, on the side of Turtle, what do we want to see, Ben?
Big crits. Good crack control, big crits. Make sure you're using your defensive cooldowns, living as long as you can, because I mean, the more opportunities they have to land Drestagats, that's going to be their main win condition in this game. So just gotta live, just gotta hold on, gotta disrupt the crowd control chain, just gotta give Gex a moment to breathe. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. If Gex has just even a second outside of crowd control, he can activate the Vitality Conduit, maybe a barrier or something to keep his teammates alive. But if they can't do that, then I think it's going to be a struggle for Turtle. But I think that's what they really need to focus on.
All right, well, we'll see if they can pull it off shortly enough. Sounds like the game is ready here on Dalaran Sewers. It's Golden Guardians versus Turtle. Turtle trying to turn this game around, or is Golden Guardians going to finish this up with a 3-1 victory for this series?
I'm feeling pretty good about the Golden Guardians. They needed this. Like, well, I mean, they need it because they're not going to be able to qualify if they don't get it, but, like, they're looking like a solid team again with that Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin, so see if they can pull it off here. They just need one more win, or will Turtle deny them that satisfaction of an opportunity at the top 4 play in the BFA finals is the question. Already a freezing trap, double gliders medallion. Not a great start in my mind for the Golden Guardians in game number 4 here. 2 gliders medallions for 1 crowd control. That's a big opening.
Yeah, Peekaboo triggered it really aggressively there, and he could end up paying for it. I feel like one thing as well, by the way, I don't understand why Absters is not playing Trinket. Like, he can Trinket sack, and then if he gets it back, he can bubble sack. But now, all he can do is bubble sack. So it doesn't make any sense to me. But anyway, full blind here onto Gex. Let's see. Peekaboo's looking for the sap. He's behind the corner. He's going to vanish. He's going to get it. He's going to go for Cyfoxy. Cyfoxy, you're going to use Survival Instinct here? No. Cyfoxy is actually going to stun Peekaboo on his Garrote. I think if Peekaboo actually went for just a stun right away, he would have been able to get a go, but they still have the stun DR now, and, you know, we might tell Peek how to play Rogue. They get a nice kidney bomb now instead, but Gex answers with the barrier here, and Dilly needs to be a little bit careful, uses the acceleration here right there, doesn't want to make any mistakes here, falling too behind, and, you know, getting nervous with his cooldowns or anything like that. Like in the previous game, Gex moving in for a fear, he gets Hammer of Justice. Absters, are you playing Repentance? And he's going for it, he gets interrupted, and now Absters might get feared here, mind control by Whiskey. Absters gonna pre-sack the fear and then get a rep of his own, and now big pressure here onto Cyfoxy. They have a Vanish Sheep Shot. If they have it, it could be big, but they don't get it. They actually leave a little gap for a shield there as well, unless that was a Mishimbas right there. And Cyfoxy is going to survive that attack, and Dilly still on the run, but so far it looks like Golden Guardians are in the driver's seat.
Yeah, definitely looking good. Kidney shot onto Dilly, but there's no crowd control on Gex just yet. Silence on Gex. Is there anything out of that? Let's see if they can get it going. Gex gets out some big Shadow Mends and instantly tops off Dilly. And now Turtle needs to find some crowd control. Are they going to be able to do it? There's multiple pressure points here. Peekaboo's a little bit low, Whiskey's a little bit low, but both of them have their medallion rotated back up, which means they can't get out of those stuns and keep themselves alive. Kitty shot now onto Dilly. Let's see, a Shadow Step kick onto Gex. Nicely done there by Peekaboo. Big dress to Gas gonna land. Machimba's bandage, I believe, there by Dilly to keep him alive. Didn't want to get caught into a stun and taken down when Gex was interrupted, so good heads-up play there. Trap now onto Absurge. Stun on Peekaboo. Stun on Whiskey as well. And Whiskey's actually going to Trinket. Nice big fear coming in from Gex. Good offensive push here by Turtle. Let's see what they're going to be able to get. I mean, getting the Trinket from Peekaboo, getting the Trinket from Whiskey, definitely a big victory there for Turtle.
Yeah, again, they've set themselves up in a good position here if they can stay alive a little bit longer. Full Mind Bomb. Is Peekaboo going to get a sap off this? No, Repentance instead, which is just as good. Dilly is incredibly low on health on match point here. Is he going to be able to hold on? A sap out of the Repentance. Dilly disengaging away. Has some healing cooldowns if he needs it. Looks like he's going to hold on to those cooldowns. Greed is good for Dilly in this position. Pre-sacrifice from Absturge there on the freezing trap. Nice play. Holding on to his Divine Shield as a result, but they could swap to him. Cyfoxy stuns him up. They're trying to cleave down the Paladin a bit. Mind controlling Cyfoxy dispelled instantly by Gex. They're really going after the Paladin right now. Pressuring Absturge. Vitality Conduit. All right, he's going to be okay with Vitality Conduit. Blind onto Gex. They need to stop Sap or Repentance here. Absturge is moving very far back in the line to go for it, and they get the Sap regardless. Piku reconnects with a boosted up Garrote here. Huge pressure onto Dilly. Hammer of Justice out of the Sap. Nice combo. Gex breaks out just in time, but gets silenced. Is it going to be enough? Half TR Mind Bomb? Are they going to get a Turtle with 2 seconds left on it? I don't think so. Freezing Trap on Absurge, but no pressure to be found. Golden Guardians defense looks solid here in Game 4.
Yeah, Absurge's been doing a great job pre-sacking a lot of these ghosts, and Peekaboo has been trinketing offensively, so there's still a window of opportunity where Peekaboo can straight up get 100 0'd, even if Absurge bubbles, you just die through it. And he needs to be a little bit careful here. There's 30-second window for that. If he drops low, and there it is. If he gets stunned, oh my goodness, Absturge with the ineffable proc comes in clutch with that next hand of sacrifice. there. Peekaboo could have easily died if he didn't get an ineffable proc right there. That was so clutch, and Absterge is definitely going to take that one. They get a silence here onto Gex, Kidney shot onto Dilly. Let's see what they have. Mind Bomb. Can you get a follow-up, a Sap, or Repentance? Absterge gets the Repentance. Do they have more damage, though? Dilly's just disengaging the Pika. Just going to go after. Oh, he goes for the Shadow Step dress, but Dilly actually avoids it right there with his Harpoon. Very nice play right there. And they are going to rot them down, but now Whiskey in big trouble here. Trades out the Dispersion, though. And so far, it's looking pretty okay still for the Golden Guardians. Peekaboo's going to have his trinket back up, so for now, I don't see any kill opportunity for both these teams.
Yeah, I mean, for Turtle right now, they have pretty much all the defensive cooldowns. Dilly getting mind controlled on the pain suppression. Nicely done there by WizK, but it gets stopped. And now Dilly's going to be topped off and just fine. Cloak of Shadows trades out by Peekaboo. Dampening, ramping up now, getting into about 2%. Silence onto Gax, and Dilly is taking all kinds of damage. Mending Bandage comes in, removing all of Peekaboo's bleeds. Peekaboo, what is he going to be able to do? Cheap shot onto Gax, into a smoke bomb, just trying to deny him every step of the way. Hammer of Justice lands with a kidney shot. Big damage out onto Dilly. Mind Control comes in once again. Really disruptive mind controls here by WizK. Keep in mind, WizK with no dispersion, he has no trinket, might be vulnerable incoming if Absurge can't keep him alive. They could make a big swap onto WizK. He's caught into a maim. One Dressagath lands, and Absurge immediately pulls out the Divine Shield. It actually gets Mass Dispelled there by Gex. Now a full trap on Absurge, and the Turtle is really trying to get aggressive and make something happen, but WizK has so many of his cooldowns rotating back up. He's got the Void Shift. Can they manage to push through all those defensives? Right now, they're being pressured quite a bit, running back to the pillar, the crowd control, and Gex gets interrupted. Nice skull bash there by Cyfox. He's saving the day, allowing Gex to heal up Dilly.
I almost kind of feel like they should attack Absterge. No Divine Shield, no Blessing of Protection. If they could actually get on him. He's going for Repentance. Gex premonitions it. Well done. Breaking up the crowd control. Sacrifice about to fade. Peekaboo no evasion. Likely the target. Coordinated assaults popped. Avenging Wrath for Absterge again. They trap it. Gex is in position to get a fear. It's do or die here. Can they get the chain going to finish WizK? He fades. Immuning damage. Likely having to disperse as well if they have Dressagath here. It looks like they do. Absterge stabilizes Gex in a full blind. Peekaboo steps over. Goes for the kidney. Gets stunned on the sap. Trinkets for the sap. Beautiful trinket timing by Peekaboo. Gex is still locked down in crowd control. Machimba's bandages. We haven't seen that since BFA Season 1, making a return here. Dilly survives the chain with that Machimba's bandage absorbed. Gex sits through another Repentance, but I don't think it's enough to take down Dilly. Mana still reasonably even between the healers. Peekaboo with no Gliders Medallion could be exposed. Maybe if he gets mind controlled into a bad position here. Cyfox is attacking WizK, maybe getting ready for the Psyfiend. Definitely could be a big threat here. And Psyfiend is, at least it's rolling on the cooldown window. I don't see the Psyfiend on the map. It's likely killed off. Absterge stunned. Triple crowd control. Beautiful play by Turtle. But Peekaboo survives long enough to get evasion. He's dodging all the attacks at 50% health, but that's more than enough. Absterge is out of crowd control. Stabilizing Peekaboo. No trinket for WizK, no trinket for Peekaboo. If they can execute perfect control, Turtle have opportunity to take this to game 5, but right now they need to play defense. Gex is in a Mind Bomb, unable to heal Dilly. Dilly grappling hooks over to WizK. Peekaboo looks to reconnect. Dilly disengages. Peekaboo can't stay on target. Cyfoxy stuns him up. Could be a big push opportunity. Dilly doesn't feel it. Sitting back at the pillar, waiting for Gex to stabilize. They need this freezing trap, but Absterge has Divine Shield again, even if they land it. WizK is really laying in here with this Void Form. Being a ton of pressure on the Dilly and Cyfox. Mind control at low health. Really trying to put him on the back foot. Freezing trap lands. Peekaboo pre-feints. He anticipates the attack. They're going after WizK. He's got Dispersion. Holds on to it. Doesn't even need to disperse. They swap some damage back to Peekaboo. Absterge stabilizes them. Avenging Wrath is available. Just they need to be careful about those Dressagaths. Absterge going to respect the potential and activate Sacrifice. Golden Guardians, they're steadily getting close to victory at this point, Zico.
Definitely, and I like what Peekaboo was doing during this stun here. He was just stacking on WizK during that go, so they wouldn't need to, so they could greed the disperse because he would soak that dress. And now we have a stun here onto Gex to get the Repentance, bubble Repentance by Absterge, going in aggressively here. Dilly, does he have the turtle? Will he get it off in time? He's greeting it extremely hard. He gets another Repentance into the mind control and blind onto Cyfox before he can stop the mind control into the smoke bomb. If you think about Advantage Garou or something, they could potentially close it out, but doesn't have that Shadow Meld racial, so they're not going to be able to find the kill there. And Absterge is down his bubble. He's sacrificed. Peekaboo has his trinket, this guy has his dispersion though, so I don't think Turtle's going to be able to land a kill right now, and Absturge breaks out of the trap, and now he's going to go in for the Hammer of Justice. He has it ready. Gex gets silenced into what exactly? Into the Mind Bomb. Let's see, Dilly's on the run. Absturge fakes the kick on the Repentance, gets the Hammer of Justice. Dilly's the only one who can drop him. Let's see, can he get it? I think he does. Cyfoxy, super low, gets dressed in, and Peekaboo gets him out of the arena. 3-1 for the Golden Guardians.
I think that's their first victory for the circuit on the side of Golden Guardians, right?
It is, yep. They needed that.
All
If they
right.
didn't win this series, they were going to be out.
Yeah, they definitely needed that. Super excited for Golden Guardians. They are well on their way to getting back in that top 4 position here in the North American region. And that was just, that was a really good series for them. I feel like that's the best we've seen them play in the circuit so far, Ben.
I mean, this is definitely a good matchup for them, but Golden Guardians, it just seemed like in that matchup in particular against Turtle, they were getting better and better as the series went on. I feel like last weekend, honestly, the Golden Guardians, they got a bit unlucky in their matchups. There were some really insane burst kills on them. Happened in game number 1, and you have to give credit to the Golden Guardians that they didn't get discouraged from that, because that can be absolutely tilting when a game is going absolutely your way. But you can see at the end of this one, really clean crowd control onto Gex. They had multiple pressure points on Dilly as well as Cyfoxy, and they were able to capitalize on that and eventually take down Cyfoxy in the match. So for Turtle, obviously going to be a disappointing loss, but for Golden Guardians, they absolutely needed this. If they didn't win this, they were going to be out. And now they still have a fighting chance, but it is going to be a very difficult road for the Golden Guardians if they want to make it to the top 4.
Mm-hmm. And now that Absturge is looking more comfortable on that Holy Paladin alongside Pika and Wiz, do we feel like this is a composition that could maybe earn them more victories in the future if they're throughout the rest of the circuit here, Subitis?
I mean, it's the comp that they've relied on for a really long time. Will it work in the tougher matchups is like the real question. I feel like they're definitely playing, not in this matchup, but against a lot of the other teams. It's kind of a disadvantaged matchup, but it's one that they're just going to have to learn how to overcome if they don't feel like WizK's Mage is up to par, because I feel like the RM Pala could have been a good comp for them, the Rogue Mage Paladin, but if WizK's not up to point or up to snuff with it, then this is going to be their fallback. They avoid elimination today, but every single series is going to be nothing but stress, and we got to deal with Drestagath and Destrolox. It's going to be pretty tough.
Yeah, they are going to have to win their next 3 series, I believe, for Golden Guardians if they want to stay in the running to be in that top 4 spot. But we've seen them pull off some amazing victories before as a team. Golden Guardians, super strong team, as well as Turtle. I think now they're 2 wins and 3 losses for their record. But we are now going to go to Space Station Gaming versus Mystery Org. Both of these teams, I feel like, are looking pretty good right now. This is going to be a pretty even match for this next series, Zico.
Yeah, and it's going to be a pretty important win for Mystery Org. They could definitely use a couple of more wins on that side. And Mystery Org is going to be Sea-Doo and the company, of course, going up against Space Station, aka the boys, Koreki. You guys know them. It's going to be an extremely close match. These in my NA rankings, at least from the cups, I would say it's C9, Space Station, and then it was Mystery Org. So. And Mystery Org and Space Station were super closely matched. So let's see how they match up at this point.
Yeah, let's see. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll go to Space Station Gaming versus Mystery Org.
ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polymorph, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cauterize about to trigger. 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block. To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to save just trinket. Trinkets, he needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind, Was is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough banish? Garou, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are now on our second to last series of the day. That's going to be Space Station Gaming versus Mystery Org. However, before we get into talking about this upcoming series, we do have another question asked by you guys, the viewers, from that Ask AWC hashtag following WoW Esports on Twitter. And that is, some comps excel more in one region versus the other. Why do the NA and EU metas differ so much? Whoever wants to answer.
Well, in the past, actually, how long ago was that? I feel like NA in like the earlier days was like known as the Zug region. It's like all cleaves, and then EU is like all rogue mage. And then just because that's how it started, they just always practiced those as like the main comps. I feel like it wasn't true at like the absolute highest level, but for some reason I have that in my memory where like NA was known. Maybe it was like the Beast Cleave days and Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, shamans. There's a lot more shamans.
I think in
definitely.
general, when you see differences between the two regions, it's just because certain top players play certain classes. So there was a long period of time in North America where I feel like most of like the top healers were playing shaman, and because of that, a lot of shaman compositions ended up kind of rising to the top, whereas in Europe maybe there was more priest, for example, so you saw more rogue mage priest or jungle cleaves. But now I feel like with how flexible all the healers are in both regions, you don't really see, I feel like we don't see that as much, where like, especially getting the opportunity to see the top teams play every single week in both regions, we kind of just steal each other's compositions, and I feel like that doesn't really happen as much now as it really used to.
All right, Zico, do you have any comment on that?
No, I was gonna say pretty much the same thing. I think it comes down to what your options are, and I think your options are kind of dictated. You know, in PvE, your options are dictated by tanks, and in PvP, your options are dictated by what healers you know, and what healers are good, and you know, all that good stuff. So I do think Van has a point, but I also think there's a bit of a difference in mentality as well. From playing on EU and NA servers, I think there's a little bit of a mentality difference there between how a lot of people in EU approach the game versus how a lot of people approach it here. But we don't need to talk about that anymore. We got a game here. It's Mystery Org versus Space Station Gaming, guys.
Okay, so they're going to play Coffin Dance composition, the Demon Hunter, Windwalker, and Space Station Gaming, which are pretty much the only team that play this. The Windwalker Elemental Shaman, definitely a unique matchup here, and Sea-Doo going to get to debut on that Restoration Shaman again for us. Garecki's charging after. I'm going for that Hammer of Justice. Are they going to switch to Sea-Doo? I feel like that's unlikely. Lobbing out a bit of damage onto Sam. Sam and Trill are actually going after the Paladin. He's really trying to cut this game short by going after the healer. Ring of Peace on the Ring of Peace, trying to deny Garecki's retreat. Chaos Nova Mana Rift strategy, so they're really trying to race this one to the finish. They don't want to get dampened by the Windwalker Elemental. Let's see if Trill can punish this, or if Chun-Li can punish this.
Yeah, we're going to see right now, but Sam is in a lightning lasso. Beautiful kick there by Trill to slow him down, and now he's got 2 metas on him. Smecks in. What are you going to do? How are you going to respond? Chun with actually Trill with the leg sweep there, and now they get the feather option onto Garecki. Sam I am going for the mana rift, so it looks like they want to do like a mana rift based strategy. Sea-Doo getting swapped to here by Chun. He's gonna leg sweep Sea-Doo, and he might actually solo him here. Big damage but it looks like Sidu might actually be fine here without having to use any cooldowns. He's just going to be chilling in Ghost Wolf, and Chun knows that means he can't really do anything about it. So he's going to swap off Sidu here, and Sidu is going to be A-OK. Vitality Conduit comes out onto Trill, and it's basically just a slugfest right now. Sidu is getting a lot of pressure here, surprisingly, by Chun. I feel like if Smexin can connect onto him with one big Earth Shock or something, Sidu could easily be in a lot of trouble there next leg sweep.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Chun-Li playing a build where he really does want to pressure down Sidu, playing the Tiger Eye Brew, playing double Lash of the Void, going to give him a big opportunity, but Trill taking some damage, forced to Trinket out of the Lightning Lasso, and basically we got a split strategy. Samayam's just going to be sitting on Gorecki, trying to get the mana rifts over and over, and Trill is just going to be trying to put out as much damage and survive, but now actually rolling over to Gorecki. Maybe they found themselves an opportunity with no Gladiator's Medallion on Gorecki right now. If we see Samayam and Trill connect, it could be really, really scary here for Gorecki, especially Sidu throwing in some purges. Big pressure right now from Mystery Org. You can see Chun-Li and Gorecki falling further and further behind, but a massive heal from Gorecki. He tops himself off, but I feel like for Space Station Gaming, the main thing they need to worry about right now is going to be that mana for Gorecki.
I mean, the Smexin is probably the least likely target to die in the matchup, so splitting and landing mana rifts on Gorecki can guarantee you a late game victory. Also, it makes it really awkward to use things like Sacrifice, because if he uses it on Chun-Li, then he's redirecting damage to himself that is just amplifying the pressure from Sam. So it's an interesting choice here. It could work out for them, but it's certainly not looking easy, at least while Smexin is having free reign. This Lightning Lasso connecting onto Sam. Big burst over here. Sidu just bombing in heals from the back line, stabilizing. Sam jumps in, stun Gorecki into another mana rift likely here. Ring of Peace knocks him out of the mana rift. I don't know if that was on purpose there by Trill, but they're going to miss a mana rift timing. Even landing mana rifts, I feel like Gorecki's not even losing mana. That's how powerful the mana regeneration is at the moment on Holy Paladins. You can't even burn the mana bar away from Gorecki. Stunning Samayam as he overextended. Double stun here. Trill tries to turn it around with a double leg sweep, though. Beautiful counter engagement. They could net a Divine Shield, but that Ineffable Truth got Divine Protection back for Gorecki into a Divine Favor, so he's looking A-OK. Sidu, on the other hand, is just running in Ghost Wolf, praying that it's enough healing. Vitality Conduit, but he's behind the pillar. Needs to get in line of sight of somebody to redirect the health. Getting to Sam here, but Conduit's now over, and Chun-Li is not giving up. He is really going after Sidu. Oh my goodness, Ascendance, lay on hands, I guess. Sidu's back to full health there with that heal. Just in time. Maybe he knew he was fine the whole time. He just wanted to be greedy, but he does make a recovery nonetheless. Touch of Death now available for Chun-Li. Stormkeeper for Smexin. Let's see who they choose to combo those on.
What does Sidu's shirt say? World's
I think it's World's
healer?
Worst Healer. I thought Cass bought it for him.
Oh, okay. Well, that's nice. Repping, he has a different shirt every time. I really like the question marks he had last time. Full Lightning Lasso now onto Sidu and his new shirt. Chun-Li trying to dig in here with the fists. Big knock there by Smexin and Chundo. Getting stopped by Trill. Nice double leg sweep. Samayam trying to burn Gorecki. But Gorecki actually trinkets out of the imprisonment. And Hammer of Justice. Gorecki is soloing Sam behind the pillar right now. But Sam is going to be able to recover with that Demon Hunter Leech, as he is in Metamorphosis right now. Sidu is going to be taking a lot of damage from Chun. I really want to see the damage difference between these two monks. I feel like Chun has been just pumping this entire game so far. And Smexin is dropping pretty low here, actually. They have a decent amount of pressure, but Sidu caught up in the leg sweep. Hammer of Justice onto Sam. Lightning Lasso on Trill. Beautiful combo here by Space Station Gaming. Sidu gets paralyzed here onto his Aura Mastery, and now Trill rolls over trying to fist Chun. Chun is actually just going to redirect it. Offensive Karma, forcing Trill off him, so he gets even more uptime onto Sidu. The beautiful Ring of Peace there. Chun is basically just on a solo mission, and Trill is taking so much damage here from Smexin. As a result, Smexin lands an instantaneous wind shear there as well. Touch of Death is sneaking onto Sidu. Sidu, how are you going to respond? He drops the Astral, he drops the Earthen Wall Totem. He gets Spear Hand Strike, but he might just go down here. Chun getting peeled by Trill, but he does force out the Spiraling Totem. Chun, he's going to take that and run away with it.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be really happy with that. Samayam getting pressured down. Space Station Gaming doing an excellent job. And the fact that Gorecki's getting mana rifted in this game and Sidu is still tied on mana really just shows you how much pressure Space Station Gaming is getting out. And I mean, right now, Trilly is a lot of his defensive's not necessarily the best option. It's certain that Chun-Li's just going to have to go after Sea-Doo as much as possible in this match. Lightning Lasso now on Sam I Am. Once again, Smexon just creating opportunities for his team, trying to get out pressure and make it really difficult for Sea-Doo to just sit in Ghost Wolf. That's really important. If Sea-Doo can just sit in Ghost Wolf, he's going to be sitting pretty. He's going to be happy. But if you have to actually heal the rest of his team, that's when it becomes really, really difficult to find that kind of balancing act. Gurecki right now, if he can escape and maybe go for a drink, I think it's going to be really unlikely. I think they're just going to go for pressure. I mean, if they can get the touch of, or if they can get the karma from Trill, that would be massive. But Sea-Doo's still just going to get pressured down. Imprisonment on Gurecki. Sam I Am looking to land a mana rip once again, but Gurecki just trinkets out, wants to hold on to that precious blue bar as long as he possibly can.
All right, triple stun here, and finally the mana rift's starting to be noticeable here. 13% dampening. If Sam I Am can keep them up without going down, no Gladius Medallion, Karma trades for Trill. Defense is starting to crack on the side of Mystery Org as Sea-Doo tries to retreat desperately back to the pillar. Trill forces Chun-Li off. Crowd control on Sam, trying to set up for a drink, I believe, onto Gurecki. Is he going to be able to find the drink? Oh, the glaive toss bounces to Smexon and it hits Gurecki. Sam I Am in the Lightning Lasso with no trinket. Can they stay on target? Sea-Doo gets wind sheared. Huge Earthshock blur. Oh, it might not be enough. Vitality Conduit comes in from Sea-Doo. Sam stays in the fight, but Gurecki got some mana back amidst all of that chaos, so they've still got a lot of mana rifts ahead of themselves. They want to try and burn that bar down to 0. Touch death rolling for Chun-Li. Trill possibly in trouble. No Spirit Link Totem. Sea-Doo's interrupted. Goes for the Ascendance. Desperately trying to recover. Lightning Lasso, is there an interrupt? No, but he pre-Fort Bruise. Sea-Doo gets stunned up on the healing wave. Smexon is still lobbing in Lava Burst looking for Hex. Is he going to be able to find it? Sea-Doo has to trinket Hex. He can't cast a single heal with Chun-Li sitting right next to him. This is getting difficult for him. Oh, instant kick by Chun-Li. Trill, he's forcing Chun-Li away though. Back and forth between these Titans in game 1.
Yeah, these two monks are just, I love watching these guys playing their main, so to speak. And Sea-Doo still getting soloed pretty much by Chun. And finally, he's going to be forced off of that situation. That Earthen Wall Totem plus Trill, a little bit too dangerous. But now he's going to roll back in. Chun does have his karma coming back up. So he's starting to feel a little confident. But he needs to be careful. He gets paralyzed here. Trill is looking to set up with a leg sweep. Doesn't find it right now. Hammer of Justice there. I think he got grounded there by Sea-Doo. What an amazing play there. And Gurecki now is going to get mana rifted. Trill taking a decent amount of damage. Sea-Doo's caught up in the paralyzed, forcing out the touch of karma. Trill is actually going to kill off the cap totem right there to prevent Sea-Doo from getting stunned there, freeing him up out of CC. Trill's been playing great this game, but Chun is the one who has the karma. Gurecki is getting 1v1 by Sam on the other side. And Gurecki has, I think, about 2 more mana rifts left in him. There's going to be 1. He's going to bubble it. He's going to tank it. Looks like he's going to tank it. So the next mana rift, he has to bubble it, or he's just going to be completely out of mana. And actually looks like Mystery Org could win, but might have jinxed them. Big leg sweep coming in. Sea-Doo is going to use the Astral Shift. He's going to survive there, but that was a close call. It looks like Mystery Org might win here on mana, but I'm not sure here, Evan.
Oh, definitely. Gurecki forced to use the Divine Shield. Now, with no cooldowns left, Gurecki could be in a lot of trouble. 10 minutes into the game, Sea-Doo's going to be in some trouble. Gurecki's going to be in some trouble as sparks are flying. I mean, Chun-Li still just trying to go on a solo mission, although he's been forced off of Sea-Doo. I don't think Chun-Li can afford to just sit on Sea-Doo at this point of the game as he rolls over, puts the touch of karma on Sea-Doo. He's going to be looking to burst him down. Is it going to be possible? Chun-Li trades out the touch of death. He trades out the touch of karma. Sea-Doo does have the Spirit Link, but Darkness trades from Sam I Am. Big chain heal there by Sea-Doo will stabilize his team. They managed to hold on. That was Sam I Am's trinket as well, so Sam could be vulnerable if he overextends just a little bit too much. You can see Gurecki, if Sam's not on him, he's regenning quite a bit of mana. If he can sit down and drink at this point in the game, it is going to be massive for Space Station.
I mean, it resets everything that they worked to accomplish, but he wasn't able to drink. Chun-Li getting bursted down. Fist of Turbo Fist there to dodge all the attacks. Double legs, huge whirling dragon punch onto 2 targets here. Sea-Doo still in crowd control. Big Stormkeeper hits onto Sam, swapping back over to Sea-Doo. Immediate swap off the blur. Love the target swaps here from Space Station Gaming in game 1. The pressure's on. Sea-Doo's entire team so low. Spirit Link's going to do nothing at this point. They drop the Earthen Wall. He gets thunderstormed out of it. Sam ducks back into its defense. Chain heal off to the side. He has to fake an interrupt, but he's getting crushed by the Earth Shocks. 1 healing surge into a chain heal. Sam is so low. These chain heals are so slow. Is he going to be able to keep it going? Another chain heal. Chun-Li now into his stun. Mystery Org trying to set up some damage there, but Gurecki has regen so much mana. Imprison. He trinkets to go for Hammer of Justice. Bit of a cheeky play by Gorecki to trinket and imprison there for a DR Hammer of Justice. He might regret that. Mana or Fell Eruption Mana Rift here. Good combo. Ring of Peace bounces him back into the clutches. Trill's Touch of Death gets bopped off. Gorecki's on the run. Samus low health, no blur for 8 seconds. Spirit Link just available. So he's got that in the back pocket. Getting ready, 40% dampening here. Sam stunned behind the pillar. Lightning last one, C2E trinkets, but it's not enough in time. And that's it. Sam's going to explode. Space Station Gaming take game 1.
Okay, I have some insider info. His shirt actually says "World's Okayest Healer."
Okay.
It was a birthday present from Cassie. But, yeah. Game victory though for a game 1 victory for Space Station Gaming here in this best of 5 series, and that just looked like an all-around clean game on the side of Space Station's ego.
Well, there was a couple of close calls, but I think the way this game was close mainly was just due to the mana. It was kind of a battle of will Mystery Org survive long enough to get Gorecki out of mana, or will Sea-Doo or Sam or somebody get blown up before that? And they made it pretty deep into dampening, but like I as much as I love watching Chuck on the Shaman, it just feels like he's always just pulling out miracle after miracle, trying to stay alive, And I'm just looking at Gorecki's frame. He's getting mana burned. He's getting stunned. Like he's using his divine favor. Like before the heal is even casted, he's already back on cooldown. I don't know. It just feels like they're playing. It's the difference is just too big between the healer class. I feel like if Sea-Doo goes on his Pally and they had the same matchup, I could see them winning it. But I don't know about the Shaman.
Yeah, moving into game number 2, Zigo wants him on his Pally on Sea-Doo. Do we want them to stick with Windwalker Demon Hunter?
I don't know what else to do. I mean, Mage Windwalker is what they've been playing a lot, but what's the matchup like into Ellie Windwalker? I feel like we never see that. So, do you want to take a matchup where you don't really know what the data says?
Or maybe they know what the data says.
See, look, Benruki's doing the same thing I do when I think, looking up at the ceiling.
They,
See, I'm not the only
I
one.
think it was against the Golden Guardians, right? I think it was the Golden Guardians that ended up playing Rogue Mage, right? Into Space Station Gaming. It was like a really long game where the Golden Guardians tried to dampen Space Station Gaming.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly. So I don't know if we have seen Windwalker Mage into Windwalker Ellie, but in my brain, it doesn't seem like it would be the worst matchup. I feel like it would be okay.
What I thought was crazy is I was watching Sea-Doo stream. I think maybe it was yesterday, might have been the day before. And he said, someone asked him what does he feel about this matchup, and he says, "Well, we've already been 3-0'd twice in the cup stages by Space Station Gaming, so I feel like they've got to figure out what they want to do in the matchup." The Demon Hunter Windwalker was an interesting curveball. I think it had potential, but I think it's going to end up being 9-0 if they don't find an answer.
9?
Pretty sure it'll be. They lost the last series and they lost the series before that to Space Station Gaming 3-0 both times, at least according to Sea-Doo on his stream. So it'll be 9 wins in a row for Space Station Gaming against Mystery Org this year in the AWC at least.
Yeah, and Space Station Gaming, if we've looked at their games and their series over the course of the AWC Cups, as well as the series that they played so far in the circuit, this team is looking so strong. Their synergy is just on par. They have a pretty wide range of compositions here, Zico. But on their side, do we expect them to continue playing Windwalker Ellie? Did we like that choice from Space Station Gaming?
Yeah, I feel like it kind of feels like it's their most well-rounded comp when they're going in blind. That's what they like to run. If they look to Warlock, there are certain things that the enemy team can run that would just specifically counter that one Warlock. So I feel like go in Windwalker Ellie, and I don't know if they have practiced Windwalker Mage Pally. I feel like, I mean, we saw them last week when they completely dumpstered Charlotte Phoenix. If we see them turn up like that, I could see Mr. Org just walking away with the series.
I saw one guy in chat, just all caps, the bear. What are the situations? I don't think we expect it in this
bears
series. Do we think we'll ever see the Thug Bears super team?
Bears are hibernating.
The conservation officers the conservation officers came in. The bears are all safely transported into the hills, and nobody's gonna have to deal with them anymore. There's no more guardian druids.
Wallabear's off in the nature, taking pictures of him somewhere. So Lockie, nobody, come on, he's taking pictures.
I know.
Nobody understand my reference?
I think Wallabear is the only one who actually doesn't play bear.
It's kind of true.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't like it. He doesn't like people play
for
him.
that being like his sort of his thing. He doesn't. You're right. It's a good point.
It should have been Wallacat.
Wallakitty.
Yeah, why not? He's always in
Wallakitty
cat
sounds
form
kinda
playing
weird.
Feral Druid.
Walla meow.
That's true.
Wallabite.
I don't know. What do we think?
Wallabite.
What do we think Mystery Warrior is gonna do? I mean, Space Station Gaming. It seems like this is their new Rogue Mage. This is their new Mage Lock. The Elemental Shaman, Windwalker Monk, Paladin. It seems extremely well-rounded. It seems to do well into basically everything. I mean, I think in this round robin that they've only been playing this. We haven't seen Thugonomics tagged in one time. So at this point, I don't expect them to really change ever. But we shall see. Looks like they are going to be going with the same matchup. So I think the smaller map, Hook Point, is going to make it much more difficult for Gorecki to escape. At the same time, it can be kind of a double-edged sword because I feel like Gorecki, I don't even know if he got a drink in that game. The one nice thing about the big map is Gorecki can at least bait Sam I Am really far away, and then he can get swapped to. On the smaller map, it's not going to be as possible. So I think for Mystery Warrior, this map should set up nicely, but they definitely have to be careful for Sea-Doo. I think Sea-Doo could be in trouble as well as Sam. Honestly, all three of them could go down, but I think the big setups on Sam when he has no trinket or Sea-Doo just getting trained is going to be the big pressure points here for Mystery Org.
On the side of Space Station Gaming, then, how are we going to see them do here on Hook Point? What is Mystery Org's strat going to be against Space Station Gaming? How are they going to set up that kill, or at least try to set up that kill?
Protect the Paladin.
Mana Rift. Yeah, I think they're gonna Mana Rift. There's three options. Option number one, Mana Rift Paladin, hit DPS. Option number two, run at the Paladin, just full gas pedal, try to kill him. And option number three is go Windwalker and try to buff his karma and one-shot him that way.
All right, well, we'll see soon if they manage to pull it off here on Hook Point. It is Space Station Gaming versus Mystery Org. Mystery Org trying to tie it up here in game number 2.
All right, let's see if they can protect Gorecki here. Nice little stat score here for the team of Space Station Gaming. Gorecki being a flexible healer and switching to like what is in demand in any given meta has been very important for Space Station Gaming to have the consistent success that they've had in the North American region. And having flexibility as a healer is going to be super important if you ultimately want to be the champion of North America or the champion of Europe. So Space Station Gaming looked solid in game 1. They didn't get thrown off by the curveball, but Mystery Org, they're going to throw it again on a much smaller map, which could be much more difficult for Gorecki. I'd like to see Sea-Doo as a part of the fight and push towards Gorecki as well to purge Divine Favor, but they're getting intercepted. Oh, that triple Chaos Nova just shut down everything Gorecki was going for. He's still trying to go for it, but Sea-Doo's max ranging the Hammer of Justice. Gorecki finally gets in range. I'd love to see a Hex out of this Hammer of Justice. Doesn't look like it. Oh, Blinding Light. Interesting choice of talents here by Gorecki. Hex. Is anyone going to stop it? Sam I Am stops the Hex. They enable Sea-Doo. They're going to go for the Imprison Mana Rift. Chun-Li's going after Sea-Doo. I guess this is the danger. It's going to be a healer race. Which healer can handle the pressure? Whoa! Okay, dude. Ascendance is literally laying on hands. Like, what?
Yeah.
That was a pretty fat heal.
What was that, like 85% of his HP or something? One global. Definitely pretty okay healer from the world's okayest healer. We're going to see... I don't know, it looked like they wanted to run down Gorecki, but it looked like they're having second thoughts after that like near-death experience that Sea-Doo just had. So I'm not sure. I think they're going to go for Chun here maybe, and just look to Mana Rift Gorecki, maybe have Sam I Am try to harass him. Probably a similar strategy to what we saw. Oh, never mind, they're going for the healer race. Here we go. They're both going to connect onto Gorecki, Mana Rift connect. Freedom needs to get purged out though. Sea-Doo is not going to get it. Oh, triple leg sweep. That is not good. Sea-Doo now getting completely destroyed here. Smexin doesn't have the lightning lasso though. Unfortunately, couldn't get that one out there. And Sea-Doo's going to respond with Vitality Conduit. Looks like Mystery Org is going to be A-okay for now. But again, Sam I Am is kind of low, and Sea-Doo is on his own behind the pillar. No one to Spirit Link here. Astral Shift comes out. He's in Ghost Wolf. He's just praying that it's going to be enough. Trill is there. I think it's going to be enough. Wow.
Maybe? I don't know what this damage is from Chun-Li right now. I'm trying to check to see if he's playing Gushing Wounds or something, but this damage has been absolutely unreal on Sea-Doo. Just like Gath lands. I mean, Sea-Doo's got the Spirit Link totem. He gets knocked away by Chun-Li, not allowing him to go behind the pillar and in Smexin's line of sight. Great job there by Chun-Li. So much pressure on Sea-Doo in this match. At the same time, Gorecki under fire, but it seems like he's going to be just fine. Sea-Doo does have his trinket. He's got the Spirit Link totem, so there's still cooldowns here for Mystery Org to work with, but oh man, this small map has made it really, really difficult. The one thing that's nice for Sea-Doo is, although there's been lots of moments in the game where he gets low, look at his mana. He hasn't used any of it just yet, so as long as this trend continues, Gorecki will eventually go out of mana. Potentially, if Sea-Doo can hold on into a leg sweep once again, it's going to be a trinket into a Hammer of Justice. He gets the Spirit Link totem down, smacks it at the same time. He's forced to trinket. Sacrifice trades by Gorecki, and both these teams are playing so aggressive here in game number 2.
I mean, Sea-Doo's got Earthen. He pre-Earthens the lasso. They have to Darkness as well. Things are unraveling here for Mystery Org in terms of cooldown. Sam needs to land every single Mana Rift every single time. Otherwise, this team's going to have no shot here. They're pushing for Divine Shield. Can they stay on target? Can they force Gorecki's hand? He's got Avenging Wrath coming up in 1 second. He's got it. Holy Avenger, big combo of cooldowns. No way they're going to kill him through it. They imprison it to land a Mana Rift. Once again, Sam needs 100% accuracy. He lands that one. Now needing to land the next one on the stun. Smexin getting low from Trill. Sea-Doo trying to avoid the fight here, realizing, you know what, I've only got Astral Shift, no Gladiator's Medallion. I need to stay away from Chun-Li. Chun-Li switching back to Trill and Sam out in midfield, trying to scare them away from Gorecki, potentially setting up a drink. There's another Fell Eruption Mana Rift. Every single Mana Rift has to land. Another one in a row landed here for Sam. Gorecki almost tapped on mana. Damage onto Smexin. Good pressure here. The Mystery Org are experimenting. They really didn't pressure Smexin much in the first game. This time around, trying to throw Space Station Gaming for a loop.
Ooh, let's see. Gorecki, he's about to get Mana Rifted one more time here soon. You see Sam's keeping tabs on him. And now Lightning Lash coming out from Smexin. They don't have an interrupt for it. Smexin actually stunned both members there from the Mystery Org. And here we go. Mana Rift. Sea-Doo chilling in his Ghost Wolf. Chilling in his Earthen Wall Totem. And his team has so much pressure. They're so far ahead that now Sea-Doo on that Shaman can go in, get the Purges, get the Wind Shear there onto Chun-Li as well, and start dealing out the damage, start keeping his teammates topped off, and just basically cruise control at this point, man.
Definitely look at Gorecki. He's in so much trouble. He's got no mana. He does have some cooldowns he can work with. Sea-Doo, he just needs to hold on. He's got his trinket. Who are they going to go after? Actually going after Smexin now. As Gorecki, with no mana left, I mean, as long as they can prevent his drinks and just go after Smexin, go after Chun-Li, that's going to be the most difficult situation for Gorecki to really come back in. Gorecki trying to get out of combat, sitting down for just a moment, but they deny it. There's going to be no drinking on hook point, and that's exactly why Mystery Org went with this map. Where are the openings right now for Space Station Gaming? I mean, they are on the clock so bad. Who can they really take down? Everyone has cooldowns. Samayam has his trinket. I would say Samayam is probably the most vulnerable right now. Touch of Death is rolling. Spear Hand Strike on Sea-Doo. Immediate Ascendance. Wants to keep his team nice and healthy as Mystery Org is looking to close out this game with Gorecki completely tapped on mana. He's actually regen so much mana. Samayam not being on Gorecki could potentially be a huge mistake. Just being off him for such a short period of time has allowed him to regenerate some mana. And I think Space Station Gaming, they're not completely out of it yet, although things are looking dicey.
I wish they held that stun. The Mana Rift wasn't off cooldown. That would have been the last of Gorecki's mana if they waited, but they didn't want to give up a triple stun. Sea-Doo tries to fake out the Wind Shear. Smexin doesn't fall for it. Sea-Doo has to line of sight Wind Shear. Drestigath drops onto Smexin. Hitting Smexin, though, it's been developing a lot more momentum here on hook point. Sam gets stunned as he tries to push onto Gorecki. He doesn't want to throw the game, so he's sitting in the crowd control. Smexin has to trade Astral Shift. Trill is really taking it to Smexin right now. Gorecki has absolutely no mana left. Stunned into another Mana Rift. That could be it for Smexin. Smexen if Sam connects. Huge win shear by Sidu under Gorecki's heal. They need to stop every single heal. The Paralyzed denies it for a few more seconds. Stun over onto Smexen. He trinkets out. Stun over onto Gorecki. He's got no mana left in the tank. He has to defensively blinding light just to stall the game for even a moment longer, doing everything in his power. But there's so much defense available for Mystery Org. All they have to do is just keep rampaging the damage towards Space Station, and they should be able to take game 2.
Yeah, and Smexen right now is Touch of Death on him. Gorecki is in an imprisonment. Fist of Fury coming in. Nice Blessing of Protection. Only way he could survive there. He buffed off the Touch of Death. He caught a massive heal. Sidu was quick to purge it off. Sidu with the nice preemptive Vitality Conduit. He trinkets into the Lightning Lasso. Gorecki, good call here though. He has no defense whatsoever. Divine Protection, Divine Steed. He's running around. He's trying to line up sight to Chun. He's trying to just do anything he can here to get a couple of heals here. And Chun is going to get a Vivify onto him. And now he's going to go back into the fray. Smexen though super low. He has the sacrifice, and that is why Gorecki has prioritized healing himself. He's going to have to use it very, very soon. If he gets stunned into a sacrifice, he gets stunned into an imprisonment, that's just going to be it. Where's the sacrifice? And he finally gets it off in the nick of time. And Smexen super low here, getting 0 heals with the sacrifice. And I don't know how he's going to survive. Divine Favor comes in with the wings, and it's a big hit. And all of a sudden, they force out the darkness there onto Sidu. And somehow, some way, Space Station Gaming are just showing signs of life. I don't know how Gorecki's done it.
I don't know how either. Chun-Li using the Touch of Karma, really the last line of defense. The Blinding Light comes in. Who are they going after? They get the double stun. There's no way. Who are they going to take down? Big hit of damage on Sam I Am. Sidu's still in crowd control, but Sam manages to survive, getting off the blur. And I mean, there's no way Space Station Gaming can still be in this game. Gorecki he actually has recovered so much mana. He has Divine Shield rotating back up. He has caught into an imprisonment right now. This could easily be the Divine Shield. They will trade just to keep Smexen and Chun-Li nice and healthy. Trill still a big pressure point here. I mean, Sidu with no trinket might have to preemptively Spirit Link the next go if he wants to keep his team alive.
If Space Station Gaming win this, it's a huge morale crusher for Mystery Org. They've got no mana left. They're in crowd control. Smexen's on the run. Goes for a Stone Form. Tries to reduce some amount of pressure here. Stun onto Gorecki. Another Mana Rift. He does Mana Rift it. Everybody is low health. How on earth, Gorecki, Holy Avenger, trying to make it through here with nothing left. They've got a 7-second window if they can crowd control Sidu. He pre-earthen walls. Smexen, there's no way, right? Trill just closes out with Dressagath. They are not going to let this victory slip through their fingers. And finally, putting a point against Space Station Gaming this year, Mystery Org look to turn the tables.
Mystery Org now tied up 1-1 versus Space Station Gaming on game number 2 here. We're going to a game 3. Now it's going to be Space Station Gaming's map choice here. What was it, the difference? What was the major difference here between on the side of Mystery Org Zico between game 1 and game 2? How were they able to pull off that victory?
I think it was just that swing when Trill and Sam were actually able to sit on Gorecki for a while, and Sidu was just completely fine. He was just sitting back, kind of tanking. At that moment, Gorecki just had super low mana, and Sidu had so high mana from just being tunneled. Because if you're tunneled as a shaman, there's a bunch of talents and Azurite traits that makes your Ghost Wolf basically heal you a lot when you're in it. And so Sidu can just sit in Ghost Wolf and basically have free healing on himself, not using any mana, while his DPS are just healing themselves up. Whereas Gorecki is just getting spam mana burned, and Smexen, he doesn't have that much like leech or something like that, so he has to waste a lot of mana just healing, and that's the big turning point.
I feel like they stayed alive for a really long time there at the end, considering how Gorecki was.
They've got the practice against Cloud9 and Dampany. They know how to work with nothing for a long time.
Yep. Yeah, well played by those guys. Now we are tied up 1-1, and as I said, Space Station Gaming will be choosing the map here. Is Mystery Org gonna be able to continue that for game 3 and put this on 2-1 as the score, or is Space Station going to pull ahead here? What do you think here, Ben? What do you think Space Station Gaming's move is now?
I think Space Station Gaming will just play. I really think we're going to see this same matchup play out for every single one of these games, and I think it could just end up coming down to winning on the blind pick, winning on the Grand Arena, we'll go to a small map, we'll go to a large map, we'll go to a small map, we'll go to a large map. And if it plays out like that, I feel like Space Station Gaming should have the edge. So I think for Mystery Org, if they do want to win this series, they need to somehow pick up a victory on one of those large maps. If they can't do that, I don't think they can win. But I mean, game number 1 didn't even look that bad for them, honestly. The most difficult thing is Gorecki is just so slippery. And I think the peels that came in from his team allowed him to recover mana and made it much more difficult for Sam to actually land those mana rifts, something he was able to consistently get on hook point. So I think the map is a huge factor in this series.
If it's a huge factor, then and Space Station Gaming is now their choice here, what do you want to see them lock in, Zico?
Probably Ashermans.
Okay. What's that going to do for them? How is that going to be advantageous on the side of Space Station?
I think it's just going to make it a lot easier. Like, if we think about the Nagrand game, the reason why Trill weren't able to actually do that, or sorry, Sam wasn't able to do that much, mana rifting. Okay, they went even bigger. I mean, that's fine as well. But the reason why is because Gorecki would be on the opposite side of Sea-Doo. And if Sam would go behind the pillar there, he would be an exposed target. He would be a target that even Gorecki sometimes trinketed, just Hammer of Justice, and then just did a bunch of damage to. And, things like that really add up in terms of pressure. And especially if he's just overextended and, Chan has his port behind the pillar, or, Smexen is in range of a lightning lasso, so they can just global him the way they killed Sam in that first game. And setting up a situation like that on a small map is pretty much impossible compared to, Tolvir or Ashermans.
And we went to about 20% dampening in that last game there. If we expect this game to end at about the same time here, Supatis, is there a team that sort of is weaker once we get further into dampening in this matchup?
It's probably even. I feel like there's self-sustain on all of the members of this game. So like the Expel Harm for the Windwalker gets weaker, the Leech healing from the Demon Hunter gets weaker, some of the Purge healing from Smex and the Healing Surges get weaker. Wouldn't say it's necessarily dampening would be heavily favored to either side. Maybe Space Station Gaming, because they have range damage, so they can do damage while running away. So maybe like a slight edge to Space Station Gaming. That's why they go for the bigger maps. I'm curious if they lose this, if they'll bring Thugonomics in, because I'm thinking if you run Windwalker Destro, how do you mana rift the Paladin and leave a Destro open? I feel like it's not going to be good news. So I would like to see that.
Switch their comp then off of a Demon Hunter?
I know. I think. Well, I don't know what Mystery Org will do if they lose, but I think if Chun-Li's team loses, that they should consider trying Thugonomics.
We saw. Was it Coffin Dance that 3-0'd Mage Lock by just one-tapping the lock with this comp? I think this comp is pretty good at killing locks, actually. But, I don't know. I think the most important thing is when you get deep in damp, it's if the Pally isn't mana rifted, and he's 5% mana, I think they're going to be in a pretty good spot because of what you said with the range damage. Smexen's going to be able to avoid taking damage and just kill people.
Space Station Gaming 17% win rate here on Tolvaron. This was their map choice. This is the map that they decided to pick, as they did lose that last game.
I feel like every single one of those losses is against
Cloud9.
Yeah, that's why I was
that win rate is not relevant to this, I think.
Hopefully they'll do better than here against Mystery Org. What's Space Station Gaming's strategy then here? If it doesn't really matter for their composition and where into dampening is, it's not really their win condition, then what are they going to try and set up here, Ben, for a win?
I mean, for Space Station Gaming, if they're playing the same composition, I would expect that, number one, they'll make more swaps on Sam. If Sam is chasing Gorecki behind these large pillars and he gets caught into a Hammer of Justice or something like that, then they can kind of roll over, have Chun-Li maybe even have his Transcendence behind a pillar, and that would be an opportunity to make a big setup onto Sam, and also just going to create a lot of distance. I feel like Sea-Doo is going to have to follow Sam-I-Am across the map, and if Gorecki is constantly just running circles and changing pillars, Sea-Doo might get left behind, and that's when either Sam or Sea-Doo can get isolated, and you can really take advantage of that.
All right, well, game should be starting shortly here. Is a big factor of it then, I mean, we saw Gore run out of mana in that last game there. Is it really just a huge factor for them, Space Station Gaming, preventing the Demon Hunter from being able to mana rift on top of Gurecki, Zico?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think the reason why they were able to do it is because Mystery Org were just playing on that smaller map. It's a lot easier to just go in, reach Gurecki, and get the mana rift, and then go back and not really expose yourself too much if you're the Demon Hunter. But again, on this map, Gurecki is going to stay really far back. He's just going to focus on healing. If Sam overextends, tries to mana rift him, he's just going to hodge him, and they're going to do a bunch of damage to him, and he's going to be forced to run back. And they're just going to play it nice and slow, and they're going to be able to avoid most of that situation.
All right, well, it's tied up 1-1. Space Station Gaming versus Mystery Org on Tolvaron Arena.
All right. I feel like this is like a rare occurrence. There's no mage, no warlock, no rogue. I just felt like it was worth noting just how unique these compositions are going into each other. Even though the meta was kind of like established, there's still teams playing some off-brand compositions. Sam already landing a mana rift right off the bat here. Ring of Peace to knock him back into Trill's clutches on the Avenging Wrath. If they can crowd control it, nice imprison timing to secure another mana rift. And they're actually going after Sea-Doo, even on Tolvaron. I would have thought that they would want some pressure on Sam to deny these mana rifts, but it seems like they still want to kill Sea-Doo. Gurecki's moving in on top of Sea-Doo for a Hammer of Justice. Is he going to just flop to Chun-Li here? Not enough damage, not nearly enough damage to crack Sea-Doo. Vitality Conduit going to stabilize. Double stun. Love the mana rifts here from Sam so far. 100% land rate at the moment. Trill's going after Smexen, and the split strategy of Trill on Smexen, Sam on Gurecki feels way better than what they were doing in game one.
Yeah, it's been working out well for them so far, but he's landed every mana rift, but Gurecki's still at full mana. Feels like, oh, there is another one landed. Hey, here we go. Big combo here with the Dressed as well. Gurecki's going to have to heal himself back up from this. Might just have to bubble here, actually. Gets a big heal. Did he pre-Voodoo Totem that? Or, like, what was that? I'm pretty sure he did pre-Voodoo Totem that. But Smexen now taking a lot of damage. Trill is there. Sam is there with the mana rift. He's going to combo it with the imprisonment, and he's going to land it. And Gurecki is going to be able to stabilize Smexen in that situation. But still, Sam, he can't go behind the pillar here. And you see Sea-Doo is forced to leave the other side of the map and move closer towards Gurecki in case Sam wants to go in there and start using those mana rifts. So Sea-Doo, he has to position all the time to be close enough to Gurecki so that his teammates can go and do what they need to do here, but he needs to be far away so that he's not just going to get one-shotted by Chun and Smexen. So playing a very delicate game here. Big leg sweep onto Sam, getting nice pressure, but Vitality Conduit is going to say no to that. Trill now taking a lot of damage behind the pillar, and that's something Trill and Sam are going to have to do a great job not overextending when they can't in this matchup, because I can definitely see Mystery Org just getting randomly one-shotted because someone went behind the pillar. And Sea-Doo, Paralyze, Gurecki.
At the same time, Gurecki taking they actually get the Divine Shield. That's big. That's big. This is Avenging Wrath and Divine Shield. So big victory there for Mystery Org. Good job by Sam as well as Trill, able to get that big cooldown. But the thing is, it's a race against the clock for the reset of those cooldowns. So Gurecki still has a lot of tools left to work with. His mana's not too bad in this position. And honestly, I feel like he should go for a drink right now if he can. Unfortunately, not going to do that. He's just going to go for the heals onto Chun-Li and Smexen, try to take advantage of his Avenging Wrath the best he can. Now full stun onto Sam still has his trinket. Can they burst him through it? Doesn't look like they will be able to. Earthen Wall Totem going to be dropping that down by Sea-Doo to keep Sam nice and healthy and deny a lot of that incoming damage. Trill with the Flying Serpent Kick rolls over to Gurecki and gets caught in a Hammer of Justice. So that's another nice thing about this map, is Gurecki can land these Hammer of Justice that Sea-Doo is not in range to dispel, giving him a little bit of moment to breathe. But as I say that, Sam and Trill are all over him. Ring of Peace denies the Ring of Peace, and Gurecki is just getting absolutely beaten on. He needs to get out of line of sight of Sea-Doo. If he uses Blessing and Protection and gets purged, that could just be the game.
Ooh, Sea-Doo can't get there. The Blessing of Protection is getting a lot of value on Gurecki, but even still not able to top himself, finally, with Avenging Wrath. I mean, this map was supposed to be heavily favored to Space Station Gaming. It does not feel like it's favored at all for them here. If Mystery Org can continue to stay on target, leg sweep mana, if Gurecki trinkets to dodge it, he needs to preserve his mana as much as possible. Sam I am in the leg sweep. Big punish on a Sam here. Sea-Doo needs to get in position. He's ready. He gets the Vitality Conduit. Sam should be stable with that. Sam's just trying to cross midfield here. They need to stop the drink. Sea-Doo's got totems that can snipe around the corner, so on that Shaman, he should be able to prevent the drinks. Chun-Li gets swapped to for a moment. They're going after Smexen, really trying to keep Gorecki on his toes, then immediately charging back to Gorecki. Chun-Li's trying to keep Sam away. Sea-Doo needs to roll up as well to make sure Sam can stay aggressive. Double Fell Eruption. Beautiful Chaos Nova. Lightning Lasso on Trill, trying to buy time. Smexen gets blasted by the Drestigath. Sea-Doo gets crunched by an Earth Shock, but he's already at the pillar. He's looking okay. Cleave onto Chun and Smexen. Gorecki needs to heal 2 targets with very little mana left in the tank here. Only 10 seconds until dampening, and this is the best we've seen Mystery Org against Space Station Gaming this year. I mean, this was supposed to be their best map. It's starting to fall apart. Sam I Am gets punished for pushing in too deep, and that's going to cost Mystery Org 2 Gladiators medallions. If they're in that situation again, it could be a KO.
Yeah, they're in checkmate position. They overlap both of their trinkets, so that means preemptive usage, preemptive Vitality Conduits. Maybe we don't even have time for that. Big swap to Gorecki here, and they're going to go after Smexen. Gorecki using that Blessing of Protection to get away, but Smexen now taking huge damage. The Paralyze comes out from Trill, and there's the Stormkeeper. No kick available for it, so Smexen is going to have a decent amount of damage here to return fire with, but still, Sea-Doo, he has so much mana to work with. He gets wind sheared there by Smexen. He needs to be careful. Chun wants to roll over and kick him. Chun doesn't land it though, still has it available. He's just zoning Sea-Doo from actually healing, but Sea-Doo doesn't actually need to heal. He's just going to go for healing himself. Both of his mana is just completely recovered from that, Riptide healing from the Leech, and now they're looking to get aggressive once again onto Smexen and Gorecki at 5% or so mana. If Sam can get there and land one final mana rift, that is going to be the game. Gorecki's trying to sneak away for a drink, but look at Sea-Doo. He knows he's going to drop a totem around the corner to keep him in combat. They know all they need to do is just make sure that they keep the gas pedal down, and they will walk away with this on the side of Mystery Org.
These mana rifts really coming in clutch here for Sam, but Sam caught into a leg sweep. Preemptive Earthen Wall Totem once again. Sea-Doo reading Chun-Li like a book there, and really nicely done. And unfortunately for Chun-Li, won't be able to utilize that leg sweep to its full potential. Gorecki once again going to be crossing the map as he does use his Gladiator's Medallion. Paralyzed now on Sea-Doo, kind of leaving him behind, and Trill and Sam have to be careful. They don't want to get too overextended without Sea-Doo leaving him behind. Sam actually taking a huge hit of damage. Sea-Doo actually getting interrupted. This is looking good for Space Station Gaming. As long as Sam can recover, though, and get back to Gorecki, this could easily be the Divine Shield. Chun-Li dropping a Ring of Peace and also just throwing in some heals, now creating some opportunities onto Sea-Doo as he gets lower. That's the Astral Shift. And Sea-Doo is slowly getting more and more vulnerable in the matchup. At the same time, Gorecki eats a huge Drestigath, and that is going to be his Divine Shield. And right now, Mystery Org, they got to be feeling good. Gorecki essentially has no cooldowns to keep himself alive. He's almost completely tapped on mana. Sam gets him in an imprisonment and might be able to just close it out with this Fell Eruption. Touch of Death coming in from Trill. If that Touch of Death explodes, it could just be lights out for Gorecki. Chun-Li trying to throw in some off heals, but it doesn't look like it is going to be enough. And Mystery Org, even on the biggest map in the pool, they do manage to claim a game number 3 against Space Station Gaming, and they are actually up in this series, and things are looking good for them.
Yeah, well done by Mystery Org, pulling off that second victory. Now 2-1, finding themselves on match point for this upcoming game here. Space Station Gaming just falling a little bit, and Mystery Org looking super solid for these last 2 games, Sutis.
Yeah, I mean, just train the Paladin. We've seen, like, if there was a weakness for the Paladin, running at it with a couple of set comps definitely is one of them. But still a weakness that takes pretty deep dampening to even pull off. So I wouldn't count Space Station Gaming out of this. I'm just curious where they're going to go. Is Gorecki going to play a different healer? Maybe one that's less susceptible to mana rift? Which one would be less susceptible? Like a Shaman? Maybe they cleave them back? They could mirror. Do you think that this ever I feel like there's no way. Does this ever actually get to the point where they mirror Thugonomics, Demon Hunter, Gorecki, Shaman? That would be... I would like to see it, but...
I think...
they could.
As much as I love Thug, I think if he goes in any way, shape, or form in this matchup, Space Station Gaming will lose. I think the classes he plays, they're not going to allow them to win. I think they could swap healer, or they could... What about Warrior Windwalker? Do you guys think Warrior Windwalker beats Demon Hunter Windwalker? Because they have that. That's a good option. Like Warrior Windwalker Holy Pala.
Yeah, I think the one problem with that is even if it works, let's just imagine a scenario where they do lock that in and it works in game number 4. Going into game number 5, we know Mez can play the Frost Death Knight. We've kind of seen how that plays out earlier on in the day. So I think Space Station Gaming, they're in a rough spot right now. It didn't seem like the big map really worked out for them super well. It kind of feels like they need a composition change, though. It seems like if Mystery Org, they play correctly and they're rotating their defensive cooldowns right, it's just a matter of time before they win. So I think this was a great pick by Mystery Org and Space Station Gaming. They're going to have to figure something out. And I don't know. I do agree with you, Zigo. I don't know if Thugonomics coming in a mirror match. I don't know if they've been practicing that. Maybe it would look good, but I'm not sure how much Goreki's been playing the Shaman. Thugonomics has been playing the Demon Hunter. It's an option. I just don't know if it's a great option.
Is there anything that they can do within their composition on the side of Space Station Gaming to prevent Goreki from getting mana ripped so hard?
They would have to save Lightning Lasso for every time Goreki is stunned, and then stun Sam without Trill stopping it. Or they'd have Chun-Li go after Sam and use Paralyze or Leg Sweep, and he has to... You basically stun the Demon Hunter when the Demon Hunter stuns your healer, because Mana Rift is on global, so the stun costs the global, and then you have to Mana Rift on global, so there's like a 1 global period of time where you can crowd control the Demon Hunter. If they stop every single one of those, then yeah, Goreki's going to have full mana, and then maybe they can win in dampening. Downside is if Chun-Li comes back to stop that, he's standing on top of Goreki getting AoE'd. Oh, Thugonomics is going to... Why Paladin, though? If this is just a healer, I mean... Okay. Do I get half a point for that? I thought they were going to mirror. I get half a point? Okay.
I'll allow it.
I would say you get half a point,
No.
definitely.
Sounds fair.
I would actually
Okay,
give you a full point, honestly. I'm not against a full point.
All right.
Do we get
So-
full points?
We'll give you a point, Sid. You deserved it.
Thank you.
But what do we think about this comp here from Space Station Gaming? Thug going on the Demon Hunter, Goreki staying, being on that Holy Paladin. Ven, any comment on this from Space Station?
So this is, when I think about this matchup and I look at these two healers, I would say I think Goreki is going to be able to stay alive. I'm not sure. I think Goreki should be able to stay alive longer. If it turns into just a healer race, I think Goreki might be able to stay alive longer, maybe. I think. I feel like for Space Station Gaming, their strategy is not going to be getting C2 out of mana. It's going to be just outright taking him down. So I think we're going to see a very aggressive Space Station Gaming, try to just take down C2 and stun lock combos, maybe even go after Trill. That's the one nice thing about the Paladin is you have the Blessing of Protection to just remove the Touch of Karma from Trill. You can see this stat card here for the Thugonomics. How much Demon Hunter has he played so far? Not too much, so I'm really hoping that he is well practiced on it.
I know it's at max level on live. I know it is at max level on live.
There's no question. I mean, there was a period in time where Thugonomics was an excellent Demon Hunter. He probably still is, but this might be desperation. This might be something that they actually have well rehearsed, and I think we're really going to be able to tell going into game number 4 how that plays out. And I will say it is nice to see Thugonomics come in this matchup.
I mean, look at that pose. That is a man that knows what he's doing. That is a man that says, I can play Demon Hunter even if it's been a while that I've played it in a tournament. What, Super Tees?
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay. Jeez.
You know what?
What?
I love how Super Tees, he's the one that's like, yeah, we got to see a mirror match.
And then when they get it, I'm like, I don't know.
And then when it happens, he's like, yeah, I don't know. This is not looking good. But what is that? We're taking away your half point.
Just rolling back.
It's gone.
Yeah.
Wait, wasn't it the full point?
I was more like...
You know what?
No,
I'm taking
he's
away
back
the
down
whole
to
point.
a half point.
I'm pretty sure that pose was taken when he played Thugbear, so that's why I was like, I don't know if the pose sells.
Doesn't matter, man. It's Thugonomics. That guy is a legend. Absolutely strong player. The whole roster on Space Station Gaming absolutely stacked, as well as Mystery Org. These are two incredible teams. I feel like we're going to go to a game 5. This is going to be difficult for both of these teams, and I'm really excited for Space Station Gaming for this upcoming match. I feel like they could for sure tie it up here, Zico.
I don't know. Kind of reeks of desperation, that comp. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think they practiced in a single game.
Okay, no.
I think.
You
I
think
they have the
Trill and
compositional-
Sam practiced it a lot? I feel like we haven't
Yes,
seen Trill or
actually,
Sam
I
play
do.
this.
I think
Yeah,
they
they
watched
have.
the EU games during the Coffin dance, and they were like, wait, we could be dancing with that Coffin. I do think they approached it, but I do think Space Station Gaming has one advantage, which is the Holy Paladin, of course, over the Shaman.
Yep, Gorecki on the Holy Paladin, super strong in this series. It is 2-1 Mystery Org versus Space Station Gaming on Ashemanes.
Okay, Sea-Doo already looking for a Hex. Interrupted immediately. Thugonomics is stunning Sea-Doo. See, is he playing Mana Rift? It's not around that. I don't think he is. Sea-Doo already has to wall the first stun of the game. Trying to rotate through those cooldowns maybe to try and keep up with the Holy Paladin counterpart. If this just turns into a Zug healer race. Sea-Doo's trying to chase down Gorecki. I guess they got a point to work with. I don't blame them. Just put all your interrupts and purges into Gorecki, dogpile on top, and try and rush this game down. But it's going to be really hard. I say it's going to be really hard, and Sea-Doo's literally healing in Coastal of AFK, basically. But
He's shrugging his shoulders.
it's going to be really hard. Vitality Conduit. Nice rotation of cooldowns so far for Sea-Doo here. But he's going to be running pretty thin in a second.
Yeah, so far it's looking pretty good for Mystery Orb, but they did use the Earthenwall Totem, they did use the Astral Shift. Sea-Doo has already used a fair amount of these cooldowns, and so far they haven't forced anything other than a trigger from Gorecki. He gets a fatty Divine Favor off right there. And look at Gorecki, he's got this Divine Protection coming back off CD. I mean, this man is just chilling. He's got cooldowns for days, and I'm gonna be honest, for Sea-Doo, it's not looking great. Touch of Karma is out. He doesn't have anything. He has his trinket if he gets stunned, but honestly, he might just have to Spirit Link damage soon. He's taking so much damage here. The Ring of Peace is blocking him, and they need to try to get something on the top. Oh, nice totem there by Sea-Doo. But it roots him up behind the pillar, but still, Sea-Doo's in massive trouble and knows it. Gets in range for the Vitality Conduit, and that should be enough to stabilize him for now, but it's still very scary here, man.
Oh, they imprison the Vitality Conduit into a full Hammer of Justice. Sea-Doo Astral Shift is rotating back up for him, but Earthenwall does drop. That might be enough for Sea-Doo to hold on, but keep in mind, he's already used his Ascendant, so Spearling Totem going to be that big last line of defense. I guess the Astral Shift is going to be nice too, whereas for Gorecki, the Divine Shield is feeling a lot safer. If they could force the Divine Shield, that would be absolutely massive. Let's see if they can do it. Gorecki trying to hold on the best he can. This could be the bubble. Is he going to have to use it? Sea-Doo in the meantime, Astral Shift trades out. He has to Trinket Spirit Link, and all of a sudden Sea-Doo has nothing. Gorecki's going to be using that immunity, that invulnerability, and this is where that Paladin versus Shaman is really going to start mattering. I mean, Sea-Doo, he literally has nothing. He has no Trinket, no Astral Shift, no anything. So I feel like if Chun-Li and Thugonomics can have uptime, this is the touch of death. Sea-Doo could be in a world of trouble.
Oh, full Hammer of Justice. Triple leg sweep in reverse. Huge push by Trill here
Chun-Li!
to close the series out. Darkness on a sliver of health. Just enough time to connect the sacrifice. Now they're rushing down Gorecki. No Divine Shield. If they purge off that bop, it is lights out for Gorecki, and Mystery Org will be able to best Space Station Gaming for the first time this year in a series. Can they stay on target here? They still got Darkness as an option. Gorecki not going to have that luxury. Blessing Protection. Can they purge it off? Sea-Doo is trying to get there downtown. Ring of Peace into the spam purges. There's nothing for Gorecki. Chun-Li protects him with the Ring of Peace. Gorecki tries to slip into the corner, trying to find any opportunity, but there's 3 interrupts just breathing down his neck right now. Is he going to be able to avoid all 3 interrupts? His Avenging Wrath comes up in 1. He goes for the Avenging Wrath. Big Holy Shocks coming in off to the side, trying to get up to full health without being interrupted. Gets clotheslined by the Chaos Nova Drestograth. Mana Rift. Now Sea-Doo potentially in trouble. No Trinket, looking for a cheeky Hex. Full Hex on the Thugonomics. No way out. That could have just bought more than enough time to close this out. As Sea-Doo gets a Purge. He gets the Purge Winch here. Gorecki is on the ropes, barely staying alive. Into the Paralyzed. Buying time for Sam to reconnect, but Gorecki has managed to bring himself back into the fight, back to full health, and as I say that, into another full stun, bops it, purged off on the bop. Sea-Doo is all over Gorecki.
Yeah, Gorecki just got another...
Sam!
Sam getting one shot at here, but he does get the Vitality Conduit. He's going to be able to stabilize there as Gorecki gets another big proc there from the Ineffable Truth, and he is going to have another bop to respond because of that, and also another Divine Favor right there. Now they need to kill him. This is the only window. Divine Protection is there. Everybody on Mr. Org is dogpiling onto Gorecki. They land the Mana Rift. Thug is a frog. Can they do it? Trill is building up his damage here. Gorecki getting dressed at here. Full Hammer of Justice, but Gorecki once again gets the Avenging Wrath, and that means he is also going to have his bubble most likely rotating back up. And I don't see Gorecki dying anytime soon. So what is the verdict here on mana? It looks like the Shaman team is winning in terms of mana. So at this point, keep pressuring everybody as much as you can and try to mana rift Gorecki if you're on Mystery Orb.
Does look like there will be a Hammer of Justice onto Sea-Doo. Is there damage to follow it up? He's in Ghost Wolf and should be okay. Trill's going to be chasing down Gorecki right now. Samayam trying to reconnect as well. It's been really difficult for Samayam to actually stay on target in this match. Paralyzed comes in. Double leg sweep by Trill. Very nicely done. Gorecki gets out of the stun, and it looks like he will be okay. Sea-Doo taking quite a bit of damage once again. Chun-Li with the Storm Earth and Fire. A big Fist of Fury. Sea-Doo's going to be on the run, but a double Chaos Nova coming in from Thugonomics, showing that he is here to play and stay on that Demon Hunter. Things aren't looking too bad here for Space Station Gaming. Gorecki has his Trinket, he has Sacrifice, he has Divine Shield. He's got everything he needs to survive. We're at 3% dampening right now, and as dampening ramps up, both these healers are going to start really struggling in a matchup like this.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up here. Can't believe it's been 5.5 minutes. So intense. Gorecki with no Divine Shield for another minute. Double stun onto Sam, trying to punish the overextension. Sea-Doo gets in position, drops the earthen wall right before the Hammer of Justice. That's going to be solid defense here. They're still gunning down Gorecki. Sea-Doo stays bolstered up in the earthen wall, chasing down Gorecki with the Ride the Wind, trying to get those purges on some critical heals and Blessing of Protection. Ring of Peace knocks Trill, but he rolls back to the opposite side. Double Chaos Nova, securing another Mana Rift, denying the Avenging Wrath into a triple leg sweep, really continuously chaining the stuns, trying to deny all of the heals. Gorecki just has had 3 interrupts on him basically the entire game, and he's navigated it for 6 minutes now at this point. Only 40% remaining mana. They're trying to punish Sam for overextending. They get the double stun. They get the dress, and they don't kill. I have 1% again. Both these teams so lucky to even be alive after moments like that. Sea-Doo and Sam clutch it out, but it was a moment of panic. They overlapped Spirit Link and Darkness, so now they're working with pretty little for a situation like that in the future, and they're going to still continue to chase down Gorecki despite it.
Gorecki has 1 Blessing of Protection. That is it. That is his full defensive arsenal. If they can force it out, purge it, maybe they can run him down, but they don't have a lot of time. Earthen Wall Totem is down. Chun goes for the Touch of Death. Sam has no cooldowns for a little bit. He's going to have the Blur coming back up in 25 seconds, and that was the Touch of Death big hit right there. Sam going for the Mana Rift, but he gets stunned on it. I don't think he actually got it off right there. And this is what we were talking about a little bit in the pregame. When Sam stuns, you stun Sam, you stop the Mana Rift, and very, very nicely done there by Space Station Gaming, able to shut that down. You get a full hex here onto Thug, and both teams are kind of slowing down a little bit. Chun actually used his Karma there, so he's going to be a very exposed target. And I do believe Gorecki is actually sitting down for a drink right now. If Gorecki can get that drink, it's going to be massive, but Sea-Doo does stop it by just charging at him, and all that pressure onto Chun as well. I think Chun is actually a pretty juicy target, but they do have 2 Blessing of Protection for Space Station Gaming, so still anybody's game here, Van.
Oh, there's no question about it. Chun-Li getting pressure down, and maybe the DPS are going to become better targets in the match. Chun-Li has been very aggressive in this match with his Touch of Karma, just trying to redirect that damage, and that might end up biting him in this matchup. 20% dampening, Gorecki's forced to trade the Sacrifice, and now Chun-Li is incredibly vulnerable. He's got nothing, and if he keeps getting trained, he might actually go down. Full stun now onto Sam. He's got no Trinket. Can they burst him down? Looks like Sea-Doo has more than enough defense to keep him alive. 1 Dress to Gath is going to be landing, but the Earthen Wall Totem, such a powerful Shaman defensive cooldown. Definitely one of the nice things Shamans have going for them. If you get that down, preemptive on damage, it is going to help soak up a lot of it. Mana Rift looking to land on 2 Gorecki. He uses the Divine Steed across the map. Mana still in favor of Mystery Org in this matchup. Still anyone's match here, Sid.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up here. Double stun on Sam, double stun. Huge Restogat drop once again. No Blur for 8. Sea-Doo bombing in massive heals in the backline to sustain through all of that burst. They're trying to get back onto Gorecki, and despite landing so many mana rifts, he's still got a tiny bit of mana. Hammer Justice on Sea-Doo. Is he really going to try and sit through this? He's falling behind. Trill as well. They're going after Gorecki. Divine Protection stunned again on the Divine Protection. It seems like that might have been a bit unnecessary, but they're really trying to put Gorecki behind. Sea-Doo now the target for Space Station Gaming. Ring of Peace pins Gorecki against the wall. He doesn't even seem to really care. Imprison. Oh, but they imprisoned Sam to stop the Mana Rift. Nice denial by Thugonomics there. Buying a couple more seconds on the clock for their team. Double leg sweep here by Chun-Li. Pushing forward, trying to power down Mystery Orb. But guess what? Darkness, Spirit Link Totem, they're back and available. The Ride the Wind to connect over onto Gorecki. Sea-Doo hexing up Thugonomics potentially. Gorecki stun locked. Likely the Divine Shield here. I almost would have rather he used Divine Shield to avoid Mana Rift. He's going to have to use it anyway, managing to at least stabilize, but he's basically praying to N'Zoth and that ineffable truth to get these cooldowns back again. And otherwise, he's going to be in dire straits. And Sea-Doo gets clotheslined, huge pressure. Trinket Astral Shift, Vitality Conduit, the entire team getting decimated. I can't wait to see the scoreboard after this in a matchup like this. Who was top dog on damage? Greggy stunned up into another Mana Rift, working with a sliver of it, but his Avenging Wrath is available again. He gets interrupted on the heel. If they can keep kicking him, Sea-Doo's right on top of him, getting ready for the wind shear. Ring of Peace bounces into the open. He turns around, tries to hightail it away from Sea-Doo. They paralyze Gorecki to buy time. They're going for Hex. They paralyze to stop Hex. Gorecki line of sights. Sea-Doo in a stun. Thugonomics Chun-Li all over Sea-Doo right now, deep into dampening. Is he going to trade the Spirit? Like they trade Darkness to recover, but Sea-Doo's stuck in the open in the darkness. He can't chase down Gorecki. Gorecki gets stunned up, but he ran back to Sea-Doo. He has to Trinket out of the Fell Eruption, avoid the Mana Rift. He has to deal with so many interrupts right now. He's in his half-yard stun. He's got nothing. Oh, Bop! The Purge! Where's the Purge? They purge off the Bop. They just need to stay on top of Gorecki here, finish and close this out. Nice interrupt with that wind shear. Disrupt is still available. Sam needs to land the kick. They can't purge it in time. Where's the kick? Gorecki fakes out the Disrupt. He's on 10%, faking out multiple interrupts here at 35% dampening with no mana left. And Avenging Wrath just came up. Gorecki clutches out a Holy Shock. He gets paralyzed. They're just trying to crowd control the Avenging Wrath as long as they can. Your Fell Eruption. Can they close it out in the Fell Eruption? Mana Rift. Oh, beautiful Chaos Nova follow-up. Nice cleanup. Mystery Org take their first series of the year against Space Station Gaming.
Well done by Mystery Org. They certainly needed that victory. They have managed to take down Space Station Gaming, an absolute powerhouse on the North American side in the AWC here. And they just played that series so cleanly, Zico.
Absolutely insane series. Both teams, so many times where somebody could have easily gone down.
Yeah.
Wow, that was so close, back and forth. And I gotta say something, because about Mystery Org, you know, Trill was actually the main Demon Hunter on that roster. And when I heard that Sam was picking up the Demon Hunter, I was like, bro, what? That makes no sense. But the fact that he did has actually been very helpful for their success. And I think it's nice that Trill gets to focus on his Windwalker, and they play Windwalker Mage. They have Sam multi-classing more. I think Mystery Org, they really needed this win because they don't have the most amount of wins in the standings, and this is one of their toughest teams. So the fact that they're able to win here, it's gonna, you know, help, because I think they who did upset them? It was like Turtle, right? I think they upset them and beat them. So I think this kind of makes up for it a little bit in terms of standings.
A confidence boost too. I mean, Space Station Gaming is an incredible team, and to be able to have a victory over them, I feel like it's just going to be a really positive thing for them moving forward in this circuit here as CPTs.
Yeah, I mean, Mystery Org needed that after kind of the slow start, and honestly, I felt like their morale was getting kind of low going into the circuit, because their Windwalker DK, like those classic comps that they were running and so successful with in the past, just weren't really in the meta. So it's nice to see Mystery Org get this Windwalker Mage, get this Windwalker Demon Hunter, and start getting some wins. This is the momentum that they needed. This is the morale boost that they had to get.
Though, I mean, those are my favorite moments really in the AWC, when you see these teams struggle in terms of meta, not really finding their groove like we've seen Mystery Org, and then they come together. They have Sam I Am adopt to playing a new class so that they can come and have these amazing victories here. And it's where you've seen teams start to fall apart, and it's what really, in my opinion, make or break these teams here. We're seeing Mystery Org come together as a team, have these amazing victories, and I just think we really need to give these guys credit here, Ben.
I mean, there's no question about it. They've really, kind of rise to the occasion. And I think the fact that Trill has been really focusing on that Windwalker Monk has given them a lot of comp options. I think right now, Mystery Org, they're looking solid. The Windwalker Fire Mage Paladin, they're looking absolutely A1 on that. And then, of course, this composition as well. It's a really well-rounded cleave. You have Mez. You can bring in the Windwalker Death Knight if you need to. The Demon Hunter Death Knight. Just lots of different options available for their squad. And it seems like they're coming up with these answers for the different teams in North America. And you definitely can't count them out. They're doing a fantastic job. And, yeah, they're really making a case for themselves for that top four. And potentially even to win the whole thing. Have they played Cloud9 yet?
Mystery Org?
Or
They don't want to. I feel like they don't want to.
Maybe they
Sure.
do. I feel like they can win. I actually think they can win as Windwalker Fire Mage. I really think you can win that matchup.
Okay.
We'll see. I know you don't believe me, but
Yeah.
I think it is possible.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there, but well played by both of these teams, well played by Space Station Gaming as well. I hope that they have more success in their upcoming games throughout the rest of the circuit, but yeah, Mystery Org, they certainly needed that victory, so well done to them. But we are now on our last series of the day. What a way to end it. Cloud9 versus Charlotte Phoenix. Cloud9, of course, they have 4 wins on the board here. They have yet to lose a series in the BFA AWC circuit. Charlotte Phoenix, not quite as clean of a record here, but what do you want to see here from this last series? I think we can guess what Cloud9 is going to play. What do we think Charlotte Phoenix is going to have in store for Cloud9's Zico?
Rogue Mage Pally. Rogue Mage Pally. Rogue Mage Pally.
Are you trying to start a chant
Okay.
You
here?
think so?
Yeah.
We can
Do you think it could be the Windwalker Mage Paladin?
Is Nick, well, I don't know. How good is Nick on Windwalker?
He's good. He's really good. Yeah, he's one of the highest rated people.
Then it could be Windwalker Pally. Windwalker Mage Pally.
You so
it
easily
doesn't sound
switched that
as
around.
good. It doesn't sound as good. Yeah.
Definitely
well,
not as smooth.
I want to see Fire
We'll
Mage,
practice.
Melee, Pally. Whatever Nick is
You
feeling.
can
Fair.
practice your chant during the break, but we are going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we are going to go to that Cloud9 versus Charlotte Phoenix series. Be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are now on our very last series of Saturday's games. Zico, did you work on your chant at all? Want to take another stab at it?
RM Pala. RM Pala.
RM. Oh, you just stopped.
Yeah, I'm happy with that one. You had my back there, Sid. I like that.
Try it again.
You know what? You just stopped. I was like,
we'll work on it. We'll get more in sync. Yeah, it would have been perfect.
Yeah,
all right, I'll cue you guys better next time. That was my bad. Sorry. But it sounds like the game here is already ready to go. It is Cloud9 versus Charlotte Phoenix. Cloud9 yet to lose a single game here in the AWC BFA circuit. Is game number 1.
RM Pally. Points for Zico. Points
for Super 2. You took right away. Ben gets points.
Teamwork and friendship. All right, Chan was in a kidney shot. Full counterspell. And let's see here. What can he do? They're peeling out the situation. Cubsy going out for some heals. And Chan's going to go for Fear. Chaos Bolt. And Jamin is actually playing great at Pyroblast here. Hodge onto Nick. I do like it as well. And Jamin is just going to go behind the pillar here. Nick is out on no man's land by himself. Corley needs to swap pillar, try to get in range here. Needs to be careful. Double Shadow Fury, Fear, Sheep coming in, and Nick is already low. This has got to be the Cloak of Shadows at least. Nick Shadow stepping, greeting it a little bit, and they overlap the Cloak and the Trinket. So nice opener here for Cloud9.
Yeah, definitely a solid opener. I do like the Greater Power Blast. I think the main thing it's nice for is if Chanimal is abusing the Imp a little bit too much. All of a sudden, it makes it really, really difficult for Wealthy Man, because if he's not shutting down the Greater Power Blast, then they're going to be taking an overwhelming amount of damage. And if they do, then he's free to get Polymorph. So I don't think it's bad in this particular matchup. Nick already taking heavy hit of damage, and this is going to be Corlick using the Divine Shield Sacrifice already. Cloud9 is just so well coordinated. Nick, no Vanish, no Cloak of Shadows. Corlick, no Trinket, no Bubble, no Sacrifice. One more crowd control chain, and the game's over. Cloud9 wins. So they have to play extremely safe right now. If Wealthy Man and Chanimal have damage, I think Nick realizes he is dancing with death, so he's going to be running away. But for Cloud9, I feel like this is their moment. They need to push in. They can win. They have Icy Veins. They have Dark Soul. They have everything. There is no reason to be afraid. It is Charlotte Phoenix on the back foot, 100%.
Another ward on the Greater Pyro. Another Greater Pyro. Let's see them move in here. Nick intercepts. Jamili double blinks for... He breaks his own poly with it. Was it an Imp Dispel? He was trying to Frost Nova, or did he Frost Nova after the poly and break it? I'm not sure if that was ended up being broken from Jamili. Corlick and a poly Hammer of Justice. Nick has to Trinket immediately and avoid the incoming attacks of Cloud9 with no Cloak of Shadows. Charlotte Phoenix has been on nothing but defense for so long. Let's see if they can turn it around here. They go for Blinding Light, but that Imp Dispel more than effective, and Nick has nothing. He Shadow Steps back to Corlick in the Fear. Crimson Vial healing himself back up now with the Vitality Conduit. Wealthy Man in a bit of trouble finally here with Polymorph over onto Cubsy. But another Polymorph. Greater Pyro gets counterspelled. No interrupt now for the side of Cloud9. Cubsy gets swapped to. Definitely a good option for the Rogue Mage switching over to Cubsy. They may be able to net a Divine Shield. They can stay on target, but Avenging Wrath for Cubsy denies it. Cubsy's moving in. Hammer of Justice down. Nick on the run, trying to avoid the incoming assault. Triple Dragon's Breath from Jamili. Nice deflection there so far to protect Nick, but Nick is now conflagrated out in midfield, rooted up. Chaos Bolt 1. Corlick in a Fear. He steps back. Line of sighting Chanimal. Jamili tries to poly. Lands it on Cubsy. No Singe, it looks like. They Singe into a Hammer of Justice. No Dispel with the Fear on Corlick. Not enough damage to net a kill on Nick here. Crimson Vial, I think, healing up to the flurry damage. Cubsy connecting the big Holy Shock with the Avenging Wrath, or Corlick connecting a big Holy Shock. Corlick and Cubsy have such, for some reason, they phonetically sound really similar to me. Corlick into the Polymorph, Jamili into the Fear. Nick has to just Cloak of Shadows. I swear every time Corlick's in a crowd control, Nick has to use a cooldown, and somehow he's coming up with an answer every time, but it just looks so dicey.
Yeah, the situation is not looking great right now for Charlotte Phoenix. They haven't been able to land any crowd controls just yet, and finally they get a sap there. Big damage onto Wealthy Man. I'm not sure if that was just a temporal shield or if that was also a health stone there that Wealthy Man might have used. Full Hammer of Justice onto Nick. No Cloak of Shadows. They do have the sacrifice. Korlik needs to be careful. He goes for a big Divine Fave heal right there. He does connect it. Nick's still hovering dangerously low here. If they get anything on the Korlik, it could be the Divine Sack, but he is going to be able to hold on. Nick returns to the pillar, and now they're focusing their attention to Jaw here on that mage. They get a kidney shot onto Mr. Chanimal here, but his HP is not being dented. Cubsy with those wings going to be easily able to out-heal it. Here the Pyroblast connect, but Chan should be able to recover, no problems whatsoever. To get a nice fear onto Korlik with the Hammer of Justice onto Nick Trinket. No, actually, just the Singe right there coming out there. Actually, I'm not sure how he got out from that. It broke for some reason. And the Cubsy now going to be full sheep. Okay, so he sacked it. And Cubsy going to be in the Hammer of Justice right here. And Korlik now with the follow-up blind. But where's the damage? Finally, Greater Pyroblast is going to connect. The Chanimal going to out-heal it with that Mortal Coil right there. And now they're going for Korlik. Big damage here. This could easily be the Divine Shield. It's got to be the Divine Shield. And there it is. Nice counterattack there by Cloud9.
Yeah, Jamili's trying to get out these Greater Pyroblast, but he's getting kind of shut down. Kidney shot now on Chanimal. Jamili, does he have the damage to follow it up? Now the ward comes in. That's going to be a sacrifice as well from Cubsy to keep Chanimal nice and healthy. They may actually make a swap on Cubsy. One Greater Pyroblast lands, but there's no follow-up whatsoever. And Chanimal is just going to gate in. Hammer of Justice on a Nick right now. Jamili looking to get some Pyroblast out. Gets the Dragon's Breath onto Wealthy Man, trying to slow down this go. He's playing full haste right now. You can see just how fast the polymorphs are from Jamili, getting good control in this matchup. But I feel like the damage output has been a little bit struggly, but I guess if they can get the crowd control on Cubsy, eventually they could take down Chanimal. That's what they're going to be looking for.
You made struggle sound Canadian. Struggly. It's like, it's not as intense as struggle. It's like cuddly or snuggly with struggle. Made it sound like not a bad thing, struggly. All right, Korlik, no Divine Shield, no Gliders Medallion. They could swap the Korlik. Oh my goodness, Nick just out of midfield has to use Cloak of Shadows. They go for blind. They're trying to power down Chanimals. I mean, good luck to you killing Cloud9 here. Only 6 minutes in. This is just a team that's a brick wall. I'm trying to think if there's even been a game where we've seen this team go down before deep levels of dampening. It's going to be quite a tall order for Charlotte Phoenix. Cubsy into another polymorph. They're really trying to power through here, but Nick is stuck at the pillar with Korlik stuck in a blizzard and a frozen orb, sprinting back to Wealthy Man, but Cubsy has Avenging Wrath. Nice Hammer of Justice denying that Avenging Wrath. Beautiful timing by Korlik. They're bursting down Wealthy Man. Finally, some signs of life from Charlotte Phoenix. They're going to get a block. They finally get an ice block on the board here.
Love it.
Charlotte Phoenix keep themselves in the game.
Yeah, and of course, Veneruki loves to see the ice block come out here. We're going to see, we went the whole day without making a joke about it. We're going to see a full sheep here on the Cubs. He gets singed out. Jamili in a great position here, actually. Casting out a little Greater Pyro, 2 Greater Pyros here. Chan actually might be in trouble. 3 Greater Pyros connecting. Big damage. Cubsy, what are you going to do about this? He's going to use the sacrifice right there. Jamili with the haste build, able to dish out so much damage. And look at that polymorph cast time. Look at the Greater Pyro cast time. He's just looking like a regular fireball at this point, but he's doing a lot of damage. If they can go and get another ice block from Wealthman, that would be amazing. But right now, it is C9 pouncing first. Beautiful cross CC, sheep on jaw. And they force out Korlik's trinket sacrifice immediately right there, as Nick didn't have his Cloak of Shadows, but now Korlik pushing in. Hammer of Justice onto Cubsy. Where's the follow-up? Jamili, can you get something? Doesn't look like it. Wealthy Man did so much damage, and he forced into the second ice block. And Charlotte Phoenix are starting to pull away with this game, gentlemen.
I really like this build from Jamili. I think it is the perfect answer. If Chanimal is going to play Imp, there is no way you can handle the polymorphs and the G-Pie spam. The only one that can shut them down is Wealthy Man. And with all this haste, it is so much damage. Eventually, they sneak through. And right now, Charlotte Phoenix have been doing a great job. The one problem is they are pinned at a pillar, and Korlik really doesn't have that much mana. Cubsy has a massive mana lead. Full blind is going to land. Let's see what Jamili is going to be able to do. Nick and Jamili on Wealthy Man, but the counter spell from Wealthy Man will slow down this attempt. Good peels there by Cloud9. forcing Charlotte Phoenix back to the pillar once again. And this is potentially an opportunity. I feel like Channel and Wealthy Man might want to go after Jamili a little bit more in this matchup. He's playing basically no versatility whatsoever. So I think as this game goes on, if Jamili's getting a little bit too confident and comfortable just spamming out G-Pies, I think he's going to be a very good target for Wealthy Man and Channel to really punish.
Yeah, right now they're all pinned, and Korlik, 10% remaining mana. They did get through 2 ice blocks. They've got basically 3 minutes to win this game. If they don't win in 3 minutes, that's it. They're going to be out. There's no way they could recover through 2 more ice blocks. Cubsy's got a lot of answers, so they're going to have to navigate through midfield. Korlik's making the charge here. He gets intercepted by a fear. No, he gets shut down by Jamili. But Cubsy read the situation like a book, pre-sacrifices. But even with a pre-sacrifice, not looking entirely comfortable. They're turning it around on Nick. He immediately just going to use Cloak of Shadows, try and get back to the pillar with Korlik. Cubsy's chasing him down. A bit peculiar to go for the Hammer of Justice there. Maybe they're trying to punish with a Claw. Push on the Dispel. The Cubsy's going to rotate back, opposite end of the map. Maybe look for a drink. Bait them to stop the drink, but Greater Pyros being casted. They switch to a Fell Hunter. Cubsy definitely is going to drink here. He's going to be full mana probably in the immediate future, and they're trying to secure that late game, so only 2 more minutes left until Wealthy Man will have 2 more ice blocks, and Charlotte Phoenix need to make a move without their Cloak of Shadows being up. Sacrifice. Korlik's going to have to be the defense MVP here for the team.
He bopped the smoke bomb and Wealthy Man just blinked out. That was the big kill attempt that Charlotte Phoenix have been stacking up for the whole game, and Cubsy just completely reads that one, and now I don't think they're going to even be able to kill Wealthy Man the rest of this game. I think at this point, if you're Charlotte Phoenix, even though Wealthy Man has no ice blocks, Cubsy just has so many responses still. He still has 2 outs from crowd control plus Singes. I think you just go for Channel, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing here. They're going to be crowd controlling up Wealthy Man to get a full sheep into a resheep onto Cubsy. Channel gates to safety, has to use the unending resolve, and he doesn't have the Singe. He's finally going to summon that imp right there, and now he's going to have that for Cubsy. And this is a nice punish here because he had that spell lock. Big damage coming out. Nice Dragon Breath from Jamili. He's going to save Nick for a little bit longer. Korlik going to be able to hold on to that sacrifice because of that Dragon's Breath that Judges did. Nick was surely going to get sacrificed there or die. So they do still force out the bubble here from the side of Cloud9. And once again, they got them in checkmate position, but Cubsy actually trinket sacrifices here. Excellent play there by Cubsy, saving Channel from this setup. And now they're turning their attention to Nick. John needs to be extremely careful. He needs to pull back ASAP because otherwise he is going to be stuck left there in the open field. And now Channel summoning his Fell Hunter again. So if he gets step kidneyed, they could get a sheep again. And that's kind of what made it so scary earlier. He needs to be a little bit careful. But right now, Cloud9 has Charlotte Phoenix exactly where they want them, around that corner. And here we go, no Singe, counterspell on the sheep. So they do shut down the attack for now.
Ooh, Jamili going in for crowd control, but gets caught into a polymorph, and now Nick, he's used the Cloak of Shadows. Look at Korlik's mana. He's basically nothing left at 40% dampening. This is where the Cloud9 chokehold becomes really, really difficult to manage. I mean, I feel like right now, Jamili and Nick, they're going to have to basically pull out some hero plays if they want to win this game. They're going for it, going after Chanimal. Can we get some greater Pyroblasts? Imp, once again, going to be used by Chanimal, so looking to deny that crowd control. Infernals drop down, and Nick is in a lot of trouble. Korlik doing everything he can to keep him alive, but he's got no mana. Vitality Conduit, Sacrifice is also available, but if he has to trade that out, I don't know if he can actually keep Nick alive. The Chaos Bolts are flying in, Sacrifice lands, and if they just keep attacking Nick, I could see Korlik just outright dying behind the pillar. He might just die to Sacrifice damage at this point of the game. They're still going for it, though. Chanimal in some trouble. There's no unending resolve. Cubsy doing everything he can. Are we going to see any greater Power Blast? Chanimal just barely able to survive. The full polymorph lands onto Korlik. He's got Trinket. Chanimal falls, and they do it. Charlotte Phoenix managed to pull out a win so close in the last 30-45 seconds of that game. It really could have gone either way, but really impressive performance there for the Charlotte Phoenix.
At 50% dampening too. I feel like in Cloud9 games that's kind of low.
Yeah, that's like in the opening minutes against Cloud9.
Yeah.
That's the early game.
Right? Right? Like, I don't know what their average is right now. It might be about that, but I feel like when we see Cloud9 in a series, that is on the lower end of their recent games at least. But well done to Charlotte Phoenix. They've taken a game off of Cloud9, not something a lot of people can pull off. Are they going to be able to continue this, though, Sweeties?
The big maps are going to be tough. I wonder if they have a different comp, or if they'll even maybe Wizard Mirror on a big map. I'm curious to see how they choose to navigate. I love that build that Ven and Zika pointed out, the Greater Pyro and the Fire Mage, because Chanimal had to switch to a Fell Hunter, and then when he switched to a Fell Hunter, Jamili just abused Polymorph a lot more, and that really opened up Charlotte Phoenix a lot in the matchup there to be able to pull off a win. And this is a very important series for Cloud9. Not that I don't think they're going to qualify because they're such a dominant team, but I feel like they're pretty much guaranteed to qualify to the finals for BFA if they win one more series. So it's just a little bit of extra stress if they can't manage to pull it off here against Charlotte Phoenix.
No, it's true. If Cloud9 wants to nicely secure themselves in that top 4, they want to win this next series here.
If they want to be
against
snuggly.
Charlotte. Is that, what did I say? Snuggly?
No, what did Ven say in the middle of the game?
Struggly.
Yeah.
Struggly, yeah.
If they don't want it to be struggly, then they should just want to win this series.
Struggling.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
It's good work.
All right, well done by Charlotte Phoenix, winning game number 1 here. Now it's going to be Cloud9's map choice. I feel like I know what you guys are going to say, but I'm going to hand it off to you, Ben. What do we think they're going to pick?
Could be a big map. You know,
I like that. We're really in sync this game, guys.
They tend to actually go with Ashamane's Fall a lot more than Tolveron. I feel like we're likely going to be going to Ashamane's. It's like
They saved that for the last game.
Insta Rogue Mage Paladin. I love it. And I honestly,
you, Ben. Point to you.
I don't think that the Charlotte Phoenix mind the big map that much. I think Jamili playing this Greater Power Blast build with a lot of haste. For Cloud9, it's kind of difficult to punish. And if they don't pay attention, even for a couple moments against Jamili, those Power Blasts are going to land. And I think it really just plays nicely into, you know, the Imp and Fell Hunter. Like we kind of talked about, if he's playing an Imp, you just spam G-Pie. If he's playing a Fell Hunter, you just get Polymorphs. And even though you're lacking on damage because you don't have max versatility, you have Nick and Corlick to really back up the damage. And I think if Cubsy's in crowd control, they will eventually be able to push through and take down either Chanimal or Wealthy Man. So I think the Charlotte Phoenix, this is a great adaptation by them. And I think on the large map, it's not going to be nearly as bad because of the build that Jamili's playing.
And on the side of Cloud9 here, what are they going to have to do? This isn't their map choice, or this is their map choice, excuse me. Do we think that they are going to push it into deep dampening like we're used to seeing on Cloud9 here? Or is Charlotte Phoenix going to win 2 games in a row, do you think, Supties?
I mean, Charlotte Phoenix could win 2 games in a row. Both of those are true. They're definitely going to go deep in dampening, and Charlotte Phoenix could win. Cloud9, if they lose this map with this matchup, I do wonder what they will opt to change to, if they changed anything. Maybe that was just an issue of not playing well enough. I mean, Jamili slipped in there in the final moments and got a Polymorph, which Cubsy had to use Divine Shield on. Then he couldn't use Divine Shield on Blind. So if they had stopped that Polymorph, then they would have been able to protect the Divine Shield and then had that and probably turned it around with an out-of-mana Corlick. So they're just really evenly matched. And as long as Charlotte Phoenix keep playing on point in terms of this offense, like more notably Jamili, he's getting tons of greater powers off. He's slipping through the cracks, finding crowd control and Cubsy, which is really difficult to do. If they can keep both of those toe-to-toe with Cloud9, then they definitely could take it. But Cloud9 is the hardest team you're going to fight in North America, period. So it's going to be tough.
I feel like even when we do see teams manage to get Cloud9 to swap off of their mage lock, they just instantly have another answer anyways. They either put Snuts in the game and they instantly win, and it's just another victory for Cloud9 Zico.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're not unbeatable, but, well, actually,
No.
they are.
Well, actually, they are.
on Asherman's, they
Dude, the
actually
timing
are
of that.
unbeatable.
Oh my god, the timing of that.
Oh, that's why.
Oh my god, they're
Production,
not
we're
unbeatable,
in sync
actually.
right now. We're in sync right now, me and production.
That's rough, that's
we're
rough.
doing a great job. And
Not a good look,
so is
man.
Cloud9 on this map. I feel like, C9, they probably have the edge if they can drag it out to dampening. And it's not that uncommon, I guess, that C9 will just drop a game with their mage lock every now and then they'll just keep playing the mage lock and somehow just do a couple of in-game adaptations and win the series. Something we've seen them do a lot. Like sometimes you'll watch a game and you'll be like, okay, maybe it's time to tag in Snuts, but then they just lock it in again. It's like, oh, well, I guess it wasn't time to tag in Snuts.
All right, well,
We'll save it for later. Maybe next year.
It's going to be a difficult game for sure, as we can see down below that stat. 100% win rate on Ashermains for Cloud9. They clearly very much love this map, but sounds like the game here is ready. Game number 2, Charlotte Phoenix up 1-0 against Cloud9. Is Cloud9 going to tie it up, or Charlotte Phoenix going to put themselves on match point?
I don't know, but Charlotte Phoenix is looking really good in this matchup. I'm curious to see if Jamili is going to be playing the same build. I anticipate that he is, as it worked out so well for them. And Cloud9, what adaptations are they going to be making? Wealthy just immediately using Shimmer to blink in and drop a Frozen Orb to get in combat. So it's a good way for his team to get in combat and deny a sap from Nick, if you're wondering why he ended up doing that. And so far in the midfield, still Nick is not opening just yet, trying to play it patient in the early stages. Jamili actually kind of gets slapped back to the pillar.
Okay, triple crowd control engagement by Charlotte Phoenix. Polymorph on the trinket. Nice punish by Jamili. They're really pushing for Wealthy Man's block early on here, but Temporal Shield appears to be more than enough for the initial assault. Perhaps not. 1 second left on Poly into a full Hammer of Justice. Nice follow-up by Corlick, but Nick's in a Poly, Jamili's in a coil. They can't connect the damage. Blinding Light, they're really pushing for this Ice Block. They want it. Will they get it? Avenging Wrath. Big heal potentially for Cubsy. Divine Favor. Ultimate's back in the fight. Despite their best efforts, they do not net an Ice Block. Now Infernals are called in for Channel. He's going to be ramping up, getting tons of pressure. Jamili blinks back to the pillar, but Corlick's at the other pillar. Jamili and Corlick are so far away from each other. Corlick has to use Sacrifice out in midfield. Cubsy pre-sacrifices the Poly. Both of these teams hearing some cooldowns this early on. It answers the Dark Soul. I love this denial with the spam polymorphs, and they have forced Chanimal to switch to Fell Hunter in the matchup, but now Jamili getting blasted. 2 Chaos Bolts. Cauterize triggers. Ice Block was forced. Chanimal is not fooling around.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. So you go.
I was just going to say, this is a big problem when you play this build. If you get too confident in the open, I mean, that's the big adaptation we were talking about. The Wealthy Man and Chanimal, they're not going to mess around with Jamili just sitting in the midfield, just spamming Greater Power Blast. He's got extremely low versatility with this build, so if he wants to spam Greater Power Blast, it's not going to be in the midfield abusing Cubsy at the same time. So I think this adaptation from Cloud9 is really going to punish this build from Jamili and make it much more difficult for him to get out significant damage.
Yeah, and at this point, they're actually in checkmate situation here. You can see Cubsy has Corlick has no trinket. Ja is very exposed, but they're doing a go right now. And Chanimal double Mortal Coil comes out. Ja going for the resheep, he lands it. Greater Pyro Blast not going to connect. Full Fear onto Corlick. Here comes the Chaos Bolt. Ja running for his life. That's going to be a Divine Shield there by Corlick, trying to save his mage. And that is the final cooldown for Charlotte Phoenix. And all of that because of that big punch from earlier. But double blind! Nick with the smoke! No way! What
is happening? Chanimal going down here. That is a 2-0 for Charlotte Phoenix. Cloud9 not even getting to dampening. That's a 2-minute and 30-second game for Cloud9. Charlotte Phoenix now 2-0, Ven.
Yeah, I mean, that game was not looking super great for them. It wasn't looking bad, but it wasn't looking as nice as game number 1. I think them going after Jamili made the matchup a lot more uncertain for the Charlotte Phoenix, but they just managed to hold on, and they managed to pull one of those wins. I mean, if you queue on the ladder, I'm sure that's happened to you before, where it feels like everything's going your way, and then one big attempt coming in from Rogue Mage Paladin, and it's lights out. So the Charlotte Phoenix, they managed to hold on, they managed to find that win condition, and I feel like they really caught Cloud9 off guard. And now for Cloud9, they're in a really difficult spot, because it seemed like their strategy change was looking good, right? Like going after Jamili felt like the game was going their way. And then I don't want to say they randomly lost, but they probably didn't expect what just happened. I mean, the Blinding Light, look at the big burst damage that does come in. Chanimal uses the wall a little bit too late. And unfortunately, Cubsy just couldn't get there for the heals, not despite having a lot of defensive cooldown. So unexpected burst, these things do happen, but for Cloud9, now they have a really difficult decision to make. Do they have to basically decide, was that game going well enough that we can lock in the same matchup, or do we need to make a change?
Yeah, and are they even going to be able to repeat that setup there? I mean, Cloud9, like you were saying, Ven, obviously not expecting that sort of burst damage coming from Charlotte Phoenix, but it doesn't really seem like that's going to be something that's easily repeatable going to Game 3 here, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, lock in, go Tolvir, go Mage Lock, try to grab a win, and then from there on, it's going to be a rough series, even if you do get that win. But it's not even guaranteed at this point. Charlotte Phoenix been playing really well. There at the end, they had basically a situation where both healers were in crowd control, and I think if Chan just traded out his unending resolve, I don't know if he was kicked or something, but I feel like it's not unreasonable to think, Cloud9 is no longer undefeated on National Fall.
It's a little smiley face,
the
man.
Smiley. So I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Cubsy could have bubbled right away when he saw the smoke bomb get dropped, but China could have probably used unending resolve a little bit earlier. It felt like they had that game in the bag, and they had every CD. They just needed to use something.
So you want them to lock in Tolvaron and continue playing Mage Lock Zico?
Yeah. Well, they want to win, right? And I think that's their highest percentage play to win. Is that what I want to see? I mean, I kind of like that last game when they're a little, they're a little bit more close to each other. So maybe I want to see it on hook points, but I don't think it's relevant here.
Okay, fair enough. What, Ben, CPTs, what about you? Do you think that's probably the best strategy for Cloud9? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, for Cloud9, the big maps are obviously going to help a lot. I just think if Jamili has to expose his position and he's the main target that they want to hit, and Cubsy plays far enough away, that's when all of a sudden Jamili kind of has to compromise his position and push it in. But they're going Dalaran Sewers, a bit of a plot twist here.
Snuts.
You think so? I don't know. I'm not convinced.
Snuts. Mirror. Snuts.
You really think that's gonna happen?
They're gonna Windwalker Mage, I think. It beat Charlotte Phoenix, didn't it?
I'm not sure. I mean,
C2 won versus Charlotte Phoenix with Mage Windwalker. Snuts 100% Mage Windwalker.
I don't know if that's something that they've actually been practicing, though, to be honest with you. Like, I really don't know if they've been practicing that composition.
What's Nuts' highest rated character right now on the ladder?
I think is Windwalker.
I think Rogue.
Whoa.
RMP.
I feel like the composition, you want to know what Cloud9 has been playing a decent amount of, is Paladin, Destro, Rogue. So maybe they go with that. I mean, I've seen them play that quite a bit. I haven't really seen Wealthy Man play too much Fire Mage. Not that he can't play it, but I don't know if he's going to be as polished as, say, Jamili is right now. He's been playing a lot of Frost Mage on the ladder. Charlotte Phoenix, they're going to be locking this in. And I think this is just such an interesting matchup because this is one of those matchups we've wanted to see for quite some time. And that's one of the benefits of the round robin is we're not going to see these situations where the Charlotte Phoenix kind of are on the other side of the bracket from Cloud9 and they get knocked down to the lower bracket and they don't actually get their fair chance against Cloud9. And now in this round robin, Cloud9 is finally being tested by a really strong Rogue Mage Paladin. And I think even though those games were really, really close, and honestly game number 2 felt like it was kind of a throwaway for Cloud9, it is interesting to see that this Rogue Mage Paladin is putting up such a good fight against Cloud9, which has traditionally been such a dominating team against basically everyone.
How is Charlotte Phoenix going to do on this map here on Dollar and Sears? They chose to lock in that same composition. Is this going to affect them at all, do you think, Zico?
Can I see the comp first here? I don't know. Yeah. I feel like Charlotte Phoenix here.
There's no way they mage lock on Dalaran.
If we're just talking about like I'm queuing ladder and I'm playing the comp that Charlotte Phoenix is playing, and I see Dalaran, I'm kind of happy for the most part.
You're happy?
Yeah, I know. This is something, this is, I flush out a lot of rats in the sewers, so I would love that actually. But if it's a mirror, obviously it's not going to matter, right? So
they're waiting.
We just got
This is a long series.
We're on the edge of our seat right now.
Are they going to regret this?
20 seconds left. Cloud9 using the full timer. This is... Alright, we got 10 seconds left. Are they going to put Snuts in?
Snuts.
Let's go. I really want to see him come off the bench.
Snuts. 5, 4. What on earth is that?
That's lame.
What? I got debated. What is that?
We all got debated.
Man.
Literally everyone, the whole stream got debated. Why would they go Dalaran? That makes no sense.
That is a weird choice. What do we think about that? Let's discuss that. That's certainly not the composition I think we expected them to play when we saw them lock in Dalaran. What do we think that they're thinking here?
Healer pump?
Don't know. Maybe go after the healer, but
Truly stumped on the desk here.
There's got to be a reason for it.
Maybe they're saying,
There's no way.
like, maybe they're saying, like, if we can't win here on Dalaran, which would be a map pick for Charlotte Phoenix, then we probably can't win the series. So just save time.
I don't
Like, if
think
they
anyone
can't
thinks
win on-
like that.
No.
I gotta be honest. Sometimes I don't think anyone's like, yeah. I think everyone
Well, I
wants
mean,
to pick
you
up
go
as
to
many
Tolvaron,
wins as they can get.
I think certainly Cloud9 wouldn't think like that either.
I don't know. You go to Tolvaron, sure you're gonna win, but it's gonna be 15 minutes, and then you're going to Dalaran Sewers anyways. So you can't say the
Do you
logic
think
doesn't
15
make some
minutes?
sense.
15 minutes
Dude,
is a
Cloud-
walk in the park for Cloud9, okay? Like, they're not caring about 15 minutes. These guys are playing 4-hour series, like, they're feeling good.
Time moves quicker for Cloud9.
Their coffee hasn't even had time to kick
not-
in yet at this point.
Yeah.
We
This
actually
has gotta
interviewed...
be-
I was going to say,
Go ahead.
Zico and I interviewed Chanimal about this very topic, and he said, well, you know, when teams are running behind the pillars, that's like a nice little mental break for us anyways, you know, when they're running away, and we're going for drinks and stuff. Like, we get plenty of breaks within the match, so yeah, that's what he said.
It's true. It's true.
Gosh. All right. Well, it sounds like the game here is ready. Cloud9, I think that was a 75 or something like that % win rate here on Dalaran Sewers. It is Cloud9 on match point against Charlotte Phoenix. Well, they're on match point, 2-0.
All right, let's see if they can get it done here. Oh, explosive start onto Wealthy Man right off the bat, and a sap and a hammer of justice. Cubsy breaks out. Corlick now in the polymorph. Cloud9 look to turn it around, going after Nick, but Nick is at the box. Quite difficult to chase him down. Shadow stepping back into midfield. Corlick in the hammer of justice, though. Nick is playing with fire here, quite literally, because Jamili is fire. Corlick getting blasted for a moment, wrapping around the pillar with Avenging Wrath. Nick stuns Wealthy Man. Greater Pyro number 1. Jamili looking for cheeky polymorph. Cubsy trinkets out of polymorph. He used that way ahead of when I would have thought he would. Now polymorphed on the trinket. Dark Soul still available. Channel waiting in the wings to activate that one. Greater Pyro. Nice counter spell. Jamili blinks back to Corlick. Nick is now the only one really pushed forward. Wealthy Man's baiting Nick down there, and I don't think Nick wants to fall for that one, so just going to let Jamili play on point with Greater Pyros at the moment. Pull back to the boxes.
Yeah, and we're going to see nice little frozen orb there. Wealthy Man starting to get a little poke damage behind the box. Nick is going to go for the re-stealth here behind the pillar. I think he should be able to get it. He does. And now Nick's going to be moving back up here, avoiding all the AoE that's going to be at the pillar, and look to reopen here. Now, who is their target? Channel is already counterspelled. They go for the sheep shot. They go for the kidney shot onto Cubsy, and they're going for a big hit onto Cubsy. Meteor connect, double blinding light. Do they have any more stun lock? They do. Cheap shot into the road silence. Hellstone comes out. Do they have the damage here? They don't. Dragon's Breath comes in. Big divine favor. There's the dressed connect, and Nick is all over Cubsy. Cubsy's got to have the bubble here. He could have just died without bubbling there, but Cork now caught up in the crowd control chain as well. He does get the Vitality Conduit before. Nick uses the Cloak of Shadows here, trying to get back on target. Chaos Bolt from Chanimal. Nick trinkets and interrupts it, and now he needs to run for his life. You just got the bubble. What? It says 1 minute on it. There's no way. It's gonna. He probably has ineffable right now, and it's gonna go back up.
Gives him Avenging Wrath, though.
Yeah, that is true. But he doesn't have Trinket. He actually can die here. He's forbearance. Big hit here. They got the smoke bomb drop. If they can connect more damage, Jamili is no but 1 millimeter away from Cubsy's line of sight. And now Nick is in massive trouble here.
Yeah, Nick's going to be in trouble. I mean, Corlick, this is a scary moment for a rogue against his composition. You got no cloak, you got no vanish. Corlick has no trinket, no sacrifice. The only thing he has is the divine shield, so definitely a really scary moment here for Nick. Jamili's going to have to do a great job peeling, or Charlotte Phoenix are just going to have to slow it down and play at the pillar, try to just survive for a little while and let those cooldowns kind of rotate back up, because at this point, I feel like if Charlotte Phoenix get a little bit too over-aggressive, they could potentially throw away the game, and obviously they don't want that. We're on match point here. Cloud9, this would be their first loss of this round robin. One Greater Pyroblast is going to land. Jamili pushes in. He gets interrupted immediately. Jamili now going for a nice Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost. And this heavy haste build from Jamili is just allowing him to do so much in this matchup. Normally it would be so difficult. But in the midfield, he is going to get punished just a little bit. Might want to reconsider and go back to the pillar, but he gets a full polymorph on Cubsy. Unfortunately, Nick isn't there to really capitalize on it. And Jamili's basically on a solo mission. His team wasn't able to help him out whatsoever. And now Nick has kind of almost been baited in the open. Really scary moment here.
He's shadow stepping in. Vitality Conduit on the Mortal Coil, I suppose, going to stabilize here while Corlic is stabilized. Huge hit right there. Nick barely staying alive. Avenging Wrath now up, but he's line of sighting Corlic to push in here. He wants to go after Cubsy before that Divine Shield. Instant bop. Nice spell steal by Jamili. Nice hammer on the bop. They're trying to push through, but no, the Divine Protection's more than enough defense. They have to just accept that Blessing Protection is all they're going to get, and they are definitely dead set on Cubsy as a target here on match point. Pressure really on. I mean, look at Cubsy's mana. This is the first time I really feel like he's been this stressed out in a series in a long time. Repositioning, though, at the boxes. He should be able to drink here. Are they going to double blink in to stop the drink? Nick is sprinting in. Jamili gets feared, or Nick gets feared. Cubsy can't drink. Nick is really trying to go after Cubsy, but he's just getting intercepted by Chanimal. Vitality Conduit on the Hammer of Justice. Nice timing by Corlic. Cubsy repositions. Oh, he gets caught by the Shadow Step. Big Meteor combust by Jamili. Can Multi-Man strip it off in time. Now spell stealing it off, canceling it. But I think he removed the Blessing of Protection before it, so Cubsy's not really too safe at the moment. Does manage to get out of line of sight. Nick caught in a fear. Corlic actually Divine Shield and Sacrifice trades throughout that assault. Just try and stay aggressive, potentially get back on top of Cubsy, but he's got Divine Shield again. Gladiator's Medallion coming up in 12. Corlic is taking a beating to that sack dot behind the pillar, trying to recover, now pulling himself back into the fight. They have to decide, is this worth it? It feels like Cubsy has a lot of cooldowns rotating at any moment. Perhaps even if they don't get a kill, they could just run him out of mana. That's going to be the failsafe.
I'm not sure, but Corlic actually had to bubble sack there because Nick got caught with the Dark Soul Bolt about to get launched to his face. So he had to definitely use that. You're gonna see Cubsy has his bubble rotated back up, and he's getting never a drink right now. They're trying to pressure everybody on C9 here, but it looks like Nick is gonna get a reset. And honestly, Cubsy, he might actually be able to sit down for a little sip here. It looks like he's not going to be able to. He gets fully blinded. Kidney shot on the Chanimal. Who is the target? They're going to go for Chanimal here as well. Wealthy Man gets denied on the Sheep. Can he get the sap? Nick gets it. Mortal Coil onto Nick right now. He gets dispelled by Core. He actually trinket. Oh no, he got dispelled right there. Did you have any follow-up? Hammer of Justice comes out. Chanimal in deep trouble here. They get a nice trinket sacrifice there by Cubsy. And I think that's the only cooldown they can really force with this push from Charlotte Phoenix. I think it's time to run away. Cubsy powering through here. Big damage onto Nick. He gets sacrificed there by Corlic as well, and he's going to have his trinket and Cloak of Shadows for that next push, but they're both teams are trading very evenly right now.
Yeah, I mean, look at mana. Cubsy's losing on mana. Charlotte Phoenix, they're doing a great job in this game. Full polymorph secured. Chanimal in a 1v3 situation. Wealthy Man gets interrupted. Chanimal in a little bit of trouble. This is the Vendetta. This is the Combustion. They're still going for it as well. Nick trades out the Cloak of Shadows. Cubsy's got the Divine Shield, but no real emergency cooldowns. Has to be very careful in this situation. The crowd control is still going, and they get the Divine Shield. Luckily, Chanimal didn't overlap with the Unending Resolve, but a great push by the Charlotte Phoenix. Now Corlic, he could be in some trouble. He's caught in the open field in a Hammer of Justice, but there's just no damage. Nick Shadow steps over and denies basically everything, allowing Corlic to escape. Now Cubsy sneaking away. And hopefully going to be able to recover some of that mana in a full polymorph. Immediately singed there. And it looks like Jamili will be able to get another one, but this push not really going to net too much as Nick and Corlic are way out of position to capitalize on that crowd control.
I feel like Jamili needs to start getting some greater pyros going, punish the imp swap there. Cubsy's drinking. Does he have a flame strike, a meteor, something to hit Cubsy? Cubsy got a ton of mana off that. Not completely full. Looks like he wants to try and sit down again, maybe? Nope. They're going to shadow step in on Chanimal. Drop a smoke bomb. There's two greater pyros. Cubsy ducks in, but he gets cheap shot on his way in. Chanimal in a lot of trouble. Trades Unending Resolve. Will Unending Resolve be enough here? There's no follow-up crowd control, fortunately for him. Nick gets dispelled instantly, but Corlic had the Divine Shield to get that dispel. Risky gamble. Full blind. No trinket! No trinket! Unbelievable! If they manage to 3-0 Cloud9, that is unbelievable. 5 more seconds away from the Gladiator's Medallion. 2 more seconds away! 1 second away! Trinket sack! With one, they're killing him through a trinket sack! He's
He's got a Benji grab. He goes with Divine Favor. He keeps Chanimal alive here in this position. We have not seen Cloud9 challenged like this in quite some time.
That was so close. He got his trinket back in the nick of time right there, but is it going to be enough? Chanimal right now. Nick is all over him. Kidney shot's going to connect. Ja, where is the CC? Full hammer of justice. Welcome and do whatever he can to peel the situation. Dark Soul comes out. Full sheep connects onto Cubsy. Ja is all over him. Can they do the damage they need? Chanimal summoning the gate. Gates away. Greater Pyro Blast going to connect into the reshaft. Boom! Big damage, and that is going to be it. C9 goes down 3-0 against Charlotte Phoenix.
Wow.
Charlotte Phoenix making BFA's circuit history. Cloud9 has yet to fall in this circuit, and Charlotte Phoenix has just won this series in a 3-0 fashion. This team is absolutely on fire, Zico.
Unbelievable. I can't even remember the last time Cloud9 lost a game, let alone, or lost a series, let alone a 3-0. Unbelievably
Has it
strong
ever happened?
performance here, but I
It's
don't think
against
so.
Golden Guardians beat them, I think, in the Cups.
3-0?
It's only happened
Was 3-0?
literally once.
No,
Oh, not a
3-0.
3-0, not a
I
3-0,
think that
yeah.
was a sweaty 80% down, 3-2. But this was complete domination here by Charlotte Phoenix. Just absolutely farmed them. That was insane.
It was a quick
I think
game,
this
too.
map- I feel like this map backfired totally for Cloud9. I think it was, I mean, it seemed to me that the map was a big mistake. It was just way too easy for Corlick and Nick to maneuver in and out of line of sight. Jamili always could just be one shimmer away, whereas on a bigger map, Jamili would actually have to compromise his position. And I mean, that's what we saw in Ashamane's fall, and that's where Jamili really was a big target. So I don't really agree with the Dalaran Sewers pick. I think they kind of sealed their own fate, but Charlotte Phoenix, they were able to capitalize, and honestly, just a really, really impressive performance by the three of them.
That was incredible. Someone I also want to highlight is Nick. I mean, he's kind of an up-and-coming rogue here. He plays incredibly solid on that rogue with his team here, and he's actually super young. He's only 16 years old.
Wow.
How long
Still
ago
has
was
those
it?
youthful reflexes.
Yeah, how long ago was it
I
that
guess
like
so.
Snuts was that young and Peekaboo was that
Yeah.
young? Now we've got like another rotation of the new guard.
Another spawn, another wave spawn.
Look at how lucky this was. Look at this. They barely hold on to sacrifice. They almost kill him through sacrifice. So, I mean, Cloud9 barely escaped defeat at that moment of the game, but Charlotte Phoenix, they were able to just ride this momentum. It just seemed really difficult for Cloud9 to get any sort of counter pressure going. And Cubsy was just eating crowd control after crowd control. Chanimal kind of realizing he was in trouble. He set up a new gateway, and look at Jamili. He just snipes a greater power blast. Hey, there it is. Here's my hasted G-Pie with a fear. Or Cubsy into polymorph. Jamili basically just set up that kill by himself. Managed to take down Chanimal, and that's going to be the 3-0.
Wow. All right. That was probably the
That was
quickest
intense.
series we've seen from Cloud9, and super, super intense. And you know, Cloud9's probably going to be fine in that those top four spots. But that is really good news on the side of Charlotte Phoenix Super Ds.
Yeah, I mean, it also opens up the table to teams that are like behind to try and tie and try and compete a little bit more to get one of those top four spots. So that's like a win for all of North America to have a team to be able to actually finally beat Cloud9, showing some. Maybe it's a morale changer, okay? It's not just this Cloud9 overlord just dominating everybody in the region where it's like all hope is lost.
Well, I didn't mean like that. I meant for qualifying. You want to get top four, so if one team's beating everyone, that's good, right? Well, let's just look at the standings. There it is.
Yeah, we can look at the standings here now. Cloud9 has one loss. They're currently 4-1, and we can see Charlotte Phoenix there now 3-1, 3 wins, 1 loss. Zico.
So I feel like if I'm M2KC, Turtle, Space Station Gaming, Mystery Org, all of them wanted Charlotte Phoenix to lose here. I'm pretty sure. So I mean, it's a morale boost in the sense that okay, C9 is beatable, but I don't think it's good if you are one of the teams that kind of on the bubble here. If you're Golden Guardians, you definitely didn't want that result. So yeah, I don't know. They're definitely going to have a hard road ahead of them now.
Yeah,
You cannot
super
lose a
tough
single
competition
game.
in the North American circuit right now. We can also take a look over at the European circuit where those teams are currently standing after we saw today's games. XSET Wildcard Gaming tied there with 4 wins and 1 loss. Looking at these teams here for the European region, Ben, any teams that you think you want to highlight here?
Well, I mean, no surprise, XSET and Wildcard Gaming absolutely doing an incredible job. But look at this. I mean, you have Coffin, Diabolus, AWC, all at 2-2 right now. So I would say the European side of things is looking wide open. I mean, XSET and Wildcard Gaming obviously pulling out ahead, but I think going into the circuit, those are the 2 teams I think basically everyone will put their money on actually qualifying into the top 4. But teams like Coffin, Diabolus, ABC, even the Bergen boys, I feel like they also have a fair shot here. I think things are going to be really difficult for nLite and F2K MyWay, both of them sort of playing that jungle cleave. It just seems like so many teams are picking up the Paladins. I don't know how they're going to overcome it, but I'm looking forward to seeing them at least try tomorrow.
Yep, tomorrow we have another full day of games here, and next week is actually going to be the last day, the last weekend for these circuit games. And as we move further and further into these cups, into these circuit cups, it's just going to be more and more difficult for these teams to secure that top 4 position. But real quick, from that last game, I actually do have confirmation. There was a 195k pyroblast for that one.
Did he have
Sounds
a
pretty
Battle
stiff.
Master?
He had to have Battle Master.
Yeah,
There's
he
no
had to
way.
have a Battle Master, because I was wondering. I was like, he was like 50% when that Greater Pyro got shot.
Well, let's take a look at Sunday's games, what we can see for those round robin games, starting off with Diabolus versus Coffin. Of course, it's going to be EU starting us off in the morning. Then the last 4 games of the day are going to be on the North American side. Looking at the schedule, Supatees, any matches that you're excited about?
Well, it's like a tiebreaker on wins right now between Coffin and Diabolus, which I feel like, is it, am I mixing it? No, I'm pretty sure it's both of them are 2-2 right now. So it's a tiebreaker series to try and get into that top 4. And that's where all of the tension is right now, is in that bubble area. I feel like Wildcard Gaming and XSET, now XSET, I feel like those 2 teams are pretty solid in like guaranteeing a top 4. So it's all about Diabolus and Coffin and ABC and possibly some of the jungles and the Bergen boys trying to mix it up and snag those last 2 spots. So this is a really tense series to start the day in my mind.
Yeah, definitely a good way to start off Sunday. What about you, Ben? Anything you're looking forward to now we see our schedule here?
Well, I think the big one that stands out for me is the Golden Guardians are going to face potentially the hardest opponent in the entire round robin for them. And unfortunately for them, Cloud9 is going to be hungrier than ever. I don't think Cloud9 likes losing, so they're going to be looking to absolutely decimate their next opponent. Golden Guardians, they can't afford to lose. So for me, that's going to probably be the most interesting matchup of the day. If Golden Guardians are going to be able to overcome Cloud9, we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Maybe they try to take a page from the Charlotte Phoenix, and we see WizK playing the G-Pie Mage with full haste, Rogue Mage Paladin. Potentially, we could see it, but I mean, Diabolus versus Coffin is going to be a really, really fun matchup as well, as both these teams are so evenly matched, and they're tied on points right now.
And if you guys want to get an idea of where these teams currently stand, there's a lot of information in that bottom bar on the YouTube page. You can also see Armor if you were checking it out today, awc.gc.tv. You can also see the schedule that we will be expecting tomorrow. But today, some incredible games, lots of surprises, of course, with that last series there of Cloud9 going down. Any takeaways, though, from any of the other games that we saw earlier today, Zico?
I enjoyed watching some of the jungles, but
did you though?
Feels like
did you though? They just got brutally destroyed.
Well, I enjoyed watching, for example, Hydra's team actually be able to take it so deep into dampening and actually win and make it look like they were gonna 3-0 ABC. But then it was like they just brought in the Pally, and then it just looked hopeless again. So I enjoyed those first 2 series. I enjoyed the Cleave matchup. I enjoyed Mystery Org series a lot, actually. I think that was my favorite one of the day. That one, and obviously the last one as well, was really good games.
Yeah, really good games tomorrow as well. Looking forward to those. So make sure you tune in youtube.com/Warcraft. Don't miss any of the action. You can subscribe to this channel, hit the notification button so you are notified when we go live, or you can keep track of us on WoW Esports at Twitter, WoW Esports on Twitter. Also, keep in touch with those questions that are being submitted for chat as well. We can answer any of the questions here on broadcast using that hashtag AskAWC. We got a few questions in today. We'll have some tomorrow, hopefully for you guys as well, be it gameplay, something a little bit sillier. But make sure you guys tune in tomorrow, Sunday, for another full game of days at full day of games at youtube.com/Warcraft. Same time, same place, 10 a.m. PST or 1 p.m. EST. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow on Sunday.